Qi Yuan found himself transported to a world of cultivation. No cheat codes, no golden fingers, just pure talent and hard work. Smooth sailing all the way. Foundation established in 1 year, core formation in 3. Thanks to his unparalleled aptitude, he made a name for himself in the Tai Xian Holy Land. Before long, he was named the Holy Land's Tao Child, a position of prestige and glory. Life was good, until one day, a bizarre system popped up out of nowhere. Host, your first task is to defeat Su Biao, the Black Tiger Gang's Hall Master, within 3 days. This is the first mission issued by the Loser's Redemption System. Qi Yuan, freshly anointed as the Tao Child and already at the peak of core formation, was not amused. System, you sure you've got the right guy? I'm a friggin' Tao Child at the peak of core formation, and you want me to go bully some Qi condensation nobody? In the Tai Xian Holy Land, atop Yuhua Peak, the scene was serene, mist swirling, peaks towering. Qi Yuan, who had just been appointed as the Tao Child, descended from the sky in a hurry and made a beeline for his residence. Disciples who saw him instinctively stepped aside, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Tao Child. Without breaking stride, Qi Yuan waved them off casually, signaling no need for formalities. He stormed into a lavish cave dwelling, slamming the door shut behind him. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. As he focused his thoughts, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Loser's Redemption System, Binding Progress, 99-100. Loser's Redemption? The words made Qi Yuan's expression twist in confusion. Something felt off. Moments later, a cold, mechanical voice rang out in his head. Ding. Binding complete. Congratulations, host, on awakening the Loser's Redemption System. This system is designed to help hosts labeled as losers reclaim their glory and rise again. Qi Yuan froze. Wait a second. He'd been in this world for 4 or 5 years now. No cheats, no systems, just relying on his heavenly spirit root and innate pure Yang Dao body to thrive in the Tai Xian Holy Land. 1 year to establish a foundation, 3 to form a core. Now, he was the Tao Child, even a candidate for future sect master. How the hell did loser apply to him? But the system's voice droned on. You were born into a family of cultivators, but as an illegitimate child with a crippled spirit root, you were ostracized. Your wicked stepmother schemed against you, crippling your cultivation and casting you out of the family. You wandered with your sister, suffering hardship after hardship. Now, at over 20 years old, you've achieved nothing. Your meridians are shattered, and you can't even practice basic cultivation techniques. You've been reduced to hard labor in the mines. Are you really content with this? Don't you want to change your fate? Complete redemption missions, and you'll be rewarded with cultivation techniques, divine weapons, and legendary pills. The system's pitch was slick, enticing, full of temptation. Qi Yuan's jaw dropped, his face blank with disbelief. Crippled spirit root? Shattered meridians? Unable to cultivate? Snapping out of it, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. System, you've got the wrong guy. None of that has anything to do with me. Host identity verified. No way. I'm 21, at the peak of core formation, the top talent of Tai Xian's younger generation, second only to the sect master and the grand elder. What redemption do I need? Rebel against the sect? Host identity verified. Damn it. Qi Yuan sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Ding. Information confirmed. A beginner's gift pack has been sent to the system's reward space. Host may claim it at any time. Congratulations, you've received 10 superior Qi gathering pills. Congratulations, you've received 1 basic Qi condensation technique, Purple Sun technique. Congratulations, you've received 300 low-grade spirit stones. Staring at the underwhelming starter pack, Qi Yuan's eye twitched. He couldn't help but scoff. This is your beginner's gift? Superior Qi gathering pills? As the sect master's personal disciple, he used to pop ultimate Qi gathering pills like candy back in the Qi condensation stage. One of those was worth 10 of these inferior ones. And Purple Sun technique? That's basic Qi condensation level stuff. He had dozens of similar manuals lying around, not to mention advanced techniques complete with annotations from senior cultivators. Forget Purple Sun technique. His storage bracelet had Purple Qi rising technique, a superior-level manual, personally pinned by the sect's founder, and 300 low-grade spirit stones? What was he supposed to do with that feed beggars? Qi Yuan was utterly speechless. These low-tier items might be great for a beginner, but for someone on the cusp of nascent soul formation, they were junk. Just as his face darkened, more lines of text began appearing on the system interface. The newbie mission is now live. Complete it, and you'll earn exclusive comeback points and rewards. Fail, and no further missions will unlock. Newbie mission. To make ends meet, you've been toiling at the mines in Qingyun Town, only to be exploited and bullied by the Black Tiger Gang. Most of your income goes to their so-called protection fees. Recently, Su Biao, the gang's leader, set his sights on your sister and threatened to take her as his concubine. Step up and stop him. Mission objective: defeat Su Biao, leader of the Black Tiger Gang, Qi Refining Stage Level 3 within 3 days. Mission difficulty: 4 stars. Mission reward: 50 comeback points and the restoration of your damaged Dantian and meridians. This stupid system must have got the wrong person. Staring at the wall of text on the system panel, Qi Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Forget the chaotic backstory. He is a golden core perfection cultivator from the mighty Tai Xian Holy Land, and they're asking him to deal with some gang leader from a backwater town? How is that any kind of comeback? The reward was even more laughable. His Dantian and meridians were perfectly fine. Thank you very much. No damage to fix. What a joke. He was already on the brink of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Why waste time on this petty gang? Anyone could handle it. Cursing under his breath, Qi Yuan was ready to dismiss the ridiculous task altogether, but then he froze. Because he noticed a virtual button in the upper right corner of the interface that read, Points Shop. Well, since it's there, might as well check it out, right? With that thought, Qi Yuan willed himself to tap on the Points Shop. Whoosh! A flash of light, and treasures of all kinds unfolded before his eyes. The Chaos True Technique, a supreme Dao-level cultivation method, priced at 1 billion comeback points. The Heaven-Splitting Axe, a primordial treasure of unmatched power, priced at 80 million points. Further down, there were things like the Primordial Saint Physique, Ancient True Dragon Bloodline, and Creation Heaven Mending Pill. One after another, these rare and priceless treasures splayed out before Qi Yuan, making his eyes widen and his breath quicken. Holy crap, this lousy system actually had some serious goods. Qi Yuan took a deep breath, trying to calm his excitement. Sure, this so-called loser comeback system seemed pretty unreliable, but this was clearly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Giving up now would be a real waste. The immortal path is long and perilous. With the system backing him, the chances of reaching the peak were definitely better. Besides, the tasks would likely start easy and gradually ramp up in difficulty. As long as he kept going, sooner or later, the rewards would truly make a difference. After a long bout of contemplation, Qi Yuan made up his mind. All right, let us do this. With his decision made, he exited the shop interface and pulled a jade slip from his sleeve, channeling a wisp of divine sense into it. The jade slip contained a detailed map of the surrounding world. The Taishan Holy Land's domain was vast, filled with countless sects and territories. If Qingyun Town was too far, there'd be no way to make it in 3 days. Using divine sense to scan, Qi Yuan quickly pinpointed Qingyun Town's location. Luckily, it was situated right on the edge of the Taishan Holy Land's territory. Though it was over 100,000 miles from the core region, the teleportation arrays within the Holy Land could get him there in a day. Still, the thought of traveling all that way just to challenge some small fry at Qi Refining Stage 3 felt utterly humiliating. Honestly, he could send any random subordinate to crush the guy, but the system clearly required him to go in person. There was no dodging this one. If word got out, the Taishan Holy Land's reputation would be in shambles. The next day, Qingyun Town. Qi Yuan glanced at the bustling streets, filled with mortals. As a golden core cultivator, his powerful divine sense instantly enveloped the entire town, capturing every movement within a radius of dozens of miles. Gotcha! He quickly locked onto the Black Tiger Gang's location. With a flicker of his figure, he vanished without a trace, leaving no one the wiser. At the same time, in front of a freshly dug grave. You little minx. Before your brother died, he promised you to me. From now on, you better behave and enjoy the wealth and glory I'll give you. Otherwise, humph. The speaker was a burly man in his 40s with a scruffy beard. He sneered coldly, his tone laced with lewd arrogance as he stared at the girl before him. Spit. You beast. The girl, Chi Yao, glared at him, tears welling in her eyes. You framed my brother and got him killed. I wish I could kill you right now to avenge him. Huh. If you want to drink the toast, then you'll drink the forfeit. Boys, grab her. Bring her back alive. The burly man with the scruffy beard sneered, raising his massive hand like a giant fan and clapping it forward. Two hulking thugs beside him pounced at the young girl like starving wolves. Stupid girl, you should feel honored I've taken an interest in you. I'll make sure to deal with you right on your brother's grave and see how cocky you'll be after that. His face was plastered with smug satisfaction as he spoke. As the two Black Tiger Gang henchmen closed in, Chi Yao's face turned pale with terror. She backed away step by step. But then bam! A terrifying wave of pressure suddenly crashed down, freezing the air around them. Everyone from the Black Tiger Gang was rooted in place like statues, as if someone had hit the pause button on the world. Chi Yao froze for a few seconds, then turned her head. Her terrified gaze landed on a young man who had appeared out of nowhere not far away. The man wore a light moon-white robe, his features sharp and handsome, his demeanor extraordinary. Just standing there, he exuded an otherworldly aura. Noticing her gaze, he gave a faint smile, his eyes drifting to the crude wooden markers standing at the grave. He murmured, almost as if to himself, "Your brother's name was Chi Yuan? Funny, my name is Chi Yuan too. This stupid system. Of course it got the wrong guy." What? Chi Yao stood frozen, completely baffled. Not far away, the scruffy, bearded thug struggled to swallow as he stammered, Who the hell are you?" The moment this mysterious man appeared, the air seemed to freeze solid. The thug couldn't even twitch, let alone speak freely. His voice was strangled and shaky. His two lackeys were in even worse shape, stiff as iron statues, frozen and exaggerated, mid-pounce poses that looked almost comical. At this moment, even a fool like the scruffy bearded thug could tell something was seriously wrong. This man in front of him, he was terrifying, the kind of terrifying that could chill you to the bone. In a small backwater town like Qingyun, he'd never encountered anyone this powerful. Chi Yuan's gaze drifted from the wooden grave marker back to the thug. His voice was calm, but it cut like a blade. "You're Su Biao? The Black Tiger Gang's lieutenant?" Su Biao's heart clenched. Sweat began pouring down his forehead as he stuttered, trembling. "Why yes, that's me. If you have any orders, sir, just say the word. I'll obey, I swear." Having confirmed his target, Chi Yuan didn't waste words. With a casual flick of his finger, Su Biao, who had terrorized Qingyun town for years, instantly exploded into a mist of blood, vanishing without a trace. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the novice mission. The system will now begin repairing your dantian and meridians. The notification rang in Chi Yuan's ears, but instead of feeling any sense of accomplishment, he almost laughed. If his guess was right, the poor soul buried in that grave was the system's actual host. The guy's name also happened to be Chi Yuan. Somehow, something went wrong. The waste to wonder system that should have been bound to the real protagonist ended up latching onto him instead. The original host hadn't awakened the system in time, didn't get the newbie perks, and got killed off by Su Biao before he even had a chance to shine. The grave had weeds growing on it already. By the original storyline, the real host should have used the system to rise to power, crush his enemies, and live the ultimate protagonist fantasy. But now, dead before the story even started. Talk about tragic. Chi Yuan shook his head. What a mess. This damn system wasn't exactly useful to him. But for now, he had no choice but to complete the missions and see if it would eventually fix itself. As he mulled it over, a warm stream of energy surged through his meridians and spread across his body, pooling in his dantian. Chi Yuan froze for a moment, then quickly noticed the changes inside him. His meridians had strengthened significantly, now capable of holding more spiritual energy. His dantian had expanded too, rivaling that of a nascent soul cultivator. Well damn, the system's rewards actually worked. After confirming there were no side effects, A trace of excitement finally appeared on Qi Yuan's face. He didn't even have to meditate or actively cultivate. The system just went ahead and boosted the potential of his dantian and meridians. It was like getting a free upgrade. Natural talent was already a big deal in cultivation. Qi Yuan had been a prodigy to begin with, but now, with this added boost, he leveled up even more. It was an unexpected surprise. Maybe this stupid system wasn't entirely useless after all. The process might been dull, but the rewards? Totally worth it. After this taste of success, Qi Yuan couldn't help but look forward to the rewards from future missions. Just then, a timid voice interrupted his thoughts. Thank you, sir, for avenging my brother." Qi Yuan turned, his eyes falling on the tearful girl in front of him. The original hostess sister looked about 13 or 14 years old. She wore plain, patched-up clothes and had a frail, undernourished figure. Her face was pale, her expression tinged with sorrow. But even so, her delicate features gave off an innocent, budding beauty like an unopened flower. Meeting Qi Yuan's gaze, Qi Yao's pale cheeks flushed red. She quickly lowered her head, too flustered to hold eye contact. Although she possessed no cultivation abilities, being from a prestigious sect family, her keen perception was undeniable. With just a wave of his hand, that mysterious master instantly killed Su Biao, the Black Tiger Gang's third-layer Qi refining hall leader. Clearly, this was no ordinary man. His aura so deep and unfathomable, like a bottomless pool, stirred an inexplicable urge in her, a desire to bow down in reverence. Qi Yao had an instinctual feeling. This man before her was anything but mortal. Perhaps he was even more powerful than the Qi family's Foundation establishment ancestor. To ordinary people, someone in the Foundation establishment realm was akin to a deity in existence, both exalted and unreachable. As for realms beyond that, they were simply unimaginable. It was nothing, just a small effort, Qi Yuan said with a mild smile, his tone gentle. Don't call me senior. Just call me Qi bro. Based on how this so-called comeback system usually operated, the original host's younger sister was definitely a key character. There was no doubt she'd be tied to future system tasks, so building a connection with her now was the right move. Thus, the moment he confirmed the original host was completely gone, he decided to bring Qi Yao back to the sacred land, fully under his protection and control. As someone in power, he couldn't stand any uncontrollable variables. Qi Yao froze at his words, hesitated for a moment, then shyly murmured in a voice so soft it was barely audible, "Qi bro, thank you." Qi Yuan nodded, swiftly dispatching the two Black Tiger Gang minions who had been knocked unconscious by his golden core aura. His moves were clean and efficient, without the slightest hesitation. To rise above fierce competition and claim the position of the sacred land's Dao child, he had no room for sentimentality. Even against the weakest of enemies, there could be no leniency. Eliminating threats at the root was the only way to ensure no future troubles. At that moment, the system interface appeared before Qi Yuan's eyes once again, displaying a new task. New task: Road to Escape difficulty, 4 stars. Task description: After a thrilling and risky battle, you defeated Su Biao, the Black Tiger Gang's third-layer Qi refining hall leader, as a mortal. You've re-embarked on the path of cultivation, but your actions in killing Su Biao will bring the Black Tiger Gang's relentless vengeance. Task objective: Escape Qingyan Town with your sister, Qi Yao, and survive the Black Tiger Gang's pursuit. Bonus objective: Eliminate Black Tiger Gang's leader, Lihu 5th layer Qi refining. Task rewards: 100 comeback points, 5 high-grade Qi gathering pills, 200 low-grade spirit stones, and unlock the enlightenment function. Bonus rewards: Moderate improvement to the host's inferior spiritual roots and acquire the talent, Hidden Tiger, Crouching Pig. Wait, what? As he read, Qi Yuan's expression grew increasingly strange. This damn system still as nonsensical as ever, leaving him speechless. It was clear that, no matter the irrelevant ramblings, completing the task objective was the key point. In his mind, he was already picturing a ridiculous scene, being chased by a group of weaklings with no cultivation whatsoever. Of course, the task itself wasn't difficult. Even if it was just for the reward of improving his spiritual roots, he'd grit his teeth and get it done. But the problem was, how could he make a fifth-layer Qi refining gang leader muster the courage to pursue someone at the peak of Golden Core? Qingyan Town. The Black Tiger Gang. In the heavily guarded Grand Hall, a thug with a face full of scars rushed in, panic written all over him. He shouted at the middle-aged man sitting at the head of the hall, "Boss, something bad has happened." Li Hu frowned at the sight, his voice icy as he scolded, "What with all the yelling? Have some discipline." He was an outer disciple of a minor sect who had been expelled due to his poor aptitude, unable to break through the sixth layer of Qi refining even in his 30s. Forced to return to the mortal world, he had no choice but to carve out his own path. In the cultivation world, fifth-layer Qi refining wasn't he much. But in the mortal realm, he was a force to be reckoned with. Through his cultivation and ruthless methods, Li Hu quickly gathered hundreds of followers and established the Black Tiger Gang. He ruled Qingyun Town like a tyrant, a local despot. His authority within the gang was absolute. With a single reprimand, his subordinates trembled, their voices shaking as they reported, "Be boss, there's a rogue cultivator outside. He claims to be Qi Yuan's cousin and says he is here to avenge his younger cousin by taking revenge on Hall leader Su. He has already injured several of our men." A cultivator? Li Hu's heart sank at the word, his eyelid twitching uncontrollably. He didn't care whose relative had been killed. Too many people had died at his hands, directly or indirectly, for him to remember. But an unknown cultivator showing up at his door? That was trouble waiting to happen if the guy turned out to be someone powerful. Still, based on his subordinate's description, the intruder didn't seem all that impressive. Most likely, he was just some reckless fool with more bravado than brains. The reason is pretty simple: if a high-level cultivator really wanted revenge, they wouldn't bother with all these tricks. They'd just wipe out our little Black Tiger Gang in one clean swoop. And honestly, real powerhouses are usually too proud to even notice ordinary folks like us. That guy, when he came to challenge us, only roughed up some of our mortal members. He didn't kill anyone, just left them injured. That shows he is not that ruthless, not that cunning, definitely not top-tier material. At the end of the day, he'd never expect a Golden Core expert to show up in some backwater town just to mess with a small fry like me in the 5th stage of Qi refinement. Still, Li Hu stood up, headed to the back hall, and pulled out a weirdly shaped little hammer from a hidden compartment. Carefully tucking it into his sleeve, his confidence surged. With the magical tool in hand, he charged into the front hall, shouting orders. "Spread the word. Gather all the brothers and follow me. We're going out to take down that punk causing trouble." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Black Tiger Gang, bang! A gang member armed with a knife was sent flying with a single kick. Qi Yuan squinted slightly, glanced up at the plaque above the gate, and flicked his fingers. Crack! The wooden plaque crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces on impact. The scene was pure chaos. Black Tiger Gang members sprawled everywhere, groaning in pain. The entire street was eerily empty. Maybe the gang's bad reputation scared people off, or maybe nobody wanted to get caught in the mess. Shops were shuttered, and the silence was almost unsettling. Seeing that the remaining lackeys didn't dare step forward, Qi Yuan smirked and strolled into the courtyard, his voice booming. "Su Biao, get out here and face your end. If you don't hand him over, your Black Tiger Gang is done for today. I'm here to settle the score for my cousin." Qi Yao followed closely behind, her face full of gratitude. She didn't quite understand the mysterious man's motives, but since he was making trouble for the Black Tiger Gang, it felt like he was standing up for her late brother. Of course, she was thankful. What a good guy, she thought. As the two stepped through the gate, a thunderous roar greeted them. "How dare you stir up trouble in the Black Tiger Gang? Tired of living, are we?" Before the echo died down, dozens of burly, vicious men stormed out of the courtyard. At the front was none other than their leader, Li Hu, a towering, broad-chested man with muscles bulging under his short-sleeved shirt. A ferocious tiger was embroidered across his chest. Spotting Qi Yuan's cultivation level, Li Hu relaxed a bit, though a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Seriously? This kid is only at the 3rd stage of Qi refinement, and he is acting all high and mighty? What a joke. Li Hu had expected a tough opponent, but this? Just a cocky rookie. Calm on the surface but sneering internally, he spoke with a sinister grin. "Kid, you've got guts causing trouble for the Black Tiger Gang. But if you don't explain yourself, you're not walking out of here alive. Clearly, he was probing to see who Qi Yuan really was. If the kid had some powerful backer, Li Hu might tread carefully. Otherwise, well, who am I? Qi Yuan scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. I'm a Daozi of the supreme mystical sect, and I'm here today to avenge my cousin. If you don't hand over the guy, I'll tear this pathetic gang of yours to pieces. The supreme mystical sect? A Daozi? You? Huh. Li Hu froze for a second before bursting into laughter, clutching his stomach as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed so hard he nearly choked, and the other gang members joined in, their mocking laughter filling the air. Kid, if you're gonna make up stories, at least make them believable. When the laughter finally subsided, Li Hu's expression turned cold and menacing as he locked eyes with Qi Yuan. The supreme mystical sect is on a whole other level. Even an ordinary disciple from there could crush us without breaking a sweat. And you expect me to believe a Daozi would be out here, acting like some street thug? If I fell for that, I'd really be blind as a bat. With that, he flicked his arm, and a hidden weapon shot out from his sleeve. Get him, boys. Cut down this poser claiming to be from the sect, and toss him to the dogs. But the little beauty behind him, bring her to me alive. I've got some anger to burn off. Boom. The dark hammer in Li Hu's hand grew larger and larger as it flew through the air, hurtling toward Qi Yuan with crushing force. Qi Ji, watch out! Qi Yao screamed, darting instinctively closer to Qi Yuan in fear. Qi Yuan seemed startled, freezing for a moment before fumbling to pull a dusty gray bag from his robes. He quickly yanked out a small golden shield, holding it up just in time to block the incoming blow. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed as the artifact Li Hu threw was deflected by a small shield, sending it flying. The members of the Black Tiger gang charging forward were blasted apart, stumbling backward in disarray. Qi Yuan trembled violently, staggering a few steps back with a pale face. A trace of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, and the energy of his third-layer Qi refining cultivation was visibly weakened. Run! Before the words had fully left his mouth, he grabbed Qi Yao's dress and bolted toward the outskirts of the town. No wonder you dared to challenge us here. Turns out you've got a decent artifact in your hands too. Seeing this, Li Hu didn't panic. Instead, he looked even more pleased. While urging his energy to recover from the artifact usage, he barked orders to his men. Chase them down. Whoever catches that kid will be handsomely rewarded. In an instant, the gang members charged out, with Li Hu leading the pack, storming after the fleeing pair with ferocious momentum. Outside Qingyan town. We're almost there. Qi Yuan stopped with Qi Yao in a remote mountain hollow. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned back with a blank expression to gaze behind them. This damn system, what a load of crap. The truth was, apart from the additional task of eliminating Li Hu, there were two other key objectives in the mission. First, to help Qi Yao escape Qingyan town. Second, to survive the Black Tiger gang as pursuit. In other words, if the Black Tiger gang didn't chase them, the mission would fail. And no matter how dumb a fifth-layer Qi refining gang leader was, he wouldn't bother chasing after a golden core cultivator. To complete the mission, the only option was to mislead them. Judging by his earlier performance, the misdirection had worked like a charm. Say no more just for the chance to snatch a mid-tier artifact. Li Hu wouldn't let the fleeing pair go. Greed, it's always the most effective motivator. Still, Qi Yuan hadn't expected that. Even at his perfected golden core stage, he'd get to experience what it felt like to be hunted down by mortals. If his master ever found out about this, he'd probably come down personally to clean house. The thought gave Qi Yuan chills. If this stupid system actually worked, at least it'd be worth the trouble. Otherwise, he was seriously screwed. Noticing his unusual expression, Qi Yao looked at him with concern. Brother Qi, are you okay? Snapping out of his thoughts, Qi Yuan gave a faint smile. I'm fine. We'll just stay here and wait. Those idiots will come to us sooner or later. To make sure the Black Tiger gang wouldn't lose their way, he had deliberately left enough traces along the path that even the dumbest pig could follow them here. Huh. Qi Yao was stunned, completely confused. Weren't they supposed to be running away? Why were they suddenly waiting for their enemies to catch up? Found you. Let us see where you run this time. Before she could make sense of it all, a sharp shout erupted from the forest behind them. Dozens of men wielding long knives charged forward, encircling the pair completely. At the forefront, the Black Tiger Gang leader Li Hu grinned smugly, ready to deliver a few gloating remarks. But before he could, a surge of overwhelming spiritual power erupted from Qi Yuan's body. The aura was impossibly strong. This. Li Hu froze on the spot, his arrogant grin stiffening into an almost comical expression. The next moment, boom! A deafening explosion shook the air as an explosive wave of spiritual energy swept outward. The Black Tiger Gang members didn't even have time to scream before they were obliterated into a mist of blood, scattering everywhere. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the mission path to survival. You have been awarded 100 reversal points, 5 top-grade Qi gathering pills, and 200 low-grade spirit stones. Enlightenment feature unlocked. Host can now consume reversal points to gain insight into techniques, rapidly advancing your cultivation methods. Black Tiger Gang leader Li Hu has been eliminated. Host has completed the additional task and earned an opportunity to enhance your spiritual roots. Congratulations, host. On acquiring the talent hiding in plain sight, host can actively conceal both cultivation level and spiritual root aptitude. Unless the opponent's cultivation surpasses the host's by 3 major levels, they 1TC through the disguise. As the system's announcement ended, Qi Yuan felt the surrounding spiritual energy become even more vibrant, as if the heavens and earth had unveiled another layer of mysteries to him. The true essence within his body grew purer, flowing effortlessly under his control. The sensation was like a divine epiphany, leaving his entire being refreshed and clear-headed. When he looked inward at his Qi, his supreme grade golden core shone brighter, filled with profound Tao essence. Every moment, it absorbed and refined energy, harmonizing with the world. It felt as though he could break through and reach the nascent soul stage at any time, completing his transformation. This reward, it's incredible. Realizing how extraordinary his gains were, Qi Yuan couldn't help but let a hint of joy creep onto his face. Born with a top-tier spiritual root in this realm, and now boosted even further by the system, it's almost as if he's defying the heavens. Sure, it might not quite match the legendary celestial spirit root, but the gap can't be that big. It's practically game-changing. For him, this upgrade was like a massive windfall. After all, spiritual roots are the foundation of cultivation. Who wouldn't want their aptitude to be sky-high? And it wasn't just the improved aptitude. That talent for playing dumb to catch the tiger was a total game-changer. Perfect for flexing and face-slapping, while also throwing enemies off guard playing weak, then striking back at just the right moment. At this point, whether or not the system was brain-dead didn't really matter. Just the reward from this mission alone was enough to make him look forward to the next task. This reversal system may be deaf and blind, but the benefits? Oh, they're real, Qi Yuan thought with a smug grin. Before he could fully savor the breakthrough brought by his spiritual root's evolution, the system's phantom panel popped up again, displaying a new mission. Reversal, starting as a servant disciple. Qi Yuan froze. After reading the details, his lips twitched, and he silently took back the praise he had just given the system. As Qi Yuan stood there, his face darkened, Qi Yao finally snapped out of her shock. Her eyes filled with admiration as she softly said, "Qi Gu, you're such a good person. You're so capable. But what's even more remarkable is your kind and righteous heart." At first, Qi Yao had been puzzled by Qi Yuan's series of actions. But after thinking it through, she finally understood the good intentions behind this man's moves. Qi Gu, a lofty cultivator, not only saved her life, but also wiped out Black Tiger Gang scumbags and avenged her late brother. No matter how you look at it, he was a benefactor of the highest order. What was even rarer was his deliberate choice to lure the Black Tiger Gang outside the town to deal with them, sparing innocent lives from harm. That kind of chivalry was truly admirable. After all, that move was crazy powerful. If he'd used it in the town, it would probably hurt a lot of innocent townsfolk. But Qi Gu specifically picked this remote, unpopulated spot for the battle. Wasn't that to avoid collateral damage? Me? A good guy? Qi Yuan was baffled by the sudden good guy label slapped on him, but he couldn't be bothered to argue. With a calm expression, he said, "It's nothing. I just didn't like the look of them. Just as he finished speaking, his face blurred for a moment before returning to its original appearance. Because the system's mission was so vague, Chi Yuan instinctively avoided being recognized. Before coming here, he had subtly altered his features to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, his master back at the sect was all about saving face. If word got out that his prized disciple had been chased by mortals for miles, there'd be hell to pay when he got back. Chi Yuan's original face wasn't too bad looking to begin with, and the girl next to him was practically starry-eyed as she stared at him with curiosity. Although Chi Yao had been born into a cultivator family, she was deemed talentless at a young age and was treated as insignificant. Still, she knew a thing or two about the cultivation world's basics. She understood that many cultivators use techniques to suppress their aura or alter their appearance. So, Chi Yuan's face changing didn't surprise her. Just then, the distant sky suddenly churned with clouds and smoke as a brilliant, dazzling flying vessel streaked toward them at high speed. "They're here." Watching the vessel approach, Chi Yuan narrowed his eyes, his expression turning a bit odd. Just like before, the system's script was as cliché and cheesy as ever, straight out of a third-rate novel that would flop on any platform. According to the system, the original host of this body, along with his little sister, narrowly escaped the Black Tiger Gang's pursuit and was destined to encounter a saintess from the Linglong sacred land. What happened next? Classic waste trope stuff. The original hostess' sister secretly had hidden spiritual roots and was a once-in-a-lifetime genius. The saintess, passing by, recognized her potential at a glance and took her back to Linglong's sacred land to train her carefully. As for the original host, deemed useless due to his poor aptitude and, well, being male, he was ruthlessly dismissed by the saintess. Left behind, he wallowed in misery until he turned his anger into motivation, vowing to slap the faces of everyone who looked down on him. In his previous life, this kind of plot was already outdated by a good 10 years. Totally cringe-worthy. But reality has a way of mocking you. Ever since this dimwit system showed up, even Chi Yuan himself, a genius cultivator, had started acting out these bizarre scenarios. Sigh. Whatever. Since the system had handed out decent perks, he might as well treat it like playing some cultivation sim game. Burying himself in study all day would just be too boring anyway. As Chi Yuan tried to talk himself into going along with it, the flying vessel descended right in front of them. This spirit boat looked ridiculously lavish. Intricate carvings and paintings adorned it, the entire hull shimmering with fine golden patterns that subtly formed a powerful defensive array. It was also cloaked in a barrier that blocked divine senses, making it impossible to glimpse inside. Moments later, the doors swung open, and a group of men and women with extraordinary presence stepped out side by side. Leading them was a young male cultivator with his hair tied up in a Taoist bun. His face radiated righteousness, broad-faced, big-eared, with a prominent, full forehead. His short, thick eyebrows gave him an ancient and rugged vibe. To put it bluntly, his looks were unique. Some might even say he was the type of ugly that stands out. Beside him was a stunning beauty, breathtakingly gorgeous. She wore a flowing water blue dress, her waist wrapped in a jade white sash. Her elegance was otherworldly, her snowy skin radiant. Her entire being exuded an ethereal and refined charm. She looked like a celestial maiden who had descended straight from the heavens, pure, untainted, and untouched by the mortal world. In her presence, the other already attractive female cultivators seemed to fade into the background, reduced to little more than a supporting cast. "Junior brother Chi, what are you doing here?" The sole male cultivator in the group broke the silence first upon seeing Chi Yuan, his face brimming with confusion. This man was none other than Chi Yuan's senior brother, Lu Chongfeng, the chief disciple of the Taishan Holy Land sect leader. And standing next to him was the unparalleled beauty, Xiao Yuani, the current saintess of the Linglong Holy Land. Xiao Yuani had come to represent the Linglong Holy Land at the Dao Child ceremony. After the ritual concluded, she left Taishan Holy Land and was en route back to her sect, passing through Qingyun town. Unlike Lu Chongfeng, Xiao Yuani's gaze shifted to the mortal girl standing behind Chi Yuan, a flicker of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Chi Yuan smiled faintly and explained, "I just happened to be passing by and noticed a gang of notorious thugs causing trouble. So, I took care of the Black Tiger gang and rescued this mortal girl. It's pure coincidence that I ran into senior brother Lu and Fairy Xiao here. This was Qi Yao's first time surrounded by such dazzlingly radiant cultivators. The moment Qi Yuan mentioned her, she immediately clutched the hem of her clothes, looking like she wanted to bury her head in her chest, visibly uneasy. I see. Well, it's just a bunch of pesky ants not worth mentioning. After hearing Qi Yuan's explanation, Lu Changfeng nodded nonchalantly, brushing it off. Then he turned his attention back to Xiao Yuanyi, speaking in a soft, almost flattering tone. Fairy Xiao, since that burst of power earlier turned out to be junior brother Qi's doing, shall we continue on our way? I'd be happy to accompany you a little further. His words carried an unmistakable eagerness to please. Qi Yuan couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Honestly, they were already over 100,000 miles away from the Taishan Holy Land's gates. Escorting her this far was already over the top, and now he wanted to go even further? What Lu Changfeng said next left Qi Yuan completely stunned. Fairy Xiao, the journey to the Linglong Holy Land is long and dangerous, with certain areas crawling with demonic cultivators and fiends. It's not safe for a group of women to travel alone. How about I escort you all the way back to your sect? What? Qi Yuan froze. He heard rumors that Lu Changfeng had a thing for the Linglong Saintess, but he never imagined it ran this deep. This guy was the definition of a simp. Xiao Yuanyi was a powerhouse in the late nascent soul stage, carrying the highest inheritance of the Linglong Holy Land. Practically invincible below the divine transformation stage. Why on earth would she need a mid-nascent soul cultivator as her bodyguard? Greetings, Taoist Qi. Xiao Yuanyi nodded slightly at Qi Yuan as a greeting. Then her expression turned cold. Her tone carried a frosty edge as she addressed Lu Changfeng. Our Linglong Holy Land is not some hollow name. We can protect ourselves just fine, so there's no need for your trouble, senior brother Lu. This world was called Yunmeng, a vast realm teeming with countless beings and races. Humanity occupied only a fraction of it. Among the human factions, aside from a few enigmatic and feared demonic sects, the other cultivation powers were all led by the 7 Great Holy Lands. As one of the 7 Great Holy Lands, Linglong Holy Land was predominantly female, but its long history and deep foundations were indisputable. With multiple Grand Elders in the integration stage overseeing it, it was in no way inferior to the Taishan Holy Land. Lu Changfeng's casual dismissal of Linglong Holy Land as a group of women in need of protection was undeniably disrespectful. Xiao Yuanyi's restraint in not blowing up on the spot was already impressive, though her displeasure was evident. After finishing her words, Xiao Yuanyi ignored him entirely and stepped forward, stopping in front of Qi Yuan. Her expression grew serious as she said, Taoist Qi, to be frank, the young girl behind you possesses an unusual constitution. She has a rare hidden spiritual root that happens to align perfectly with one of our Linglong Holy Land's inheritances. Would you be willing to let her join our sect? If you agree, consider it a favor I owe you. I'll make sure to repay it in the future. Hearing these words, Qi Yuan froze for a moment. Just as the system had said, the Linglong Saintess had noticed Qi Yao's hidden potential and wanted to bring her into the Linglong Sanctuary. It seemed that while the system's intel about him was laughably off, its information about others was spot on. Qi Yuan stayed silent, but beside him, Lu Changfeng was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This was the Linglong Saintess personally offering a favor, and Qi Yuan was hesitating. If it were him, he'd probably laugh himself awake from a dream like this. The more he thought about it, the more Lu Changfeng's gaze at Qi Yuan filled with envy, jealousy, and sheer frustration. He wished he could strangle Qi Yuan and swap places with him. Not even losing the Dao Child position to Qi Yuan had angered him this much. For a moment, Lu Changfeng was stuck in a mental tug of war, completely torn. On one hand, he wanted Qi Yuan to outright reject the offer, offending the Linglong Saintess and earning her favor for himself. On the other hand, he dreaded seeing his goddess look disappointed. While Lu Changfeng wrestled with indecision, Qi Yuan simply smiled faintly and said sincerely, Apologies, Fairy Xiao, but Xiao Yao is not my servant. I have no right to decide her future. The choice should be hers to make. As he spoke, he turned to Qi Yao and asked, Xiao Yao, would you like to join the Linglong Sanctuary as a disciple? Qi Yao trembled, her eyes welling up with tears of gratitude. She glanced at the distant Linglong Saintess and then said resolutely, Brother Qi, I'm willing to join the Linglong Sanctuary. It's the only way I can repay your kindness. She understood well that the Linglong Sanctuary was one of the top powers in the cultivation world. Being personally invited by the Linglong Saintess was an opportunity most could only dream of. Though the thought of leaving Qi Yuan filled her with reluctance, she was acutely aware of the gap between them. Joining the Linglong Sanctuary was her one chance to change her destiny. Good. Qi Yuan gave her a warm smile, then clasped his hands and said to Xiao Yuani, Fairy Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to look after Xiao Yao in the future. In truth, even if Qi Yao had declined, he would found a way to convince her. Initially, Qi Yuan had planned to take Qi Yao to the Taishan Sanctuary to provide for her. But a new mission that had just appeared made him abandon that idea immediately. If Qi Yao's fate were to change drastically, any future tasks involving the original hostess sister could turn into a complete headache. To play it safe, he decided it was better to go with the flow until he fully understood the system's quirks. Now that Qi Yao had made her own choice, Shi saved him quite a bit of effort. Xiao Yuani glanced deeply at Qi Yuan, her impression of him rising even further. She thought to herself, this Dao child of Taishan carries himself with dignity, has extraordinary composure, and treats others with kindness and respect. He truly has the bearing of a gentleman. No wonder the sect master values such an exceptional talent. Her expression softened, and she praised him warmly. Dao child Qi, I didn't expect someone of your young age and esteemed position to be so upright and compassionate, even considering the feelings of a mortal girl. Truly admirable. Rest assured, with me here, Linglong Sanctuary will never treat her unfairly. As she finished, she flashed Qi Yuan a radiant smile. Her beauty was dazzling, her eyes brimming with tenderness, making it impossible to look away. Even with Qi Yuan's wealth of experience, he was momentarily caught off guard by her smile, thinking to himself, no wonder they call the Linglong Saintess the most beautiful woman of the righteous path. Anyone without solid self-control wouldn't stand a chance. She smiled. Lu Chongfeng, watching from the side, was stunned. If Lu Chongfeng really gets promoted to the position of sect leader of the sacred ground, he might just end up giving away the entire Taishan sacred ground alongside it. Welcome to the Taishan sacred ground. The heavens stretch vast and high, with clouds shimmering like brocade. The spiritual energy here is so thick, it gathers into misty wisps, enveloping the expansive sacred grounds. Majestic mountains rise steeply, with pavilions scattered across the landscape. Countless rare and mystical beasts roam and soar, making it look like a realm of immortals. Qi Yuan rode the clouds, gliding swiftly past the sect's protective formations, heading directly toward a towering peak. This particular mountain stood taller than the surrounding peaks, serene and elegant, overflowing with spiritual energy. This was Yuhua Peak, the exclusive residence for Daozi. Yuhua Peak spanned a vast area, layered with restrictions and enhanced with various formations to aid cultivation. To maintain these formations, an enormous amount of spirit stones was consumed daily, enough to bankrupt a wealthy golden core cultivator. Such was the privileged treatment of a Daozi in a supreme sect. Beyond that, there were steward elders and a group of servant disciples dedicated to managing Yuhua Peak's daily affairs for Qi Yuan. In short, within the Taishan sacred ground, Qi Yuan's only responsibility was to focus on his cultivation and grow stronger as quickly as possible. Daozi has returned. Greetings, Daozi. The two disciples guarding the entrance to the residence hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully upon seeing Qi Yuan, not daring to slack off even a bit. No need for formalities. Qi Yuan nodded slightly and said, you may leave now. Go inform Steward Liang that unless it's something urgent, I am not to be disturbed. Yes, understood. After they left, Qi Yuan stepped through the doorway into the residence, heading directly into the secluded cultivation chamber. Sitting cross-legged, he activated the system interface. Earlier, he had completed 2 tasks, earning 150 counterattack points. While this amount wasn't enough to exchange for anything valuable in the system store, it was sufficient to test out the newly unlocked Epiphany feature. Activate Epiphany mode. With a single thought, a list of techniques immediately appeared in his mind. Taishian Donghua Jade Record, Cloud Sky Sword Scripture, Luotian Divine Refining Art, Tai Star Grasping Hand. These were the 4 techniques and divine arts he was currently cultivating, each representing the pinnacle of Taishian Sacred Ground's legacies. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Yuan calmed his mind and silently chose Epiphany for Taishian Donghua Jade Record. The Taishian Donghua Jade Record was his primary cultivation technique. Serving as the foundation of his path, it naturally had to be enhanced first. As soon as the words left his mind, Qi Yuan plunged into an enigmatic state of epiphany. His vision turned hazy as profound truths of the Tao surged toward him like an unstoppable tide. Problems that had long puzzled him suddenly became crystal clear in this state, as if he had been struck by divine inspiration. The sensation was incredible, making him feel entirely at ease, lost in the experience, almost forgetting to breathe. Just as he was completely immersed, a sudden tremor jolted him out of the epiphany. Being interrupted halfway left him irritated, but the overwhelming impact of what he had gained quickly overshadowed that. The 150 counterattack points had only sustained the epiphany for less than half a breath's time. But the effects were incredible. It had forcibly broken through the most critical bottleneck before the nascent soul stage. Previously, his rapid progress had left his Tao foundation somewhat unstable, and his understanding of the Tao of heaven was insufficient. To condense a perfect nascent soul, he would have needed years of meticulous cultivation. But unexpectedly, just half a breath of epiphany had saved him at least a year of effort. With the earlier boost to his spiritual root aptitude, Qi Yuan now felt confident enough to attempt breaking through to the nascent soul stage in a short period. The Taishian Donghua Jade Record was an intricate technique that directly pointed toward the path of immortality. It was the sacred ground's most guarded scripture, passed down only by the sect leader and forbidden for outsiders to learn. To ascend as a cultivator, one must progress through 9 major stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, unity, tribulation crossing, and great ascension. The nascent soul stage allowed one to harness the forces of heaven and earth, granting a lifespan of 1,000 years, earning the title of True Lord. Even within the Taishian sacred ground, nascent soul cultivators were considered core combat power, often serving as stewards or elders of the inner sect peaks. As Daozi, Qi Yuan not only had to break through to the nascent soul stage, but also had to condense an exceptionally high-quality nascent soul, otherwise it would be deemed a failure. Thus, he had always approached the nascent soul stage with extreme caution, fearing any misstep. Now, with the system by his side, it had become an unexpected advantage. With that thought, Qi Yuan calmed his mind, turning his attention to the task panel. The exquisite beauty of the Linglong Saintess and her cold, ruthless words linger in your mind. Determined to rise above, you decide to push forward. With the system at your side, as long as you complete the counterattack missions, she'll have no choice but to see you in a new light one day. Mission objective: break through to Qi Refinement Stage 2 within 1 month and pass the Falling Cloud Valley test to become a servant disciple. Mission difficulty: 3 stars moderate. Mission rewards: 100 reversal points, 5 supreme rejuvenation pills, 1 low-grade magical artifact, and the activation of a 300 cubic meter personal system space currently unable to store living beings. Staring at the glowing lines of text, Qi Yuan's face froze. He seriously doubted if continuing to accept these frustrating tasks would one day give him a stroke. Breaking through to the 2nd level of Qi refinement? Whatever, that's no big deal. But a servant disciple at Falling Cloud Valley? What the hell is that? He'd never even heard of this sect before. Probably some small-time group hiding in a corner somewhere. Small sects usually run on the classic, start from the bottom as a useless servant disciple trope. What pissed him off even more was that he was currently a Tao child of the sacred land of Taishian. If he ended up in Falling Cloud Valley as a servant disciple, wouldn't that count as betraying his sect? Are you kidding me? He couldn't even imagine the chaos if word got out. It would break the cultivation world's headlines in no time. Shocking. The Tao child of Taishian's sacred land abandons his sect to join a minor sect as a servant disciple. The touching reason behind it will warm your heart. The thought of such a scene sent a shiver down Qi Yuan's spine. He made up his mind right then and there no matter what. He couldn't let his identity slip during this mission. The consequences would be unimaginable. Thankfully, the system granted him a 1-month buffer period, giving him time to handle matters back at the sacred land first. As he was silently calculating his next steps, a respectful voice suddenly came from outside the door. Tao child, the sect master requests your presence in the main hall. The sect master? Hearing this, Qi Yuan froze for a moment before quickly getting up and hurrying towards Taishan Peak. Moments later, inside a grand and majestic white jade hall, disciple greets master. Upon entering, Qi Yuan immediately bowed, showing the utmost respect to the elder seated at the head of the hall. The elder wore a lotus crown, his face lean and sharp, with no hint of spiritual energy emanating from him. He looked like an ordinary old man rather than a mighty cultivator who had lived for thousands of years. This man was none other than Qi Yuan's master in this life, the sect master of Taishian's sacred land, Taoist Hengzhen. At this moment, Taoist Hengzhen's brows were slightly furrowed, as if lost in thought. Seeing his master remain silent, a wave of unease washed over Qi Yuan. The system was his biggest secret, and Taoist Hengzhen was a powerful cultivator in the integration realm. If his secret were discovered, things could get ugly. Fortunately, his worries were unnecessary. Taoist Hengzhen soon snapped out of his thoughts and raised his hand slightly. You may rise. Then, as if noticing something, Taoist Hengzhen gave Qi Yuan a surprised look. It's been a few days since I last saw you, yet your progress is remarkable. I thought it would take you at least 2 years to reach the nascent soul stage, but at this rate, it seems you might break through much sooner. Qi Yuan responded with a humble smile. Master, I had a sudden epiphany recently, which led to some advancements. It was just a stroke of luck. Taoist Hengzhen nodded in satisfaction. You're quite promising, unlike your unreliable senior brother. Hearing his master's sharp remark, Qi Yuan's mouth twitched slightly as he thought to himself. If master knew what I was up to yesterday, the title of unreliable might not belong solely to my senior brother anymore. Although he was secretly lamenting inside, his expression remained calm as he replied, Senior brother is exceptionally talented and diligent in his cultivation. The Purple Palace nascent soul is decent. Those who form this type of nascent soul have about a 20% chance of advancing to the divine transformation stage. The Supreme Clear nascent soul is a tier higher, with a 50% chance of reaching that stage. Master Hengzhen paused for a moment before continuing. When I was younger, I formed the even higher level divine radiance nascent soul. Those who succeed with this type have at least an 80% chance of achieving the divine transformation stage, leading to boundless potential on the path of immortality. As for the heavenly Tao nascent soul, it's exceedingly rare. There have been only a handful of cases throughout history, reserved for those destined by fate. To this day, I've never encountered anyone in this era who has achieved it. Your senior brother, Lu Changfeng, had even greater potential than I did, but he let himself get tangled up in worldly attachments, falling into the trap of love and desire. This gave his inner demons an opening, and in the end, he could only barely form a supreme, clear nascent soul, missing that final spark. At this, Master Hengzhen gave Qi Yuan a deep, meaningful look. You must learn from this cautionary tale. I faced considerable opposition to appointing you as Tao child before you've even formed your nascent soul. I did this to shield you from distractions, to help stabilize your Tao heart, and to ensure you charge forward with unrelenting determination into the nascent soul stage. You need to understand, apart from you, the still nascent Tao child of the Taishan Holy Land, all the other Tao children and saintesses of rival sacred grounds have already formed divine radiance nascent souls. Hearing this stern warning, Qi Yuan felt a jolt in his heart and quickly nodded. Yes, master, I will remember this. The meaning behind his master's words was crystal clear. As the Tao child of Taishan Holy Land, if he failed to form a divine radiance nascent soul, his position would be in jeopardy. The path to immortality is a relentless process of survival of the fittest. Qi Yuan's current status wasn't handed to him on a silver platter, it was earned by surpassing countless equally talented opponents in one brutal competition after another. Being a Tao child means facing constant scrutiny and challenges from ambitious disciples within the sacred ground, while also competing with the Tao children and saintesses of other sacred grounds in debates and confrontations. At this point, Hengzhen Daoist seemed to remember the reason he had summoned Qi Yuan. Clearing his throat, he said, "Qi Yuan, I've recently had some insights into the great Tao, not much, but enough to warrant a period of seclusion for further cultivation. I initially intended for you to learn the sect's administrative affairs under Palace Master Su, but seeing as you're on the verge of forming your nascent soul, it's better for you to focus on your cultivation. Let us set that aside for now." Thank goodness. Hearing this, Qi Yuan let out a sigh of relief. If he were assigned to the Internal Affairs Hall right now, it'd be a nightmare. The workload there is overwhelming and chaotic, making it nearly impossible to find time for his current cultivation goals. While the tasks at the Internal Affairs Hall might seem prestigious, to Qi Yuan, they were nothing but a quagmire. Even if he excelled, he'd gain little recognition, but the slightest misstep would be seized upon by others to discredit him. It was a thankless job. Taishan Holy Land was a place of strict rules, and as a newly appointed Tao child, Qi Yuan was under constant scrutiny. Who knows how many people were waiting for him to slip up? With this in mind, he quickly spoke up. "Master, I'd like to descend the mountain to experience the mortal world, to gain insights into the heavenly Tao and temper myself. This could also help me find the opportunity to form my nascent soul. I humbly request your permission." Hengzhen Daoist furrowed his brows for a moment before relaxing. In a calm tone, he said, "Very well. Locking yourself away can only take you so far. It's not a bad idea for you to venture out. When you're out there, always prioritize caution. If you encounter danger beyond your ability to handle, don't stubbornly try to prove yourself. Retreat and let the elders of the sect handle it later. Do you understand?" "Yes, Master. I will heed your teachings." Hearing this, Qi Yuan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. With his master's approval, he could now freely descend the mountain for missions. And if he ran into powerful foes, he could rightfully call for support from Taishan Holy Land. In the cultivation world, aside from personal strength, one's background and connections are often just as important. Fortunately, Qi Yuan had a solid backing. 10 days later, Eastern Divine Region. Outside the city of Puzhou lies the sprawling Kanglan mountain range, stretching for thousands of miles. With towering peaks and abundant resources, it's home to countless species of birds, beasts, rare herbs, and mountain treasures, providing a livelihood for many hunters and herbalists. At this moment, outside a secluded valley deep within the Kanglan Mountains, a crowd of several hundred boys and girls had gathered. Their clothing varied wildly, reflecting their vastly different backgrounds. Some wore tattered robes and looked impoverished, while others were dressed in fine silks, exuding wealth and privilege. But they all shared the same eager expression as they gazed toward the valley entrance, anticipation written all over their faces. Didn't they say the Luoyun sect's recruitment was starting? What is taking so long? My rations are almost gone. If this doesn't start soon, I might actually starve. A short, scrawny boy in gray linen couldn't help but grumble. The dark-skinned boy next to him let out a sigh, his face full of worry. I heard the Luoyun Immortal Sect's tests are insanely strict. They eliminate over 90% of the candidates every time. Even those who pass usually start as mere laborers, not even outer disciples. I don't know if I can make it to the end." As the two were talking, a chubby young man dressed in extravagant clothes shot them a disdainful glance, his tone dripping with contempt. "If you can't hack it, just quit already. You lowly nobodies have no business trying to cultivate immortality. You're bound to fail sooner or later, so spare me the eyesore and scram." "You?" The boy in gray clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger. He wanted to argue, but seeing the burly bodyguards standing behind the chubby kid, he swallowed his words, letting out a frustrated grunt as he turned his head away. But the boy with the dark complexion was fuming. He snapped back furiously. "Wang Luchuan, I know your family's loaded, but cultivation is about talent and spiritual roots. Who's better or worse isn't up to you. What gives you the right to look down on us? The chubby kid, Wang Luchuan, didn't get angry. Instead, he sneered and beckoned to a delicate girl standing nearby with a smirk on his face. Lu Yingying, tell Lin Jun the truth. Who has got better talent, me or those two nobodies? The girl flinched at being called out, biting her lip in hesitation. After a long pause, she lowered her head and mumbled in a barely audible voice. Brother Wang had already tested his spiritual roots before coming here. He has dual wood and water roots, a talent that S1 in 10,000. The moment she said that, the crowd of teens around them erupted into chatter. Dual spiritual roots. That kind of talent was incredibly rare among mortals, and it all but guaranteed a bright future. If Lu Yingying was telling the truth, Wang Luchuan Wunti just passed the entrance exam for Falling Cloud sect effortlessly, he'd probably be groomed as a future core disciple. Under the envious and awestruck gazes of the crowd, Wang Luchuan strutted forward, wrapped an arm around Lu Yingying, puffed out his chest, and boasted. Listen up, loser. Your little childhood sweetheart, your fiancée, she's my girl now. So don't even think about getting near her again, or I'll break your legs. Lu Yingying squirmed in his grasp, but couldn't break free, eventually lowering her head in shame as she buried herself in Wang Luchuan's arms. Yingying, is this true? Seeing her reluctance to deny it, Lin Jun's face twisted in pain and anger. His fists clenched tightly, his whole body trembling, fury burning in his eyes. He and Lu Yingying had grown up together. Their families had always planned for them to marry, and everything had seemed so certain. But now, seeing the girl he loved in someone else's arms, it was a devastating blow. Lu Yingying slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with a mix of guilt and determination. Lin Jun, I've already pledged myself to Brother Wang. Our engagement is off. Please don't bother me anymore. So that is how it is. Lin Jun froze on the spot, a bitter smile creeping onto his face after a long silence. He took a shaky step backward, then turned around, looking like he'd lost all hope. He started walking away, clearly ready to abandon the entrance exam altogether. Seeing this, Wang Luchuan burst out laughing and added mockingly, poor kid. Wandering off into the wilderness alone, who knows? Maybe some beast will snatch him up, and he'll end up as nothing more than a wandering ghost. Not my problem, though. You're right, young master. That little punk won tea last a day out there. The bodyguards behind him exchanged knowing smirks, their eyes flashing with malice as they watched Lin Jun's retreating figure. Mission rewards, 50 reversal points, 200 low-grade spirit stones, and a slight boost in luck. Note, this side quest can be abandoned, and there's no penalty for failure. Luck boost? Chi Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. Who'd he be dumb enough to pass up on such a sweet deal? At that moment, over at Falling Cloud Valley, a massive magical mirror hovered in the sky, vividly projecting the scenes outside the valley as clear as day, every detail visible. Beneath the mirror stood several cultivators from the Falling Cloud sect, intently watching the images. Each wore a different expression. When Lin Jun left in anger, an elder in a blue robe, embroidered with golden clouds across his chest, furrowed his brows and couldn't help but say, Elderine, that kid looks like he's in trouble. Should we send someone to escort him for a bit? He's come all this way to take the test and seek the Tao. If he dies here, wouldn't that be our sect's fault? Elder Mo, that is not quite right. He chose this path himself. What does that have to do with Falling Cloud Valley? At this moment, a tall, lean, and distinguished-looking middle-aged cultivator in the crowd shook his head and said coolly, This kid gets dejected at the slightest setback. He's quick to give up on his hard-earned opportunity to enter the Tao over trivial matters. His temperament is impulsive. How could someone like that achieve anything great? He's not fit to be a disciple of our sect. I had previously suggested postponing the entrance test by a few days to weed out the weak-willed in advance and save us all some time. Looks like it's working as intended. This man, Yin Qingyuan, was none other than the elder in charge of recruiting disciples for the Tao admission hall. Elder Mo's face darkened at these words, and he snapped back in irritation. That brat you're backing, Wang Luchuan isn't he your nephew? At such a young age, he's already ruthless and domineering, using his power to bully others. Why would we bring such a rotten apple into the sect? Humph. Hearing this, Yin Qingyuan's face flashed with anger as he retorted. Falling Cloud Sect isn't a place for demons or outlaws, but we're not running a charity either. The path to the Tao is inherently brutal. Only the strong and decisive can make it to the end. When facing an opponent, any means are justified. Besides, Wang Luchuan possesses dual elemental roots of wood and water. He is an exceptionally rare talent, good enough for any holy land. If not for my persistent persuasion, he might not have chosen our sect. As for his temperament, we can guide him after he joins. That is far better than wasting resources on mediocrities. Elder Mo's eyebrows shot up in anger, and he barked back. Unbelievable. According to sect rules, new disciples must pass both the spiritual root test and the temperament test. If Wang Luchuan fails the second one, I absolutely want to approve his admission. Yin Qingyun's face flushed with frustration, about to fire back, when a clear and melodious voice interrupted him. Both elders simply have differing perspectives. In the end, you're both thinking of the sect's best interests, so why argue endlessly over this? The speaker was a stunning female cultivator in the foundation establishment stage. Her elegant features and delicate, picturesque face were complemented by a light blue gown that accentuated her graceful figure and slender waist. As soon as she spoke, the two Golden Core elders fell silent, their arguments cut short. She wasn't just anyone, she was Baishiro, daughter of the Falling Cloud Sect's sect master. Seeing the tension ease, Baishiro offered a faint smile and added, "That young man came all this way to seek the Tao as a mere mortal. Since we've encountered him, we can't just stand by and let him die on the way here. Leave this matter here to the elders. I'll head out to save him this once. After that, his fate will be up to him." With that, Baishiro leapt lightly out of the valley and disappeared into the horizon. Not long after, elsewhere in the Kanglan Mountains, Lin Jun trudged through a dense forest, his restless mind written all over his young, troubled face. He muttered to himself, "Why would Ying rather be with someone like that than with me? What is wrong with me? I can change. We were so close to passing the entrance test together and becoming Falling Cloud sect disciples. Why did she do this to me?" Lost in his thoughts, Lin Jun stumbled and nearly hit the ground face first, but managed to steady himself just in time. The sudden jolt startled him, and he instinctively looked back. Turns out, he tripped over a stone half buried in the ground. The fist-sized rock had been loosely lodged in the dirt, and his foot had dislodged it, revealing a small hollow underneath. Inside that hollow lay a pitch-black ring. For some reason, the moment Lin Jun's eyes landed on the ring, a strange and unexplainable unease gripped his heart. It felt like some invisible force was calling him. He instinctively stepped forward and picked up the ring. Nothing unusual happened when he touched it, but for some reason, he felt oddly grounded, as if everything was meant to be. Lin Jun rubbed his eyes, lowered his head, and examined the ring more closely. It looked ordinary, the material unidentifiable. The surface was smooth and unadorned, but the inside was carved with strange patterns he couldn't understand. Just a glance made his head spin. Freaked out, he quickly averted his eyes and dared not look again. For reasons he couldn't explain, he slipped the ring onto the index finger of his right hand and prepared to continue on his way. Unlike before, when he had been traveling with a group, he was now alone. Even a single wild beast could take his life. To make it home safely, he needed to leave this dangerous forest before nightfall. Suddenly, the silent jungle echoed with movement. 3 men with menacing expressions emerged from the bushes, blocking his path. Seeing them, Lin Jun's heart tightened. He instinctively stepped back 2 paces and barked, "What do you want?" He recognized them immediately. They were the lackeys of Wang Luchuan, and their intentions were anything but good. "Heh," the leader sneered maliciously. "Our young master said this place is remote and dangerous. He's worried you might meet some misfortune, so he sent us to escort you." The man's tone was dripping with malice. "Listen, kid, don't resist. Play along, and maybe we'll make it quick. Otherwise, you'll wish you were never born." Lin Jun's face turned pale. "I've done nothing to you. Why do you have to push me to the edge like this? Spare me the whining, brat. You talk too much for someone about to die." The lackey spat on the ground, waved his hand, and growled, Take him down. The moment the words left his mouth, all three men drew their blades and lunged at Lin Jun. These henchmen may have been ordinary people, but they were skilled fighters. Lin Jun had no chance against them. He turned on his heels and bolted. Am I really going to die here? The sound of footsteps behind him grew louder. They were closing in fast. Despair painted Lin Jun's face. Just then, a thunderous voice erupted near his ear. Don't panic, brother. I got you. A shadow darted out like a pouncing leopard. With a swift kick, the leader of the lackeys was sent sprawling to the ground. In a blur of movement, the newcomer's hands emitted a faint glow as he slammed them into the chests of the other two men like hammers. Bam! 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 The once arrogant pursuers were instantly subdued, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. They wouldn't last long. After dealing with the lackeys, the stranger dusted off his hands, flashed a wide grin, and said warmly, All right, Lin, you're safe now. Lin Jun froze, staring at his savior in confusion. Who are you? The man looked ordinary, average face, average build, plain clothes. Nothing about him stood out, and Lin Jun couldn't recall ever meeting him before. The stranger didn't seem to mind. Smiling, he introduced himself. Name S. Cheetah. Just a rogue cultivator here to take the entrance test for Luo Yun Valley. I saw that chubby kid bullying you earlier and couldn't stand by. Figured I'd step in and save you. Warmth filled Lin Jun's chest. Grateful, he clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. Thank you, Brother Chi, for saving my life. I'll never forget your kindness. Just moments ago, he had been on the brink of death. If not for this man's timely arrival, he would have been a lifeless corpse by now. This debt was one he'd carry forever. Cheetah waved it off casually. It was nothing, Lin. Don't dwell on it. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, a graceful figure let out a quiet sigh before slipping away unnoticed. Sensing the movement, Cheetah subtly retracted his spiritual awareness, a faint smile tugging at his lips. At least someone in Luo Yun Valley still had some sense of humanity, but she had arrived a little too late. If he hadn't stepped in, she would have only found Lin Jun's body. Not that he was worried about a mere late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator uncovering his true strength. When he intervened, he had deliberately suppressed his power to the second level of chi refinement. It looked like he had no magical abilities, relying solely on channeling his energy into physical attacks. Perfectly inconspicuous for a rogue cultivator. After all, Luo Yun Valley's rules were clear. They usually only admitted mortal candidates under the age of 18. However, there's one exception. For those rogue cultivators who already show some promise, the age restriction is more lenient. The limit for Qi Refining Stage 1 is extended to 20 years old, and for Qi Refining Stage 2, it's capped at under 22. Qi Yuan is 21 now, and with his current Qi Refining Stage 2 cultivation level, he meets the criteria perfectly. The system's task requiring him to break through to Qi Refining Stage 2 was probably because of this relaxed age limit. Ding, the host has completed a side quest, earning 50 counterattack points and 200 low-grade spirit stones. The host has established a positive connection with the Child of Destiny, slightly boosting fortune. The system notification echoed in Qi Yuan's mind. He vaguely sensed a mysterious aura descending from above, enveloping him. Even his mood seemed to improve a bit. Other than that, there wasn't much else, just a subtle psychological effect, perhaps. Fortune, after all, is ethereal and elusive, hard to grasp. Qi Yuan couldn't feel any tangible changes in the short term. Everyone knows that fortune is real, often manifesting at critical moments to sway the outcome of events. In a way, destiny and fortune are the foundation of a cultivator, determining how far and high they can go in life. Qi Yuan had merely roughed up a few household servants, yet he unexpectedly gained a boost in fortune. What a jackpot. Not just him, honestly. Even a seasoned cultivator at the integration stage might struggle to resist such a tempting opportunity. System buddy, more side quests like this, please. I can handle it. Sure, messing with the weak isn't exactly noble, but let us be real, it's addictive. Qi Yuan quickly suppressed his excitement and stole a glance at the newly appeared ring on Lin Jun's hand. As expected of the Child of Destiny, everywhere he goes, he stumbles upon some miraculous encounter. Even Qi Yuan couldn't discern the material of that ring. It had to be extraordinary, maybe it even came with some kind of wise old spirit inside. Though curious, Qi Yuan wasn't tempted. It wasn't that he was particularly virtuous, but items linked to the child of destiny often came with their own set of troubles. Guys like Lin Jun are practically marked by the heavens from birth. Trying to score big off them? You'd better check with the heavens first. Otherwise, you might not survive to enjoy it. Qi Yuan had a high status and authority in the holy land of Taishan, plus the system backing him up. Why bother coveting some sketchy, high-risk artifact? Building a good relationship with Lin Jun and riding the coattails of his fortune, now that's the smarter play. With that in mind, Qi Yuan reined in his thoughts and looked at Lin Jun with a softer gaze, as if eyeing an untouched treasure trove. Brother Lin, what's your next move? I'm heading back to take the test. Lin Jun took a deep breath, determination flickering across his face. I'll rise again from where I fell. Wang Luchuan wronged me and stole my fiancée. I need to settle this score myself. So what if he's a dual spirit root genius? Once I enter Luo Yun Valley and step onto the path of immortality, I'll repay him tenfold, 100-fold. Before the words were fully out, Lin Jun clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands, his eyes burning with fury. I like the spirit. Qi Yuan grinned even wider, though he quietly spared a moment of pity for the arrogant little fatty in his mind. Of all the people to provoke, he just had to pick the child of destiny. Talk about asking for trouble. Qi Yuan escorted Lin Jun back to the entrance of Luo Yun Valley, immediately drawing the attention of the gathered youths. The previously noisy scene fell into a dead silence. Standing at the center, surrounded by admirers, Wang Luchuan's face froze, his surprise unmistakable as he looked at Lin Jun. How is he still alive? Wasn't he supposed to be dead by now? Even Lu Yingying, standing next to Wang Luchuan, paled. She quickly lowered her head in shame, unable to meet Lin Jun's gaze. Noticing the unfamiliar man beside Lin Jun, Wang Luchuan seemed to piece things together. His expression darkened instantly as he strode over to the two of them. Didn't you say you were leaving? And now you've got the guts to show your face again? Oh, and by the way, I generously sent a few people to escort you. Any idea where they might be now? Hearing Wang Luchuan's blatant distortion of the truth, Lin Jun trembled with rage. You bastard. You clearly sent people to kill me, and now you're pretending to be all noble? You're nothing but a hypocrite, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Wang Luchuan sneered, his eyes filled with mockery. Killed you? Where's your proof? If you've got none, don't go around making baseless accusations. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lin Jun was furious, but he had no evidence. Even if he did, Wang Luchuan would undoubtedly find a way to twist things and turn the tables. The reality was clear. Lin Jun was alive, but the three servants Wang Luchuan sent were dead. Seeing this, Qi Yuan, who had been watching quietly, finally stepped forward. His tone was calm as he said, Your three unlucky minions, all short-lived, were snatched and eaten by wild beasts not long ago. I suggest you save your grief. Wang Luchuan frowned slightly, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes as he looked at Qi Yuan. His tone softened considerably. And who are you? Why meddle in our personal feud? Though Wang hadn't yet stepped into the path of cultivation, he could still feel that faint, intimidating aura emanating from Qi Yuan. Only a cultivator could possess such an oppressive presence. No matter how arrogant Wang might be, the mere thought of facing a cultivator filled him with instinctive dread. The young man before him was clearly a rogue cultivator, not someone with high-level skills, but definitely not a mortal anyone could mess with casually. Qi Yuan couldn't be bothered to respond to Wang. Instead, his gaze swept over the crowd, his voice carrying a clear undertone of menace. Oh, almost forgot to introduce myself. The name is Qida. From now on, Lin Jun is under my protection. Anyone who dares mess with him, well, they'll be messing with me. The group of teens around them froze, quickly avoiding Qi Yuan's gaze like their lives depended on it. Wang Luchuan's face turned several shades darker. He knew there was no chance of touching Lin Jun today. Casting them one last venomous glare, he stormed off with his lackeys, tails firmly between their legs. As soon as Wang left, Lin Jun's gratitude toward Qi Yuan grew even deeper. If it weren't for you stepping in today, Brother Qi, I'd probably be done for. Before he could finish, Qi Yuan interrupted, waving him off casually. Lin, my brother, we've got a bond here. No need to be so formal. He couldn't deny it, he felt a bit smug. After all, having the so-called child of destiny call him big brother was oddly satisfying. As for someone like Wang Luchuan, a low-grade villain, Qi Yuan didn't even have the desire to waste effort teaching him a lesson. It just dragged down his own dignity. Of course, if the system ever assigned him a task to deal with these kinds of clowns, that'd be a whole different story. Thinking back, ever since this absurd system appeared, his life had been a never-ending cycle of either crushing weaklings or hunting for weaklings to crush. Not a single worthy opponent in sight. Sure, the rewards were practical, but it was almost laughable. Qi Yuan chuckled to himself, shamelessly enjoying the absurdity of it all. The next day, the gates of Falling Cloud Valley swung open. A burst of white light shimmered in the air at the valley's entrance. Moments later, several cultivators in matching robes emerged, floating mid-air. Their sheer presence radiated pressure, instantly silencing the once bustling crowd. You could heard a pin drop. Leading the group was Elder Qing Yuan from the Pathway Pavilion. His sharp eyes scanned the crowd before his voice boomed out. Thank you for waiting. Today marks an auspicious time. The Falling Cloud Valley entry assessment officially begins now. Our rules are simple. Anyone over 18 whose cultivation hasn't yet reached the Qi refining stage, please leave. For rogue cultivators already at the Qi refining stage, each additional level grants a 2-year age extension. Anyone who doesn't meet the criteria or gets eliminated during the assessment can visit Falling Cloud Valley for travel reimbursement. There she was. Qi Yuan's eyes instantly locked onto her, one of the cultivators standing among the group from Falling Cloud Valley. His surprise was evident. She looked no older than 18 or 19, yet her cultivation had already reached the late foundation establishment stage. Her foundation was solid, her potential impressive, rivaling even the top disciples of sacred sections. Who would thought a small sect like Falling Cloud Valley could hide such a talent? After Qing Yuan finished explaining the age restrictions, no one in the crowd moved. Everyone here had already calculated their odds. Reaching Falling Cloud Valley was no easy feat. The sect was tucked deep in the mountains, and the journey itself was grueling. Nobody would made the trip if they didn't think they could at least pass the basic requirements. Having come this far, who wouldn't give it a shot? Seeing that no one was leaving, Qing Yuan didn't waste any more words. With a wave of his hand, 2 disciples brought forward a wooden table. Resting on it was a transparent jade stone about the size of a foot. The moment Qi Yuan saw the test stone, he let out a silent sigh of relief. Falling Cloud Valley's test stone wasn't all that advanced, just a basic one. With the system playing dumb, hiding brilliance ability, he could easily slip through unnoticed. If it had been one of those supreme grade test stones from places like the primordial Holy Land Massive, and impossibly accurate things would been a lot trickier. But then again, supreme grade test stones were rare and precious. A small sect like Falling Cloud Valley could never afford one. Lingzhen aptitude is the foundation of the Tao. Without it, no matter how talented you are, you can't tread this path. The first test is the Lingzhen assessment. Only those with at least 4 spiritual roots or higher can move on. Line up, place your hand on the test stone in turn, and it will automatically display your aptitude. Qing Yuan's voice echoed across the space, rousing everyone's spirits. The first to step up was a scrawny teenager. Nervously, he pressed his hand against the test stone. A moment later, faint 5-colored light began to glow from within the stone. There's a reaction. The boy's face lit up with excitement, and he turned eagerly to look at Qing Yuan. 5 spiritual roots disqualified. Next, step forward. Qing Yuan's face remained expressionless. The scrawny boy, hearing this, looked like a wilted plant. All energy drained as he slumped back to his original spot. One by one, the testers nervously stepped up for their turn. Gold, earth, and fire spiritual roots, decent aptitude. Qualified. No spiritual roots detected, disqualified. Spiritual roots not found, disqualified. And so it went. Most of the crowd consisted of common folks' children. Aside from a few wandering cultivators and privileged heirs like Wang Luchuan, whose family supported cultivators, the rest had no clue whether they had any aptitude. This part of the test felt more like a high-stakes lottery. Those with qualifying roots celebrated like they'd hit the jackpot, while those with none or useless roots slinked away in defeat. The tension was palpable. Soon, under everyone's watchful eyes, Wang Luchuan strode forward confidently and placed his hand on the spirit testing stone. The stone instantly erupted with a brilliant cyan blue glow, far brighter than the previous tester with 3 roots. Seeing this, Yin Qingyuan nodded in approval and smiled. Wang Luchuan, dual waterwood roots, exceptional aptitude. Qualified. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Dual roots. Just as expected. Young Master Wang is unstoppable. He's incredible. The applause was thunderous. Wang Luchuan shot a smug glance at Lin Zhun, who stood frozen nearby, then descended the platform, radiating triumph. After Wang Luchuan, a few others passed as well, all with qualifying roots. Then it was Qi Yuan's turn. He stepped onto the stage with calm determination and placed his hand on the spirit testing stone. The next moment, the stone emitted a distinct 4-colored glow. Qi Yuan, for spiritual roots. Qualified. The whole process was uneventful, much like Qi Yuan's plain, unremarkable appearance. Only Baishiro gave him a second glance, a flicker of inexplicable regret in her eyes. Baishiro had a good impression of this wandering cultivator. Last night, she arrived late, and if it weren't for his timely intervention, the boy she intended to save might have been doomed. He wasn't too much to look at, but at least he had a kind heart, a rare gem in a cultivation world increasingly devoid of moral integrity. But alas, with 4 roots, his path would be an uphill battle, and building a foundation would be nearly impossible. Noticing Baishiro's gaze, Qi Yuan nodded and smiled at her, though inwardly he sighed. Man, I've been keeping such a low profile, even made myself look plain on purpose, yet I still can't hide this damn charm of mine. Originally, the protagonist had 5 spiritual roots, also known as useless roots. It was only through the system's enhancement that he was upgraded to 4 roots, just enough to pass the Falling Cloud Valley's aptitude test. If he flaunted his true potential, he could shock everyone into silence and blind them with envy. But he reminded himself that his goal wasn't to show off, it was to complete his mission without exposing his identity. So low-key it was. Lu Yingying, for roots. Qualified. Lin Zhun, 3 roots. Passed. When Yin Qingyuan announced Lin Zhun's result, Qi Yuan froze on the spot. Out of sheer curiosity about the so-called child of destiny, he had secretly used a special method to examine Lin Zhun's roots yesterday, when the latter wasn't paying attention. But back then, it clearly showed 4 roots. How did it become 3 overnight? Lost in thought, Qi Yuan glanced at Lin Zhun's right hand and noticed that the mysterious ring he'd seen before had vanished, as if it had never existed. Of course, just as I thought, children of destiny are terrifying. I even managed to misread him. By the time everyone had completed the first round, less than a third remained, leaving a high elimination rate. Naturally, Falling Cloud Valley was pleased with the results. The entrance test, held once every 3 years, had an even lower pass rate last time, just under 20%. Aside from certain elite bloodlines of the mystical families, spiritual roots were extraordinarily rare among commoners, and most who had them were cursed with 5 roots. While 5 roots covered all 5 elements, they caused chaotic spiritual energy absorption, making it nearly impossible to channel energy into the body. Hence, they were dubbed useless roots. Even 4 roots weren't considered outstanding, but many small to mid-tier sects still accepted them. After all, as long as one could cultivate, there was a sliver of hope better than letting their lineage fade into obscurity. Now, on to the next round. As Yin Qingyuan spoke, he waved his sleeve. The thick fog at the valley entrance quickly dissipated, revealing a winding path. From the outside, it appeared serene and picturesque, with lush green trees, birds chirping, and flowers blooming, a haven of tranquility. All they had to do was walk this path. Those who successfully passed the test of character would automatically become disciples of Falling Cloud Valley. The first round of the spiritual root test eliminated a large group of people right away, leaving fewer than 100 participants for the second round. Led by the disciples of Yunluo Valley, Qi Yuan stepped onto the narrow path almost simultaneously with the others. In a brief daze, Qi Yuan snapped back to reality, finding himself in a dense forest. The ground beneath him was soft soil, and at some point, a sharp long blade had appeared in his hand. This illusion felt way too real. Although he wasn't too well versed in formations, his sharp eyes caught the details. This illusion array wasn't just incredibly lifelike. It connected heaven and earth, flowing endlessly. Clearly, it was crafted by a true master of formations. Surveying his surroundings, Qi Yuan's expression grew serious. He noticed that his mind felt clouded after entering the array, his thoughts sluggish, as if weighed down. For an illusion that could affect someone at the peak of the Golden Core stage, its level was undoubtedly high. He couldn't afford to let his guard down. Getting careless here could end badly. Mental resilience wasn't the same as spiritual root aptitude, nor was it directly tied to one's cultivation level. Back when Qi Yuan first entered the Taishan Holy Land, the heart test was nothing more than being reflected in a top-tier treasure, the heart mirror. He had stumbled through it almost cluelessly and was later personally accepted as the last disciple of the Holy Land's sect master. This caused quite a stir at the time. After reminiscing for a moment, Qi Yuan started walking forward again. Though the array seemed to interfere with his memory, he had practiced a secret technique to resist soul disturbances, Luo Tian refining soul technique, so he hadn't completely lost his memory. He vaguely recalled he was undergoing a trial. Outside the array, ripples shimmered across the water, light mists swirling upward. Dozens of water mirrors, formed from magic, floated mid-air, reflecting the situations of the participants inside the array. After confirming the illusion array was functioning properly, Elder Yin Xingyuan, who managed the Dao Initiation Pavilion, smiled faintly and said loudly, "The illusory heaven and earth array was created 1,000 years ago by a formation grandmaster in the void refinement stage during a visit to our valley. It's now integrated with our sect's grand formation and contains 3 levels of trials personally designed by our ancestors. Pass them, and you've succeeded. Once the array is activated, the array spirit splits into countless forms to test the participants. Anyone who enters will have their memory of the trial erased, forced to act on their true instincts and choices. After 1,000 years of nurturing, the array spirit has gained intelligence, and the illusion grows more refined by the day. Even void refinement cultivators would struggle to escape it in a short time. During this period, my father is in seclusion, attempting to break through the nascent soul peak stage, so he couldn't oversee this. Many thanks to Elderine for stepping in. As his daughter, I express our gratitude on his behalf." Hearing this, Baishiro nodded and gave a polite bow to Yin Xingyuan before turning her gaze back to the images in the air. Her face showed anticipation as she thought to herself, "For Yunluo Valley to rise again, cultivating new disciples is key. I hope we can find a few promising talents this year." Inside the array, Qi Yuan walked slowly through the forest when suddenly, a commotion sounded in the distance. "Help! Heh, pretty girl. Out here in the middle of nowhere, you can scream all you want, but no one's coming to save you." Following the voice, Qi Yuan saw a disheveled woman being chased by a burly man who looked like a bandit. The two were running straight in his direction. The woman called for help as she ran, and in the blink of an eye, she reached Qi Yuan. "Sir, please, save me." Seeing Qi Yuan, she clung to him like a drowning person grabbing a lifeline. "Out of my way. If you dare ruin my fun, you're dead meat." The bandit waved a sharp blade, shouting menacingly at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan's mind raced, but outwardly, he stayed calm. In a flash, he sidestepped the woman and struck down the bandit with a single slash. The bandit's head rolled, blood spraying everywhere. It all looked disturbingly real. "Thank you for saving me, kind sir. I'm forever grateful." The woman's cheeks were flushed, her clothes disheveled, revealing large patches of pale skin. She looked pitiful and alluring all at once. Qi Yuan chuckled coldly and said, "You little trickster, stop the act. I saw through you the moment I laid eyes on you." Before she could react, he punched her to the ground, then swiftly pulled off his belt to tie her up tightly. "Sir, what are you doing?" The woman looked terrified, struggling desperately. "Let us break it down. First, How could a delicate lady like you end up alone in the wild? Second, you're wearing a cumbersome long dress, yet you're running faster than that 8-foot-tall brute? Doesn't he seem very helpless to me? And the biggest giveaway? You've been running through muddy ground for ages, yet your embroidered shoes are spotless. Who are you trying to fool with this performance? Hearing his words, the so-called beauty stopped struggling. Her form dissolved into a wisp of green smoke, vanishing into thin air. Qi Yuan glanced around, showing no surprise on his face, but rather a hint of intrigue. Interesting. He initially thought this challenge was just about resisting temptation, but who would have guessed there was a deeper mystery hidden behind it? He captured the woman, not out of lust, but to test if it would trigger any other hidden plots. Turns out, no surprises awaited. Still, it seemed he'd passed this test. With that in mind, Qi Yuan casually wiped the blood off his blade and strode forward. Just like that. Meanwhile, the cultivators at the Falling Cloud Valley looked mortified. The scenes shown through the mirror were downright embarrassing. The illusion array automatically generated scenarios based on gender. Men encountered bandits kidnapping beautiful women, while women faced feisty troublemakers abducting handsome men. The difference in scenarios made a big impact. Female participants mostly handled their situations well, but for the men? Chaos. Absolute chaos. About half managed to play the hero and resist temptation. But a good number decided to take advantage after defeating the bandits. Some freaked out at the first sign of trouble and bolted. The most absurd? Some even joined the bandits, lining up behind them with giddy excitement. And the most twisted? Someone outright killed the woman and spared the bandits instead. Thankfully, those who failed were immediately teleported out before things could go too far. Otherwise, Falling Cloud Valley might be turned into a full-on party zone. How could this happen? What a bunch of scumbags. I can't believe how far morality has fallen. It's honestly disappointing. Sigh, I had high hopes for that rookie. He clearly had talent, but turns out he crumbled so easily. This first test is supposed to be simple. As long as you don't give in to lust, you pass. Even running away could be considered cautious, barely passing. But look at this mess these young people today are just. Wait, look over there. Someone actually cleared the first illusion perfectly. A low exclamation from the crowd immediately drew everyone's attention. Following the direction of the pointing finger, all eyes turned to the water mirror, where Qi Yuan's flawless performance was displayed. Yuan stared at the mirror, his eyes narrowing slightly before he calmly remarked, "Not bad." He saw through the hidden layers of this test. Definitely qualifies as a perfect pass. This Qi Yuan isn't swayed by beauty. He's both brave and smart, with a sharp eye for detail. His spiritual roots might be lacking, but his character is commendable. Baishiro nodded in agreement, speaking softly. The path of cultivation is riddled with danger and deception. One wrong step, and you're finished. A cultivator must not only avoid indulgence, but also stay constantly vigilant. Actually, the first test of the illusion array is about noticing the unusual nature of the beauty. Only by recognizing the truth can you pass. But because the pass rate was so low, they later relaxed the criteria now. As long as you don't commit evil, you pass. She sighed lightly, her voice tinged with melancholy as she continued. Ever since our Grandmaster passed away, Falling Cloud Valley has been in decline. Talented disciples at the entrance test are becoming rarer. The last time someone perfectly passed this test was 9 years ago. Who was it? Many of the newer disciples, unaware of the history, looked curious. Though they faced the illusion array themselves, they never heard of anyone achieving a perfect pass before. Before Baishiro could respond, Yuan raised an eyebrow and said flatly, "It wasn't anyone else, it was your senior sister, Baishiro herself. And at the time, she was only 10 years old. Look, someone else just perfectly cleared the first illusion." As the crowd buzzed in discussion, another startled shout rang out. It's Lin Jun. He also noticed something was off about the beauty. The next moment, a louder gasp echoed through. And Wang Luchuan too. He nailed it. All heads turned back to the water mirror, where Wang Luchuan's performance unfolded. In the scene, Wang Luchuan, unusually upright and righteous, rescued the kidnapped woman, quickly detected the anomaly, and decisively struck her down. His execution was flawless. Seeing this, many began to exchange skeptical glances, their attention subtly shifting to Yuan. who was standing beneath the water mirror. Qi Yuan and Lin Jin passing was one thing, but Wang Luchuan? He was the nephew of an elder from the Dao Pavilion, and this entire recruitment event was essentially managed by Yin Qingyuan. This raised eyebrows. If Yin Qingyuan had leaked the illusion array's details to Wang Luchuan beforehand, it would have been way too easy for him. Naturally, suspicions began to arise. After entering the illusion formation, although those taking the assessment would have their recent memories erased and forget they were being tested, this memory safeguard was not without loopholes. If Wang Luchuan had been told the details of the temperament trial a few months in advance, that memory barrier would be as good as non-existent. The cultivators present were all shrewd doubts were doubts, but without evidence. None of them would expose anything in public. Yin Xingyin naturally felt the strange looks cast his way, his brows knit at once, and a shadow crossed his face. According to Luoyun Valley's rules, new disciples had to first do a stint of menial work in the outer sect to temper their bodies and hone their minds. But if Wang Luchuan, with his dual spiritual roots, coupled with an outstanding performance in the temperament assessment, the sect could completely make an exception and let him skip this step, saving at least a year. So he had indeed told Wang Luchuan the questions in advance, hoping to use his nephew's moment of glory to send him straight into the inner sect. Unexpectedly, things backfired. Two other rookies with equally outstanding temperaments suddenly emerged, and Wang Luchuan wasn't nearly as dazzling. After all, 3 tied for first versus 1 standing head and shoulders above the rest felt vastly different. Just as Yin Qingyuan was doing the math in his head, Baishiro glanced at him thoughtfully, a barely perceptible trace of displeasure in her eyes. Within the illusion formation, Qi Yuan walked along the path, feeling quite at ease. By now he had more or less figured out the illusion formation's patterns and was no longer as cautious as at the start. In the blink of an eye, he saw a bundle on the ground ahead. The silk-wrapped parcel was bright in color and placed right on the only path forward it could be seen from afar, extremely conspicuous. Another test. Thinking this, the corner of his mouth lifted, and he strode over to pick up the bundle. When he opened it, inside was a large pouch of faintly glowing low-grade spirit stones, roughly 50 or 60 in number. As the saying goes, money moves the heart. The pile of gleaming spirit stones before him was indeed visually stimulating, and especially tempting to a newly inducted cultivator. But to Qi Yuan, these low-grade spirit stones, thin in spiritual energy, weren't worth bending down to pick up even if scattered along the road on an ordinary day. As the Tao child of the Taishan Holy Land, Qi Yuan received a monthly stipend of 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, with each high-grade exchangeable for 100 mid-grade, and each mid-grade for 100 low-grade. Looks like this trial is testing human greed. Using a mere 50 low-grade spirit stones to tempt me is a bit stingy, Qi Yuan muttered, then still tucked the bundle away and slung it over his back. Though the contents of the bag were little different from dirt in his eyes, since the scene had been set, the play naturally had to go on. Soon, a white-haired old man hurried over from the other end of the road, shuffling and decrepit, looking as if half his body were already buried in the earth. Up close, his eyes were cloudy. It was obvious he was blind. Seemingly hearing Qi Yuan's footsteps, the old man halted at once and asked anxiously, "Young man, did you see a bundle?" Qi Yuan smiled slightly and didn't answer directly. Instead, he countered, "Elder, since you can't see anything, how do you know I'm young?" The old man started at that, then gave a faint smile and said, "Though this old one cannot see, my ears are exceptionally sharp. The footsteps of the young are light and forceful. One can tell at a listen." Qi Yuan stopped wasting words and spoke directly. "I did pick up a bundle, but you'll have to tell me what's inside to confirm it's yours." Without thinking, the old man replied, "There are 55 low-grade spirit stones in the bundle." But Qi Yuan shook his head and said, "Oh, sorry, looks like this bundle isn't yours." The old man grew anxious at once. "Young man, how can you be dishonest? In this wilderness, who else could have lost a bundle but me? Quickly return it, and this old man will reward you handsomely." Qi Yuan's expression didn't change as he said, "I just counted. There are clearly 50 low-grade spirit stones inside, yet you said 55. Are you trying to swindle me out of 5 more?" At that, The old man looked as if he realized something and hurriedly said, Right, right, 50 will do. The extra 5 can be your reward, little friend. What do you take me for? Chi Yuan's face darkened. I've always been open and upright. Would I be moved by a few spirit stones? Feel it yourself and see how many are inside. As he spoke, he shoved the bundle into the old man's hands, indicating he should open it and inspect. The old man hesitated for a moment, slowly parted the silk, and took the spirit stones out one by one to start counting. Before long, the old man set down the spirit stones in his hands, and his whole face flushed with excitement all at once. Young man, look, you miscounted. There really are 55 spirit stones inside. How about returning the bundle to this old man? Chi Yuan rubbed his nose, gave a faint smile, and said, Looks like I did miscount. However, I've already confirmed this bundle isn't yours. You should go back where you came from. He then reached out and yanked, and the bundle was effortlessly snatched back by him. The joyful look on the old man's face froze immediately, and he shouted sharply, You're lying right to my face. This bundle clearly belongs to me. Chi Yuan shrugged and replied coolly, You know, there's talk of palm lines in this world. Everyone's palm lines are different. There were a pair of fresh muddy handprints left on the bundle originally, obviously from the owner. But your palms are clearly a size smaller than those prints, which is very strange. To verify again, I just sprinkled a bit of fine dust on the wrapping cloth. As you counted the stones, you naturally left clearer handprints. Comparing them, the line patterns of the two sets of handprints are completely different, which is enough to prove this bundle isn't yours at all. With that, he ignored the old man's stiffened face, shouldered the bundle, and walked off in the direction of finding the true owner. Before long, Chi Yuan found the owner of the bundle in a corner off the path. Almost called him an NPC. So that's how it was. I casually mentioned I was looking for a bundle and didn't expect someone to tamper with it. That old fellow is truly despicable. The speaker was a middle-aged man in a steward's uniform. When he looked at Chi Yuan, his eyes were full of gratitude. He asked me what I'd lost, and I said a bundle with 55 spirit stones inside. I thought someone might help me get it back, but that old guy remembered my words and came to impersonate the owner. Fortunately, little brother, you have sharp eyes and help me retrieve the bundle. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to explain when I go back. Our young master is cultivating at a nearby immortal sect. Lately, he keeps failing to get past his bottleneck. This bag of spirit stones was scraped together with great effort by the master for the young master to use to assault the next realm. After this round of polite words, the middle-aged man took his leave and turned to go. Before leaving, he reminded Chi Yuan once more that he should feel free to come to him for help if needed. The second trial of the illusion tests honesty. That old man is both blind and weak, unable to resist the ordeal at all. Passing means not lying even under temptation. Of course, the criteria for this trial were revised once. It's much easier than 1,000 years ago. As Yin Xingyuan introduced, Baishiro's expression was calm as a mirror, her gaze fixed on Chi Yuan's performance in the illusion. When she saw Chi Yuan see through the old man's trick and return the bundle to the true owner, a flicker of unusual light passed through her eyes. A perfect clear, as expected. Not only she, nearby Luoyun Valley cultivators were also astonished, their whispers weaving into a continuous murmur. Who would have thought the second trial could have so many twists? Truly, it's the formation laid down by someone personally invited by the patriarch back, then its reputation is well-deserved. This rogue cultivator really isn't simple, unmoved by wealth or beauty, not fooled by sweet talk. His will is resilient and his intellect exceptional. He is by no means ordinary. I don't quite agree. Though Chi is dazzling at the moment, his force spiritual root aptitude is low. With that aptitude, it's feared he will struggle to achieve great success. That makes sense. The child's path will likely be rugged. He's not of high nurturing value. Just as the crowd whispered and gesticulated, a female cultivator turned curiously to Baishiro and asked, Senior sister, how did you pass the second trial 9 years ago? In an instant, several Luoyun Valley disciples around them focused their gazes on Baishiro clearly. Everyone wanted to know the answer. Baishiro's cheeks reddened, her expression tinged with a bit of shyness. I was young and muddle-headed back then, and got tricked by the formation spirit, that old fox. I only asked how many spirit stones were in the bundle once I counted right. I handed it over and got superior, not perfect. Hearing this, the juniors around her suddenly understood and hurried to comfort her. Don't mind it, senior sister was only 10 then, not yet mentally mature. If you were tested now, you'd surely be stronger than she. That's right, senior sister is still amazing. We all believe in senior sister's ability. Not necessarily. This trial is actually much harder than the previous one. Baishiro shook her head and said, beyond overcoming greed for spirit stones, people instinctively look down on the weak. It's only natural to assume a decrepit old man on his last legs wouldn't lie to your face. Relax even a little, and your chance at a perfect pass is gone. After hearing this, the disciples suddenly understood, nodded one after another, and secretly let out a breath of relief. Thankfully, the passing criteria were lowered quite a bit otherwise. With an illusion realm this difficult, Luoyun Valley would probably stop recruiting newcomers altogether. By now, Lin Jun and Wang Luchuan, who had been under everyone's scrutiny, had also cleared the second illusion. Even more striking, Lin Jun handed the bundle back to the old man the moment he saw him, and even helped the old man back home of his own accord. As for Wang Luchuan, the one suspected of cheating, he continued his flawless play and became another perfect clear candidate after Cheetah. In truth, whether you returned the bundle outright or asked to split some spirit stones as payment, both choices counted as passing the temperament test. After the first stage, about 60% of the testers were eliminated, leaving only around 50 to take the second stage. Among these 50-some, roughly half were ruled failures for lying or outright cutting down the old man, leaving fewer than 30 to pass the illusion. Qi Yuan continued on his way and soon came to a small hill. Calling it a hill was generous. It was basically a bare earthen mound, about 10-odd zhang high, without a single tree in sight. At the top of the slope stood a massive stone gatehouse, with 3 characters carved upon it, down-knocking gate. At the foot lay a staircase whose end you could see at a glance, exactly 100 steps. Upon seeing this setup, Qi Yuan instantly understood what the final trial inside Luoyun Valley's illusion was. Climbing the mountain. Having figured it out, he didn't overthink it and stepped toward the stairs. Stepping onto the first step, he felt nothing unusual. On the second, his footing felt a bit heavy, but it was hardly pressure. He went on to the third, fourth, fifth, and up to the 10th step before stopping. Because he had discovered and confirmed that with each step, the pressure on him doubled. At this rate of increase, the pressure at the 100th step would be terrifyingly immense enough to crush even the hardest artifact crafting material, gung metal. From this, Qi Yuan quickly calculated that his current limit was around the 70th step. Of course, if he squeezed out every last bit of potential and went all out, he could hold on 3 or 4 steps more at most. The problem was that he only wanted to enter the Luoyun sect as a menial worker right now. There was no need to push himself to the limit. Gazing at the ancient, towering, down-knocking gate, Qi Yuan planned to think it over. See if he could find a way to both hide his true ability and coast while still passing steadily. With that thought, he narrowed his eyes slightly and sauntered down the steps. Outside the illusion. What's going on? This cheetah retreated after only 10 steps up down-knocking mountain. Is that his limit? A cultivator of Luoyun Valley stared at Qi Yuan's movements, face full of doubt. Didn't this kid perform pretty amazingly in the first 2 rounds? Don't tell me he can't even get past 10 steps? Who would have thought he looks so young, yet his body is quite frail? No, look, he just threw a stone onto a higher step. He's probably looking for loopholes in the trial. As soon as the words fell, the crowd erupted. This down-knocking mountain has been handed down for millennia upon millennia. Its formation is complete. How could this kid, who just arrived, possibly find a flaw? Seeing the crowd's clamor, Yin Qingyuan, responsible for this examination, gave a cold snort and said in a deep voice, "Rest easy. Down-knocking mountain was laid by our patriarch himself to test Dao hard and perseverance. Any object from outside the formation will be affected without exception. In the illusion, you can't use magical tools or treasures, nor can you fly off out of thin air. Even building a wooden ladder or digging to make steps won't work. In short, even if he suddenly grew wings, he still wouldn't be able to fly up. There's no shortcutting the 3rd stage of the illusion. Everyone can only go one step at a time. Surpassing 30 steps counts as passing, and climbing to 50 earns a rating of perfect. Upon hearing this, the crowd all nodded. So it was the Patriarch's formation. No wonder it's so formidable. Our late Patriarch truly was wise and mighty. The people in Luoyun Valley suddenly looked as if they'd seen a ghost, staring unblinkingly at the image in the scrying mirror, unable to utter a word. At the same time, everyone present was watching nervously. Within the illusory realm, the aura grew even eerier. You said you wouldn't hand over the bundle to this old man, didn't you? Why have you come back again? When the old man saw Qi Yuan return, he blew out his beard and glared in anger, putting on a look that clearly said you weren't welcome. Qi Yuan didn't mind at all. Instead, he grinned and said, "Old sir, I've still got quite a few spirit stones on me. Want to make a haul?" "What do you mean by that?" The old man froze for a moment and asked instinctively. Seeing his expression, Qi Yuan's smile grew even brighter. "Simple. There's a little slope up ahead. If you carry me up, I'll give you 100 spirit stones." Outside the illusion formation, the crowd stirred. There's actually a move like that? The old guy can barely stand. Half his body looks ready for the grave. And that kid actually has the face to make him carry him up the mountain. Is that something a person would do? Damn, he's almost at the 50th step, already looks like it really works. Shameless. Does this count as cheating? The people of Luoyun Valley watched Qi Yuan clearing the third trial in the illusion, all dumbfounded, as if their jaws had dropped. On Kodao Mountain, the old man could be seen tottering with a cane. With a strapping young fellow slung on his back, he panted his way toward the summit, each step costing him great effort. What left people even more speechless was that while the old man was drenched in sweat from exhaustion, the young man was leisurely gnawing on a spirit fruit, even directing him to climb, showing not a shred of respect for his elders. "Old sir, you need to put in more effort. It's been nearly half a shurchen, and we've only gone halfway. If you dawdle any longer, I'll really have to dock your spirit stones." Think of it this way. There are only 100 steps in all. Every step you climb earns you 1 spirit stone. Doesn't that make you more motivated? The old man had been so tired, he could barely speak clearly. But when he heard 1 spirit stone per step, he immediately perked up. His body stopped trembling, his legs found strength, and his speed increased by a lot. Seeing Qi Yuan about to reach the top, many Luoyun Valley disciples finally snapped out of their shock and couldn't help looking over at Qing Yuan. After all, this elder of the Ru Dao Pavilion had sworn earlier that the third trial was flawless, with no way to game the system. Sensing the looks cast his way, Qing Yuan's expression twitched and grew uglier. He said in a deep voice, "Every character within the illusion formation is a manifestation of the formation spirit senior's power and belongs to the array's very core, so Kodao Mountain's restrictions don't apply to the old man." Qi Da is exploiting this, having an in-formation character carry him up the mountain to fish in troubled waters, evade the formation's suppression, and climb to the summit while the restrictions don't take effect. After hearing this, the crowd was once again filled with low exclamations of surprise. So that's how it is. Now I get it. Heavens, how did he spot such a hidden loophole? Qing Yuan snorted coldly. I thought Qi Dai's aptitude was poor, but his temperament acceptable, barely worth cultivating. Who knew he was just a trickster? At this moment, the always silent Baishiro knit her brows slightly, shook her head, and said, "I feel that cleverness is also a part of strength." Although Qi didn't display a steadfast Dao heart in the third trial, the fact that he could quickly discover the formation's flaw is still admirable. Besides, this illusion formation belongs to Luoyun Valley. If someone found a loophole, it shows we didn't do our job. We can't blame others for that. By the rules, as long as one climbs above the 30th step, one is considered to have passed the final trial. Cheetah has long since far exceeded that standard and naturally qualifies to become a Luoyun Valley disciple. As soon as she said this, the people of Luoyun Valley fell immediately silent, with nothing to say. Clearly, under the rules set beforehand, Cheetah had already completed the entry assessment. Even if the sect master came in person, it would be hard to deny it otherwise. Once word got out, not only would they be mocked, they'd earn a reputation for going back on their word and being petty, making it impossible to gain a foothold in the cultivation world in the future. Whether bringing such an unusual disciple into the valley would be a blessing or a curse, no one could say. Baishiro stood quietly to the side, lost in thought. Within the illusion, the atmosphere was far from peaceful. At the summit of Kodao Mountain, the wind was faint and cool. Why, young friend, this old man has already carried you up. Where are the SP spirit stones? Wheezing and panting, the old man set Qi Yuan down, utterly exhausted, unable to speak clearly. Qi Yuan patted the dust from his clothes and said with a grin, "Old sir, you've worked hard. You're really sturdy. The older you are, the tougher you get. This junior truly admires you." The old man caught his breath, gritted his teeth, and said, "Cut the crap and hand over the spirit stones." Qi Yuan looked blank and asked, "Spirit stones? Where would I get spirit stones?" Seeing this, the old man's face changed drastically, and he barked, "You said carrying you up the mountain would earn me a reward of 100 spirit stones. Don't tell me you're going to stiff me now." Qi Yuan suddenly understood and smiled. "Oh, so that's what you meant. Sorry, I was lying to you just now." "What?" The old man's face darkened at once, his lips trembling, and he shouted, "You little thief! Why you dare play me?" Qi Yuan shrugged and said, "I've always been simple and straightforward, and I believe in payback. You tricked me once. I have to return the favor once to make it even. Otherwise, I'll just get angrier the more I think about it, and I can't stand that." The old man nearly coughed blood from rage. "You little thief, I'm not done with you." With that, he raised his wooden cane and looked ready to charge at Qi Yuan and fight to the death. But just then, as if he couldn't catch his breath, the old man's legs buckled and he fell to the ground, then turned into a wisp of blue smoke and dissipated. In the blink of an eye, ripples spread across the air above Kodao Peak, and a phantom in the shape of a youth condensed out of the void, landing furiously in front of Qi Yuan, cursing as he came. "You little brat, I've guarded this formation for 3,000 years and never seen anyone." As a Dao child of the Taishan Holy Land, he might actually have to do menial work in Luoyun Valley for a period of time. This was way too ridiculous. Just as he was fuming, the task panel popped up again. "Host has just entered Luoyun Valley. Your cultivation is weak, and you can't accomplish much alone. It's too soon to stage a comeback. You must cultivate diligently to grow stronger. This system will be your backing on your path to becoming a powerhouse." New task: target third layer of Qi refining. Task objective: continue studying the Harmonizing Qi Sutra and raise your cultivation to the third layer of Qi refining within 1 month. Task rewards: 150 counterattack points, 3 top-grade Qi gathering pills, a beginner-tier defensive artifact, the rock mirror, and 500 low-grade spirit stones. Another one of these brain-dead tasks. Qi Yuan barely had the strength left to complain. He drew in his thoughts and quietly waited for the task completion chime. His current cultivation far surpassed the third layer of Qi refining. This kind of task was basically free points, like a pop quiz with the answers already written. However, 15 minutes passed, and there was still no chime. What was going on? Qi Yuan froze, and only after carefully looking over that task did he suddenly understand. Then, making a show of it, he followed the circulation route marked in the Harmonizing Qi Sutra and casually ran a cycle of Qi. Ding, congratulations, host. Task completed. Damn. So that opening line of the task objective hadn't been a joke, it actually counted as one of the completion conditions. This system is really dumb. The task descriptions are a mess, yet it's absurdly serious when it comes to the requirements. Qi Yuan shook his head in bemused exasperation. Afraid his blood pressure might explode from anger, he decided to step out for some air and take a look at the scenery of Luoyun Valley. Because he had performed outstandingly in the entry assessment, he was, as a matter of course, assigned a small single hut to live in. Though the hut was low and shabby, with bare walls, it was far better than the double rooms given to the other menial disciples. This year Luoyun Valley's intake was good. They took in over 20 qualified new disciples in one go, the most in recent years, leaving outer sect elder Mo Xingyang overjoyed. By sect rules, newcomers have to start as menials, and only after a year and a passing performance can they be promoted to outer sect disciples. Of course, if a standout emerges among the menials, they might catch the eye of an inner sect elder, be taken as a true disciple, and enter the inner sect directly. He stepped outside, and the cool morning air washed over him. Qi Yuan took a deep breath. His mind felt immediately clearer, and he murmured, "The air here really does smell nice." Suddenly, he sensed something and instinctively glanced back over his shoulder to the side, seeing a beautiful female cultivator in a pale yellow gauze dress standing not far away, her fair cheeks faintly flushed. "Senior sister, what are you doing here?" Only then did Qi Yuan recognize the source of the fragrance, and he hurriedly cupped his hands in greeting. Having only just arrived and unfamiliar with the ins and outs of Luoyun Valley, he didn't dare casually release his divine sense for fear of alerting experts, so his spiritual sense was much more restrained than usual. He already knew Baishiro was the sect master's daughter, and also the foremost among the inner sect's true disciples. In other words, if he wanted to get by in Luoyun Valley, he absolutely must not offend her. Baishiro nodded and cast Qi Yuan a glance of surprise. "It's only been a day since we last met, and you've already broken through to the third layer of Qi refining?" Hearing Baishiro say this, it seemed that Luoyun Valley and the Array spirit were not exactly on good terms. Seeing his puzzled look, Baishiro explained, "Originally, the Array spirit of the Huanxing Qiankuan formation and our former master were as close as brothers, inseparable. But ever since the Grandmaster ascended, Senior Array spirit's attitude has changed. Apart from sending a few avatars every 3 years to test new disciples, he doesn't involve himself in anything else in the valley, and the power of the sect protecting Grand Array has greatly diminished along with that. I want to ask you for a favor. Call Senior Array spirit out from the Array's core and ask him why he's like this." "Ah." Qi Yuan was stunned. "I have to meet that guy again. Didn't you see the Array spirit is quite displeased with me? Sending me over would just pour oil on the fire, wouldn't it? Junior brother Qi, at the very least you have the ability to make the Array spirit show himself. On that point alone, no one in Luoyun Valley can do it." Baishiro looked at Qi Yuan, her beautiful eyes full of anticipation. Qi Yuan immediately understood. Good grief, even haters count as fans? Indeed, compared to being completely ignored, someone like me who has a grudge with the Array spirit is actually better at drawing him out. No wonder Baishiro would make such a seemingly odd request. Thinking of this, Qi Yuan rubbed his nose, a troubled look appearing on his face. "Senior sister, you know that the old Array spirit holds quite a grudge against me. That guy's skills are formidable if it really comes to blows. I want to be able to take it." "Don't worry, junior brother Qi," Baishiro quickly explained, trying to ease Qi Yuan's concerns. "You have a Luoyun Valley disciple token on you. By the rules of the Grand Array, so long as you don't do anything that harms the formation, Senior Array Spirit will never take the initiative to attack you, otherwise he'll suffer backlash." Seeing there was no way to decline, Qi Yuan had to say, "In that case, I'll give it a try, but I don't dare guarantee it will work." Since there was no danger, he might as well go with Baishiro to see the Array Spirit. It was better than being dragged off to haul water and chop wood. Besides, getting along with this senior sister would make life in Luoyun Valley easier in the days to come. Seeing him agree, Baishiro visibly breathed a sigh of relief, a grateful smile rising at the corner of her mouth. "Even if it doesn't work in the end, it's fine. I'm already grateful that you're willing to help." Luoyun Valley was picturesque and suffused with spiritual energy. Its architecture tended toward serene elegance, though it didn't match the imposing grandeur of the Taishan Holy Land. It had its own charm, making one feel as if in a secluded paradise. Qi Yuan followed Baishiro along the way and soon arrived before the iron tower that stood deep in the valley. The tower rose dozens of zhang high, forged entirely of dark steel. Its body was covered with intricate spirit patterns. Rosy mist swirled all around, fog surged, and waves of array power rippled outward in an endless ebb and flow. "Senior sister." The Luoyun Valley disciples guarding the tower, upon seeing Baishiro, immediately stepped forward to bow and instinctively made way for her. Baishiro's expression was warm as she nodded to them, then led Qi Yuan straight to the iron tower. "Junior brother Qi, this is the core of the sect's Grand Array." Qi Yuan nodded, then shouted toward the iron tower. "Senior Array Spirit, I am Qi Da, a new disciple who took yesterday's entry assessment. I've come to pay my respects today. I hope you will show yourself." His voice was clear and loud, but there was no response at all, so Qi Yuan called again. "Senior Array Spirit, can you hear me?" Still no response. Qi Yuan tried calling several more times. The iron tower before them remained as silent as ever, without the slightest change. Seeing this, Baishiro sighed softly, her interest waning, and said, "Forget it, junior brother Qi. It looks like the Array Spirit still refuses to show himself. But thank you for accompanying me here." Qi Yuan also showed a disappointed expression and said in a low voice, "All right, I originally came to return those 100 spirit stones. Since the owner is not here, let us head back first." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure slowly emerged in the air before the Array Tower, a handsome youth with rosy lips and white teeth, the Array Spirit of the Huanxing Qingquan formation. The youth swept a glance over Qi Yuan and Baishiro, raised an eyebrow, and said bluntly, "Where are the spirit stones? Hand them over, quickly." "Spirit stones?" Baishiro was stunned for a beat, then hastily grabbed the storage pouch at her waist, took out 100 spirit stones, and presented them respectfully. "Senior Array Spirit, this junior here." Before she could finish, the Array Spirit cut her off coldly. "Little lass, what has this got to do with you? You don't owe me spirit stones. I'm not some beggar. Do I need your measly stones?" What this Array Spirit fights for is a breath of pride. Hearing this, Baishiro's face slightly changed, and she hurriedly bowed her head to apologize. It was this junior who overstepped. "Please, senior, quell your anger." The Array Spirit couldn't even be bothered to spare her a glance. Its eyes landed on Qi Yuan at the side, and it said coldly, "You little brat, hurry up and return the spirit stones." Qi Yuan gave a faint smile, tossed Baishiro a reassuring look, then said, "That's easy enough. But before I return the spirit stones, this junior has a question and would like some guidance from senior." The Array Spirit frowned. "What question?" "Stop dawdling and spit it out." As soon as these words fell, Baishiro's body trembled, her heart raced. She stared at Qi Yuan in astonishment, her eyes full of disbelief. She never imagined that the long-standing problem that had plagued Luoyun's sect would show signs of being resolved because of the man before her. Faced with the Array Spirit's ferocious demeanor, Qi Yuan wasn't the least bit angered. He smiled faintly and asked unhurriedly, "Senior, as the guardian spirit of the sect's grand formation, you are indifferent to the juniors of Luoyun Valley. What have they done for you to hold them in such contempt?" "Huh, you're saying I don't care or ask?" The Array Spirit seemed stabbed in a sore spot and burst into laughter, then said angrily, "Don't be in a hurry to interrogate me. Go ask what fine deeds by Yinju's good-for-nothing descendants have done." "What?" Baishiro was stunned for a moment. Coming back to herself, she immediately dropped to one knee and said earnestly, "Senior Array Spirit, by Yinju is my forebear. I have also reviewed all the sect's secret records and can assure Senior that from the time our forebear passed 1,000 years ago until now, generations of descendants have always respected Senior and have never done anything to wrong you. This junior can swear on the spot. If there is the slightest deception, divine punishment will be inescapable. I ask Senior to judge clearly." Seeing that her expression didn't look like an act, the Array Spirit hesitated a little, and its tone softened somewhat. "Little girl, then let me ask you, who is the current sect master of Luoyun Valley?" Baishiro answered immediately, "My father, Bai Qinggu, took over as sect master 100 years ago." The Array Spirit nodded and casually asked, "What cultivation level is he at now?" At this, Baishiro hesitated for a moment, then answered honestly, "My father's cultivation is late nascent soul. Only that low." The Array Spirit looked surprised. "Then who currently has the highest cultivation in the valley?" Reporting to Senior, "My father is already the highest in cultivation in the valley." As she said this, Baishiro was a little embarrassed. "The descendants are of poor aptitude and have let our ancestors down. Luoyun Valley hasn't produced a soul transformation cultivator in a long time. In those days, Bai Yinju was a mighty expert of the void refinement stage, his fame widespread. Who would have thought that his descendants would grow weaker and weaker?" After hearing this, the Array Spirit shook its head in disappointment, its tone full of dissatisfaction. After that, it seemed unable to suppress its emotions, and its eyes were even turning red. 1,000 years have passed. Do you know how I've endured these 1,000 years? The words were full of grievance and indignation. Qi Yuan and Baishiro stared at the array spirit's exaggerated expression, both a little stunned. What could have happened to make an array spirit that has lived for thousands of years this angry and sorrowful? The array spirit seemed lost in memories, tears in its eyes, looking especially desolate. Bai Yinju and I once called each other brothers, as close as kin back then. He failed to break through to Tao integration and died when his lifespan ran out. On his deathbed, he entrusted me to look after his descendants in Luoyun Valley. Not long after he died, I suffered an array spirit tribulation. The scourging tribulation force knocked me into slumber. But when I awoke, at this point, the array spirit took a deep breath, struggled to steady its emotions, and continued. While I was focused on undergoing tribulation, some unknown thief slipped into the array core and emptied out all the savings ID amassed over the years. At that time, ID just finished the tribulation and was physically weak, in dire need of vast heavenly materials and earthly treasures to recuperate. Yet when I returned to my cave abode, I found it ransacked. There wasn't even a single chicken feather left. What's even more outrageous is that for this entire millennium, every time I underwent an artifact spirit tribulation, that wretch would punctually come and loot my cave abode, never once absent. Here it suddenly halted, its face full of grief and anger as it glared at the two of them. Because I was always short of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to recover in time, my cultivation was drained from the peak of soul transformation down to mid-soul transformation. Historically, only the sect master of Luoyun Valley has the key to enter the Formation-S core. This matter is certainly inseparable from your Luoyun Valley. If not for being constrained by the Grand Formation-S rules, I'd have gone to settle accounts with that thief long ago. And you too still have the gall to question me? So it turns out my home was robbed down to the bare roots. Only after hearing all this did Qi Yuan finally come to a sudden realization. No wonder that formation spirit flew into a rage over a mere 100 spirit stones. Besides being poor to begin with, it was probably reminded of many embarrassing old incidents. A formation spirit is the manifestation of the source of a high-grade formation chi. As long as the formation itself remains unbroken, its lifespan is virtually endless. Of course, the heavenly Tao is fair and will not allow a formation spirit to grow without limit every 100 years of formation spirit tribulation descends. If it weathers the tribulation safely, it gains another 100 years to continue cultivating. If it fails, it perishes and dissipates completely. After the old formation spirit dies, the formation soon gives birth to a new one, and the cycle continues. The current formation spirit is truly pitiful. Every time it faces a tribulation, its abode gets cleaned out, and it can do nothing about it. No wonder it's full of grievances. With something this serious, why didn't you call the sect? Baishiro couldn't help but ask. The formation spirit let out a cold laugh and sneered. I'm not senile. The juniors from Luoyun Valley are the most suspicious. Why would I summon you? Wouldn't that just be inviting you to stage a thief crying stop thief? Senior, you may be mistaken. This matter may not be related to our Luoyun Valley. Baishiro sounded a bit uncertain. Save it. Unless you produce evidence proving it wasn't Luoyun Valley, don't expect me to be polite to you anymore. The formation spirit's tone was hard, leaving no room for discussion. Having your assets wiped clean every 100 years, who could endure that? Baishiro pressed her thin lips lightly, her gaze slowly firmed as she asked solemnly. Senior formation spirit, when is your next tribulation? The formation spirit seemed to catch on and stared at her intently. What are you planning to do? This junior wants to get to the bottom of it and solve this cold case once and for all. You? The formation spirit scoffed. My formation spirit tribulation descends again in half a year. You're only at late foundation establishment. How are you going to investigate? Rest assured, senior formation spirit, though Shiro's strength isn't great, I refuse to let my fellow disciples of Luoyun Valley be wronged. I will do my utmost to give you a satisfactory answer. Baishiro knew very well that to resolve this, the truth had to be uncovered. Any other explanation would be useless. As soon as she finished speaking, she gave the formation spirit a deep bow, and before it could respond, she pulled the bemused Qi Yuan away from the formation tower. When the two had gone far enough, a flustered yet helpless voice sounded behind them from the formation spirit. "Hey, brat, didn't you say you'd repay those spirit stones? Get back here and pay up." Chi Yuan didn't slow his pace and replied perfunctorily. "Next time for sure." "Hey, you little brat, you're tricking me again." Ignoring the formation spirit's anxious voice, Chi Yuan began to mull things over. With a moment's thought, he understood this would be hard to investigate. After all, for 1,000 years the thief has been able to pinpoint the formation spirit's tribulation timings, and is obsessive enough to come every single century. Someone like that can hardly be called normal. He simply couldn't imagine the thief's mindset. The formation spirit, trapped within the formation, is impoverished to begin with. After multiple robberies, it's penniless to the extreme, keeping even a debt of 100 spirit stones in mind. Yet the thief fixates on this victim and strikes again and again, truly deranged. Not long after, at the outer sect, thanks to junior brother Chi's help, I was able to uncover the knot in senior formation spirit's heart. This matter bears greatly on the sect. I'll report to Elder Mo and have the merit hall record a major merit for you. The sect will issue a reward in due course. After returning to the outer sect, Baishiro put away her troubled expression and looked at Chi Yuan with gratitude. "Senior sister, you're too polite. This little thing is nothing." Chi Yuan waved his hand. He didn't want to get involved in the formation spirit's affairs. Right now, he only wanted to finish Luoyuan Valley's task as soon as possible and get himself into peak condition to prepare for forming a nascent soul. "Then I'll take my leave. If you run into trouble in the outer sect, come find me at Jade Bamboo Peak in the inner sect." Apparently eager to investigate, Baishiro exchanged a few pleasantries and then hurried off, turning into a streak of clear light that soared skyward, vanishing at the horizon in an instant. No sooner had Baishiro left than Chi Yuan had taken only a few steps when a group of 6 or 7 people appeared ahead. Most of them wore outer sect disciple attire, their cultivation levels uneven, yet they clustered around a chubby youth with an arrogant face. He wore the clothes of a menial disciple and was none other than Wang Luchuan, who had made a splash during the entry test. "Is that Lin Jun?" Chi Yuan immediately noticed Lin Jun lying not far away. This favored child of fortune seemed to have just been beaten up, with a bruised, swollen face, scrambling up from the ground in a sorry state. "Wait." Seeing this, Chi Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and reached out to block Wang Luchuan and his group's path. As soon as Chi Yuan stopped him, Wang Luchuan arched a brow and said disdainfully, "Brother Chi, I advise you not to meddle. If you stick your nose in, we want to be polite." He walked in playing the elder's nephew card and said his cousin is a Foundation establishment inner disciple. Before long, he was swaggering in the outer sect with impunity, naturally not taking Chi Yuan seriously. Chi Yuan stared at him blankly and said coldly, "I told you, didn't I? Lin Jun is under my protection. If you lay a finger on him, you owe me an explanation. Don't talk nonsense." "We didn't bully Lin Jun, just a few outer sect senior brothers kindly tested and instructed him to improve his techniques. A bit of friction in the process is normal. Even if you go complain to Elder Mo, it won't do any good." Wang Luchuan wore a cold sneer, looking utterly cocky. "You're the one at best a 4-spirit root good for nothing who thinks you can swagger in front of me just because you started training a few days earlier than others. You really don't know what's good for you." At this point, his expression grew increasingly vicious. "Since you want a statement, fine kneel right now and kowtow to admit your mistake, and this young master will reluctantly forgive you for offending me last time. If you don't comply, I'll make sure you can't survive in the outer sect, just like Lin Jun." At this moment, could it be these sect disciples have been comfortable for too long and have no concept of the real standard out in the cultivation world? Chi Yuan said calmly. "I almost forgot to mention, Chi Da, who roamed the Jianghu seeking truth and the Tao, also happen to know a few moves. If anyone's not convinced, feel free to come up and spar." Everyone looked at each other, their gazes toward Chi Yuan tinged with oddness. "My God, your hand-to-hand skills are practically against the heavens, and you still dare call it a little?" Seeing his side repeatedly getting the worst of it, Wang Luchuan's face grew increasingly ashen as he ground his teeth and said, "Ignore him. We're leaving." Right now he was stiff as a plank even with 2 people carrying him. He still had that bizarre posture of one hand covering his face and both knees on the ground. Seeing more and more people rushing over to watch, he realized he couldn't stir up trouble any further today. If they kept tangling, the onlookers would only keep gathering. Thinking of that, he didn't dare spit out even a single harsh word, and with his subordinates supporting him, he slunk off the scene. Not far away, Lin Jun, who had clambered up from the ground in a sorry state, limped over, his face full of gratitude as he said, "Brother Qi, thanks for teaching them a lesson, but don't get involved in my business anymore. Wang Luchuan's blood uncle is a golden core stage elder here. I don't want to drag you down." Then he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said through gritted teeth, "The more they bully me, the more it proves they're just bluffing. I don't believe it under broad daylight. Can they really beat me to death?" As the saying goes, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't look down on a poor lad as long as I, Lin Jun, still have one breath left. Someday I'll pay today's humiliation back double. Huh. Qi Yuan was utterly baffled, completely unable to understand what was going on in this child of destiny's head. Damn. You know Wang Luchuan has great influence in Luoyun Valley. Yet you foolishly went to join Luoyun Valley. Anyway, aren't you just asking to be tormented? It'd be better to honestly switch to another sect to cultivate, then come back to settle scores once you're strong enough. Wouldn't that be far cooler? Even going out as a rogue cultivator would be much better than staying in Luoyun Valley to get beaten all the time. Screw your 30 years east, 30 years west. Forget 30 years backed by an inner sect elder. If Wang Luchuan pulls a few strings, you lasting 3 years would be a miracle. Of course, no matter how much he grumbled inwardly, Qi Yuan couldn't be bothered to persuade him. Perhaps it's precisely this bizarre mindset that makes him worthy of the title Child of Destiny. Ordinary people simply can't emulate it. Luoyun Valley. Outer Sect. Reporting to Elder. The duties for yesterday's batch of newly inducted menial disciples have all been arranged. Please review. In the Grand Hall, an elder in a green robe and lotus crown sat at the head, with a middle-aged man in an outer sect steward's robe standing below. As he finished speaking, the middle-aged man respectfully handed a small booklet to the elder. "Good. Bring it here and let me have a look." The elder nodded, took the booklet and flipped through it, then looked up after a moment and instructed, "Assign that new disciple named Qi to the herb fields. Send Wang Luchuan to feed the spirit beasts. The rest stays as usual." The middle-aged man froze for a second, knowing that guarding the herb fields was a good assignment idle enough to cultivate, rich in spiritual energy, far better than chopping wood and sweeping. The usually stern and impartial outer sect elder Mo Zhenyang had actually taken the initiative to place a new disciple in such a good spot, something rare in the past. Could this Qi also have backing? Though astonished inwardly, the middle-aged man didn't dare show it and quickly nodded in assent. Understood. Then he took the booklet, crossed out the name Wang Luchuan, and replaced it with Qi. He had originally intended to assign the Initiation Hall elder's nephew there to curry favor, but since the higher-up had given an order, he could only comply. "If there's nothing else, you may withdraw." After issuing a few instructions regarding the outer sect, Mo Zhenyang waved to the middle-aged steward, signaling him to leave. The middle-aged steward had just left, and as Mo Zhenyang was about to enter meditation, a commotion suddenly sounded outside the hall. Hearing the noise, he frowned slightly, rose from his chair, and walked out of the hall to investigate. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw several disciples carrying something utterly motionless toward him, covered with black cloth that faintly outlined a human shape. What on earth is this? Confusion showed on Mo Zhenyang's face, and just as he was about to ask, one of the disciples hurried up and whisked off the black cloth, revealing Wang Luchuan. At this moment, Wang Luchuan was still kneeling, both anxious and enraged, his chubby face flushed a dark, liver-colored shade. Seeing Mo Zhenyang, Wang Luchuan's eyes reddened, aggrieved to the point of tears, and he shouted, "Elder Mo, I want to accuse Qi of practicing demonic arts and harming fellow disciples. Please uphold justice for your disciple." After returning to his quarters, he found the strange condition on his body had improved. Panicking, he hurriedly had people carry him to the outer sect elder, intending for Mo Zhenyang to treat him and, by the way, lodge a fierce complaint. Afraid of losing face on the road, He even used a piece of cloth to cover himself. Because things were urgent, his men only found a suitable black cloth, which looked like a shroud truly ill-omened. Cheetah, don't you think you can run? I will never let you off. By now, Wang Luchuan's hatred for Qi Yuan had reached the extreme, even surpassing that for Lin Jun, whom he had always regarded as his nemesis. Demonic arts? Seeing the state he was in, Emo Xingyang frowned slightly, stepped forward, placed his fingers on his wrist, and slowly examined him. After a moment, he understood what was going on and his expression relaxed. He scolded, "Nonsense. You junior, spouting foolish drivel. It's merely the sect's grappling methods dislocating sinews and bones, sealing acupoints and breath. Leave it alone and it'll be fine after a while. How is that demonic arts?" As soon as he finished speaking, Emo Xingyang snorted coldly, circulated true essence through his body once, and blasted open all the sealed acupoints and meridians. As the last trace of obstruction in his body dissipated, Wang Luchuan went limp, collapsed to the ground, and panted heavily. Once he caught his breath, Wang Luchuan hurriedly got up and saluted. "Many thanks, Elder, for your treatment. That Qidao indeed gave your disciple a slap without any regard for right or wrong, and he also hit." Before he could finish, Emo Xingyang cut him off with a wave of his hand, his tone full of admonition. "Enough. Be off. In future, stop being so rash, impetuous, and loose-tongued. If you slander your fellow disciples again, I will not let it slide." With that, he flicked his sleeve and left, returning to the hall without looking back. "Why yes, your disciple understands." Wang Luchuan didn't dare retort, replied in a low voice, and agreed meekly. "Young Master Wang, what should we do now?" After Emo Xingyang left, one of his lackeys saw the boss standing there motionless and couldn't help asking, "This isn't over?" Wang Luchuan gnashed his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes, and said, "I'll go to the inner sect right now and have my cousin step in to teach that bastard surnamed Qi a lesson. Also, bring that woman Lu Yingying to me later." Back at his quarters, Qi Yuan pulled out a chair and sat down casually. With a thought, he summoned the system panel. Having just completed the system quest to break through to the third layer of Qi refining, the quest tab refreshed with a new quest. You went through untold hardships to infiltrate the cultivation sect Luoyun Valley. Your cultivation has begun to proceed on the right track after breaking through to the third layer of Qi refining. You're one step closer to your wish. In your heart, you yearn to return openly to your family as a foundation establishment cultivator, slapping the faces of those who look down on you. Now, you need to keep working hard and stand out among this group of menial disciples. Quest objective: please hunt a Qi refining realm demonic beast in Luoyun Valley Back Mountain. The beast's strength must be at least the third layer of Qi refining. Quest difficulty: 3 stars average. Quest rewards: 150 counterattack points, 5 high-grade rejuvenation pills, and 300 low-grade spirit stones. Qi Yuan glanced over the quest information, utterly unperturbed. Qi Yuan hurriedly cupped his fists and replied, "Many thanks for the guidance, Deacon Marshal Uncle. This disciple will certainly do his utmost." He was quite satisfied with being assigned to the herb garden after all. It was a rather quiet place. Normally, aside from elders or disciples who came with tokens to collect herbs, no one else was allowed in. In his heart, he understood that this cushy assignment had most likely fallen to him thanks to that stunning senior sister's help. Good then, do a proper job here, and if anything comes up, go to the outer sect deacon office to find me. The middle-aged deacon nodded, then said to the young male cultivator beside him in an outer sect disciple's robe, "Nephew Lu, show him around the herb garden. I'll head back first." "Yes, Deacon Marshal Uncle." The Lu surnamed male cultivator watched the deacon leave, then smiled and said to Qi Yuan, "Junior brother, my name is Lu Tai. I'm the outer sect disciple in charge of watching over the herb garden. Since you just arrived, let me show you around." "Many thanks, senior brother Lu." After a polite reply, Qi Yuan followed him and stepped into the herb garden. As they walked, Lu Tai said with a broad smile, "Deacon Yo personally escorted you over. He really went to some trouble. It seems junior brother is highly regarded in the outer sect. Your future is boundless." Hearing this, Qi Yuan sneered inwardly. He knew Lu Tai was praising him on the surface, but in fact probing his background. If he played weak now, all the dirty and tiring tasks in the herb garden would probably end up dumped on him later. Thinking of this, he put on a humble smile, but spoke a plain truth. Senior brother flatters me. It's all thanks to Elder Mo's favor. He specifically named me to manage the herb garden. I'm truly honored. I'm still a bit apprehensive right now, just hoping I can repay Elder Mo's kindness as soon as possible. At times like this, if you have backing, you should admit it openly. It can save a lot of trouble down the road. He had just gleaned from Deacon Nyo that it was Elder Mo's idea to assign him to the herb garden. Compared to Baishiro, who was far away in the inner sect, that golden core elder who held the power of life and death over the outer sect clearly carried more weight. In any case, he wasn't lying. Just stating facts, however others connected the dots, was their business. Sure enough, after listening, Lu Tai's expression changed. The way he looked at Qi Yuan became more courteous, even tinged with respect. That's the right mindset, junior brother Qi. We're all from the same sect. If anything comes up in the future, just say the word. I will certainly help. The Luoyuan Valley herb garden backed onto the rear mountain and covered a vast area. Besides some menial workers and outer sect disciples, there was also an inner sect disciple at the foundation establishment stage guarding it to prevent the rear mountain's beasts from breaking in and harming the spirit herbs. Most of the demonic beasts on the rear mountain were ones Luoyuan Valley raised specifically for disciples to practice on. Their ranks were generally low, mostly Qi refining, with foundation establishment ones rare. This herb garden belongs to Elder Kong of the Pill Pavilion. The old man spends years in seclusion refining pills and doesn't concern himself with mundane affairs. When the Pill Pavilion runs short on herbs, they send people to harvest. And also, remember not to casually approach that small building. Senior Sister Jin from the inner sect hates being disturbed. After the two of them made a circuit of the herb garden, Lu Tai brought him to the edge of a not-so-large spirit field. Junior brother Qi, you'll start by taking care of this patch of greenleaf grass. Just water it once each morning with spirit water. The rest of your time can be used for cultivation. This spirit field was about 100 zhang square, planted with an alchemy ingredient called greenleaf grass. Its leaves were emerald and carried a crystalline luster. Not far from the edge of the field was a spring of spirit water. Watering the field once would definitely take less than an hour. Excessively easy work. Qi Yuan was very satisfied with this arrangement. It meant he would have more time to do system missions. With nascent soul formation imminent, he was eager to test what would happen if he broke through under sustained enlightenment. Of course, that would require a large amount of counterattack points. He just hoped this broken system wouldn't act up. Stability would be enough. Qi Yuan thought silently to himself. Just like that, after finishing a day of tedious work, he lost his way on the way back to his quarters and somehow ended up on the rear mountain. While no one was watching, he also accidentally stepped on and killed a red-clawed bear at the 8th layer of Qi refining, and casually had a meal of roasted bear paw. Ding! Host has successfully hunted the first Qi refining demonic beast of his life. Reward: 150 counterattack points, 5 high-grade rejuvenation pills, and 300 low-grade spirit stones. Over the next few days, Qi Yuan slacked off in the herb garden while turning into an unfeeling task machine, madly farming counterattack points. Ding! The host has finally obtained the first 100-year spirit herb of his life. Quest reward: 150 counterattack points. Ding! First time successfully laying a basic array reward: 200 counterattack points. Ding! Defeated an opponent at the Qi refining 6th layer. Completed your first spar with a fellow disciple reward: 300 counterattack points. Ding! Successfully learned your first spell reward: 300 counterattack points. As the chimes for one quest after another rang out, his counterattack points skyrocketed, quickly breaking past 3,000. System, what s with you? Where did the new quests go? In the wooden hut, Qi Yuan stared at the empty quest panel before him, looking quite displeased. Hurry up and refresh the quests. I want to take new ones. He had just tasted a bit of the thrill from speedrunning quests, only for it to stop after a short while. In the past, the system would pop up new quests as soon as old ones were completed, but this time there was no response at all. Ding! Please be patient, host. The first time series of beginner quests has ended. The system is automatically generating the next stage of quests for you. System, you're really not pulling your weight. Qi Yuan rolled his eyes and spoke with disdain. Looks like I pushed too hard over the past few days and wrung this crappy system dry. Wait. Auto-generate. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Could it be that after the hardship, the style of the upcoming quests will finally be normal? At that thought, he couldn't help rubbing his hands, secretly cheering the system on. System, when you generate the quests, keep your eyes open and really look at the world. If you can truly fix things, I promise I'll never curse you again. Not long after, the previously silent system panel finally began to move, popping out a few lines of glittering small text. Here it comes. Qi Yuan's spirits lifted, and with his face full of anticipation, he began to read. The next second, his expression completely froze. Fuck. Just as Qi Yuan wore a strange look, footsteps sounded outside the hut, and someone shouted, "That menial disciple Cheetah lives here." Qi Yuan furrowed his brow, steadied himself, and pushed the door open. Right outside stood several men and women wearing stern expressions. They wore outer sect disciple attire, with the insignia of the law enforcement pavilion embroidered on their chests, clearly outer sect members of the law enforcement pavilion on official business. Seeing where they were from, Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned, then asked in a deep voice, "What do you want with me?" The leader was a 17 or 18-year-old girl from the law enforcement pavilion. She had a good figure and a pretty face, but her expression was icy, and she carried herself with arrogant airs. She cast a cold glance at Qi Yuan and said stiffly, "Cheetah, your matter has been exposed. Come with us." Exposed? Qi Yuan's heart tightened, his gaze sharpened, and he quickly calculated the current situation. Setting everything else aside, if his identity as the Dao heir of the Taishan Holy Land were revealed, the people of Luoyun Valley wouldn't dare make a move even if they had 10 times the courage. The only risk is that once the news leaks, not only will quests related to Luoyun Valley be hard to do in the future, he'll also be held to account back at the Taishan Holy Land. The consequences are uncertain. In any case, it would be hard to explain why he hid his identity to go be a menial in Luoyun Valley. Should he silence them before the matter spreads? Or find a way to wipe these people's memories? Seeing Qi Yuan silent, a law enforcement pavilion disciple behind the girl snorted coldly and said, "Cheetah, why are you playing innocent here? No need to hide it from you. Since we're asking you to come, we definitely have solid evidence saying you colluded with Lin Jun to steal spirit herbs from the medicine garden. Summoning you to confront is only giving you a chance to confess honestly. The sect rules are strict, no one's going to shield you." Huh? Stealing herbs? Hearing this, Qi Yuan let out a breath. He thought his identity had been exposed. Turns out it was just a misunderstanding. Luckily, he hadn't acted on impulse just now. Coming back to his senses, he cupped his hands with an awkward smile and said, "Sorry, senior brothers and sisters. I was startled by the lineup just now. If I was discourteous, please forgive me. But I really didn't steal any spirit herbs. Someone is definitely framing me." Of course, these law enforcement pavilion disciples had no idea they'd almost been done for just now. Hearing him, each of them showed an impatient look. "Cut the crap and come with us now." Upon reaching the outer sect's main peak, Qi Yuan saw from afar that Lin Jun was hogtied and kneeling before the hall, with a small bundle of freshly picked greenleaf grass placed in front of him. Seeing Qi Yuan, Lin Jun immediately began to struggle and shouted, "Brother Qi, I really don't know when that bundle of greenleaf grass showed up in my room. It's definitely Wang Luchuan framing us." At that, Wang Luchuan in the crowd flushed red and roared, "Nonsense. The greenleaf grass was found in your room. What does it have to do with me? As the saying goes, to catch a thief you must catch the stolen goods with both the man and the loot present. You still want to argue?" Lin Jun, eyes bloodshot, glared at Wang Luchuan and said through gritted teeth, "Wang, haven't you framed me enough? You even want to drag Brother Qi down with me? Shameless." As he spoke, something seemed to occur to him. His face darkened, and he looked at Lu Yingying standing beside Wang Luchuan, rasping, "So it was you. No wonder you've kept coming by where I live these past 2 days. I thought you'd changed your mind, but you were setting me up. Lin Jun, I truly didn't expect you to do this. Years of friendship, all for nothing. I really misjudged you." Lu Yingying shot him a cold glance. "You'd better confess quickly, so you can ask the enforcement hall for leniency." The scene grew more chaotic. Outer sect elder Mo Xingyang frowned and barked. Quiet. Bickering in front of so many people, what kind of conduct is that? After the crowd quieted, Mo Xingyang swept his gaze around. It finally settled on Qi Yuan, and he asked in an even tone, "Cheetah, did you do this?" His tone was amicable. It sounded less like an interrogation and more like a casual question between friends. Seeing this, the confident Wang Luchuan's eyelids twitched, and a bad premonition rose in his heart. Qi Yuan gave a faint smile. "Reporting to you, Martial Uncle Mo, this has nothing to do with me." After Qi Yuan's firm denial, the ones who had brought him grew anxious at once. The leading girl stepped forward, pointed at the bundle of spirit herbs, and said, "Cheetah, stop quibbling. You oversee jade leaf grass in the medicine garden. Yet over a dozen freshly harvested jade leaf grass stalks were found in your fellow disciple's room. How is that not evidence?" Unexpectedly, before Qi Yuan could argue, Mo Xingyang, who was presiding over the case, shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Nya, my martial niece, stop pressing. Since Cheetah says it wasn't him, it's almost certainly not him. I had you bring him here only so he could clarify in public and prevent rumors afterward." With that, his gaze returned to Qi Yuan. "Martial nephew Qi, the Luoyan sect has always rewarded merit. Tell everyone how much the sect has awarded you lately." Qi Yuan, a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose and began slowly. "This disciple was fortunate and did a small service. I didn't expect the sect to reward me with 3,000 spirit stones, 50 top-grade chi gathering pills, and a mid-grade artifact. I truly feel unworthy." As his words fell, exclamations erupted all around. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Qi Yuan, eyes full of envy and jealousy. Just what kind of merit did this kid achieve? 3,000 spirit stones at once, 50 top-grade chi gathering pills, and even a mid-grade artifact. Such a lavish reward given to a menial disciple who only just joined a few days ago. It's truly baffling. Mo Xingyang nodded and said earnestly, "Jade leaf grass is a main ingredient for refining chi gathering pills and sells well in the market, but these dozen or so are worth at most 4 or 5 spirit stones. Think about it. Someone who just got 3,000 spirit stones who would risk having their cultivation abolished and being expelled from the sect to steal for a mere 4 or 5 spirit stones?" Indeed, hearing this, those who'd been doubtful suddenly saw reason. That's right. By common sense, the risk and reward simply don't match. A menial disciple's monthly stipend is only 2 spirit stones. 3,000 equals 150 years of wages. Someone holding that many spirit stones is hardly going to commit the foolish act of embezzlement for 4 or 5. Of course, you can't entirely rule out someone with psychological issues who enjoys theft and chasing forbidden thrills. But Cheetah only recently passed the entry temperament assessment and was rated perfect temperament. He hardly seems the type. Seeing Qi Yuan basically cleared of suspicion, Lin Jun, bound on the ground, was overjoyed and hurriedly shouted, "I've been saying it, Brother Qi and I were framed. I never stole jade leaf grass. Hurry up and let me go." As he spoke, he struggled to get up from the ground. "Behave yourself." The enforcement pavilion disciples nearby immediately pressed him back down. The leading girl, surnamed Nya, shot him a cold glance and said icily, "No matter what, these jade leaf grass were found in your room. Even if it wasn't done by junior brother Qi, you can't wash your hands of it. As a menial disciple, you can't even enter the medicine garden to steal spirit herbs. I advise you to honestly confess who your accomplice is. If that's how it is, we'll haul you to the enforcement pavilion right now. Once you're there, we've plenty of ways to make you confess." Lin Jun laughed when he heard this, mockery all over his face, and said, "As I see it, your enforcement pavilion is nothing special. You can't even see through such an obvious frame-up. Insolent." The girl surnamed Nya was so furious her willow brow shot up. She raised a hand to slap Lin Jun, but before it reached his face, a big hand seized her wrist, making it impossible. She turned her head and saw that the one holding her wrist was actually Qi Yuan. A flush of anger rose on her pretty face. "Cheetah, what are you doing?" Before the words were even out, she instinctively tried to wrench free, but the hand on her wrist clamped down like an iron vice. No amount of struggling helped. Seeing this, the other enforcement pavilion disciples flew into a rage and crowded around. You dare lay hands on senior sister. Let go of senior sister Tsuelan's hand now. Qi Yuan glanced at Lin Jun, then said coolly to the girl, surnamed Nya. Whether my friend stole jade leaf grass or not, it's not for you to say, nor for me either. Better to let the facts speak and let the case come to light. At this, he smiled slightly, casually released the girl's wrist, and explained, jade leaf grass is a key ingredient for refining qi gathering pills, and it's used in large quantities. My job in the herb garden is to look after a plot of jade leaf grass. If someone wanted to frame us, then this bundle of jade leaf grass would surely have been cut from that spirit field. I go on duty at the Chen hour and return to my quarters at the Yu hour. In other words, of the 12 hours in a day, I'm away from the field for 6, so whoever picked this jade leaf grass must have acted while I wasn't there. Niet Suolan, shamed and enraged, glared fiercely at Qi Yuan. What good is any of that? Since you weren't on the scene, how can you possibly decide who did it? Yet Niet Suolan was secretly stunned. She was at Qi refining completion and should have been able to resist forcefully, but just now she had no power to fight back in this man's grasp. To suffer such a loss in front of everyone normally, she would have already taught him a lesson. But for some reason, facing this menial disciple, she didn't even have the nerve to turn hostile. Who says you can't accuse a culprit without being on scene? Qi Yuan's lips curved. I'm a responsible sort. Since the sect assigned me to guard the spirit field, I naturally have to do my duty. To monitor the growth of the jade leaf grass and prevent issues in the spirit field, I set a low-grade recording talisman on the big tree at the field's edge every day after I come off duty. That way, even if I'm not in the field, I can use the talisman to check the jade leaf grass's nighttime growth. If anyone sneaks in at night to pick it, the recording talisman will definitely capture them. As he spoke, he beamed and drew from his robe a talisman glowing faint white. This is the recording from last night. I was summoned right after coming off duty and hadn't had time to look at it. As soon as he finished, everyone's expressions turned odd. They stared blankly at the recording talisman in Qi Yuan's hand. Holy crap, you can use a recording talisman like that? As the name suggests, a recording talisman can capture and store images over a span of time and a certain distance. It has no sound, but the visuals are clear, and it's very popular in the cultivation world. Beyond messaging and socializing, many extra uses have been developed for recording talismans. For example, recording debates and duels for study and reflection. Some even use them to shoot titillating private scenes, copy them in bulk, and sell them at high prices. At one point, it even cut into the Hahuan sect's illustrated book trade. But no one is foolish enough to keep recording a patch of farmland and claim it's to monitor the jade leaf grass's nighttime growth. Even though a low-grade recording talisman is considered cheap in the cultivation world, it's at least 3 spirit stones. By that math, it would cost 90 spirit stones a month. Meanwhile, menial disciples receive only 2 spirit stones a month. In other words, this man toils in the herb garden for a month and still loses 88 spirit stones. Then, remembering that Qi Yuan had just received a massive reward of 3,000 spirit stones, everyone promptly felt it wasn't so absurd after all. After a spell of eerie silence, Outer Sect Elder Emo Xingyang was the first to recover. He beckoned to Qi Yuan and said in a deep voice, "In that case, hand it over and let me see." "Yes," Qi Yuan answered and respectfully passed up the recording talisman in his hand. The instant Emo Xingyang took the talisman, a menial disciple in the crowd went paper white, his whole body beginning to shake violently. "Junior brother Wentao, what's wrong with you?" The disciple beside him saw his abnormal state and hurried forward to steady him. That disciple seemed not to hear and began muttering under his breath. "Damn, how could this happen? It was you who did it." Qi Yuan suddenly strode over, grabbed the man from the crowd, and tossed him in front of Emo Xingyang. "Elder Emo, no need to inspect the recording talisman anymore. This jade leaf grass was picked by him." At that moment, the menial disciple's composure completely collapsed, and he knelt trembling. "Elder Emo, spare me. It really wasn't my idea. Wang Luchuan saw me on duty in the herb garden, gave me 10 spirit stones, and told me to go to the herb garden to steal jade leaf grass. I was just muddle-headed for a moment." As soon as he finished, the crowd erupted in commotion, and the people around Wang Luchuan instinctively edged away from him by a few steps. Wang Luchuan's face turned livid in an instant, and he glared viciously at that menial disciple. "One, don't you slander me. I don't even know you. You dare say I told you to do it? What evidence do you have?" Wen Tao said with a woeful face. "Wang Luchuan, stop quibbling. It was indeed you who sent someone to deliver 10 spirit stones to me." "Enough." Mo Zhengyang barked angrily, sweeping a cold gaze around. "A bunch of fools, aren't you ashamed enough already?" Everyone seemed cowed and fell silent at once. After a brief ponder, Mo Zhengyang looked to Nie Tsalan in the center and instructed, "Marshal Nisnya, take Wen Tao back to the law enforcement hall and interrogate him thoroughly. Be sure to uncover the truth. Any violation of sect rules is to be punished without leniency." Then he shifted his gaze to Lin Zhan, who was trussed up, and said, "As for Lin Zhan, with the facts unclear and evidence insufficient at present, let him go for now. We'll decide after the matter is investigated." Disciple obeys and will abide by Marshal Uncle Mo's decree. Nie Tsalan shot Wang Luchuan a look of utter disgust, then gestured with a wave. Several law enforcement hall disciples deftly restrained Wen Tao. At this moment, Mo Xingyang tossed the recording talisman in his hand back to Qi Yuan and said, half laughing, half exasperated, "You little rascal, you actually tried to fool me with a blank recording talisman. What was that supposed to mean? If Wen Tao hadn't shown even the slightest flaw in the end, I'd like to see how you'd clean up the mess." Qi Yuan chuckled. "No way that would happen. You're strict and impartial and keen-eyed. The moment you picked up the recording talisman, those ghosts and monsters were scared witless. How could they not slip up?" Empty. In an instant, everyone's expressions froze, their gazes going blank. As the ropes were loosened, Lin Zhan ignored the downcast Wang Luchuan and Lu Yinging not far away and walked straight to Qi Yuan, his eyes reddening with emotion. "Brother Qi, this is the 3rd time you've helped me. This favor your little brother is grateful beyond words." Qi Yuan smiled warmly and waved his hand, saying, "We're brothers, there's no need to thank me." Lin Zhan nodded heavily, as if recalling something. He hesitated, but quickly made up his mind and said solemnly, "Brother Qi, your kindness to me is as weighty as a mountain. There is something I must tell you." "Oh." Seeing this, Qi Yuan also sat up straight, asking gravely, "There are too many tongues wagging here. Let South go to my place to talk." If it were someone else, Qi Yuan might not believe it. But Lin Zhan was different, who knew what strange discoveries this child of fortune might have. Maybe he really had something. Even if Lin Zhan said he was going to ascend in 2 days, Qi Yuan would believe it first and worry about the rest later. It wasn't long before the two of them went together to Qi Yuan's residence. Once inside the wooden hut, the two sat down. Qi Yuan leaned forward, adopting an all-ears posture, and asked, "Brother Lin, just speak frankly." Lin Zhan nodded, as if making up his mind. He first glanced warily at the doorway, and only after confirming no one was around did he speak in a low voice. "Brother Qi, there's a problem with that spirit field you oversee where the jade leaf grass grows." "What problem?" Qi Yuan was stunned. He'd been there for 5 or 6 days and hadn't noticed anything unusual. If that spirit field really had an issue and he hadn't spotted it, that meant this wasn't simple, it was on a high level. Lin Zhan took a deep breath and continued, "I've read in an ancient book, wherever plant spirits appear, there must be innate Ewood Qi. Today I found a faint trace of Ewood Qi on those dozen or so stalks of jade leaf grass. This means that the spirit field likely harbors a plant spirit that has already matured, at least 7 or 8,000 years old, possibly even a 10,000-year grade ancient being." With that, Lin Zhan fixed his shining eyes on Qi Yuan, clearly watching his reaction. "A 10,000-year plant spirit?" Qi Yuan's expression shifted slightly at these words, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that the seemingly ordinary spirit field in Luoyun Valley would hide such a divine entity. If this is true, even Mahayana cultivators might throw aside their dignity to come snatch a share. Even just a single stalk of 10,000-year azure leaf grass, once ingested, can temper the body and sharpen spiritual insight, causing one's cultivation to soar. Thinking of this, Qi Yuan's gaze toward Lin Zhan changed at once. As expected of a child of fate after helping him only a few times, he actually reaped such a great reward. Of course, Qi Yuan didn't believe a word of the reasons Lin Jun made up. Lin Jun was born mortal and had only recently drawn qi into his body. How could he be that sensitive to innate Yiwu qi? How could a few azure leaf grasses picked from the spirit fields lead him to infer so much? Most likely this child of fate secretly awakened some special ability, but found it inconvenient to say, so he casually made up an excuse to muddle through. Qi Yuan understood and wasn't stupid enough to expose him face to face. He had to admit, it was rather gallant of Lin Jun to risk exposing his ability to pass the news along. At least, he wasn't one of those ungrateful types. Turning it over in his mind, Qi Yuan smiled, patted Lin Jun on the shoulder, and said amiably, "Thanks for the reminder, Brother Lin. I'll look into it. If there really is a 10,000-year spirit herb in the spirit fields, your share definitely won't be small." "Brother Qi, you misunderstood me," Lin Jun said solemnly, his face slightly changing. "If this is true, you must not offend that senior. Spirits of plants and trees are usually timid, weak in combat, and seldom harm people of their own accord, but they are not existences we in the Qi refining realm can provoke at will. Be extra careful when you go to the herb garden, don't act on impulse." After hearing Lin Jun's earnest words, Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, I'll watch out." After seeing Lin Jun off, Qi Yuan sat back down in his chair and fell into thought. Perhaps I really should set up a recording talisman around the spirit fields. But before that, I still have to finish that damn mission. Just thinking about that mission made Qi Yuan seethe. I was supposed to walk the straight path. How did it get more and more crooked? That night, with a face full of helplessness, Qi Yuan donned night attire, wrapped his face tight with black cloth, and turned into a shadow that vanished into the darkness. Luoyun Valley. Outer Sect. The night was ink dark, the starlight thin. On a gentle, low hillside, spacious and luxurious spirit beast pens stretched in orderly rows. Each pen had protective restrictions and a grand spirit gathering array. The environment was beautiful, the spiritual qi abundant, and the living conditions were many times better than the menial disciples' crude wooden huts. More than a dozen spirit beasts lived in these pens, most of them the elders' and deacons' spirit pets. By Luoyun Valley's rules, these spirit pets cannot be brought into the inner sect and must be kept together in a designated area in the outer sect. For menial disciples, serving these high-born spirit pets is a chore you can't avoid even if you want to. They not only have to feed the spirit beasts but also clean up dung and filth. A slight slip, and they'll be attacked by a beast. Injuries are common. These spirit beasts are mostly the high-level elders' beloved pets backed by their patrons. They're full of airs and bad tempers, and simply don't put ordinary disciples in their eyes. At this moment, in one pen, a giant tiger several meters long, its body covered in dark mottled patterns, was lying there snoring, hot air puffing from its nostrils. Suddenly, the formation outside the pen rippled with shimmering light and quietly split open. A seam of black-clad, masked man slipped in from outside. Mission target found. Seeing the giant tiger ahead, the man's exposed eyes lit up and an excited smile tugged at his lips. Like a hunter locking onto his prey, he couldn't wait to step forward. Roar! The sudden sound jolted the tiger awake. It glared at the black-clad man and shouted in great displeasure. "You blind fool! You dare disturb Grandpa Tiger's sleep? Tired of living, are you?" This Foundation establishment realm Black Tiger had already developed spiritual intelligence and could speak human language. "Scram, or Grandpa Tiger will swallow you alive." It had assumed some menial disciple had come to foolishly disturb it. It didn't even bother to lift an eyelid, its tone wildly arrogant. "You're Elder Sue of the inner sect's spirit pet, the Scarlet Flame Tiger, aren't you?" The black-clad man didn't look angry, nor was he in a hurry to strike. Instead, he sauntered toward the black tiger at an unhurried pace. "No, that's wrong. You don't even recognize Grandpa Tiger, so you definitely aren't a menial from here." Seeing this, the giant tiger instantly grew alert. Its massive body surged up as it stood, fur bristling, baring fangs and brandishing claws as it fixed its gaze on him. "Dare to trespass on Lord Tiger's turf? I'm not letting you go today." As the giant tiger spoke, a cloud of black mist suddenly rose around its body. Its claws swung as it lunged aggressively at the man in black. The next moment, bang! Before it could even square up, a no-nonsense fist slammed into its massive head. The black tiger immediately grew dizzy, its limbs went weak, and it fell back heavily to the ground. Then the man in black closed in and laid into it with a brutal beating. A few breaths later, "Woo woo woo. Stop hitting me. I concede. I was wrong. Please let me go." The black tiger whimpered, clutching its head, both paws wrapped around its skull as it cried and begged for mercy. "I'm not the scarlet flame tiger. I'm the black fiend tiger, Elder Yang's spirit pet from the inner sect." The man in black froze for a moment, then sneered and said, "You mangy beast, still daring to lie to me? Looks like I haven't beaten you into submission yet." Before the words had finished leaving his mouth, he pounded the black tiger a few more times. "I'm not lying. I really am the black fiend tiger. Oomph, stop quibbling." Clearly, he didn't believe it. Bang, 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 bang. Don't hit me anymore. I submit, I really submit. I admit it, I'm the scarlet flame tiger, okay? Hearing this, Qi Yuan, disguised as a man in black, finally stopped, let out a light breath, and thought to himself, "Looks like I've already tamed this scarlet flame tiger. The mission should be considered complete, right?" With that thought, he called up the mission list. Because you have no backing within the sect, you were assigned as a menial worker to the hardest, most grueling spirit beast peak, responsible for feeding Elder Su Zhou's spirit pet, the Scarlet Flame Tiger. The Scarlet Flame Tiger is a Foundation Establishment realm spirit beast, notoriously proud and hard to tame. It has injured people multiple times and makes things difficult for you in every way. Its vile attitude severely threatens your menial worker career. Mission objective: the host must, through his own efforts, tame the Scarlet Flame Tiger and make it docile. Mission difficulty: 4 stars hard. Mission rewards: 400 counterattack points, 1 top-grade spirit nurturing pill, 500 low-grade spirit stones, and the talent All Spirit Affinity. All non-human beings' favorability toward the host increases. Looking at the corner where the black tiger was shivering, already beaten into submission, Qi Yuan couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth. Perhaps due to a shift in the world line, he hadn't been assigned to Spirit Beast Peak at all, but instead to the Herb Garden. Since he lost the status of a menial worker on Spirit Beast Peak, if he wanted to tame the Spirit Beast's pin there, he could only do it secretly in the dead of night. Of course, there are many ways to tame beasts. Besides reforming them with love and patience, fists and feet are also a fast-acting approach. Qi Yuan thought silently. But after quite a while, he still didn't receive the mission completion chime. He frowned slightly, glanced at the black tiger in the corner, and asked, "You still haven't submitted?" The black tiger shuddered the instant it heard him, its head shaking like a rattle drum. "Big brother, no, I really submit." Seeing the other party didn't look like he was acting, Qi Yuan's eyelid twitched, and a bad premonition welled up in his heart. He hurriedly asked, "What did you say your name was just now?" Upon hearing this, the black tiger cried and fussed, then said helplessly, "Come on, I really messed up. Whatever you want to call me, just call me that. Dog egg is fine too." Qi Yuan's face darkened, and his tone softened. "If you tell the truth, I won't hit you again." The black tiger was utterly baffled, but still braced itself and said, I'm the black fiend tiger, Elder Yang's spirit pet from the inner sect. The Scarlet Flame Tiger lives next door to me. Damn, turns out he targeted the wrong tiger. Do the elders of Luoyun Valley have a screw loose? Why are they raising so many tigers for no reason? Qi Yuan froze for a second, so angry he wanted to slap it a few more times, and roared, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Black Fiend Tiger." After scaring the Black Fiend Tiger again and warning it not to blab, Qi Yuan's figure flickered as he slipped into the neighboring pen. Not long after, ding! Congratulations to the host on completing the Scarlet Flame Tiger mission. Rewards: 400 counterattack points, 1 top-grade spirit nurturing pill, 500 low-grade spirit stones, and the talent All Spirit Affinity. The next day, Qi Yuan arrived early at the herb garden for his shift, acting like nothing had happened. Even Mo Xingyang, the most powerful in cultivation among the outer sect, was only at the late golden core stage, a small realm lower than him. This was precisely why he dared to brazenly infiltrate Spirit Beast Peak last night. Although there were some awkward little episodes in the process, it was no big deal. In the end, the mission was still completed, and he was in a good mood. He greeted a few passing herb garden disciples and walked over to the greenleaf grass field. At a glance, there were well over 100,000 stalks of greenleaf grass in the field, lushly verdant and growing well. Aside from that, nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Qi Yuan lifted the bucket, drew water from the nearby spirit spring, and skillfully irrigated the spirit field, giving the wilted spirit plants a few extra pours. With Lin Zhan's warning in mind, he outwardly feigned nonchalance, but inwardly held his breath and focused, carefully searching the spirit field for any suspicious stalks. But even after watering the entire spirit field, he didn't see the slightest anomaly. Before him were nothing but the most ordinary greenleaf grass. Although he hadn't unearthed anything, Qi Yuan still felt something was off. Someone was watching him. That sense of attention was extremely covert. Without his heightened focus and keen perception of his surroundings at this moment, it would have been impossible to notice. Who could it be? Could it be some expert in Luoyun Valley watching from the shadows? Qi Yuan's gaze sharpened. Anyone who could observe him silently and unnoticed was no ordinary person, at the very least a powerhouse at the nascent soul stage or higher. Despite his extreme internal alertness, he kept his expression unchanged, put the bucket back as usual, sat beneath the old tree beside the spirit field, and slowly absorbed spiritual energy, putting on the appearance of cultivating. Sure enough, as soon as he left the spirit field, that faint, elusive gaze dispersed at once, as if it had never been there. This only further confirmed Qi Yuan's suspicion. The mysterious observer wasn't targeting him specifically, but was watching this spirit field. If it were someone from Luoyun Valley, how do you explain that when the menial named Wen Tao was stealing greenleaf grass from the spirit field, this person didn't show up to stop him? Qi Yuan frowned inwardly, thought for quite a while, and ultimately decided to bide his time for now. Compared to that rare 10,000-year spirit herb in the distance, what he cared more about at the moment was whether he could keep his identity hidden in Luoyun Valley until he completed his current task. Right then, a familiar figure approached at a measured pace from afar, rosy like jade, eyes like autumn water, with a gentle, dignified bearing. The inner sect senior sister by Shiro herself. Greetings, senior sister. Seeing her, Qi Yuan quickly stood up, cupped his hands, and offered a polite salute. Junior brother Qi. Bai Shiro stopped in front of Qi Yuan, inclined her head slightly, concern in her eyes, and said, "You've been working in the herb garden lately. How are you adapting? Are you used to it?" Her voice was clear and melodious, as pleasant as pearls falling onto a jade plate. Qi Yuan promptly put on a flattered and overwhelmed expression and said, "Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I'm doing quite well here." The moment Bai Shiro arrived, she drew everyone's gaze. Many herb garden disciples looked over curiously, especially the male disciples, whose eyes were full of envy when they looked at Qi Yuan. "As long as you're happy, that's good." Bai Shiro nodded, the corners of her mouth lifting slightly in a faint smile. Then her expression shifted. Her gaze moved to the spirit field not far away, and she spoke solemnly. "I know that you and Lin Zhan were framed and slandered yesterday. Although your innocence was ultimately cleared in public and those villains didn't succeed, the fact that it happened is a scandal to the sect. So after the enforcement hall uncovered the truth, they decided to take swift, decisive action, only pursuing individual responsibility without dragging others down." Qi Yuan paused, puzzled, and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Bai Shiro let out a soft sigh and said slowly, "Men, junior brother Qi, Wang Luchuan has the rare dual spiritual roots. Many intersect elders think highly of him. So the law enforcement hall made an exception and let him off, giving him a chance to mend his ways. Of course, if there's a next time, I won't be lenient again, even if it means offending those elders." Qi Yuan shook his head and said, "I have no objection to the sect's decision." When it came to overt and covert strife, someone like Wang Luchuan didn't even enter his eyes. He wasn't the least bit of a threat. Keeping him around was only to use him as a stepping stone for Lin Zhan, that child of fortune. If it could also happen to trigger some side quests, so much the better. Only, if Wang Luchuan kept buzzing around him like a fly, Qi Yuan wouldn't mind swatting him dead in passing, just to spare himself the disgust. That's good then." Seeing the sincerity in his tone, Bai Shiro let out a small breath of relief and changed the subject. Junior Brother Qi. Regarding the theft at Senior Jinling's cave dwelling, I've already concluded it wasn't done by one of our own. The key to enter the core of the sect's grand formation has always been treasured in the deepest part of the treasure pavilion, where our patriarch personally laid layer upon layer of restrictions for hundreds of years. No one has dared touch it. Without the key, breaking into the formation core is easier said than done. Not only would it require extremely high cultivation, it would also take sky-piercing mastery of formations. If Luoyun Valley truly had such a person, the sect wouldn't have declined to this point. Qi Yuan nodded, inwardly quite in agreement with her assessment. Although he wasn't well versed in formations, he understood the basic common sense. Sneaking into the core of the sect's grand formation without breaking it was simply beyond an ordinary cultivator. Any grandmaster of formations capable of that wouldn't lower themselves to make a move for those trifles belonging to Jinling. As they spoke, Baishiro pointed toward the bamboo grove in the distance and said with a smile, "I'll take you to meet junior sister Jun. She's the inner sect disciple guarding the herb garden here. If you run into any trouble in the garden, go to her for help." Seeing Baishiro being so considerate and attentive, Qi Yuan couldn't help being a bit puzzled instead. Female cultivators like Baishiro, exceptionally gifted and beautiful, were practically the perfect Dao companion template, and in the cultivation world would attract who knows how much adoration. Yet he was only a menial disciple at the very bottom, with the aptitude he showed being merely for spiritual roots, and together with his disguised, ordinary looks, it was hardly likely he could win the favor of this beautiful senior sister. Unable to figure it out, he could only chalk it up in the end to her having very particular taste. It seemed that when boys went out into the world, they still had to protect themselves more. Naturally, Baishiro had no idea Qi Yuan was letting his imagination run wild. She led him through the herb garden to a lush bamboo grove. Junior sister Jun is mainly responsible for fending off demonic beasts that come from the back mountain to attack the herb garden, so she lives on the outskirts at the boundary between the garden and the back mountain, a fair distance from the spirit fields. And precisely because of that, when Tao had the chance the night before last to sneak in and pick some azure leaf grass. Also, junior sister Yiyin prefers quiet and doesn't usually socialize much, but she and I are as close as sisters. I'll take you to meet her this time after this. She won't refuse to help you. Deep in the bamboo grove stood a tasteful two-story wooden building, dotted around with spirit flowers, the grass green like a carpet, quite a comfortable setting. Coming to a stop before the little building, Baishiro called toward the house. "Junior sister Yiyin, I've come to see you." After a moment the door opened, and a young woman in a purple dress stepped out. Her figure was ordinary and her looks could be called delicate, far from stunning, but her pair of clear, lively eyes left a deep impression. Seeing Baishiro, she smiled and said warmly, "Eldest senior sister, what brings you here today?" Baishiro stepped forward, took her hand, and said with a smile, "I've brought a new disciple to introduce. He'll be working in the herb garden from now on, so I'll trouble you to look after him." The woman gave Qi Yuan a calm glance and nodded to him. "Since he's someone eldest senior sister brought, I'll naturally look after him." Under her gaze, Qi Yuan hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Greetings, senior sister Jun." Qi Yuan knew her name was Zhun Yuyin, at mid-foundation establishment stage, stationed here for 3 years, and rarely seen. This was his first time seeing her in person. Zhun Yuyin looked perfectly ordinary, nothing special, yet Qi Yuan couldn't shake the feeling that something about her was off, though he couldn't say exactly what. "Let's talk inside." Zhun Yuyin smiled and nodded, then led the two of them into the house. "No need. This time I've come not only to introduce a newcomer to you, but mainly just to see how you're doing." Baishiro shook her head, her expression very serious, and said, "To guard the medicine garden, junior sister Jun has lived in seclusion in this remote place for 3 years. It's truly meritorious service. In a few days I plan to ask Elder Su to transfer you back to the inner sect. What do you think?" "No need." As soon as Baishiro brought this up, Zhun Yuyin grew a bit tense and immediately refused firmly. "Eldest senior sister, please don't mention this to Elder Su. You know I don't like to be in the limelight. This place lets me keep away from the clamor and cultivate in peace. Even if I have to stay longer, I'm perfectly willing." Seeing Zhun Yuyin so resolute, Baishiro sighed and didn't press further, saying, "Alas, Very well, I'll agree to that. But if you ever truly want to transfer later, come find me anytime. This scene only deepened the doubts in Qi Yuan's heart. Unlike them, the menial disciples, for an inner sect disciple, guarding the medicine garden was clearly not a good post. One had to watch it day and night and be ready at any time to deal with attacks from the back mountain's demonic beasts. Yet when someone offered a chance to transfer away, Zhen Yuyan was unusually resistant. It was indeed a bit odd. Thinking of a possibility, Qi Yuan raised his brows slightly, cast a sidelong glance at Zhen Yuyan, who was exchanging pleasantries with Baishiro, and his expression darkened. This woman is definitely not that simple. At the same time, inner sect, within a cave abode of clear mountains and waters, brimming with spiritual energy. Cousin, you have to help me this time. Those two, Lin Zhen and Cheetah, not only bullied me repeatedly, but this time even turned around and framed me, left me disgraced, and I couldn't even keep the woman by my side. They clearly know you're my cousin, yet they act so recklessly, as if they don't see you at all. And that old thing Mo Zhenyang, relying on his connection to uncle, constantly looks down on me and has always favored those two. How could I be willing to let it go if I don't take revenge? Wang Luchuan stood by the table, face full of resentment, pouring out his grievances to the young man sitting on the wooden chair. The man in the seat of honor wore a brocade robe and a jade coronet. His looks could be called handsome. He was Yin Hong, ranked among the top 3 in Luoyun Valley's inner sect. You couldn't even manage such a simple frame-up. Left holes everywhere, what a disgrace. You're basically a piece of trash. Yin Hong cast Wang Luchuan a cold glance and said with disdain, if my father hadn't spoken up for you this time, you'd have already had your cultivation crippled and been expelled from the sect. You wouldn't be standing here spouting nonsense. Wang Luchuan lowered his head, shame written all over his face. Cousin, your rebuke is right. I was momentarily muddle-headed. Who would have thought Cheetah would be so cunning? He hadn't finished speaking before Yin Hong cut him off with a bark. Shut up. You're stupid yourself. Don't assume others are just as stupid. Startled into a shiver, Wang Luchuan snapped his mouth shut, not daring to say more. As if suddenly recalling something, a shadow flashed through Yin Hong's eyes, and he asked in a cold voice. I heard Baishiro is quite attentive to Cheetah, and even went to the outer sect to look for him several times. What exactly is going on? Hearing this, Wang Luchuan's face lit up, and he hurried to say, I've heard people talk about this too. On the second day after he entered the sect, the eldest senior sister went to look for Cheetah. The two even left the outer sect together and didn't return for a long time. No one knows where they went. A few days later, Cheetah was sent to the medicine garden by Elder Mo and even received a hefty reward. Say no more. This definitely has something to do with the eldest senior sister. Wang Luchuan knew Yin Hong had long set his sights on Baishiro, taking her as his future Dao companion. Anyone daring to touch her was something he would never tolerate. Hearing this, he naturally couldn't contain himself. Sure enough, Yin Hong's face sank at that, and killing intent immediately overflowed in his gaze. Before Wang Luchuan could pile on further, Yin Hong suddenly stood and said in a sinister tone, Our Luoyun Valley isn't a demonic sect. Internecine strife is taboo. Even if I wanted to act personally, I couldn't deal with that kid openly. But you're different. You're in charge of the feeding on Spirit Beast Peak. Those spirit beasts are wild and hard to tame. Who's to say they won't suddenly go berserk one day and injure someone? As he spoke, he took a jade vial from the storage pouch at his waist and handed it to Wang Luchuan. When you have the chance to release the spirit beasts, lure that Foundation Establishment Realm Scarlet Flame Tiger onto the route Cheetah must take back to his quarters. And then this pill. His voice lowered more and more until it was only a whisper, while Wang Luchuan's eyes shone and he nodded repeatedly. After getting off duty at the medicine garden, Qi Yuan set off on foot toward the outer sect's main peak. The main peak rose ahead above the surrounding mountains, standing out amid the encircling peaks, and the spiritual qi there was much denser than elsewhere. Junior brother Qi, what are you doing here? Qi Yuan had just reached the outside of the hall when two disciples at the door blocked his way. The events of the past few days had earned him some fame in the outer sect. Those two disciples clearly recognized him, so they were polite and did not drive him away. Qi Yuan cupped his hands to the two of them and directly stated his purpose. Senior brothers, I've come to see Elder Mo. Please help pass word. The two guards exchanged a look, then nodded, and one of them went into the hall to inform. Not long after, that disciple came out of the hall and said to Qi Yuan, "Junior brother Qi, Elder Mo invites you in." Qi Yuan thanked him and stepped into the grand hall. At this moment, Mo Xingyang was seated upright at his desk, holding a jade-tipped brush and writing rapidly on a golden register. Hearing the movement, Mo Xingyang slowly raised his head, his gaze falling on Qi Yuan, and asked genially, "Martial nephew Qi, what have you come to see this old man for?" He had a good impression of this new menial disciple, Qi Yuan. Good temperament, quick mind, only a pity his aptitude was poor, and the road of cultivation would likely be hard. Thinking this, he suddenly let out a soft exclamation and couldn't help blurting out, "How are you already at the 4th level of Qi refining?" You know, when he entered the sect, he was only at the 2nd level of Qi refining. In less than 10 days, he broke through 2 realms to the 4th level. Such cultivation speed was truly rare. Could it be for spiritual roots? Qi Yuan chuckled modestly and replied, "The 50 high-grade spirit gathering pills you gave me last time were indeed effective. After finishing them, my spiritual power was ample and my spirit was good, and I luckily broke through 2 levels." Hearing this, the corner of Mo Xingyang's mouth twitched inwardly. He thought that spirit-gathering pills couldn't make a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots gain 2 levels in 10 days. Though he had doubts, he did not press the matter. Instead, he looked at Qi Yuan again and asked, "You came to see this old man today, surely it's not just for this?" Qi Yuan answered respectfully, "This junior has indeed come to ask for your help with something. Let's hear it." Mo Xingyang raised his brows and waited for him to continue. Qi Yuan nodded, smiling as he said, "I heard the sect will hold the outer sect grand competition in half a month. The top 10 can enter the inner sect directly. I long for it and want to take part in this competition. I ask for Martial Uncle's permission. You want to participate in the outer sect grand competition?" Mo Xingyang was a bit surprised when he heard this. He fixed his eyes on him and said, "The sect does not forbid menial disciples from competing, but you've just entered the sect this year. Taking the field now is rather hasty." Fearing he might not know the situation, Mo Xingyang stroked the beard on his chin and went on to explain. "By past experience, to make the top 10 you need at least the 9th level of Qi refining, and you're only at the 4th. If you rush in, you might not even last the first round." Qi Yuan's expression did not change as he said earnestly, "I only want to go to the competition to broaden my horizons. Whether I can win isn't important. What's important is to participate." Seeing his resolve was firm, Mo Xingyang no longer tried to dissuade him and nodded. "Very well. Since you insist on giving it a try, this old man will give you a chance. Take my token and go find Deacon Nyo to register." Qi Yuan was delighted on the spot and said repeatedly, "Many thanks for granting this, Martial Uncle Mo." Mo Xingyang said no more, handed the token to Qi Yuan, and waved. "Go and make your preparations first." Leaving the main peak, Qi Yuan couldn't help but let out a light breath. Even without triggering a system quest, he would find a way to enter Luoyun Valley's inner sect as soon as possible. Once he became an inner sect disciple, he could leave Luoyun Valley on the pretext of sect missions or traveling. Without worrying about affecting subsequent quests, it was simply killing multiple birds with one stone. Of course, more importantly, the additional reward for this quest was too tempting for him. There was simply no reason to give it up. Thinking of this, he put away distracting thoughts and refocused on the system interface. In half a month, Luoyun Valley will hold its annual Outer Sect Grand Competition. The top 10 can not only enter the inner sect directly, but will also receive corresponding rewards. For you, it's an important opportunity to shed your menial status. Note, this is an open quest and may be abandoned at will. Quest objectives: obtain qualification to participate in the Outer Sect Grand Competition and place in the top 10. Additional reward condition: astonish the crowd in the Outer Sect Grand Competition and seize first place. Quest rewards: 500 counterattack points, 15 top-grade Qi Gathering Pills, 1 top-grade Foundation Establishment Pill, and 1,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. Additional reward: moderately enhance the host's spiritual root aptitude. Another boost to spiritual root aptitude. Perhaps he really could touch the fabled domain of the immortal spiritual root. A cultivator who doesn't want to become an immortal isn't a good cultivator. and Qi Yuan was no exception. The records within the Taishan Holy Land stated that although this great world had flourishing Tao arts and countless powerhouses, no one had ascended to the immortal realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Even peerless prodigies who survived layer upon layer of Tao tribulations and stepped into Mahayana were still trapped within this heaven and earth, unable to transcend. Thus, many cultivators at perfected Mahayana would depart this realm, exiling themselves into the endless void to seek that sliver of a chance to become immortal. There were even rumors, unless one was born with an immortal spiritual root or encountered immortal fate, mortals had almost no hope of becoming immortals. Immortal fate was nebulous to begin with, and immortal spiritual roots were rarer, still hard to find even once in 10,000 years, though the living beings between heaven and earth were as countless as the sands of the Ganges. Few could attain immortalhood and live in carefree longevity. Though Mahayana cultivators possessed vast divine abilities and long lifespans, they ultimately could not withstand the tides of time. Even after living tens of thousands of years, they could not escape death and the dissipation of their Tao, all returning to nothing in the end. No one wished to accept such an ending. Now that the opportunity lay before him, how could he possibly pass up the chance to further strengthen his spiritual root? After the surge of emotions, Qi Yuan steadied his mind and, humming a little tune, headed toward his quarters. Right at that moment, from the secluded woods ahead burst a gigantic tiger, crimson from head to toe, 7 or 8 zhang long, wreathed in red smoke with a fearsome, baleful aura. Roar! The giant tiger let out a majestic roar, its blood-red maw gaping as it clawed and lunged this way. Cheetah, you're dead this time. Hiding in the dark, Wang Luchuan watched the motionless Qi Yuan. A ferocious gleam flashed in his eyes as he muttered under his breath, Cousin S' stratagem is truly brilliant. This time I'll see how you can still keep jumping around. The Crimson Flame Tiger is about to break through and needs nourishment. For that bottle of high-grade beast spirit pills, killing a Qi refining stage menial disciple is nothing to it. It's just a brazen brood of a beast, and with Elder Su. Wang Luchuan swallowed hard. Fear scrawled across his face and said, Lord Tiger, what are you doing? My uncle Yinxing Yuan is a golden core realm elder. If you dare lay a hand on me, Elder Yin will never let you off. The Crimson Flame Tiger remained impassive, thick killing intent flashing in its scarlet eyes, and said, You almost got me killed just now. This time I don't care who your uncle is, even if the sect master comes in person, he won't be able to save you. If you don't die, I, Lord Tiger, won't make it through tonight. No sooner had the words fallen than the Crimson Flame Tiger let out a roar, raised its sharp claws high, and lunged at him. No, spare me, spare me. In the blink of an eye, blood sprayed, and the scream that had just begun was cut short. After taking care of Wang Luchuan, the Crimson Flame Tiger clamped the corpse in its jaws and quickly vanished into the dense forest. The next day, news came from the inner sect. Elder Su's spirit pet, the Crimson Flame Tiger, went mad and bit to death a menial disciple, Wang Luchuan. The matter quickly blew up in the outer sect. Wang Luchuan's status was special. Not only was he the only new disciple in years with dual spirit roots, he was also the nephew of an elder from the entering Tao Pavilion. By rights, the matter should be investigated to the end, and the offending spirit beast severely punished. But as it happened, the Crimson Flame Tiger's master, Su Zhou, was an elder of the Law Enforcement Pavilion, with a status in Luoyun Valley higher than Yinxing Yuan's enough to overawe by rank. So the case's outcome left many people dumbfounded. After investigating, the Law Enforcement Pavilion laid out the ins and outs. It turned out that not long ago Wang Luchuan had been punished by the Law Enforcement Pavilion and held a grudge, so he vented his anger on Elder Su's beloved pet, the Crimson Flame Tiger, often abusing it and frequently withholding its food. The Crimson Flame Tiger only snapped back because it had been driven mad with hunger, though its method was violent, and it accidentally bit Wang Luchuan to death. There was at least a reason, and it could be explained. Thus the ruling was, the offending Crimson Flame Tiger is confined for 3 months, with rations halved, as a warning to others. After seeing the notice posted outside the hall, Qi Yuan felt he still had a lot to learn. The names were the only part true, the rest was fabricated, yet it fit the logic and was convincing. More importantly, Most Luoyun Valley disciples who saw the notice believed it, cursing Wang Luchuan for being narrow-minded and outrageous, daring to bully even a beast utterly depraved. If the victim saw this notice with his own eyes, he'd probably be so enraged he'd come back to life on the spot. What absurdity. Qi Yuan had long since noticed that Wang Luchuan was plotting against him again. So he'd already sentenced him to death yesterday. He merely used the Crimson Flame Tiger's hand to get it done. As the dignified Taishan Dao child, how could he tolerate a disgusting clown provoking him again and again? Crushing him outright was the cleanest way. He wasn't one of those nourished Qi types who swallow losses and keep their enemies around to keep making trouble since someone was eager to deliver himself to death. He simply obliged. That bastard Wang Luchuan is dead, haha. Heaven does have eyes. Beside him, Lin Jun flushed with excitement as he looked at the notice and cursed, "Too bad I didn't kill him, mice." As soon as the words left his mouth, he was viciously kicked, his whole body sent flying into the wooden chair behind him, and that sturdy chair shattered into pieces on the spot. After being knocked over, Yinhong hurriedly scrambled up from the ground, gritting his teeth against the pain in his shoulder, and knelt again. Foolish. Compared to the great matter we're undertaking now, scheming against our fellow sect members is nothing. Yin Xingyuan looked at his son with undisguised disdain and said coldly, "It's understandable you want to vent your anger for your cousin Wang Luchuan, his family. After all, just don't be stupid enough to drag that beast, the Scarlet Flame Tiger, into this at such a critical time. The Scarlet Flame Tiger might not be that strong, but the law enforcement hall elder behind him, Suzhou, is no one to provoke." This time the Wang clan's legitimate son, Wang Luchuan, was harmed. Whether it was Qida playing tricks or the Scarlet Flame Tiger going back on his word, killing someone to snatch the pill from his hands could put me squarely in front of that old bastard Suzhou ahead of time, gratuitously setting up a powerful enemy. These years I've exhausted myself in the valley, forging no small amount of support, and you just had to stir up such a huge mess for me, utterly brainless. Hearing this, Yinhong's face instantly went pale. He hastily kowtowed to admit fault, begging for mercy again and again. "Please quell your anger, father. Your son knows he was wrong and will never act on his own again. Humph. As long as you understand what you're up against." Seeing his son genuinely frightened, Yin Xingyuan finally put away his anger, lowered his voice, and said, "For 100 years I've poured my heart and soul into Luoyun Valley, diligent and conscientious. Even if I've earned no great merit, there's hard work to show. Yet the law enforcement hall has humiliated me like this, not giving me a shred of face. It seems my earlier choice was right. Only by throwing in with the holy sect can the Yin family rise to the next level and stop being forced to swallow our anger day after day." As he spoke, the hatred in Yin Xingyuan's eyes deepened, hardening at last into resolve. "Your cousin has dual spiritual roots. His future path is bound to be bright. He is highly valued in the Wang clan and is your aunt's darling. Now he has died inexplicably in Luoyun Valley. If we don't get justice, how am I to face the Wang clan far away in Puzhou City? Qida, the Scarlet Flame Tiger, Imo Xingyang, and that Suzhou who only shields his own, all should be eliminated. Things have come to this, so we might as well go all the way and clear every obstacle from our path." At these words, Yinhong's heart gave a violent thump. He asked in astonishment, "You mean?" Yin Xingyin narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of cold light flashing within. "I've risked the annihilation of our family to do the Holy Sect's bidding. Now that we've hit a snag, the Holy Sect can't just sit by and watch. The Holy Sect wants to use me to secretly control Luoyun Valley and plant a nail within the Righteous Path's domain, while I want to use them to eliminate dissidents and sit in the Sect Master's seat. It's a mutually beneficial deal to begin with. Since it's a deal, the other side naturally has to put chips on the table. That Holy Sect true disciple has been lurking in the herb garden for a long time now is exactly the moment for him to show himself as a sign of sincerity. Looking across the world, aside from the 7 great sacred grounds, there is only one sect with the gall to call itself the Holy Sect, the Yinfian sect. The Yinfian sect is the strongest of the 4 great demonic factions, also known to the world as the demonic sect. At the mention of the words Holy Sect true disciple, the kneeling Yinhong couldn't help a brief suffocation. a trace of longing flashing in his eyes. Though his heart favored by Shiro, he had to admit that the beauty and grace shown by that demonic sect true disciple were enough to drive any male cultivator mad. But when he thought of the terrifying rumors about the In Fiend sect, In Hong couldn't help shivering. He hastily shook his head, casting aside those unrealistic thoughts. A true disciple of the In Fiend sect was not someone a nobody like him could lay a finger on. Meanwhile, elsewhere, on the outer sect's side, in the herb garden, it was late, with the sun sinking toward the western hills. Qi Yuan, however, didn't rush back to his room. Instead, he drew another bucket of water from the spirit spring and went to the rows of jade leaf grass in the field. He knew someone was watching from the shadows, but he betrayed nothing, watering the spirit plants along the ridges as if working overtime as usual, while focusing his senses, afraid to miss the slightest sound. Not long ago, he sensed a faint, elusive, strange rhythm. The fluctuation came from underground, like some kind of call, but it was extremely weak, with no discernible content. If not for Qi Yuan's keen spiritual perception, it would have been easy to overlook. The outer sect grand competition was about to begin. In principle, Qi Yuan didn't want extra complications before achieving his objective, but things rarely go as planned. Trouble had come knocking on its own. As it stood, the spirit fields harbored not only a mysterious, unfathomable plant spirit, but also a lurking watcher with ill intent. And since Qi Yuan's duty was to tend the spirit fields, pretending ignorance and staying out of it was simply impossible. If he didn't get to the bottom of things, how could he feel at ease staying in Luoyun Valley to keep doing the mission? For all he knew, he might one day capsize in this little creek without even realizing it, and that would be no act of playing dumb. After all, the premise of playing dumb is having everything under control, and right now he was utterly in the dark. Where would he find the leisure to put on an act? Even so, he wasn't about to act rashly. He had to test the waters first. Before long, the familiar call sounded by his ear again, though still intermittent. It was much clearer than before. "Big brother, please, save, save, save." The voice was crisp and childish, like the cry of a young child. Qi Yuan's expression shifted, and he instinctively moved to find the source of the sound. But just as he was about to act, the eerie call suddenly cut off, as if it had never been there. Right after, a familiar female voice came from behind. "Junior brother Qi, it's so late, why aren't you heading back?" Zhenyan? Seeing her, Qi Yuan's eyes narrowed and his vigilance spiked, but he still said, "Reporting to senior sister Zhen, the green leaf grass hasn't been growing well these past 2 days. I thought I'd water it a few more times so it won't affect the later yield." "Oh, I see." Zhen Yuyan nodded, non-committal, but a smile touched her face as she said, "No wonder you're the one. The eldest senior sister has her eye on you, really are meticulous and thorough." Hearing her praise, Qi Yuan raised a brow slightly, pointed at the empty bucket in his hand, and said casually, "Senior sister Zhen flatters me, I don't deserve it. I've already watered the spiritual fields once. I was just about to head back to cultivate. So I disturbed you, junior brother." Zhen Yuyan smiled faintly, her gaze turning slightly hazy as she softly asked, "Did you hear any strange sounds just now?" Her voice seemed to carry a strange enchantment, like water, like song, warming the listener's heart. Purple light flowed in her eyes, with an indescribable, bewitching allure. Qi Yuan seemed to be entranced, standing there in a daze, his expression growing muddled as he muttered, What sounds? I didn't hear any sounds. Oh, maybe I misheard." Zhen Yuyan frowned slightly, waved a hand toward him, and said, "Go back and rest early. When you wake up, you will completely forget that you met me tonight." "Yes, I understand." Qi Yuan nodded woodenly, then turned and left without looking back, though his steps were still a bit stiff. Only after he had gone far from the medicine garden did he let out a breath. His eyes immediately cleared, without the slightest sign of having been bewitched. His heart was still thumping, and a sheen of cold sweat was seeping from his temples. What a formidable soul-capturing technique. If not for my life-bound treasure guarding my soul, I would have almost fallen into her trap. Qi Yuan thought with lingering fear, his face growing even more grave. Demonic sect. As the Tao child of the Taishan Holy Land, Qi Yuan was no stranger to the many enemies the Holy Land would face, and the Insha sect, whose demonic flames soared to the heavens, was especially troublesome. The Insha sect holds a place among the demonic path. Long known for strict discipline and ruthless methods, its demonic cultivators are adept at all manner of bizarre, sinister arts, impossible to guard against, and their combat strength often surpasses that of cultivators in the same realm. To pry out the cultivation secrets of the Insha sect, the 7 great holy lands have privately lost no small number of undercover agents, numbers beyond counting. Thus, he recognized at a glance that what Zhun Yuyin had just used was the Insha sect's sect guarding classic, the Senluo illusory in grand art. Within the Insha sect, disciples permitted to cultivate this lineage were at least core true disciples. Never had Qi Yuan imagined that the seemingly ordinary Luoyun Valley actually hid a nascent soul realm true disciple of the demonic sect. The situation just now had been perilous to the extreme. If he hadn't acted convincingly enough, things would likely have gone very wrong. If he exposed his Taishian Holy Land identity before that demonic true disciple, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although Qi Yuan was confident he could escape from her hands, once they fought, it would inevitably alarm the other cultivators of Luoyun Valley. Then the subsequent system tasks would be completely ruined. That was something he could not accept. For now, it seems this female Insha cultivator clearly isn't here for me. She's hiding her identity in Luoyun Valley and managed to secure the job of guarding the medicine garden. Most likely, her target is that 10,000-year spiritual herb. Qi Yuan took a deep breath, suppressed the fear in his heart, and said, "Since I know who is watching the spiritual fields, as long as I stay more alert, I don't need to worry too much about her striking suddenly." With these thoughts, he put aside his distractions and walked toward his quarters. Qi Yuan returned to his quarters and was just about to enter meditation to cultivate when the task system interface popped up in front of his eyes again. System prompt: the host has met a hidden condition. A new side quest has been activated. In the herb garden of Luoyun Valley, a stalk of illusory star grass on the verge of becoming a 10,000-year spiritual herb has been trapped by a formation. The host is to locate where the illusory star grass is imprisoned and break the seal to rescue it within 3 months. This task is a side quest and may be abandoned. Quest difficulty: 5 stars, extremely hard. Quest reward: upon completion, the host may choose one of the following 2 paths. 1. Turn ruthless. Crush the 10,000-year illusory star grass to refine it into medicine and consume it, gaining an opportunity for a baptism of spiritual insight, causing your cultivation to soar. 2. Take the initiative to release it. After rescuing the illusory star grass, you will gain its gratitude and recognition, and seize a wisp of the qi of the heavenly Tao, with which you will have a chance to achieve Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. Note: executing this task will provoke the nascent soul stage cultivator Ji-chan if discovered by her, certain death. The system recommends abandoning it. Qi Yuan took one look and instantly grew excited, and he immediately understood something. So the one who had asked him for help earlier was that very 10,000-year illusory star grass. It dared to take the risk of contacting him, likely because of the influence of his myriad spirits' affinity talent. He had been watering the spirit fields a lot lately, and with a talent that raises the favorability of non-human life forms, over time the illusory star grass would naturally feel close to him. As for the first path, he had no interest at all. The Taishian Holy Land is full of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can spike one's cultivation. Although consuming them can raise your realm, it will render the mana in your body mixed and impure. Without re-purifying it, progressing further later will be far more difficult. Given his aptitude, it would be better to spend the time purifying mana on cultivation. Instead, he might advance even faster. What truly tempted Qi Yuan was that wisp of the qi of the heavenly Tao in the second option. He had heard from his master, Taoist Tingshan, that nascent souls have different grades, and the legendary heavenly Tao nascent soul had left a deep impression on him. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment mentioned by the system and the Heavenly Tao nascent soul both bear the words Heavenly Tao, clearly related. He had already formed Foundation establishment, and if a wisp of Heavenly Tao Qi could achieve Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, wouldn't he be able to rely on that Qi to achieve a Heavenly Tao nascent soul? The name Heavenly Tao nascent soul sounds high-end, and domineering, quite fitting to his vibe. With the chance before him, how could he possibly let it go? That demonic sect true disciple, using the alias Zhang Yuyan, was indeed troublesome. But the level of techniques she had revealed appeared to be early nascent soul. And who knows, he had his life-bound artifact for protection, and he planned to calculate before acting. It wasn't as if he couldn't hold her off for a while. The System's warning was even more ridiculous. It treated him like a chi-refining rookie, saying that facing a nascent soul stage Ji-chan would be certain death. Thinking of all this, Chi Yuan, on the verge of forming his nascent soul, made up his mind on the spot and accepted the task without hesitation. However, he still decided to first complete the main quest of the Outer Sect Grand Competition to avoid any mishaps later. At the same time, deep in the bamboo grove, the little building was laid out with exquisite care. Ji-chan sat cross-legged. The void was still. Gusts of wind surged around her, shadows churned, and eerie, ominous fluctuations spread, rendering her silhouette hazy like a specter. At this moment, the focused Ji-chan shed her disguise, revealing a face of devastating allure. She wore a light purple long dress, her lithe figure half revealed, lightly made up, with jade-like bones and alabaster skin. She was like a blooming purple datura, exuding fatal allure. Compared to the ordinary face of Zhang Yuyan she usually wore, it was worlds apart. Suddenly she opened her eyes, and a terrifying ghostly gleam flashed through her deep, pitch-black pupils, like boundless night. Someone's coming. She first frowned, then flicked her sleeve. Ripples rose in the air before her, reflecting the scene outside the little building. Seeing who it was, Ji-chan's expression eased slightly. She waved to dispel the array restrictions outside and said coolly, "Come in." Creak. The door was gently pushed open, and a figure shrouded head to toe in a black cloak stepped in from the darkness outside. This subordinate greets true disciple Ji. Seeing Ji-chan inside, the person hastily flipped back his hood and knelt respectfully in salute. The newcomer was tall and lanky, with an extraordinary bearing, none other than Elder Inxing Yuan of Luoyun Valley's Initiation Pavilion. "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to lie low and not come to me unless necessary?" Ji-chan's face was cold, with a hint of disdain in her tone. The woman before him was breathtakingly beautiful and alluring, but Inxing did not dare show the slightest disrespect. He didn't even lift his head as he cautiously said, "Reporting to true disciple Ji, this subordinate has followed your instructions, cultivating influence and arranging intelligence in Luoyun Valley, and has already achieved some results. It's just that lately this subordinate has been repeatedly ostracized and targeted by rivals in the sect. Nothing has gone smoothly, and my prestige has plummeted. I don't mind taking some losses myself, but if this ends up delaying the Holy Sect's grand plan, I wouldn't be able to excuse myself even in death." Hearing this, Ji-chan immediately saw through his scheme and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. "Ruin the Holy Sect's grand plan? You? Are you even worthy? If we really had to rely on an old turncoat like you, the Insha sect might as well disband. So you want me to step in for you?" Ji-chan arched her willow brows and looked at Inxing Yuan with a half-smile. Inxing Yuan trembled and hurriedly said, "I originally didn't dare trouble you to appear in person, true disciple Ji, but this subordinate is weak and isolated in Luoyun Valley. I earnestly beg you to lend a hand." "Very well." A fleeting hint of disdain flashed in Ji-chan's eyes. After a brief silence, she said slowly, "I can resolve these troubles for you, but the Holy Sect technique I'm cultivating is at a critical juncture right now. It will take another 3 months to reach perfection. During these 3 months, you must keep a low profile and don't cause trouble for me. After 3 months, I will personally take action to remove your obstacles, and there may even be a chance to eliminate by Qingwu and hand you the position of Sect Master." At these words, delight instantly lit up Inxing Yuan's face. He had thrown in with the Insha sect precisely to seize the Sect Master's seat. Now that he finally saw hope, how could he not be excited? Overcome with excitement, Inxing Yuan kowtowed repeatedly and said in thanks, "Understood. Rest assured, true disciple Ji, this subordinate will surely be loyal to the Holy Sect, exhaust himself in your service, and die without regret." Ji-chan waved her hand and said, "Go back for now. I'll contact you when I'm ready. Yes, yes. This subordinate takes his leave. After another round of profuse thanks, In Xingyuan finally got to his feet and slipped out. After In Xingyuan left, Ji Chan narrowed her beautiful eyes, a curl of coldness at the corner of her lips, and murmured, "It seems Master was right. The heretical path is full of greedy fools, and they're truly handy to use. And don't even think about it. Why would the holy sect take a fancy to a tiny force like Luoyun Valley, let alone go to the trouble of propping you up as some so-called valley master?" No sooner had the words fallen than Ji Chan gave a soft snort and shifted her gaze to the window outside the small building. In 3 months, that stalk of phantom star grass will be fully mature, 10,000 years old by then, and can serve as the main ingredient to refine a furnace of 9 refined phantom god pills. After I take it, my 1,000 illusion heavenly demonic physique will be fully perfected, and the position of saintess will be within easy reach. Not in vain these 3 years of toil. When the time comes, I'll deign to show mercy and eliminate you and that idiot son of yours together. Consider it cleansing a scourge from Luoyun Valley." At this thought, Chi Yuan suddenly turned back and gave Lin Jun a faint smile, then walked toward the group that had been yelling the loudest. "Brat, who were you calling trash just now?" Before he even got close, a fierce-looking male cultivator rushed out of the crowd and glared as he demanded. Chi Yuan shot him a cold glance, shook his head, and said, "Don't get me wrong, I wasn't singling you out. What I mean is, everyone present is trash." As soon as the words fell, the atmosphere froze. Everyone fell silent and turned to Chi Yuan in unison, eyes blazing with fury. After a brief silence, an uproar erupted in the arena. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to? Damn, this guy has a death wish. Has he always been this crazy? He dares provoke all of us? This punk is way too arrogant." In an instant, the outer sect disciples participating in the grand competition were all enraged, glaring murderously. A few hotheads even rolled up their sleeves and started closing in. "Today I'm going to beat you to death." That vicious youth also came to his senses, shot Chi Yuan and Lin Jun a vicious glare, and immediately raised his hand to strike. "What do you think you're doing? Fighting is strictly forbidden before the grand competition starts. Any violators will be disqualified on the spot." At that moment, a squad of Internal Affairs Hall disciples in charge of order rushed over and stabilized the nearly out-of-control scene. Seeing they couldn't teach Chi Yuan a lesson, everyone had to swallow their anger. To improve his spiritual root aptitude, he refused to bear even the slightest risk of mission failure. In short, if he wanted to astonish everyone, he had to seize first place in a more breathtaking way. Just as Chi Yuan's thoughts surged, a commotion rose from the plaza. "Look, the sect master true monarch is here too." At that shout, the clamor instantly died down, and everyone looked up toward the distant sky. Soon, dozens of streaks of light swept across the sky and landed on the open ground before the plaza. They were several high-ranking figures of Luoyun Valley. Leading them was Bai Qingwu, a brocade-robed middle-aged man with scholarly features, a composed visage, and a formidable aura, the sect master of Luoyun Valley. However, a hint of decline showed between the brows of the valley's lord. Clearly his attempt to break through the nascent soul peak just now had failed. "Elder Yang, begin." Bai Qingwu swept his gaze over the crowd, then nodded to the elder of the Internal Affairs Hall behind him. "Yes." Yang Xiuda, the Internal Affairs Hall elder in charge of the outer sect grand competition, nodded, stepped forward slowly, and announced in a sonorous voice, "This outer sect grand competition now officially begins." He immediately vaulted into the air, and the oppressive might of the golden core stage spread out at once. In an instant, all participating disciples were enveloped by a massive pressure. Their breathing hitched, and one after another they circulated true qi to resist. Chi Yuan nonchalantly forced out 2 beads of sweat on his forehead, then stood quietly, waiting for the first round of screening to finish. Beside him, Lin Jun's expression suddenly went slack, and with a thud he fell to the ground, awkwardly saying, "Brother Chi, sorry, I really can't hold on." Chi Yuan understood that Lin Jun was far from his limit. Such a display could hardly avoid making people suspect it was intentional. Given this son of destiny's temperament, it wasn't cowardice, more like fear of dragging his friends down in the competition. Qi Yuan didn't mind, he merely nodded lightly and said, "Go down and rest first. Later, remember to bet on me as the winner in the betting pool." Lin Jun was stunned. Thud, thud, thud. Soon, more and more people couldn't hold out. Collapsing to the ground, some even fainted outright. At last, after the time it takes for half a stick of incense, Yang Xiuda withdrew his pressure, swept his gaze over the remaining disciples, and said in a deep voice, "All who fell just now are eliminated. Only those still standing are qualified to continue in the Outer Sect Grand Competition." Hearing this, many sucked in a cold breath. This meant at least half had been cut before even getting a chance to enter the arena. The Outer Sect Grand Competition officially begins. No sooner had the words fallen than Yang Xiuda waved his hand, and disciples of the Internal Affairs Hall swarmed in to distribute teleportation talismans and a crystalline jade token to each participant. After that round of screening, about 150 people were qualified. At this moment. After quickly verifying their identities, they were led to a large flying boat parked ahead. Disciples, listen carefully. The jade token in your hand is the token of this competition, used to tally points. Do not lose or damage it, or you will be immediately eliminated. This Outer Sect Grand Competition will be held in the Sect's rear mountains and will last 3 days. Slaying demons and monsters or collecting heavenly materials and earthly treasures within the competition area will all earn points. Points will be recorded on the jade token, and the 10 with the highest scores after 3 days will be the top 10 of this competition. During the competition, you may engage one another, interference is allowed, and snatching is permitted. If you can defeat an opponent and seize their jade token, the points on the token belong to the victor. But be sure to show restraint, no wanton killing. Otherwise, not only will your results be voided, you will also be severely punished according to sect rules, without leniency. You can actually seize. As those words fell, many people's expressions changed. Unfriendly gazes turned toward Qi Yuan, eyes all but spelling out their wish to knock him down right now. Qi Yuan ignored the hostility, instead curiously weighing the jade token in his hand. The face was blank at the moment, emitting a faint glow. It really did seem to be for recording points. At this moment, Yang Xiuda continued, "If you encounter danger you cannot handle or wish to withdraw midway, simply activate the teleportation talisman to transport out of the mission area. However, those who withdraw midway will have their results voided. In addition, you may not use talismanic treasures or forcibly boost your combat power with pills during the competition. You may carry personal artifacts and recovery medicine. Keep this firmly in mind." Having said that, Yang Xiuda's expression sank, and he said in a deep voice, "If there are no objections, depart at once. This flying boat can deliver you into the mission area. Disciples will heed your instruction." Those participating in the Outer Sect Grand Competition answered in unison. Then, under the guidance of several Internal Affairs Hall disciples, boarded the flying boat. After everyone boarded the boat, Yang Xiuda finally nodded at the deacon in charge of steering. The deacon took the hint, waved a command flag. White light flickered around the flying boat, and in the next instant it turned into a streak of light and shot into the sky. At the same time, a massive arcane mirror slowly rose over the square, and within it appeared a meticulously detailed scene, with every hair-thin detail laid bare. In the image was a vast forest 100 li across, precisely the competition area for this Outer Sect Grand Competition. As soon as the great mirror appeared, the disciples of Luoyun Valley grew excited, crowding around the square to scramble for the best viewing spots. Many pointed at the image, all talking at once. These past years, the Outer Sect Grand Competition has gotten bigger with each session, and they're spending more and more. Looks like the sect truly intends to nurture the new disciples well. An older generation disciple sighed with emotion, his words brimming with envy. The number of participants this time is nearly double last year's, so the competition will be fiercer. Whoever wins will be a dragon among men, and after entering the inner sect they'll receive special training. Their future will be boundless. At this moment, another Outer Sect disciple chimed in. "I think senior brother Xie Yuxing of the Outer Sect is quite capable. He is only half a step from foundation establishment. First place is in the bag for him this time." Someone nearby immediately shook his head and retorted, "I'm bullish on senior brother Han Ziyuan. After his last crushing defeat, He reflected and learned his lesson, then went into seclusion to train hard for a year, all for a stunning comeback this time. I'm putting 100 spirit stones on senior brother Han to win. At the mention of betting on the competition, everyone sobered up at once, and the scene grew lively. Haha, you're likely drawing water with a bamboo basket this time. Senior sister Nyet Solan of the Law Enforcement Pavilion has deep backing, and her wood element arts are unmatched in the outer sect. She has sure to laugh last I'm putting down 300 spirit stones. Senior brother Lu Kuang is the real tough one. First place this session has to be his I'm in for 500 spirit stones. While the crowd was abuzz, Lin Jun had already walked up to the bookmaker running the board at the edge of the square. He pulled a storage pouch from his robe and said solemnly, I'm betting 1,000 spirit stones that Cheetah will take first in this competition. Who has Cheetah? The bookmaker froze, glanced back at the board listing names and odds behind him, and asked in puzzlement, how come the person you mentioned isn't on this list? Brother Chi doesn't even have odds. Lin Jun's expression turned a bit odd, but he patiently explained. Cheetah is a menial disciple competing this time. His cultivation is only at the 5th layer of Chi refining, and I'm betting he'll win. As soon as he spoke, the cultivators around him shot him sidelong looks, as if staring at a fool. Is his brain broken, betting on a 5th layer Chi refining menial disciple to win? Are you sure? The bookmaker frowned and double-checked. Of course. Lin Jun nodded, answering with firm conviction. All right, we'll do it that way. Business delivered to the door was hard to refuse, after all. The bookmaker shook his head helplessly, took the storage pouch and thumbed through it, then issued Lin Jun a ticket. The person you're betting on isn't on the roster, so it can only be settled at the current highest odds, 10-1. After the competition, settle with the ticket. Tickets are recognized, not people. 10-1. Holding the ticket, Lin Jun was slightly stirred and calculated inwardly. If Brother Chi really wins, this 1,000 spirit stones will become 10,000. After mulling it over for a moment, he casually touched the ring on his finger and murmured softly, Elder Sure, just as you said, I've put all the spirit stones on Brother Chi. In the next instant, an ethereal, time-worn voice sounded in his mind. Kid Lin, just wait to rake in the spirit stones. Cheetah is no simple man. Whatever happens in the future, don't lightly offend him. Then it fell silent. Meanwhile, the flying boat descended slowly, and when it was a little over 10 zhang above the ground, the hatch opened. Beside the hatch, a deacon from the Internal Affairs Pavilion swept an impassive gaze over everyone and said coldly, Line up, jump down one by one, with intervals of no less than 10 breaths. Once you land, you may form teams as you please. Jump down. Everyone in the cabin froze at those words. Generally speaking, only cultivators at Foundation establishment and above can fly in the air without external aid. A dozen odd zhang didn't look that high, but a mortal would be mangled by such a jump. A Chi refining cultivator could use spiritual Chi to slow the fall, but a careless landing could still cause injury, and the flying boat was still moving at high speed, which made it even riskier. So at the word jump, many disciples hesitated. Some who were naturally afraid of heights even turned pale. Quit dawdling. Seeing this, the deacon snorted coldly and barked. Hurry up, or I'll personally throw you down. I'll go first. Under everyone's predatory stares, Chi Yuan walked to the hatch, leapt off the flying boat, and left behind only a taunting line. You just said you were going to teach me a lesson, didn't you? I'll be right here waiting. How arrogant. Can't stand it. I'm going down there to beat him up right now. Hearing that, the people in the cabin were sparked like tinder and jumped down without hesitation. On the plaza, watching the scene in the scrying mirror, Bai Qinggu, sect master of Falling Cloud Valley, nodded again and said approvingly, This year's batch of disciples has guts. They all jumped of their own accord. No one had to be thrown off. The other senior members present all nodded as well, and in unison felt a bit more anticipation for the grand tournament to come. Falling Cloud Valley. Back mountain. Thud. With a muffled thud, Chi Yuan dropped from the sky and landed steadily on a patch of soft ground. He looked up to see lush, verdant woods deep and tranquil with the occasional distant howl of a demonic beast. He looked around but found no trace of anyone else. Because the flying boat was moving at high speed when everyone jumped, And because it was stipulated that only one person could descend every 10 breaths, the disciples participating in the tournament would be scattered to different locations. This was, of course, by design of the Internal Affairs Hall, to keep disciples from attacking each other the moment they landed. Beyond setting these rules, how the tournament developed afterward was no longer within the Hall's purview. Only those who stood out in fierce competition were worthy of entering the inner sect. Qi Yuan glanced at the scoring jade token at his waist and sighed to himself. Say what you will, Falling Cloud Valley does have foundations. At least they're serious about selecting talent, trying to simulate the cruelty of the cultivation world as much as possible to sift out true powerhouses. With that thought, his figure blurred as he slipped into the depths of the dense forest. At the same time, Xie Yuxing, hefting a dark, heavy long saber, moved cautiously through the undergrowth. Suddenly, a gray afterimage skimmed silently over the grass and leaves, pouncing at his back like lightning and bringing with it a rank, fishy gust. What is it? Startled, Xie Yuxing was nonetheless prepared. Without even looking, he slashed his saber backward. Squelch! The sharp blade punched clean through, spraying a blossom of blood. The gray-backed wolf at the 7th layer of Qi refining let out a wretched scream as its body was neatly cleaved in two and crashed to the ground. In the next instant, the jade token at Xie Yuxing's waist flashed, and the number 2 appeared. 2 points. Seeing this, Xie Yuxing's face lit with joy. Although he was at the peak of Qi refining and one of the favorites in this grand tournament, his luck had been poor, and he had no gain since entering. This was his first encounter with a demonic beast. Before the tournament began, the demonic beasts in this area had been carefully cleared by the Internal Affairs Hall. All those at the Foundation Establishment realm were driven elsewhere, leaving only Qi refining realm beasts behind. Because demonic beasts are generally stronger than cultivators of the same level, the rules state that killing anything below the 6th layer of Qi refining earns 1 point, while the 7th layer and above earns 2. Now that he had easily cut down a 7th layer wolf demon, he'd gotten 2 points, an unexpected delight. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, rustling sounds came again from the nearby thicket. Xie Yuxing tightened his grip on the saber, peered warily toward the source of the sounds, and saw the disturbance moving from far to near, branches and leaves shaking as it drew rapidly closer. Another beast? His eyes narrowed slightly as he swept the saber across, sending a visible, razor-sharp arc of saber chi howling toward that spot. Swish! The saber chi swept across, shearing the surrounding trees in half and opening up a wide clearing. Just as he was about to strike again, 2 figures leapt out of the woods, shouting, "Senior brother Xie, don't attack, it's us." Seeing who it was, Xie Yuxing let out a breath, but he didn't put the saber away. Instead, he asked warily, "Junior brother Liu, junior brother Liang, how are you two here?" Hearing his question, the taller, stouter of the 2 young cultivators plastered on a fawning smile and explained, "We just met up ourselves. We saw you land nearby earlier, so we came over specifically to find you. What do you want with me?" Xie Yuxing frowned, giving them a puzzled look. The tall, stout cultivator smiled slightly and said earnestly, "Senior brother Xie, you're valiant and exceptional. Surely you can take first place in this outer sect grand tournament. But one person's plan is limited, while many minds are better. Going it alone puts you at a disadvantage. Why don't we team up? You lead, and the 2 of us will just follow and ride your coattails a bit." Another disciple nodded, then his face darkened as he snarled, "I couldn't care less about top 10 or not. We have to find that brat cheetah, give him a vicious beating, and snatch his jade token. That's the only way I'll feel satisfied." "That's right. Don't let him off easy if we run into him. The 3 of us teaming up will at least give us better odds. Don't let him slip away." As soon as those words were said, the 3 of them immediately felt a sense of shared enmity, and their relationship grew much closer. Xie Yuxing pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Since that's the case, you can follow me. But let me be clear, I'll take 70% of the team's points, and you 2 split the remaining 30. These 2 junior brothers in front of him, one at the 7th layer of Qi refining, the other at the 8th, weren't his match even together. They likely wouldn't dare pull any tricks and would make decent helpers. Many thanks for accommodating us, senior brother Xie." The 2 of them thanked him repeatedly in delight, putting on a show of tearful gratitude. However, A clear voice shattered this moment of accord. Weren't you saying you were going to teach me a harsh lesson? I'm standing right here now, so what do you say? At the sound of the voice, all three faces changed at once. They snapped to attention and looked in its direction. They saw a familiar figure step out of the bushes more than 10 zhang away, watching the three of them with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Cheetah? So it was you. Recognizing the newcomer's face, the three of them froze for a moment, then flew into a rage and shouted through gritted teeth. Fine. Before we even went looking for you, you came knocking on our door yourself. Let's see how you dodge this time. After a few angry roars, they each summoned their magical artifacts and lunged at Qi Yuan. If you've got the guts, come catch me. Qi Yuan gave a faint smile, then turned and bolted. Trying to run? We absolutely won't let you get away this time. Watching his fleeing back, the three of them refused to let it go and immediately gave close chase. After a long while, the three of them were panting for breath and had completely lost track of Qi Yuan. Damn it, how is this guy so fast? The tall, chubby cultivator wiped his sweat and cursed under his breath. Next time I'm definitely breaking his legs. Xie Yuxing looked around, confirmed their position, then pointed in one direction and said, "Looks like he went east. If we keep heading this way, we'll run into him sooner or later." A woo. Just then, wolf howls suddenly rose from all directions. More than 20 grayback wolves leapt out of the forest, formed up, and ringed the three in tightly. Each wolf in the pack was sturdy with glossy fur. The leading wolf king was at the 9th layer of qi refining and was staring coldly at the prey before it. "We've got work." Seeing the wolves before them, the three actually looked delighted. "Aren't these all free points delivered to our door?" Grayback wolves were among the weakest demonic beasts in the back mountain. Aside from their numbers, they were hardly a threat, didn't even have innate spells, and were perfect for farming points. "Brothers, move in. Slaughter these beasts." Xie Yuxing waved his hand and took the lead in charging. The other two plunged into the pack like tigers down the mountain, hacking and slashing madly, as if venting all their earlier rage. In moments, wolf corpses littered the ground, and blood nearly formed a small river. A quarter of an hour passed. Haha, not bad. We earned a full 50 points this time. Xie Yuxing wiped the blood from his forehead, excitement all over his face. The other two lackeys were grinning ear to ear as well. Before they had even recovered from their joy, another wave of grayback wolves surged into view. After another hard battle, the three wiped out that pack as well, but were left so exhausted they could barely speak. Each pulled a recovery pill from their storage pouch and sat down to regulate their breathing. Before long, the spiritual power in Xie Yuxing's body had recovered to 70 or 80%. Seeing their team points break 100, his face was full of satisfaction. Few tiring, but worth it. At this rate, taking first place in the grand competition should be no problem for me. However, roar. Two thunder bears with lightning crackling over their bodies barreled, and the three had no choice but to rise and engage. After they labored to slay the thunder bears, a troop of fire-spitting apes came one after another, followed by one-horned salamanders, megatooth lizards, and silver moon leopards. All manner of demonic beasts seemed unending, with a new variety popping up every so often, keeping the three so busy they were run ragged until the sun finally set in the west, and they could stop. So tired. After confirming there were no traces of demonic beasts around, the three collapsed to the ground drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. "How many points are we at now?" "About a bit over 500. "Hiss, how is it that many? We must have almost cleared out all the demonic beasts within 10 li around here. So why are there still so many?" Xie Yuxing suddenly seemed to remember something. He hurriedly undid his storage pouch, yanked it open, and pulled out a jade vial. He twisted the cap, only to see the inside was as clean as a mirror, nothing at all. "Shit, my recovery pills are running low actually. They're completely gone. Do you guys have any left?" The other two also hastily rummaged through their storage pouches, and their faces instantly darkened. "I'm all used up. Mine's empty too." The three of them looked at one another, faces written with frustration. This grand competition lasts 3 days with not a single recovery pill left now. The days ahead were going to be rough. Right then, thud. With a light sound in front of them, a grimy storage pouch dropped straight out of the sky, landing less than a foot before them. "Who's there?" They stared at the mysterious storage pouch, tensing up as they swept wary gazes around, but they didn't see anything out of the ordinary. After making sure the mouth of the bag wasn't smeared with poison, Xie Yuxing picked it up and peeked inside. There were actually 3 bottles packed full of rejuvenation pills. Could it be the Internal Affairs Pavilion saw how well I was doing and airdropped us supplies? Xie Yuxing rolled a lustrous, richly fragrant rejuvenation pill between his fingers, completely dumbfounded. Over on the plaza, the higher-ups of Luoyun Valley looked at one another, their gazes at the scrying mirror distinctly odd. After a long silence, Elder Yang Xiuda of the Internal Affairs Pavilion finally forced out a line. "That kid is fishy." Bai Shiro lightly pursed her lips and muttered under her breath. "Junior brother Qi, just what are you up to?" Seeing Xie Yuxing's team happily accept those free rejuvenation pills, Qi Yuan nodded in satisfaction, thinking he'd once again stoked his employees' enthusiasm. With recovery pills in hand, this crew of wage earners would have the energy to keep producing points. After all, no sowing, no harvest, right? He could, in truth, wipe out the nearby beasts in minutes, but do that and he'd immediately expose his strength and invite a heap of suspicion afterwards. Rather than burn himself out, better to let others do the grunt work, recruit a few corporate drones to farm points for him. What is not to like? Of course, to avoid overexploiting the pool and ruining this outstanding team of employees, Qi Yuan planned to recruit a few more new teams in a bit. Everyone could happily farm points together, and the natives of this world could get a taste of the blessing of 996 while they were at it. These 3 had rested enough, more or less time to get up and back to work. Thinking that, Qi Yuan's lips curved into a smile. He slowly pulled a delicate jade vial from his robe as the lid popped open. A peculiar pill fragrance wafted out of the mouth and instantly diffused through the air. This supreme-grade spirit nurturing pill was a reward from the mission system last time. The spirit nurturing pill, also called the beast spirit pill, could rapidly raise a beast's cultivation and rank a temptation all kinds of beasts found hard to resist. Let alone the supreme-grade variety, which was rare as phoenix feathers. The pill also released a very special scent that only a beast's nose could detect. Once that aroma spread, beasts within several li would soon follow the scent over. It was practically a mob-pulling artifact. System made, of course, it was premium. Before long, a pack of Qi refinement stage golden mastiff lions came charging this way, and not far off rose the enraged shouts of Xie Yuxing's trio. "Fuck, is there no end to this? How did another pack of beasts pop up? I just cleared a batch. God damn it, at this rate we're going to collapse. Where the hell are these beasts coming from?" You asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Just do it, it all pays in points anyway. Seeing his own employees were more than enough to handle this wave, Qi Yuan capped the jade vial again. His figure flickered, and he silently vanished from where he stood. The next day, within the competition zone, a 5-man team wandered bored through the woods, frustration written on every face. Swish! The leading disciple jerked out his sword and viciously hacked through the vines ahead, gritting his teeth as he cursed. What the hell is with this outer sect grand competition? It's been a whole day and we haven't even seen the shadow of a beast. Nothing but trees in front of us at this rate. What are we even competing in? Competing my ass. I'm about to lose it. The disciple beside him was equally distressed. I've joined the grand competition 3 times, and this is the first time I've run into something like this. Where do you think the beasts went? Don't tell me the Internal Affairs Pavilion forgot to release them? Just then, the team's only female disciple spoke timidly. Elder Y. Elder Yang's words weren't idle talk. Where would so many heavenly materials and earthly treasures come from? In past grand tournaments, the disciples who managed to obtain such treasures were few and far between. If someone truly had that kind of fortune, it wouldn't make sense that they hadn't encountered even a single demonic beast. Just then, a faint sound of fighting came from the distance. It was too far to make out the details, but you could tell someone was battling demonic beasts. Listen, there's movement over there. Let us go take a look. Even if we can't snatch any demonic beasts, bringing back a few points jade plaques wouldn't be bad. Everyone's eyes lit up. They exchanged looks, then soared into the air, eager to fly toward the source of the sound. As they drew near, Everyone froze, staring blankly ahead, with all kinds of WTF thoughts bubbling up in their heads. On the clearing ahead, demonic beast corpses were piled into a small mountain, maybe 200 or 300. A few cultivators before them were panting as they finished slaughtering a herd of silver-armored wild boars. After tidying up, those cultivators were expressionless, too lazy to even wipe the blood from their blades. They didn't bother with the newly arrived disciples at all, just sat down cross-legged and began to regulate their breathing. Seeing this, the newcomers' faces went stiff one by one, too angry to speak. Holy crap, this is outrageous. It's either famine or flood. We spent the whole day without even seeing the shadow of a demonic beast, while those guys over there are practically sick of killing them. Envy flared in their eyes, but when they saw who was leading those cultivators, they immediately abandoned any thought of snatching jade plaques and silently stood back. Because they recognized him. The leader was none other than the odds-on favorite to take first in this outer sect grand tournament, Lu Kuang. After a long hesitation, the leading disciple of that group gingerly walked up to Lu Kuang and tentatively voiced his question. Senior brother Lu, we haven't run into a single demonic beast all day. How come there are so many over here? To his surprise, Lu Kuang didn't shoo them away. Instead, he cast a complicated glance at the surrounding corpses and said slowly, If you ask me why, I can't really say. Since yesterday, every so often a nest of demonic beasts pops up, like they planned it every time we're almost recovered, another wave arrives. No matter where we run, we can't shake their entanglement, as if an invisible hand is pushing us forward from behind. Stranger still, as soon as we use up our restorative pills, new supplies suddenly drop from the sky right into our hands. We've already racked up over 1,000 points. I even suspect I'm being manipulated, turned into a cold, unfeeling point farming machine. Sure enough, people differ, their joys and sorrows are never the same. These words made the new disciples look at each other, at a loss for words for a long while. If it were them, with a chance to farm points like this, they'd probably go to sleep grinning and wake up laughing, yet this guy actually complains. By past experience, getting over 1,000 points basically locks in first place in the tournament. But thinking it over, they could understand Lu Kuang's mood. Competition among fellow disciples and hunting demonic beasts ought to be thrilling and exhilarating. Yet now it's become a mechanized point farming routine, with every move laid out. Anyone would feel stifled. Not sure who thought of it first, but the 5 newcomers' eyes lit up. They huddled together, whispered a few words, and made a decision on the spot. They didn't dare snatch the jade plaques outright, but arranging a cooperative split of the spoils was no problem. Having agreed, the leading disciple immediately bent forward, smiling as he saluted Lu Kuang, and said, Since you're tired, Senior Brother Lu, take a good rest and recuperate. The tournament tasks still have a while to go anyway. Leave the next wave of demonic beasts to us junior brothers and sisters. He'd barely gotten halfway when he saw Lu Kuang's expression sour, and hastily added, Of course, we'll only take half the points, the other half will be at Senior Brother's disposal. What do you think? At this, the 3 companions beside Lu Kuang immediately brightened. They were exhausted from taking turns fighting. Rejuvenation pills can restore spiritual power, but the mind still tires. Having someone share the burden was naturally no bad thing. After a moment's silent thought, Lu Kuang nodded and said in a low voice, All right, stick with us for now. If you try any tricks, don't blame me for being rude. And so it went. Meanwhile, in Luoyan Valley's plaza, nearly everyone's gaze fell on a certain someone below the scrying mirror. The chatter rose and fell in a clamor. Look, he led another group of one-horned salamanders over to Senior Brother Tang. What on earth is Cheetah trying to do? Strange. From the very start of the grand competition, he hasn't killed even a single beast. His points are still 0 after all that trouble luring beasts and handing out pills. Is it really just to let those teams scoop up more points? At this moment, someone seemed to think of something and said, somewhat uncertainly, I heard he offended quite a few outer sect disciples before the competition. If he doesn't make amends, it'll be hard later on. Maybe he's trying to use this method to curry favor with the senior brothers and sisters. As soon as those words were spoken, they immediately sparked heated discussion among the crowd. Exactly. Senior Brother Xie, Senior Brother Tang, Senior brother Lu, those few are favorites in the competition. Cheetah probably figures he doesn't stand a chance, so he's using this opportunity to cozy up to these promising prospects who are about to enter the inner sect, leaving himself a fallback. Since it's a good deed, why do it sneakily? Why not do it openly? A disciple asked in confusion. The companion beside him gave a light snort and replied casually, "Do you even need to ask?" Which outer sect disciple in the competition doesn't want to pound him right now? If he dares show himself, he might get thrashed on the spot. Better to wait until the competition ends before stepping out to claim credit. Once senior brother Xie and the others make it into the inner sect and are in a good mood, they'll be more inclined to value those who help them. With that said, everyone immediately understood. No wonder he even received a perfect temperament evaluation when he joined the sect. His mind really turns fast. At the front of the plaza, Yang Shoda of the Internal Affairs Pavilion's expression shifted slightly. He frowned and asked, "Elder Kong, can you tell what exactly that bottle Cheetah is using to lure beasts contains?" "Most likely a beast spirit pill." Kong Wanyan stroked his beard, sinking into thought, and said, "High-quality beast spirit pills give off a special pill fragrance, which happens to draw in quite a few low-tier beasts without awakened intelligence to snatch at it." Then he shook his head, a hint of bafflement in his tone. "But beast spirit pills are second-rank pills. Good ones cost at least 500 or 600 spirit stones. How would a menial disciple like him afford them? And that mid-grade artifact that conceals one's traces isn't cheap either." Before he finished, Emo Xingyang spoke up from the side first. "Elder Kong, you may not know Cheetah once rendered great merit. The sect rewarded him with 3,000 spirit stones and also granted him a mid-grade artifact, the Yingshu Veil. With the Yingshu Veil, as long as he doesn't actively show himself, neither beasts nor cultivators in the Qi refining realm can detect his whereabouts." "Oh, so that's how it is." Upon hearing this, the sect leadership on and off the dais all showed looks of understanding, but no one pressed for details. Emo Xingyang only mentioned the reward and didn't elaborate on Qi Da's merits in public, which suggests that matter is somewhat secret and not fit to be disclosed. Everyone present was shrewd, so naturally they wouldn't stir up that troublesome business. In the crowd, Baishiro furrowed her brows, clearly mulling something over. Seeing his daughter's unusual expression, Luoyun Valley's sect master, Bai Qinggu, couldn't help but quietly transmit his voice. "Shiro, what are you thinking?" Baishiro reined in her thoughts and transmitted back, "Father, I can't shake the feeling junior brother Qi isn't doing this without a purpose. Helping those people quickly rack up points might be preparing." Before she finished, Bai Qingwu had already guessed his daughter's meaning and shook his head with a smile. "Impossible. The outer sect grand competition ultimately comes down to strength. He's at most 5th layer of Qi refining, and a newcomer, no matter how clever he is, it's hard for him to go head-to-head with those at full completion of Qi refining. Let alone try to play the fisherman and profit from others. If those teams have even a bit of sense, they won't leave openings for others to take advantage. He's doing this most likely to build good relationships with people who are likely to enter the inner sect, paving the way for his future promotion to an outer sect disciple. Just thinking that far is already not simple." After hearing this, Baishiro nodded, deciding to trust her father's judgment. Luoyun Valley's back mountain. Within the competition area, the entrance was a clear, winding stream. Grasses and low shrubs grew thick along the banks, and stone peaks rose all around an unusual landscape. 3 outer sect disciples around 20 were pacing about, as if searching for something. Senior Sister Nya found it. Suddenly, a young male cultivator discovered a hidden hole in a rock crevice and shouted excitedly, "The ice mouse's nest is right here." Hearing that, the only female among the 3 immediately broke into a smile and darted toward the hole, while the other male scratched his head in frustration and followed, unwilling to be left behind. In no time, the 3 each took out their artifacts and ringed the hole. As expected, it's a nest of rat demons. Rat demons are naturally gregarious. There might be more than one inside. The speaking female cultivator had a bit of beauty to her, but with a sharp chin and fierce brows and eyes, she looked rather mean. She was Niet Zuelan, an outer sect disciple of the law enforcement pavilion. At this moment, a male cultivator traveling with them spoke up with a suggestion. "The cave mouth is narrow, don't go in. Ice mice fear fire most." Why don't we build a fire outside and smoke it out? Fine. Niet Salon nodded, pulled a fire striker from her storage pouch, and lit the moss and vines growing around the cave mouth. Thick smoke rose at once, funneling into the cave with the wind. Before long, a clamor sounded from within, and a few ice-blue shadows darted out of the entrance for ice mice at the chi refining stage. Seeing this, Nietsuelon let out a cold snort. The long whip in her hand turned into a dozen vines that shot toward the ice mice like arrows, and in an instant bound them tightly on the spot. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The ice mice, bound fast, writhed desperately. Their bean-sized eyes were filled with fear, and their sharp cries sounded like pleas for help to the outside. Die? With contribution points almost within reach, Nietsuelon had no intention of holding back. She was about to finish off the 4 ice mice when she suddenly heard a rush of wind behind her and dodged on instinct. Bang! 2 artifacts skimmed past her ear, slammed into the ground, and kicked up a cloud of dust. Turning back, she discovered the attackers were her 2 companions. Nietsuelon's face darkened, and she shouted angrily, "Miao Kong, Yinquan, have you 2 gone mad?" She hadn't imagined that these 2 suitors, usually at her beck and call, would join forces to ambush her. The 2 wore strange expressions, killing intent in their eyes, and shouted at her, "Impudent beast! How dare you harm senior sister Nyadai?" With that, both raised their artifacts and lunged at her again. At the same time, in Nietsuelon's eyes, the 2 male cultivators in front of her suddenly vanished, turning into 2 ferocious thunderstorm bears bearing their fangs and claws. Startled, she hurriedly summoned a small, entirely green ruler from her storage pouch to meet them. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 tangled together, trading blows back and forth, neither side gaining the upper hand. Just as the melee reached its peak, a fox with snow-white fur slowly walked out of the flower bushes not far away. This fox stood about 5 feet tall. Its coat was smooth as silk, and as it walked its fluffy tail curled slightly, swaying lazily. It first swept a glance over the fighters, a hint of mockery in its 4 amber eyes, then elegantly walked up to the ice mice trussed up by the vines. Swish! The fox demon raised a paw and swiped, easily slicing through the vines and freeing the trapped ice mice. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The rescued ice mice chittered at the fox demon a few times, then bolted into the trees and vanished. Left behind, the fox demon turned to look at the 3 shrouded by illusion, its gaze icy. Then it opened its mouth and breathed out a billow of white mist, instantly enveloping the 3. The white mist seemed to be its innate art as it unleashed the spell, its aura weakened noticeably. Affected by the strange fog, Nietsuelon and the others grew more muddled, actually pulling sharp weapons from their storage pouches and making motions as if to stab themselves. Suddenly, a beast-catching net dropped from the sky, landing squarely over the fox demon's head. Chitter, chitter, chitter. The fox demon struggled with all its might, but this artifact-grade beast net couldn't be broken. Instead, it tightened further and further. Meanwhile, under the net's suppression, its innate art was restrained and lost its effect. With the white mist dispersing, Nietsuelon and the others immediately crumpled to the ground, lapsing into unconsciousness. The next moment, a stranger leapt down from a tree, strode forward, bound the fox demon securely, and said with a smile, "Finally, I've caught you, 4-eyed spirit fox at the peak of chi refining." That man was Chi Yuan. After assigning tasks to his subordinates, he had come alone to this forest to capture this rare, 4-eyed spirit fox. Born with a trace of the 9-tailed celestial fox bloodline, the 4-eyed spirit fox is alert and crafty, adept at illusion, but timid by nature and weak in direct combat, its only weakness. Sensing danger, it stopped struggling, pressed its 4 paws together, and a human-like plea welled in its amber eyes, as if begging Chi Yuan for mercy. Chi Yuan looked at it and gave a cold smile. "You vicious beast. If I hadn't arrived in time, my 3 fellow disciples would have already been under your control, driven to kill themselves." He darkened his expression, putting on a fierce appearance, then said coldly, "They're all my senior martial brothers and sisters from the same sect, yet you dare to attack them? Little fox, you're courting death. I'll have to skin you alive and tear out your bones, making you into a fox fur scarf to vent this anger of mine." As soon as these words left his mouth, the four-eyed spirit fox immediately trembled, its eyes showing even deeper despair, whimpering from its mouth, as if constantly begging for mercy. Just then, Qi Yuan's tone suddenly changed, and his expression softened accordingly. Heaven has always favored life. If you still want to live, I can show you a way out. Before his words had finished, he smiled and pulled out a yellow-brown beast hide scroll from his robes. You just need to obediently sign this beast taming contract and swear to acknowledge me as your master. Not only will I spare your life, I'll even give you a supreme great spirit nurturing pill to help you break through to foundation establishment on the spot. If you refuse, then just wait to be made into a fox fur scarf. The fox demon froze in place upon hearing this. Seeing this scene, Yang Xiuda, the elder from the Internal Affairs Pavilion overseeing the competition, couldn't help but let out a long breath of relief, his eyes full of approval. Good, good. This Qi Yuan truly has both courage and cunning, and his character isn't bad either. If he hadn't intervened, those 3 outer disciples would have likely perished on the spot. Just for this alone, he's worth listing as a priority cultivation target. Although the outer sect competition allowed for a certain degree of casualties, losing 3 promising elite disciples at once would indeed be a major incident. Moreover, failing to clear out dangerous demon beasts like the four-eyed spirit fox beforehand was indeed a dereliction of duty by the Internal Affairs Pavilion. If someone died because of it, even Elder Yang Xiuda would be hard-pressed to escape blame. Now that the crisis was resolved, Yang Xiuda finally felt relieved and grew grateful toward Qi Yuan. This junior's performance was excellent. He planned to recommend him to the sect master once the competition ended, having him promoted to inner disciple and recruiting him to work in the Internal Affairs Pavilion. Just as he was thinking this, the Falling Cloud Valley elder standing beside him suddenly exclaimed in surprise. I thought Qi Yuan would directly slay that demon fox to earn points. I didn't expect he'd want to use a beast-taming scroll to subdue it. What's he trying to do? As soon as the words fell, Yang Xiuda raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting slightly as he couldn't help but speak. Though the four-eyed spirit fox is cunning, it's naturally timid and fears death. Since Qi Yuan has already captured it with its life hanging by a thread, it might very well submit and sign the contract, acknowledging this boy as its master. If he can subdue this four-eyed spirit fox at Qi refinement perfection, he might even have an outstanding performance in the competition. At this moment, Yin Qingyuan, the elder from the Dao Entry Pavilion, snorted coldly with a face full of contempt. This Qi Yuan only knows petty tricks and opportunistic schemes. In terms of actual strength, he can't compare at all to Han Ziyuan, Xie Yuxing, Lu Kuang, and the others. Even with the four-eyed spirit fox's help, it won't be much use. That thing has weak combat power to begin with, and only knows some superficial illusion techniques. Cultivators at the same Qi refinement perfection level can block them with slight precaution. Earlier, Nietzulan was at the 9th layer of Qi refinement and wasn't instantly confused by the illusion technique. If she hadn't shown an opening in her extreme terror, how could the four-eyed spirit fox have taken advantage? As soon as he spoke, the several high-ranking members of Falling Cloud Valley present nodded one after another, expressing agreement. Although the four-eyed spirit fox's illusion technique was troublesome, it wasn't without countermeasures. As long as a cultivator had equivalent or higher cultivation, they were very difficult to confuse. There were quite a few disciples at Qi refinement perfection in the outer sect competition. Trying to squeeze into the top 10 relying on a four-eyed spirit fox was basically unrealistic. At the same time, now you have 2 paths to choose from. One is to obediently sign this beast-taming contract. The other is death. Qi Yuan's tone was indifferent, his gaze cold as a blade, staring directly at the four-eyed spirit fox before him. The fox demon's eyes flickered, clearly still hesitating. Seeing its hesitation, Qi Yuan gave a cold laugh and slowly placed his hand on the fox demon's neck. It seems you've still chosen the path of death. If that's the case, then I'll grant your wish. At this moment, killing intent surged across his face, as if he would channel his magical power at any moment to shatter its neck bones. The fox demon immediately yielded, somewhat reluctantly opening its mouth to spit out a bright red blood bead, precisely its life-bound essence blood. Smart choice. Qi Yuan smiled slightly, unfolding the beast-taming scroll in his hand and placing this drop of essence blood on the contract. Then with a thought, he swiftly inscribed his soul brand on the scroll. In an instant, he felt an intangible connection form between himself and the demon fox, as if with just a slight thought, he could control this four-eyed spirit fox's life and death. The so-called beast-taming contract was essentially a master-slave contract, which for demon beasts was almost equivalent to an indenture contract. During the term of the contract, a demonic beast cannot defy its master's will, otherwise, the contract will backlash, and it will have its soul scattered on the spot, with not even a chance at reincarnation. As a specialty of the first-rate sect, the beast-taming sect, beast-taming scrolls are not uncommon in the cultivation world and aren't expensive. The only hard part is forcing a demonic beast to sign such a grossly unequal contract. If you run into a demonic beast with a fiery temperament and untamable wildness, it will more likely choose death than sign, but the naturally timid four-eyed spirit fox clearly isn't that type. As soon as the contract settled, the fox demon's aura wilted further. It looked utterly disheartened. Still not convinced, Qi Yuan gave it a disdainful glance. If you didn't have some use, a small fry of your caliber wouldn't even be qualified to be my beast pet. Just do as you're told, and you'll regain your freedom soon enough. Before the words had even fallen, he undid the beast-catching net and let the fox demon out. Once it could move, the fox demon hesitated for a moment, but in the end, with fear in its eyes, it walked over to Qi Yuan's side. Seeing the four-eyed spirit fox completely subdued, Qi Yuan casually put the beast-taming scroll away and took a jade vial from his storage pouch. As soon as the bottle opened, a strange pill fragrance wafted out. A top-grade spirit-nurturing pill. This person, could the master really have been telling the truth? If you can't break through to Foundation establishment before daybreak tomorrow, you're going to die a very ugly death. No sooner had he spoken than Qi Yuan tipped the system, made top-grade spirit-nurturing pill out of the jade vial, and tossed it in front of the fox demon. At those words, the fox demon's furry ears drooped at once, and the pill before its eyes suddenly didn't smell so enticing. Seeing the master's dark expression, it hurriedly popped the pill into its mouth, then streaked into the forest and vanished. After the fox demon left, Qi Yuan walked over to the three unlucky saps lying unconscious not far away, casually glanced at the jade plaques at their waists, and immediately lost interest. Maybe those grinder squads had already snatched up all the demonic beasts. This three-person team's haul was downright pathetic. Nietzolan's plaques still had 4 points left, but her two lackeys' plaques were empty, sitting at 0, living proof of the saying that bootlickers end up with nothing. With that thought, his figure flickered as he left without a sound, but before going he sent out a gentle stream of true qi to rouse the three. A moment later, the three lying on the ground slowly opened their eyes to find the area a complete mess, traces of spell dueling everywhere, and weapons and artifacts still clutched in their hands. Not sure what she remembered, Nietzolan's anger surged. She sprang up from the ground and whirled to slap each of her two companions across the face. I remember now, you two actually had the nerve to backstab me just now and even let those ice mice get away. No wonder you wanted to team up with me. You were trying to set me up, weren't you? The two who got slapped were instantly dumbfounded, unable to tell what they'd done wrong. As the final day arrived, the disciples participating in the grand competition grew ever more cautious. By now, the demonic beasts and spirit materials within the competition zone had been all but stripped clean. For those who still wanted points, the most practical method was to snatch the jade plaques at others' waists. Thus, fights between disciples became frequent, and a tense, murderous mood began to permeate the air. Bang! Lu Kuang's face sank. He smacked his palms together, and a heavy surge of Xianhuang qi billowed up, blasting a 9th-level qi refining opponent backward. Then he slammed his right foot down, his whole body shooting straight up as he burst through the encirclement formed by 8 cultivators. Don't let him get away. He's got over 3,000 points on him. If we grab his jade plaque, it'll be enough for all of us to make the top 10 in the grand competition. At that, the encircling cultivators were instantly fired up and swarmed after him. As Lu Kuang sprinted, he grew ever more tense and anxious. He and T expected them to be so greedy as to dare turn against him for the sake of points. They were originally partners allied with him to hunt demonic beasts, but they turned on him halfway and now had become enemies intent on hunting him down. If he hadn't been on his guard, he really would have fallen into their hands. His whole body was covered in wounds from the previous clashes, most of them superficial, but if this dragged on, the true chi in his body wouldn't hold out. He had to shake off his pursuers quickly and find a safe place to wait out the end of the competition. With that thought, an idea flashed through Lu Kuang's mind. He sped up as he ran, formed a Taoist hand seal, and growled under his breath. Earthburst technique. The next instant, the ground behind him jolted violently, as if a massive rock had been thrown into a calm lake, kicking up a cloud of dirt and dust. The unprepared pursuers were pelted all over by flying mud and stones and could only slow down one after another. At the same time, the ground ahead of Lu Kuang suddenly split open with a crack. He sprang in with a bound and vanished in the blink of an eye. Elsewhere, a group of swaggering cultivators searched back and forth through the dense forest, shouting, "Cheetah, get out here! Didn't you say you were going to take first place in the grand competition? Why are you turtling up now? Humph. Even if I don't want the points, I have to beat you up first so you won't be so cocky in the future." But after a long time, even though more and more people joined the search, they still couldn't find a trace of Qi Yuan. Damn it, the brat must be hiding. Don't rush it. He'll come out when the grand competition ends. Sure, he slipped away this time, but he can't hide forever. Once we run into him back at the outer sect, we'll beat him again. Just as everyone was fuming, the sound of footsteps landing came from not far away, and then a youth in a menial's outfit walked out from the depths of the woods. They looked toward the sound and saw that it was actually the very Qi Yuan they were searching for. "Kid, you finally dare to show your face. Haha, we finally caught you this time. Brothers, teach this piece of trash a good lesson." Grins twisted across their faces as they cracked their knuckles and closed in. On the verge of being mobbed, Qi Yuan couldn't even be bothered to lift his eyelids. Instead, he curled his lip coldly and sneered. "A bunch of trash, come try me if you dare." Driven mad by the provocation, they raised their artifacts one after another and lunged at him viciously. Right then, a stern shout rang out across the field. "Enough! All of you stop!" As the words fell, Yang Xiuda, elder of the Internal Affairs Pavilion, descended from above, his gaze sweeping over the crowd like a blade. Hearing this, everyone hastily pulled back their strength and saluted respectfully, saying, "Disciples greet Elder Yang." Yang Xiuda gave a cold snort and said, "The grand competition has ended. Fighting is now forbidden. Hand over the jade tokens in your hands. Qi De will tally the points. Also, after turning in your tokens, go fetch the others and have everyone come here to settle their points. Remember, if you're not here within 1 hour, your results will be void." "Yes, we'll go find them right away." At that, they all bowed their heads in assent, then obediently fished out their jade tokens and handed them to Qi Yuan. At the same time, elsewhere, on the plaza, Yang Xiuda, elder of the Internal Affairs Pavilion, stared blankly at the images in the scrying mirror, his head buzzing, hardly able to believe his eyes. In the mirror, those disciples, upon seeing Qi Yuan, looked as if they'd been enchanted. First, they bowed respectfully, then handed their jade tokens to Qi Yuan one after another, obedient to a ridiculous degree. He wasn't the only one. The atmosphere on the plaza practically congealed, and everyone felt like they were dreaming. Illusion, by Qinggu, sect master of Luoyun Valley, was the first to snap out of it, saying in disbelief. His demonic pet suddenly broke through to Foundation establishment, greatly amplifying the power of its illusions. Those outer sect disciples couldn't resist at all and were thus beguiled. Pill Pavilion elder Kong Wanyin also recovered from his shock and said in surprise, "That's right. The pill he fed that four-eyed spirit fox was very likely a supreme-grade spirit-nurturing pill. After a single dose, the fox demon achieved Foundation establishment overnight. Compared with Qi refining, a four-eyed spirit fox at Foundation establishment is a complete rebirth. With its help, Cheetah can run rushod through the grand competition. This is just unbelievable." A nearby intersect elder stared wide-eyed and said, Could it be that the reason he helped others earn points earlier was precisely so he could seize all their jade tokens at this moment? If so, this kid is downright monstrous. At these words, the high-ranking members of Luoyun Valley around them all sucked in a cold breath, and the venue fell into a brief silence again. After a good while, Elder Yin Qingyuan of the Initiation Pavilion finally steadied his mind. Frowning, he said in a hard, cold voice, "Elder Yang, his conduct is plainly cheating. We should put a stop to this farce immediately, cancel his qualification for the grand competition, and punish him severely according to the sect rules as a warning." Inappropriate. Yang Xiuda shook his head in deliberation and said, "By the rules, no one may interfere before the outer sect grand competition ends, and there's still more than an hour left in this match. Before then, I won't step in. Besides, the sect has no explicit prohibition against commanding demonic beasts in the outer sect grand competition. What he's doing doesn't violate the rules." Bai Qingwu also nodded and said, "Elder Yang is right. Since Qi Da hasn't violated any rules, let's keep observing for now." With the sect master having spoken, Yin Qingyuan could only shut his mouth in frustration, his face turning as dark as could be. Has the grand competition already ended? At the shout from outside, Lu Kuang, who was hiding in a crevice in the ground, perked up at once, and his taut nerves loosened considerably. He was hiding here precisely to safely make it to the end of the grand competition. After all, he was very sure that with his 3,500 plus points, the champion of this outer sect grand competition could only be him. In this situation, the most important thing was not to crash and burn. He was cautious and didn't show himself immediately. He first listened closely for any movement outside, and only after confirming no one was nearby did he silently emerge from his hiding place. Back on the surface, Lu Kuang patted the dust off himself and sprinted off in one direction. He had overheard earlier that the jade tokens had to be handed in within an hour. Most of that time had already passed, and if he didn't hurry, he wouldn't make it. So it really is over. At the assembly point, Lu Kuang quickly spotted Elder Yang Xiuda of the Internal Affairs Pavilion in the crowd. The last shred of doubt dissipated, replaced by barely concealed joy. By past precedent, the first place in the outer sect competition not only received a generous reward, but would also be given focused cultivation after entering the inner sect, with a bright future ahead. Thinking of this, Lu Kuang couldn't help grinning, already envisioning the bright road ahead. Suddenly, a teasing voice cut off his reverie. "Lu Kuang, why are you so late? Did you do so poorly you're embarrassed to show your results?" Lu Kuang snorted coldly and shot back over his shoulder. "Han Ziyuan, I really hope you don't get as unlucky as before this time, or you might not even reach 1/10 of my score." Han Ziyuan and Lu Kuang were both top students of the outer sect. They weren't exactly on good terms and often competed openly and covertly, each treating the other as a rival. Contrary to Lu Kuang's expectations, Han Ziyuan, who already had a bit of a temper, didn't get angry at all. Instead, he looked breezy, as if he hadn't been provoked in the slightest. "Oh, then I'm very much looking forward to it. Let us see in a bit whether you can put up a decent score." Han Ziyuan lifted the corners of his mouth slightly, glanced indifferently at the jade token at Lu Kuang's waist, and said evenly, "If you lose, remember to call me senior brother once you enter the inner sect." Hearing this, Lu Kuang raised his brows, then burst out laughing. "Fine, let the numbers do the talking." At this moment, Xie Yuxing, who had been watching coldly from the side, walked over and said, "Everyone calls the three of us the three standouts of the outer sect. Since we're going to compete, you can't leave me out. Let us take this chance to see which of us is the strongest rising star in the valley." His words instantly drew everyone's attention. Looks like there'll be a good show later. These three were all standouts of the outer sect, their strength truly hard to distinguish neck and evenly matched. Now they were each brimming with confidence and squaring off, clearly wanting to settle it by points. Whatever the outcome, the scene to come would certainly be exciting. What are you three standing around for? Hand in your jade tokens, and don't waste everyone's time. Seeing this, Elder Yang Xiuda of the Internal Affairs Pavilion darkened his face and urged them sternly. "Yes, Elder." Upon hearing the order, Lu Kuang, Han Ziyuan, and Xie Yuxing exchanged a look, then simultaneously handed their jade tokens to Qi Yuan, who was responsible for tallying the points, urging in unison. Tell us now among the three of us, who has the highest score? All right. Qi Yuan took the tokens from their hands with a beaming smile, glanced at the numbers, and then announced. Han Ziyuan, 3,122 points, not bad, not bad. Gasp. Hearing that number, many disciples who weren't in the know drew in a sharp breath. How many demonic beasts did he have to kill? No wonder we don't have any points, turns out he took them all. Seeing the expressions around him, Han Ziyuan smiled smugly and glanced at his two rivals, but mid-smile, it suddenly froze. He discovered that although the other two were slightly moved, they quickly returned to normal, showing no hint of dejection. What was going on? At that moment, Han Ziyuan finally felt that something was off. He furrowed his brows and looked to Qi Yuan instinctively. Lu Kuang, 3,581 points, ranked second. Keep working hard going forward. 3,581 points? Everyone's eyes widened, almost thinking they misheard. What was even more outrageous was that 3,581 points actually ranked only second. Even Lu Kuang himself was dumbfounded. He looked at Qi Yuan in disbelief and blurted, "Someone scored higher than me? This is impossible." Qi Yuan shrugged and continued to announce. Xie Yuxing, 4,027 points. Looks like extra practice at night really pays off. Though he didn't quite understand the last part, the moment he learned he was first place, Xie Yuxing's face flushed with excitement. Smugly, he said to the two despondent opponents before him, "Junior brothers, apologies, your senior brother managed to edge ahead a bit. Thanks for letting me win." Just then, Elder Yang Shioda of the Inner Affairs Pavilion cleared his throat, cutting off the crowd's chatter. "All right, that's all. Activate the teleportation talismans in your hands and leave the competition grounds." Crowds gathered in the square. One disciple after another was teleported over from the back mountain. Everyone in Luoyun Valley who could see the scrying mirror was stupefied, eyes glazed, even forgetting to speak, with only one thought in mind. Holy shit. From an onlooker's perspective, those competing disciples were like puppets. Before the competition had even ended, they lined up, passing their jade tokens to Qi Yuan one by one. Some even tossed out a casual thanks. After handing over their tokens, they activated their teleportation talismans and sent themselves away, as if utterly unaware that leaving early would void their results. The whole scene was downright uncanny. After a long silence, someone finally whispered, "What on earth just happened? Were my eyes playing tricks on me? Why did something so bizarre occur?" At that moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Hold on, do you know what this means? By the rules, aside from that menial, everyone in this outer sect grand competition has been eliminated. There isn't even a top 10, there's only a single winner, and that's Cheetah. My god, how on earth did he pull that off?" These words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up monstrous waves. Amid the chorus of exclamations, Ji Chaner, mingled among the inner sect disciples, also came back to herself, a strange glint flashing in her eyes. Unbridled imagination, unbound by convention, adept at forbearance, meticulous in execution, strikes true in one blow, leaving no mercy. The demonic sect needs exactly this kind of talent. This time the outer sect grand competition sealed off the back mountain, so she didn't have to keep watch at the herb garden these few days. To avoid arousing suspicion, she deliberately came out to show her face only to stumble upon an unexpected surprise. Swoosh! With a flash of white light, Xie Yuxing was teleported to the square with the scrying mirror. High-spirited confidence on his face, he was ready to receive everyone's congratulations. Before activating his teleportation talisman, he had even prepared an acceptance speech, just waiting to recite it on stage and leave a legendary story for this outer sect grand competition. But unexpectedly, something went wrong. Silence. The scene suddenly froze, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Including the disciples who had just competed, everyone's gazes were tinged with strangeness and faint pity. What happened? Could it be that his 4,000+ points were so dazzling they had stunned everyone? Confronted with this bizarre scene, Xie Yuxing looked utterly bewildered, questions bubbling up in his mind. Suddenly, he saw Elder Yang Shioda of the Inner Affairs Pavilion standing not far away and was stunned on the spot. Wasn't Elder Yang still on the back mountain cleaning up the aftermath? How did he suddenly appear here? Ahem. Just as he was utterly perplexed, Yang Xiuda cleared his throat and said sternly, Nephew Xie, you used a teleportation talisman to leave before the competition ended. By the rules, your result this time is to be cancelled. I hope you can learn from this and strive for a better result next year. What? Cancelled? Hearing Yang Xiuda's words, Xie Yuxing stood there as if struck by lightning. Coming to his senses, he hurried over to Yang Xiuda, agitation written all over his face. Elder Yang, didn't you just announce the end of the competition, telling us to hand in our jade tokens and then teleport out? How can you now cancel my score? Though Xie Yuxing's tone was a bit sharp, Yang Xiuda didn't blame him. He simply shook his head lightly and explained patiently. Alas, nephew Xie, what you saw just now wasn't me, but an illusory apparition. You were merely bewitched by a foundation establishment, four-eyed spirit fox. In reality, the competition hadn't ended, yet leaving early naturally results in your score being cancelled. The other party still had a dazed look on his face. Yang Xiuda let out a long sigh and said, You gave your jade token to someone else. Even if you don't withdraw early, it won't help, your results still won't be recorded. Could it be an illusion? Xie Yuxing's eyes went blank. He looked up at the divine mirror hanging in midair, only to find that there had long since been no one else left in the grand competition arena, just one person, and the snow-white fox at his side remained. Cheetah? How could this be? Only now did he finally realize that the points he'd painstakingly farmed over the past few days had all been for nothing, ending up benefiting someone else. The moment he thought of this, he felt like crying and helpless, wishing he could cough up blood on the spot, and roared angrily. Cheetah is truly despicable. Seeing Xie Yuxing struck so hard, Han Ziyuan and Lu Kuang, who had likewise suffered the most, couldn't help showing a bit of glee. Their once arrogant opponent was worse off than they were, and the two instantly felt much more balanced. After a moment, Bai Qingwu, sect master of Luoyun Valley, schooled his surprise and, with a complicated expression, said, Elder Yang, time's up. I'll go with you to bring that kid back. You're going to fetch him personally? Yang Xiuda was stunned when he heard that. He hadn't expected sect master Bai Qingwu to personally fetch a junior in the Qi refining stage in previous grand competitions. He'd never seen such a thing. Though he was a bit surprised, he didn't dare question the sect master. After nodding, he and Bai Qingwu turned into streaks of light and flew toward the competition area. Back mountain. Qi Yuan waved his hand, swept the pile of jade tokens stacked like a small hill into his storage pouch, casually glanced at the fox demon still energetically playing the role of elder of the Internal Affairs Pavilion, then ordered, All right, dispel the illusion. You did well this time. Hearing this, the four-eyed spirit fox properly withdrew the spell, immediately ran up to Qi Yuan to claim credit, its fluffy tail swaying non-stop, and said in a sweet voice, Master, how do you think I did this time? The voice was crisp and pleasant, sounding just like a 13 or 14-year-old human girl. The earlier a beast awakens intelligence, the more likely it is to refine its hyoid bone and speak human language. After foundation establishment, the four-eyed spirit fox was no exception. Qi Yuan put away his storage pouch and said perfunctorily, Haven't I already said you did well this time? Then, master, can't you show great mercy and let me go? The four-eyed spirit fox's amber eyes darted about, looking at Qi Yuan full of hope, and said, Didn't you say that as long as I behaved and did the work, I'd soon be free? Dream on. Qi Yuan shot at a look and said blandly, With just this bit of merit, I'll grudgingly forgive you for going after my 3 fellow disciples before. But don't forget you still owe me a top-grade spirit nurturing pill. Until that's paid off, you'll keep working for me. Ah. The four-eyed spirit fox showed a troubled expression and timidly asked, Master, about how many spirit stones is that top-grade spirit nurturing pill worth? Qi Yuan smiled faintly and said, Not much, around 500 spirit stones should do. 500 spirit stones. Hearing the number, the four-eyed spirit fox's eyes lit up, and it said eagerly, I saved up a little before foundation establishment. My cave abode has some rare heavenly materials stashed away. Taking them out will definitely be enough to repay these 500 spirit stones. Is that so? Qi Yuan gave it a sidelong look and nodded. Fine. As long as you gather 500 top-grade spirit stones, I'll immediately. Also, from now on, your name will be Little White. Little White? Are you sure? Do you take this fox for a cat? The little fox looked utterly disgusted, even waving its paw to refuse. Seeing it truly unwilling, Chi Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "If you won't be Little White, then you'll be Furball." Furball? At that, the fox demon panicked and hurriedly said, "No, no, no, don't give me that name. I'll be Little White. If I let this damn owner keep naming me, who knows how awful it'll get." Just thinking about carrying such a bizarre title as Little White in the future, the fox demon felt its fox life was a complete tragedy. Chi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "All right, remember to keep a low profile and don't throw your life away." That said, this little fox awakened a trace of heavenly fox bloodline at Foundation Establishment. Among the Foundation Establishment demonic beasts in the back mountains of Luoyun Valley, it could swagger around unhindered. Safety was no concern at all. Got it. The fox demon's figure blurred, and it instantly slipped deep into the forest and vanished. Before long, two streaks of light raced over from the horizon and landed before Chi Yuan. Disciple pays respects to the sect master and to Elder Yang. Seeing who it was, Chi Yuan hurried forward and bowed respectfully. No need for formalities. The Luoyun Valley sect master by Qingwu looked at him intently and said, "This outer sect grand competition has concluded. You are the only disciple to complete the trial, having eliminated all your opponents." Since Luoyun Valley was founded, such a situation is rare indeed. Truly, the younger generation is to be feared. Chi Yuan, a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose and said, "This disciple managed to win by luck, that's all." But what he was thinking was, even the sect master has been alarmed. This mission should be in the bag, right? When Chi Yuan was brought to the plaza, countless gazes fell on him in unison: astonishment, envy, appreciation, even awe. Meanwhile, the elder of the Internal Affairs Pavilion standing beside him steadied his emotions and solemnly announced, "Menial disciple Chi Da earned 17,236 points in this outer sect grand competition, ranking first." Though some had expected it, hearing such an astonishing score still sent all of Luoyun Valley into an uproar. A mere menial at the 5th layer of Qi refining, who didn't kill a single demonic beast throughout the trial, yet won the championship in an inconceivable way, simply defying the heavens. He only struck occasionally, yet swept aside all competitors, and even before closing the net had people toil in vain for 3 days to earn him points so cruel it was terrifying, bordering on madness. Speaking of ruthless, this is true ruthlessness. The most terrifying part was that everything he did was within the rules of the competition. No one could find a flaw. And he even rescued 3 fellow disciples along the way. By any measure, it was merit without fault. Such world-turning methods were unheard of and unseen. In an instant, the disciples in the plaza, even the high-ranking elders, were stunned. Even those outer sect disciples who got screwed over in the trial looked at Chi Yuan with disbelief, as if staring at a monster. Seeing that every outer sect disciple who participated had rigid expressions, chaotic breath, and shaken Dao hearts, Luoyun Valley sect master by Qingwu seemed to catch the signs and immediately flew before the crowd, calling out, "Disciples, listen up. In light of the special circumstances of this competition, the sect has decided to expand the inner sect quota for the next competition. The top 20 will be able to enter the inner sect directly. Additionally, this year all disciples selected by Elder Yang to participate in the outer sect grand competition will have their monthly stipend doubled and may choose one technique to study in the scripture repository." As soon as the words fell, the previously sullen outer sect disciples perked up, their complexions much improved. Many who thought they couldn't make the top 10 were openly delighted. Although this outer sect grand competition was wrecked by some unruly guy, at least there's consolation and everyone gets a share, so it's not a loss overall. Seeing the mood gradually liven, Bai Qingwu finally breathed easier, and his tone turned solemn. From now on, the outer sect grand competition will add one rule. During the contest, you may not employ beast pets, otherwise you will be immediately disqualified. This competition should also serve as a wake-up call. The path of immortality is perilous and the world is treacherous. If you remain complacent, careless, and lax in the future, the price you pay may be hundreds or thousands of times greater than today. I hope you will remember this lesson and take it as a warning. Disciples respectfully heed the sect master's teachings. The disciples cupped their hands in agreement, faces solemn. Qi Yuan nodded inwardly upon hearing this. This sect master of Luoyun Valley, it must be said, is anything but ordinary. With just a few words, he had the disciples who lost in the grand competition regain their confidence, their loyalty, and sense of belonging to the sect rose accordingly, evidence of uncommon skill and boldness. Just as Qi Yuan was a little absent-minded, Bai Qingwu suddenly looked over at him, with a trace of approval and amazement, and announced with a broad smile. From today onward, the menial disciple Qi De is officially promoted to an inner sect disciple, rewarded with 5,000 spirit stones, 100 superior grade Qi gathering pills, 1 foundation establishment pill, 3 mid-tier magical artifacts, and permission to enter the second floor of the library pavilion to freely choose techniques. Disciple Qi De is grateful for the sect's nurture. As the words fell, Qi Yuan hurriedly bowed in response. Then, under everyone's gaze, calmly walked onto the stage and took the storage pouch containing the rewards. Right after, a cold prompt suddenly sounded by his ear. Ding! Host has completed the objective. Obtain qualification to participate in the Outer Sect Grand Competition and place in the top 10. Reward: 500 counterattack points, 15 Supreme Grade Qi Gathering Pills, 1 Supreme Grade Foundation Establishment Pill, and 1,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. Ding! Host has completed the bonus task. Astonish all in the Outer Sect Grand Competition and take first place. Reward: 1 opportunity to improve spiritual root aptitude. No sooner had the system finished speaking than Qi Yuan faintly felt something odd, a warm current spreading through him from the unseen. Then the scene before his eyes slowly changed, all things twisted under his gaze into arcane lines, each strand containing ineffable truths of the Tao. At the same time, countless unprecedented insights flooded into his mind, making him feel an exhilarating ease, indescribably comfortable. But Qi Yuan knew he was in front of everyone to avoid making a fool of himself. He quickly steadied his mind and forcibly pulled himself out of that state. Of course, after this improvement of his aptitude, he could enter that wondrous state at any time to comprehend heaven and earth, and his cultivation efficiency would multiply. Moreover, Qi Yuan also noticed another special change. As long as he wished, even without circulating a technique, he could continuously draw the surrounding spiritual energy into his body and easily compress, refine, absorb, and assimilate it. Could this be the scene beyond a heavenly spiritual root? Qi Yuan was secretly astonished, yet his heart was full of joy. This system really came through this time. It wasn't a waste of all that trouble. I even threw away my integrity to complete the task. The next day, Inner Sect. Junior Brother Qi, congratulations on becoming an Inner Sect disciple. By Elder Yang's order, I'm here to take you to choose a residence. Come with me. After receiving the identity token representing his Inner Sect status, Qi Yuan was led out of the Internal Affairs Pavilion by a disciple of the Internal Affairs Pavilion to the foot of a peak roughly 500 to 600 zhang tall. Here, the vegetation was lush and the spiritual energy abundant. The conditions far surpassed the Outer Sect. Seeing this, Qi Yuan was quite satisfied. Though it couldn't match the luxurious cave dwelling he had in the Taishan Holy Land, the surroundings were tranquil and, at the very least, unlike the Outer Sect's noise and crowding. After this grand competition, he had indeed offended quite a few Outer Sect disciples. He could almost be called the Outer Sect's public enemy. But Qi Yuan didn't take it to heart at all after all. He was now an Inner Sect disciple of Luoyun Valley. In terms of status, Inner Sect disciples are simply a cut above ordinary Outer Sect disciples. Even if someone was unconvinced, they wouldn't dare lay a hand on him in the future. On meeting him, they would still have to bow respectfully and call him Senior Brother Qi. It goes without saying that those who once called Qi Yuan brother. Qi Yuan looked over the map and quickly fixed his gaze on a secluded little courtyard. The courtyard was halfway up the mountain, surrounded by dense forest, with almost no foot traffic and more than 10 li from the nearest dwelling, perfectly suited to his low-key, unassuming nature. Having decided, he He pointed at that courtyard and asked, "Can I choose this place?" The Internal Affairs Pavilion disciple looked in the direction Qi Yuan pointed, his tone a bit hesitant. "You can, but that used to be an abandoned courtyard and hasn't been maintained for a long time. It might take some time to clean up." Qi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "No problem, I like it quiet." The disciple nodded and continued, "Since you've decided, I'll register your name. From now on, that will be your residence in the inner sect." Not long after sending the disciple off, Qi Yuan stood alone in the courtyard, taking in the moss-covered little compound. The yard wasn't large. Besides a meditation room for training, there was a front hall and 2 side rooms. The front hall had a stone table and 3 stone stools, and nothing else. Qi Yuan did a simple sweep of the courtyard, sat down in the front hall, and silently summoned the system interface. Aside from the side quest in the lower left corner, the main quest section had refreshed again. It read, "New quest. After the Outer Sect Grand Tournament, you are no longer a menial disciple and have entered the inner sect to cultivate." The host's outstanding performance has drawn special attention from Luoyun Valley's sect master by Qingwu and senior sister by Shiro. Meanwhile, a sudden crisis is about to descend. Quest difficulty: 4 stars hard. Quest objective: survive this crisis and ferret out all demonic sect moles hidden within Luoyun Valley. Quest rewards: 800 comeback points, increased favorability with senior sister by Shiro, and the heaven-grade dual cultivation method Yin Yang Genesis Sutra. What the hell? After reading this, Qi Yuan was stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. Right now he only wanted to ask, is Yin Yang Genesis Sutra legit? It was supposed to be a straightforward survival quest. He'd done similar ones before, but what was with this reward? This damn system actually tied the favorability of the beautiful senior sister by Shiro to a dual cultivation method, leaving him vaguely uncomfortable. There was no optional tag on the interface, meaning this quest had to be completed, or the subsequent main quests might never refresh. They even threw in a dual cultivation method at this rate. Can I keep up my 2 live single setting? At that thought, Qi Yuan's expression immediately turned a bit odd. No need to overthink it. The freshly updated main quest was definitely related to the side quest he was on. Most likely something went wrong on Ji-chan's end. After all, in this idiot system's eyes, he was still a chi refining rookie, in no way qualified to go head-to-head with a nascent soul demonic cultivator. Yet even so, the system still issued the quest to rescue the Phantom Stargrass. This indicates the system believes he has a shot at accomplishing this seemingly impossible task. Otherwise, wouldn't it be deliberately sending its host to his death? And with a nascent soul cultivator watching it like a hawk, a chi refining cultivator couldn't even get close to the Phantom Stargrass. What talk of rescue could there be? Therefore, for a chi refining rookie to snatch anything from a nascent soul true lord, the only possibility was that the nascent soul true lord got lured away or pinned down. In short, a twist had occurred. The crisis mentioned in the main quest was very likely tied to that twist. From the quest description, Ji-chan wasn't the only demonic sect mole in Luoyun Valley. He'd have to root out all the moles to complete it. It seemed he couldn't act rashly before fully figuring things out, lest he alert the enemy and jeopardize the quest. Qi Yuan inwardly griped. Small sects really are unreliable. They've already been riddled through by the demonic sect, and they haven't caught the slightest whiff. Meanwhile, inner sect, initiation pavilion. Marshal Nisbai, what brings you to me today? Seeing the unannounced visitor by Shiro, initiation pavilion elder Yin Qingyuan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and stepped forward to greet her. By Shiro smiled faintly. Elder Yin, I'm here to look up the files of disciples who have joined in recent years. I'd like to trouble you for some assistance. Hearing this, Yin Qingyuan's heart tightened, but he kept his expression calm and said, as if with some difficulty, I see. Those materials aren't exactly classified, but by the rules you need the sect master's approval to view them. How about you give me the names, and I'll fetch them for you? No need, I can check it myself. Baishiro shook her head, drew a gleaming token from her sleeve, and said, This is the sect master's order seal. I'll trouble Elder Yin to open the restriction outside the archive pavilion. Seeing this, a flash of wariness crossed Yin Qingyuan's eyes, but he quickly returned to normal and said, Very well, come with me. Much appreciated. Baishiro replied politely. Marshal Nisbai, this is the archive pavilion. Within are the records of every disciple admitted over the past 1,000 years. A moment later, In Xingyuan, led by Shiro to several spacious vault rooms, took a pale gold bead from his breast, and upon activating it, the restriction dispersed, revealing a passage. Eldarine, go ahead with your business. I can go in myself. Baishiro nodded to him, then pushed open the heavy vault door and stepped inside. Damn it! Watching her graceful back, In Xingyuan's face gradually sank, and he thought to himself that this was bad. This girl has always been quick-witted. If she notices a flaw, as if struck by a thought, In Xingyuan immediately turned and left, hurrying back toward his cave abode. Back in his abode, he took a deep breath, smoothed his sleeves, and then activated the array within the house that concealed heavenly secrets. After confirming no one could spy on him, he carefully took a silver-veined messaging talisman from a hidden compartment under the bed and channeled power into it. Before long, a deep, indifferent voice came from the talisman. What is it? In Xingyuan's expression tightened slightly, and he replied respectfully. Reporting to Master. You previously instructed your subordinate to keep an eye on true disciple Ji's movements in Falling Cloud Valley. I have kept it in mind. These 3 years she has practically stood guard at the outer sex herb garden, not taking a single step away. In my humble opinion, true disciple Ji did not come here to take control of Falling Cloud Valley, but has another plan. What she cares about is very likely hidden in that herb garden. The other side seemed to pause at that, then said with keen interest, You're right. That junior sister of this seat holds an exalted position in the sacred sect and is exceedingly proud. If not for great benefit, she would never lower herself to waste 3 years in this backwater. Whatever Ji Chaner is seeking, as her senior brother, it's only right that I share her burdens and resolve her difficulties, then our bonds as fellow disciples will not go to waste. Hearing this, In Xingyuan's brow moved slightly as he probed. Then what does Master intend? A chilly laugh sounded from the talisman. This seat plans to go over personally and give junior sister Ji a surprise while I'm at it. A gleam lit In Xingyuan's eyes, and he hastened to respond. Master, right now the Falling Cloud Valley's sect master's daughter, Baishiro, is investigating the backgrounds of the disciples who entered in recent years. She will very likely trace it to the true disciple, and there may be unavoidable entanglements then. At this reminder, the other side only mused lightly, then his tone quickly turned icy. Mere Falling Cloud Valley, I can wipe it clean with a wave of my hand. What need is there for so much concern? Hearing that, In Xingyuan hurriedly agreed. Master is wise. You dog of a lackey do know how to talk. He sneered and said, I will be there soon. Keep watching, report any movement at once. Yes. In Xingyuan once again answered respectfully. After putting away the talisman, a feral grin appeared on In Xingyuan's face. Ji Chaner, just because you're from the sacred sect and so high-born, do you really take me for a fool? You keep saying you'll help me seize the sect master's seat, yet show no sincerity, only hiding in the herb garden and playing deaf and dumb, clearly trying to use me and my son. Since you're so cold and faithless, don't blame me for seeking another backer. As his words fell, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He slipped out of the cave, raised his escape light, and flew toward the initiation pavilion. Inner sect, Thousand Verdant Peak, cave abode. Qi Yuan slowly opened his eyes. A trace of sharpness flickered through his clear pupils. Sword intent wound around him. His aura was chilling. The tiny golden sword hidden in his sea of consciousness also trembled rapidly, faintly letting out a ringing clang. His cultivation had reached the peak of golden core. The true essence in his body could swell no further. It was just the time to focus on cultivating the cloud source sword scripture, nurturing sword intent, and tempering the flesh. When he entered the Taishian sacred land, his heavenly spiritual root was tested to be a mutated metal attribute, most suited to the sword path. Thus, he chose one of the sacred land's supreme inheritances, the cloud source sword scripture, as his primary means of offense. Of course, in this period Qi Yuan hadn't encountered a worthy opponent, so there was naturally no need to draw his sword. You can't use anti-aircraft guns to swat a mosquito. Take the treasure-grade Xiantian sword to deal with a mere 5th layer Qi refining Su Biao, right? Magical artifacts in this world are myriad, as countless as smoke and sea, and can be roughly divided into four grades. At the lowest are magical implements. Their power is limited, and their spirituality is weak. At best, they rely on the user's own mana to fight. One level up are magical treasures. At this tier, an artifact can commune with heaven and earth, borrowing their power to strike with far greater might. Above that are spiritual treasures, which are the ascension of magical treasures. They possess intelligence and can cultivate themselves. With peerless power, almost every one is the sect-guarding treasure of a top-tier force, never lightly used in ordinary times. Above spiritual treasures are the legendary immortal artifacts. In this great world, immortal artifacts are mere rumor and have never appeared in the mortal realm. Qi Yuan's lifebound magical treasure is a Xiantian sword at the high-grade magical treasure level. After finishing his cultivation, he was about to tidy up his new cave abode when he suddenly sensed someone approaching. So he immediately stood and walked toward the door. When he saw who it was, a trace of surprise flashed in Qi Yuan's eyes. "Junior brother Lin, how did you come here?" At this moment, Lin Zhen's face was ruddy and his spirits were high. Seeing Qi Yuan, he rushed up and eagerly shoved a storage pouch into his hand. "Brother Qi, I brought you spirit stones. This place of yours is really hard to find. I wandered around the mountains for quite a while. Luckily, I found it in the end." "What spirit stones?" Qi Yuan was taken aback for a moment, accepted the storage pouch, and swept it with a thought. Inside were all low-grade spirit stones, an astonishing amount, at least 4,000 to 5,000. Lin Zhen chuckled. "Brother Qi, just like you taught me, I put all the spirit stones I had on you at the betting board. In the end, 1,000 turned into 10,000. I earned a full 9,000 spirit stones. If not for you, how would I have gotten this windfall? I figure we split it evenly. There are 4,500 spirit stones in this pouch." Afraid Qi Yuan wouldn't accept it, he hurriedly added, "Brother Qi, think of it as a small token from your junior. You must take it, or I'll have no face to come see you in the future." "Very well." Seeing this, Qi Yuan didn't stand on ceremony and accepted the storage pouch at once. Whatever else, this kid really is loyal. Though a bit simple, his character is solid. Seeing Qi Yuan accept it readily, Lin Zhen grinned even wider. Then his expression changed, and he said solemnly, "Brother Qi, a senior wants to speak with you." "What?" Qi Yuan's expression darkened slightly, but he soon calmed down and nodded without hesitation. "All right, no problem. Senior, please show yourself." Just as Qi Yuan spoke, an aged and distant voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Little friend, I not only see that you are concealing your aptitude in cultivation, I also see that your talent is extremely high. Your condensing of a divine radiance nascent soul is but a hair's breadth away. You are surely a peerless genius." Seen through? Qi Yuan's heart jolted. He hadn't expected that kid Lin Zhen really had an old master tagging along. Though he had a knack for playing the pig to eat the tiger, he was seen through at a glance. This meant that person was at least a mighty expert of the Dao integration realm, if not stronger. As if sensing Qi Yuan's doubts, that ethereal voice sounded again. "Little friend, no need to worry. I care not what your identity may be, nor am I concerned about the reasons behind your concealment. I merely see that you are somewhat worth cultivating, and are a friend of that Lin lad. Thus, I have come specifically to point you in the right direction, lest you stray onto a wrong path and regret it in the future." Hearing this, Qi Yuan's heart stirred, and his expression grew solemn. "Please speak plainly, senior. This junior is willing to accept your teachings with all his heart." That mysterious voice paused, then slowly asked, "Do you know what the path of heaven is?" This junior does not. Qi Yuan shook his head, assuming an earnest posture. "I ask senior to enlighten me." Even as the Taishan Dao child, he had never heard of any path of heaven. The path of heaven refers to this. After a cultivator enters the Dao, every breakthrough to a major realm must be flawless, aligned with the heavenly Dao. Foundation establishment must be heavenly Dao. Foundation core formation must be a heavenly Dao golden core, then a heavenly Dao nascent soul, heavenly Dao spirit transformation. Until you condense an immortal rank, only then can you ascend and become an immortal. On this path, a single misstep means total failure. No matter how exceptional one's talent, one can only remain at great ascension for life, unable to become immortal. Therefore, the path of heaven is the road to immortality. Only by stepping onto it can one transcend tribulation to become immortal, ascend to the immortal realm, and glimpse the great Tao of eternal life. The path of heaven. Qi Yuan's expression shifted slightly. No wonder no one has ascended in this realm for hundreds of thousands of years. Turns out the threshold for becoming immortal is so exacting. Every major breakthrough must be perfect. Without the slightest flaw, the difficulty is terrifyingly high. Thinking of his own situation, Qi Yuan couldn't help but frown. Previously, for foundation establishment, he took the derivation approach, using the Taishan Donghua Jade record as the basis to evolve the true intent of the Tao. This path is insanely difficult, and few can succeed. If you do, you can suppress your peers, but it's clearly still not a heavenly Tao foundation. The golden core he refined is an exceptional 1 in 10,000 supreme grade, but it is not a heavenly Tao golden core. This shows he hasn't truly stepped onto the heavenly Tao, even if this time he condenses a heavenly Tao nascent soul. The previous 2 breakthroughs still count as failures, with no hope of ascension. However, Qi Yuan's thoughts turned swiftly, and in no time he had sorted things out. Since this mysterious elder brought the matter up, he definitely wasn't just here to mock him. From his tone, there must be a remedial path hidden regarding the heavenly Tao. Thinking of this, Qi Yuan's face sank, and he asked respectfully, "Senior, if my previous 2 breakthroughs didn't follow the heavenly Tao, can they still be remedied afterward?" "Of course," that mysterious voice said slowly. "The heavenly Tao is fair and impartial, and leaves a sliver of remedy. Though your first 2 weren't perfect, your Tao foundation is deep and your aptitude extraordinary. Patching the flaws isn't impossible, only you'll need a creation heaven mending pill. The creation heaven mending pill is a saint-grade pill. Only the first one you take will have any effect, and it can only repair the defects left by your first 2 breakthroughs. If the nascent soul you condense this time still isn't a heavenly Tao nascent soul, then forget it. No amount of pills will help. That's also why I'm specially reminding you today. Creation heaven mending pill?" Hearing this, Qi Yuan's face froze at once. The system store does have a creation heaven mending pill, but it costs 1 million comeback points. Right now, even after grinding tasks like mad for a while, he has saved up barely 5,000. To scrape together 1 million comeback points would take till the end of time. Whatever the outcome, it's still far better than having no hope at all. Qi Yuan drew a breath and could only comfort himself like this for now. For you, the most important thing is to first condense a heavenly Tao nascent soul. Your aptitude is good. If you can find a wisp of heavenly Tao Qi, there's still hope you can condense it. Heavenly Tao Qi is of 2 kinds, merit Qi and creation Qi. Each breakthrough must first fuse with one of them to achieve a perfect breakthrough. So that is how it is. Qi Yuan understood at once. To walk the heavenly Tao, it's not enough to have monstrous spiritual roots. You must also fuse a wisp of heavenly Tao Qi during breakthroughs. Both are indispensable to achieve perfect breakthroughs. Because his first 2 weren't perfect breakthroughs, if he wants another chance at becoming immortal, he must take a creation heaven mending pill to make up for the shortcomings. Thinking of this, his amazement grew. The ancient texts in the Taishan sacred land don't contain even the slightest record about the path of the heavenly Tao. This is obviously top secret. Just who exactly is that mysterious elder to know it inside out? This concerns ascension to immortality. The value of such information is beyond any sky-high price. Just as Qi Yuan was still dazed, the mysterious elder's voice burrowed into his mind again, with a hint of warning in his tone. "I've already made clear what you need to do. Whether you can find heavenly Tao Qi and condense a heavenly Tao nascent soul depends on you. Also, I want to tell that kid Lin about your hidden identity. You mustn't spread what I've said, and don't even think of prying into my true name, or don't blame me if I turn on you. If you have the chance and successfully condense a heavenly Tao nascent soul, come see me. I have a task for you. If you get it done, I'll tell you where to obtain a creation heaven mending pill. If you can't condense a heavenly Tao nascent soul, everything's off the table." As the words fell, the voice cut off. Qi Yuan came back to himself and quickly bowed deeply. "Many thanks for your guidance, Senior." This junior is immensely grateful. After a while, there was still no response. Clearly, The mysterious elder had already withdrawn. At this moment, Lin Jun's curious voice came from the side. "Brother Qi, what did Elder Shi just say to you?" "Nothing." Qi Yuan composed his expression, shook his head with a complicated look, and said, "He just noticed my cultivation was off and gave me a few pointers." Just now he and the elder had been communicating via divine sense transmission, so Lin Jun naturally couldn't hear any of it. However, this mysterious elder's surname is actually Shi. Lin Jun didn't seem to realize he let it slip and was earnestly saying, "Brother Qi, don't spread anything about Elder Shi. He doesn't want his identity exposed." "No problem." Qi Yuan nodded, mulling it over in silence. There are plenty of powerful figures with the surname Shi in this world, even in the Wuya Holy Land. A Grand Elder bears the surname Shi. Of course, compared with that Grand Elder of the Wuya Holy Land, this old man seems more like some ancient powerhouse. As he was letting his thoughts run wild, Lin Jun's coarse curse suddenly detonated in his head. "Brat, how many times have I told you don't mention my name in front of others? Yet you went and blurted out my surname." Lin Jun scratched his head and said, "Old Shi, I don't think Brother Qi counts as an outsider. No need to be so secretive, right? You really are going to drive me to my grave. Even a dullard like you has a mortal fate. Heaven must be insane." As soon as Lin Jun left, there was commotion outside the small courtyard again. Qi Yuan turned and saw 3 male cultivators in intersect robes heading toward his yard. The leading male cultivator wore a jade crown and a brocade sash. He was tall and somewhat handsome, but carried a sinister, predatory air that repelled one instinctively. Behind him followed 2 intersect disciples who looked like lackeys, one fat and one thin. The fat one had a face full of flab, his eyes rolling about craftily. The thin one had dark skin and narrow eyes and brows, looking rather rodent-like. The 3 went straight to the courtyard gate. Spotting Qi Yuan inside, the fat cultivator sized him up from head to toe and spoke in a gruff voice. "You must be Qi, the new entrant to the intersect, right? First thing after you arrive, and you don't come give us brothers a kowtow. No sense of rules at all." The thin one beside him chimed in. "I heard you were pretty domineering in the outer sect, but this is the inner sect. I advise you not to get too cocky, or you'll suffer for it." Hearing them, Qi Yuan knew at once they were here to make trouble. He raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, "Senior brothers, what are you doing here with nothing better to do? Did you take the wrong path?" He affected a serious expression and pointed to the side. "Head out and turn right to get to the main road. See yourselves out." The fat cultivator heard the disdain in his words and instantly flared up, roaring at him. "Who told you we came here looking for directions? Huh, you're the one who should be leaving. Junior brother Pang, enough?" Seeing this, the leading cultivator could no longer hold back. He cut off the fat one with a cold bark, then fixed Qi Yuan with a sharp gaze and said in a deep voice, "Cheetah, my name is Yin Hong. I am currently a deacon disciple of the assessment pavilion, and I'm also Wang Luchuan's cousin." Qi Yuan nodded and replied blandly, "So it's senior brother Yin. My apologies for the discourtesy." He spoke lazily. Though he said apologies, there wasn't a trace of respect. Hearing this perfunctory remark, Yin Hong's face grew even darker as he said coldly, "We came this time to inform you that, according to sect rules, all newly promoted intersect disciples must complete their first sect mission under the assessment pavilion within 3 months. If you fail to complete it on time, your monthly stipend as an intersect disciple will be suspended and the corresponding merit points deducted until the mission is completed. You must go to the assessment pavilion to receive the mission before the hour of Chun tomorrow. Overdue will be treated as forfeiture, at which time the assessment pavilion has the right to deduct 10 times the mission reward in merit points." After he finished speaking, Yin Hong paused slightly, as if waiting for Qi Yuan's response. But Qi Yuan's answer was still nonchalant. "Oh, got it." Toward this fellow who claimed to be Wang Luchuan's cousin, Qi Yuan's attitude was as always. He didn't take him seriously in the least. If Yin Hong didn't come looking for trouble, things would of course remain peaceful. If he did, then don't blame him for showing no mercy. Haha. Humph. Seeing that the other simply didn't take him seriously, Yin Hong was so angry he nearly burst a lung. He could only let out a cold snort as a warning, flick his sleeve, and leave with his 2 lackeys. The 3 had barely gone when, before Qi Yuan could return to his room, Footsteps sounded again outside the courtyard. What is going on today? Qi Yuan couldn't help but furrow his brows. He had deliberately chosen the most remote cave abode to avoid being disturbed, yet people kept showing up one after another, and all bunched together. What a strange thing. Just as he thought that, a familiar female voice suddenly came to his ear. Junior brother Qi, are you there? Direct disciple of the demonic sect, Ji Chan. Hearing that voice, Qi Yuan's eyelid twitched. He hurried out to greet her and called, Senior Sister Zhen, what brings you here? At that moment, Ji Chan was standing prettily before the door. Seeing Qi Yuan, a gentle smile blossomed on her delicate face as she said warmly, Junior brother Qi, this time your senior sister is dropping in uninvited to congratulate you on taking first place in the grand competition and being personally promoted to inner sect disciple by the sect master. I brought you a gift. As she spoke, she took out a jade bottle from her storage pouch and handed it over. Inside are 10 top-grade Qi gathering pills, just a little token of your senior sister's regard. After confirming there was no poison smeared on the surface of the jade vial, Qi Yuan shifted his gaze, silently reached out to take it, and said with a smile, Senior Sister Zhen, you're too kind. It's enough that you've come, there's no need to go to such expense. Please, come in. Qi Yuan invited Ji Chaner into the room while secretly heightening his vigilance, afraid she might suddenly make a move. He felt he wasn't familiar with Ji Chaner. This demonic sect true disciple, hidden away in Luoyun Valley, didn't need to stand watch over that 10,000-year spirit herb, yet she had specially come to deliver a gift. It really did feel odd. Disciples of the demonic sect are ever scheming and hard to guard against. Qi Yuan naturally didn't dare let his guard down. Of course, he'd sooner die than take the pills in the jade vial. Ji Chaner entered, sat down, and looked around. Then she addressed Qi Yuan. Junior brother Qi, this place is indeed a bit bare. How about I send over some furniture another day and help get this place properly arranged? Hearing her say that, Qi Yuan hurriedly shook his head and declined tactfully. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister, but I'm a rough sort by nature and don't care for fussy decor. Having a place to stay is enough. Seeing him like this, Ji Chaner didn't press the matter. Smiling, she said, Your performance in the outer sect grand competition was truly astonishing. Such talent is rare even among the 7 holy lands. I sincerely admire you. As she spoke, she looked at Qi Yuan, her eyes full of appreciation. Something's off. The more it was like this, the more Qi Yuan felt this demonic path female cultivator harbored ulterior motives. As the saying goes, no one shows unsolicited kindness for nothing. It's either lust or larceny. Yet on the surface, he was just a Qi refining newbie who just entered the inner sect. There was nothing on him worth a demonic sect true disciple coming to steal. If she wasn't here to steal, could it be she had her eye on me? The demonic sect's infamy is inseparable from the crooked practices within its ranks. It's said quite a few of their female disciples specifically seek out robust male cultivators to harvest yang and replenish yin, all to boost their cultivation. At that thought, Qi Yuan immediately felt a bit flustered. If that's really what she's after, should I resist, or just let her have her way? I absolutely can't let her succeed. Just as he was thinking along those lines, Ji Chaner gave a faint smile and, with an inexplicable tone, said, Junior brother Qi, I want to ask you a few questions. I hope you'll answer truthfully. To probe the other's true nature, she didn't use the Sanluo illusory yin grand art to bewitch Qi Yuan this time. Because once one's soul is seized, their thoughts will be heavily affected, their true nature largely erased, and it's hard to obtain genuine, reliable information. What questions? Please ask, senior sister. I promise to tell you everything I know, holding nothing back. Though he said that, the vigilance in his heart only deepened. With her probing like this, she definitely wanted to ask some strange questions to tease me, setting the mood while she's at it. At a time like this, I have to keep a tight rein on myself. I'm a dignified disciple of a holy land. If I let this witch harvest me, never mind how much yang essence I'd lose if word got out. Wouldn't I become a laughingstock in the cultivation world? Seeing Qi Yuan so cooperative, Ji Chaner showed a satisfied smile and asked in a low voice, I hear you were born into a prominent mortal clan, with many siblings, but left home to live as a rogue cultivator due to his stepmother's ostracism. If one day your enemies used your clansmen's lives to threaten you if you didn't comply, they'd be slaughtered, would you be willing to sacrifice yourself in exchange for your whole clan's safety? Hearing this question, Qi Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then it suddenly dawned on him. Sure enough, this man's heart was like iron and stone. Cold and merciless, his conduct and outlook aligned perfectly with the holy sect, truly a talent worth cultivating. She was quite taken with him inwardly, but her face showed no change. Instead, she asked blandly, "They are your clansmen after all. If they died because of you, wouldn't you feel guilty?" Qi Yuan laughed at that and said with indifference, "It's not like I killed them with my own hands. Why should I feel guilty? If you want to blame someone, blame the enemy for being vicious and merciless, utterly inhuman. What I need to do is drag the enemy out afterward, force him to repent in person before the young and old of the Qi family and atone for his sins, not sit there wallowing in self-blame and guilt." Well said. Ji Chaner appreciated Qi Yuan even more, and her resolve to bring him into the Insha sect grew firmer. "What do you mean, well said?" Qi Yuan was a bit confused and stared at her, puzzled. After thinking for a moment, Ji Chaner spoke again. "Suppose you're cultivating a technique, and to make a great leap forward, you must first kill the person you love most. How would you choose?" "What the hell kind of question is that?" He frowned, thought for a bit, and answered, "If killing someone I love really could grant a big advancement each time, I'd first swallow an emotion-severing pill to cut off the root of affection and extinguish my feelings." Ji Chaner seemed dissatisfied and pressed. "Why? Don't you?" As soon as Ji Chaner left, Qi Yuan wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. This woman really came with ill intent. Good thing I was quick-witted this time, or the young energy I've saved up over 2 lifetimes would be been gone. Thanks to that damned system, decency and I have long gone our separate ways, which makes the bit of chastity I have left feel all the more important. I haven't even found a kindred, stunning beauty for a stirring bout of dual cultivation, yet if I get my essence harvested by a plain-looking demoness like this, that'd be a real loss. A boy out in the world has to protect himself. After leaving Qi Yuan's cave abode, Ji Chaner was still mulling over the meeting, unable to calm down for a long while. Not long ago, that man not only passed with ease the 3 questions of the demon sect disciple interview she had carefully designed, his performance far exceeded the model answers. He is truly a born fiend, terrifying. His spiritual root aptitude is a bit lacking, but that is not unsolvable. Pseudo-Dao techniques are balanced and steady, advancing step by step. By contrast, the Saint Sect's techniques progress rapidly, fierce and overbearing. Their hallmark is that as long as you don't train yourself to death, you train like you're courting death, which makes them more suited to cultivators of average aptitude. Besides, the Saint sect is vast and wealthy, with several secret arts that can remake a person and forcibly enhance spiritual root aptitude. Though these arts either have severe backlash or staggering costs, as long as you have the ability, even a 4 spiritual roots waste can rise and turn into a genius. Thinking of this, Ji Chaner narrowed her eyes slightly and made up her mind. Leaving someone like him in an unranked pseudo-Dao sect like Luoyun Valley is like burying a pearl, a complete waste of such a stunning temperament. Only the Saint sect is the stage where he can truly shine. It's just that her main focus is on that 10,000-year spirit herb right now, so she can't spend much time approaching him for the moment. She'll go all out to recruit him after she harvests the herb. That's that. Look, isn't that the menial disciple who wiped out all competitors in the outer sect grand competition, Cheetah? That really is him. This freak turned the outer sect grand competition into a giant scam. I watched the whole thing and was dumbfounded. Huh? Last time I saw him, he was at 5th level of Qi refining. How he hit the 6th so fast? Don't forget, the sect rewarded him with so many Qi gathering pills. Piling up those pills to reach the 6th level of Qi refining is easy. TSK, the guy even has a Foundation Establishment Realm Beast pet. His luck is off the charts, makes you envious. As soon as Qi Yuan reached the entrance of the Merit Pavilion, he drew sidelong glances from those around, with plenty of chatter reaching his ears. His reputation in the outer sect isn't great. He's offended almost all the outer sect disciples, but most who come to the Merit Pavilion to take tasks are inner sect disciples. So the looks he got weren't very hostile, more curious and probing. He ignored the gossip and walked straight to where sect missions were issued. The Merit Pavilion is one of the power-wielding departments in Luoyun Valley, responsible for publishing sect missions, assessing disciples' cultivation progress, and meting out corresponding rewards and punishments. Sect missions are divided into two types. First are public bounty missions, posted on the mission wall outside the Merit Pavilion, covering but not limited to hunting rampaging demonic beasts, gathering spirit herbs, and exterminating evildoer cultivators. Inner-sect disciples can take them voluntarily, and completion earns rewards. The other type are missions assigned directly to a specific disciple by the sect, usually to test newly promoted inner-sect disciples. They aren't very difficult, but offer high rewards, which many disciples regard as newbie benefits. Upon completing these missions, you receive corresponding merit points as payment. Merit points are hard currency in the inner sect. Spend a certain amount and you can exchange for spirit stones, techniques, pills, talismans, and artifacts in the treasure pavilion. Of course, the Taishan Holy Land also has a mission hall, where merit points are even more valuable. The things you can exchange for there far surpass a small sect like Luoyun Valley. They're hard currency even out in the wider world. As the Taishan Holy Land's Tao Child, Qi Yuan doesn't do internal Holy Land missions. On the contrary, he belongs to the class that assigns missions to others. In the Taishan Holy Land, he can freely assign missions to Holy Land disciples and set merit points as rewards. Before long, Qi Yuan arrived at a spacious study beside the Merit Pavilion, the place where the sect assigns missions. Upon entering, he saw a familiar figure seated by the desk. Gazing at him coldly, it was Yin Hong, the Merit Pavilion's steward disciple he met not long ago. Seeing Qi Yuan enter, a glint of cold light flashed in Yin Hong's eyes. Expressionless, he pulled a jade slip from the table and said coolly, "Qi, this is your sect assignment this time. It must be completed within a month, otherwise it will be deemed a failure, and you'll be docked 10 times the merit points." Qi Yuan took the jade slip, glanced at it, and immediately had a clear idea. As expected, this was a task tailored just for him. Harmless on the surface, but scheming underneath, very likely meant to use his low cultivation to push him over the edge. The task location was Puzhou City outside Kanglan Mountain. Since the start of the year, cultivators passing through there have often gone missing. The city lord couldn't find any leads and had to seek help from Luoyun Valley. After Luoyun Valley received the plea, the Merit Hall issued this task. Previously, 2 inner-sect disciples went to Puzhou City together, but both disappeared. What landed on him this time was to find those 2 missing fellow disciples and uncover the truth behind the cultivator disappearances. Not to mention the original 3-month deadline being compressed to 1 month. This kind of search is extremely difficult in the first place. Those 2 fellow disciples who took the task were both at the consummation of qi refining. Yet both mysteriously vanished. It's almost set in stone that the odds are grim. Relying on his authority in the Merit Hall, Yin Hong shoved the job onto a disciple at the 6th level of qi. Refining his scheming needs no explanation. More insidious still, Wang Luchuan's Wang clan are the local tyrants of Puzhou City, and it's said there's a golden core patriarch in residence. Getting them to wipe out an ant in the qi refining realm would be easy and leave no trace. The Wang clan may not know that Wang Luchuan's death is connected to him, but they certainly wouldn't refuse to take the chance to avenge their legitimate son and happily eliminate an enemy. Qi, if you're scared, you can admit cowardice. Pay 5,000 merit points, and you can give up this task. Qi Yuan said nothing. Yin Hong wore a look of having him completely figured out and said smugly, "Relax, there's a new task waiting for you next month. I guarantee that one will be 10 times harder than this. Also, your merit points are currently 0. After being fined 5,000, you'll owe the sect 5,000 if you don't clear it within the stipulated time. The consequences will be severe. If you're scared, you can also voluntarily return to the outer sect as a menial. That's where you belong. The outer sect disciples will surely welcome you." Yin Hong's smile hit a knife. He was waiting to see him flustered and despairing. Unexpectedly, Qi Yuan's expression remained calm, and he said mildly, "In playing petty schemes, you're indeed more clever than your cousin, using authority to set someone up without having to show your face. Unfortunately, You still left a flaw. I just took first place in the Outer Sect Grand Competition. Even the Sect Master has an impression of me. If something happens while I'm carrying out my first intersect task, the sect will definitely conduct a thorough investigation. When they look into it, they'll see there's a problem with the task you gave me. Even if you have excuses, it'll be hard to make your story hold together once you're suspected. You can forget about sitting steady in this position. Hearing this, Inhong's face subtly changed. He immediately darkened and said, Cheetah, I don't understand what you're talking about. If you think I'm harming you, you can go complain to the Merit Hall elders. On the surface, he was gnashing his teeth, but inwardly he was somewhat flustered. This calculation had been a spur-of-the-moment idea, using his authority to get rid of an eyesore. He hadn't expected the loophole to be so obvious. He was well aware that what the other had said was highly likely to happen. The other party is riding high right now. If something happens at this time, the investigation will inevitably be more intense. By rights, a task like the one in Puzhou City should be given to disciples in the Foundation establishment realm, yet he sent a 6th-level Qi refining cultivator. Even if it's not a blatant violation, it will still be deemed improper. On top of that, he has a familial connection to the late Wang Luchuan, and the grudge between Wang Luchuan and the other party is common knowledge, making it easy to link to revenge. By then, even with his father Yin Xingyuan backing him, his position as a Merit Hall deacon would very likely be unsustainable. After all, the post oversees the assignment of sect tasks and holds great power. Many people are eyeing it, and no one will let someone who made a mistake keep sitting there. Thinking of this, Inhong couldn't help but feel some regret in his eyes. Qi Yuan was just an ant to be crushed at will, but losing his job over an ant would really be not worth it. Seeing Qi Yuan about to turn and leave, Inhong couldn't help standing up and said coldly, All that talk is just because you think the task is hard. If you admit on the spot that you're trash, I'll show great mercy and swap your task. Qi Yuan's steps paused. He fixed him with a half-smile. You're overthinking it. This job looks simple to me. There's no need to replace anyone. With that, he let out a cold laugh, curled his lip, and strode toward the hall's exit. Seeing this, Inhong felt as stifled as if he'd punched empty air. He glowered at Qi Yuan's back, and a surge of killing intent welled up in his heart, as though someone were whispering seductively at his ear. Kill him. Kill, kill, kill. Butcher this bastard with my own hands. Somehow, an absurd thought kept circling in his mind, and he couldn't shake it. Since the mission would implicate me if Qi Yuan died, why not just take care of him before he reaches Puzhou City? Then I can disguise myself as a demonic cultivator, kill him, and seize his treasures. No one would ever think it was me. The brat was just handsomely rewarded by the sect, and made a tidy profit at the betting table. He might have over 10,000 spirit stones on him, and a few fine artifacts to boot. Kill him, and take it all. Losing the assignment would still be worth it. The more he dwelled on it, the more his last shred of reason snapped. Madness and greed flashed in his eyes. The evil intent thickened, and finally curdled into a ferocious lust to kill. After leaving the Merit Assessment Pavilion, Qi Yuan headed straight to his quarters. He casually laid down a ward to block divination, then drew from his personal space a jade talisman traced with pale golden veining. It was a top-grade message talisman, able to communicate across 1,000,000 li. Each one was costly. Only high-ranking members of top powers were worthy of using them. Qi Yuan fed a thread of true essence into the talisman. As it activated, a respectful voice sounded from within. Your subordinate greets Daozi. Qi Yuan ordered calmly. Deacon Liang, I have 2 tasks for you. Listen carefully. Deacon Liang's name was Liang Huai, an elder deacon of Yuhua Peak of the Holy Land. Yuhua Peak was the Daozi's abode within the Taishan Holy Land. Anyone in that post was naturally Qi Yuan's trusted man. Please instruct me, Daozi. The voice on the other end brimmed with respect and devotion. First, immediately post an anonymous commission at the Holy Land's mission hall, restricted to disciples at the Golden Core realm and above, with a reward of 20,000 contribution points, to be completed within 15 days. The task is to investigate the disappearances of cultivators in Puzhou City in the Eastern Divine region. If they're alive, produce the person. If they're dead, produce the corpse. He paused, then his tone chilled. Also look into the Wang clan, a Xian Gate aristocratic house in Puzhou City. If there's so much as a trace of misconduct, punish them severely without mercy. Once this commission goes out, unless the Wang clan is spotless in Puzhou City, they'll soon feel the righteous iron fist of the Taishan Holy Land. Yes, Liang the deacon agreed without hesitation. Qi Yuan paused briefly, then said, "Second, after posting the commission, take the command token I left with you and go to the intelligence hall to pull all files on Ji Chaner, a true disciple of the Insha sect. Report to me immediately when it's done." At the mention of the Insha sect, Deacon Liang clearly stiffened, hesitating a moment before replying. "Your subordinate will obey the edict." Sensing his hesitation, Qi Yuan frowned slightly and asked, "Do you have something to say? The Insha sect is extremely dangerous. Daozi, your person is precious. How could you lightly risk yourself?" Halfway through, Liang Huai's voice from the talisman was cut off by Qi Yuan, who said with a helpless half-smile, "You're overthinking it. I'm not insane. Why would I run to the Insha sect to die? I just want to get a clear read on that true disciple's background." At that, Liang Huai exhaled in relief. "I see. Good. That'll be all. Report back promptly once you have the dossier." With that, Qi Yuan severed the connection, a cold smile surfacing on his face. Since you're so bent on seeking death, this Daozi will oblige you." Knowing long ago that Hong meant to use a sect mission to frame him, Qi Yuan had decided not to let the man off. Hong couldn't do him much harm, but constantly scheming against him was annoying. Best to settle it early. At the Merit Assessment Pavilion, he'd used the Luotian Spirit Refining Sutra to etch a nearly imperceptible brand into the other's soul. Guided by that spiritual brand, Hong would soon slip into a semi-maniacal state, with the killing intent in his heart magnified to the extreme. With that thought, Qi Yuan rose from the stone bed and strolled unhurriedly toward the outskirts of Luoyun Valley. After all, even crazed, Hong wouldn't dare strike within the sect. If you want to kill a fish, you have to hook it out of the water first. Luoyun Valley. Outer Sect Herb Garden. "Junior Sister Jun, are you there?" Outside the bamboo loft, a gentle knock sounded as Baishiro called softly. After a few breaths, the room remained silent. She wasn't in the room. Baishiro's delicate brows knit slightly. After a moment's thought, she slowly pushed open the tightly closed door and glanced inside, but did not see a trace of Zhun Yuyan. After confirming no one was inside, Baishiro did not leave at once. Narrowing her beautiful eyes, she stepped lightly into the bamboo loft. No sooner had she set foot inside than the bell under the eaves rang out urgently. Outside, billowing black fog rolled in, blotting out the daylight. For some reason, Baishiro seemed unaware of the anomaly outside and carefully searched through the bamboo loft, item by item. It wasn't long before she had gone over the whole place. Aside from a few everyday furnishings, nothing seemed amiss. Am I being paranoid? Is Junior Sister Jin not a spy from another sect after all? Baishiro pondered for a moment and was about to slip away when her gaze shifted to a meditation cushion in the corner. Compared to ordinary cushions, this one was a touch larger, and its placement was quite awkward. Who would choose to meditate pressed up against a corner? At that thought, Baishiro strode forward and lifted the cushion. Beneath it, a hidden passage leading straight into the earth was revealed. The discovery made her heart jolt, and her expression darkened at once. Something's wrong. Baishiro drew a deep breath, then, without hesitation, leapt down. The passage twisted and turned, descending for dozens of zhang. As soon as she reached the end, her view opened up, and a surge of dense spiritual energy rushed to meet her. Following the faint light, she soon saw a spirit herb suffused with purple luminescence. The herb stood half as tall as a person. At its crown grew 9 crystal-clear beads like amethyst, and another, smaller bead was slowly taking shape. Illusory stargrass. At the sight of the herb before her, Baishiro blurted out in shock, unable to hide her astonishment. Illusory stargrass is a 7th-grade spirit herb and not uncommon, but this specimen was clearly different from the common variety. Legend has it illusory stargrass bears fruit once every 1,000 years. If the records are true, this one must be 10,000 years old. "Senior Sister, what are you doing here?" Just as she stood there in amazement, a clear, pleasant female voice suddenly sounded behind her. "Junior Sister Jean is back." Bai Shiro's body trembled. She turned on reflex to see Zhang Yuyin beaming at her. Wisps of dreamlike mist then slowly spread over. Bai Shiro felt a wave of dizziness. Her vision went black, and she passed out. After knocking Bai Shiro out, Ji Chan'er glanced at the trembling, illusory star grass and sighed softly. It seems I truly can't afford to be careless. I was gone for just an hour, and this little girl already found this place. She then lifted a slender hand and tapped a fair finger to Bai Shiro's brow, at her sea of consciousness, erasing her memories of this period in an instant. Fragrant jade marrow? Ji Chan'er's eyes flashed as joy bloomed on her face. To think this pseudo-Dao woman Bai Shiro actually possesses a 1 in 10,000 peerless cauldron physique fragrant jade marrow. If those old lechers in the holy sect found out and schemed to seize such a peerless cauldron, the entire Luoyun Valley would likely face catastrophe. Her eyes suddenly lit up as she plotted inwardly. If I present Bai Shiro to that boy as a gift, I can not only grant him a fortuitous opportunity, but also force him to make up his mind to leave Luoyun Valley for good. Bai Shiro is the only daughter of Luoyun Valley's sect master. If Qida seizes her primordial lien, he will immediately have committed a grave crime, and the sect will never tolerate it. When Qida is driven to a dead end, I'll appear in person to invite him. He'll surely accept, even be grateful, and willingly throw himself into the holy sect's arms. Gazing at the graceful beauty fainted on the ground, the corners of Ji Chan'er's lips curled up. She was very satisfied with her plan. At the same time, Kanglan Mountain. Qi Yuan ambled along toward Puzhou City, stopping now and then to rest while pretending he'd run out of true qi. A cultivator's pace far outstrips that of ordinary folk. Before sunset, he had already reached a spot over 100 li from Luoyun Valley. Feeling the timing was about right, Qi Yuan quickened his steps, feigned an urgent need to relieve himself, and slipped into a secluded thicket. Suddenly, a cold shout laden with killing intent rang out from the sky. "Cheetah, let us see how you die this time." Before the words even fell, a streak of light descended from the heavens, blocking Qi Yuan's path. The newcomer wore black robes and a lotus crown. It was Yin Hong, a deacon disciple of the assessment pavilion. Seeing Yin Hong, Qi Yuan looked as if he'd been startled out of his wits and asked in panic, "Senior brother Yin, what are you doing?" "I'm here to kill you." Yin Hong's face was cold as a blade, killing intent spreading in all directions. Without wasting words, he directly drew a silver gleaming long saber and viciously slashed toward Qi Yuan. Whoosh! The sharp blade cut through the air, whipping up a piercing saber qi. With a sharp whistling sound, it instantly closed in. By all rights, he should have been split in two, yet Qi Yuan neither dodged nor evaded. Just as the saber qi was about to reach him, his figure suddenly vanished from where he stood. "What's going on?" Yin Hong's expression darkened as he reflexively scanned his surroundings. Immediately after, an incomparably powerful force transmitted from his wrist. The saber in his hand was instantly knocked away, falling to the ground. Then Yin Hong felt intense pain in his chest and abdomen. His entire body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut, heavily crashing into a tree trunk dozens of zhang away, spraying a mist of blood from his mouth. "Impossible. You can't possibly be just at Qi Refinement Realm. Who exactly are you?" Yin Hong collapsed on the ground, his entire body weak and powerless. He stared at Qi Yuan not far away with extreme terror, his eyes full of disbelief. What kind of monster had he provoked? He was clearly at late Foundation establishment, yet he couldn't even withstand a single move. Qi Yuan paid no attention to the dying man's pleas for mercy. He leisurely withdrew his fist and walked toward Yin Hong step by step. Seeing this situation, Yin Hong's pupils contracted sharply. He desperately tried to crawl aside, but he was too severely injured and couldn't move. He could only plead continuously. "Qi Yuan, I was wrong. Don't kill me. I'll hand over my storage pouch. Everything inside is yours. My father is Yin Qing." Before he could finish speaking, a large hand slapped onto his forehead, followed by an indescribable agony that pierced straight to his mind. Bang! After the soul search ended, Qi Yuan casually tossed Yin Hong's corpse, eyes still wide open to the side, his expression gradually becoming somewhat strange. He had originally thought that since Yin Hong was an old inner disciple, he would surely possess plenty of useful intelligence. Soul searching would make full use of him, convenient for investigating the demon sex moles later. Who would have thought? Well, the one I searched turned out to be a demon sect spy himself. This gave him the feeling of scratching a lottery ticket and winning the jackpot. Since the demon sect moles were precisely Ji Chaner and the father-son pair Yin Yuan, what was there left to investigate? It skipped a huge chunk of work. This also meant that as long as he survived this so-called crisis, the main quest would be considered complete. It was way too damn easy, practically no difficulty at all. However, what occupied his thoughts was another matter. That seemingly ordinary Ji Chaner was actually in disguise. Her true face was actually a breathtaking beauty, no less stunning than the Linglong Saintess. Honestly speaking, if he'd gone through with it last time, it actually wouldn't have been much of a loss. Qi Yuan pondered silently. After disposing of the corpse cleanly, Qi Yuan swaggered back to Falling Cloud Valley as if nothing had happened, his mood as calm as if nothing had occurred. As for the matter in Puzhou City, people from the Grand Mystic Holy Land would handle it. He didn't need to worry about it. Those who could take on such missions were all elite disciples from the Holy Land. Given their efficiency, they'd turn Puzhou City upside down before long. How could any evil demons or malicious spirits remain? For him, the most urgent matter at present was to quickly complete the system quest, obtain that wisp of heavenly Dao Qi, and find a place to safely form his nascent soul. He hadn't dared act rashly before because he hadn't figured out exactly how much influence the demon sect still had hidden in Falling Cloud Valley. Now that he'd identified all the moles, his concerns were naturally much reduced. Just as he reached his residence, the transmission talisman in his personal space began buzzing incessantly, flickering with alternating light and dark. There's movement this quickly? Qi Yuan first froze, then hurriedly retrieved and activated the talisman. A respectful voice came from within. Reporting to the Dao Child, this subordinate has posted that mission according to your instructions. Because you set the reward generously, 2 disciples at Lake Golden Core quickly joined forces to accept it. They've already set off for Puzhou City and should have news before long. Also, this subordinate just copied a detailed dossier on the Insha sect's legacy disciple Ji Chaner from the intelligence hall. Should I read it to you now? Read it now. Qi Yuan commanded indifferently. Liang Huai on the other end cleared his throat and began reading in earnest. Ji Chaner, female, bone age 26, outstanding appearance, height 5 Qi 2 Cun, born in the year of the tiger, waist circumference estimated at 2 Qi, weight approximately. Qi Yuan's mouth twitched as he listened, and he couldn't help but interrupt. Don't read all these trivial details. Get to the important points quickly. Yes. The other side clearly paused, coughed twice, then continued reading. Ji Chan is a disciple of the Yin Fiend sect's supreme elder, the personal disciple of the integration realm Old Devil Ji Ningxian, and also a direct scion of the Ji family. The sect guarding secret manual she cultivates is the Sunluo Phantom Yin Grand Art. Gifted from childhood, she was highly valued at home, entered the true inheritance early, and, coupled with peerless beauty, was hailed by some disciples as one of the 4 great beauties, enjoying immense popularity within the sect. At present, Ji Chan is competing with her fellow true disciples for the saintess position, yet she has been out of contact in the 5-fold demonic domain. Lately, many in the sect are probing for her whereabouts. After listening to this information, Qi Yuan slightly furrowed his brow and sank into thought. As expected, Ji Chan is from the Ji clan of the Yin Fiend sect. Unlike other sects, the Yin Fiend sect has been controlled by the Ji, Shun, and Sidu families since its founding, with an exceptionally vast power base. Almost every sect master comes from these 3 families, and the patriarchs of all 3 are great Ascension realm demonic cultivators, revered as the 3 demon lords. Of course, Ji Chan is but one of the many geniuses of the Ji family, and not necessarily the most favored. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lain low for 3 years in a small place, like Luoyun Valley, over a single stalk of 10,000-year illusory stargrass. Deacon Liang, go mind your business first. Report to me immediately once that matter is done. After passing the word to Liang Huai, Qi Yuan cut off the Jade Talisman connection. Elsewhere, Baishiro groggily opened her eyes to find herself lying on a bamboo couch, with a blurry figure seated beside her. How am I here? She rubbed her head, feeling as if she had slept for a long time, but couldn't remember how she got here, nor what had happened before she fainted. Senior sister, you're awake? Seeing her wake, Ji-chan smiled faintly, an indescribable look in her pale violet eyes, and said, you inhaled the pollen of a Mishuan flower in the herb garden and passed out. Luckily, I discovered it in time and brought you here. Mishuan flower? Baishiro thought back again and again, but it was still a blank. I don't recall encountering a Mishuan flower. Ji-chan gave her a half smile and said softly, remember this. You fainted because you inhaled Mishuan flower pollen, and then I saved you. Her voice flowed like water, yet carried a bewitching, otherworldly aura. As her voice fell, Baishiro's expression gradually turned vacant, and she began to mutter under her breath. Yes, I encountered a Mishuan flower. After smelling its fragrance, I went weak all over and collapsed on the ground. It was junior sister Yuyin who saved me. Seeing the other's soul fully under her control, Ji-chan's face remained calm, violet lights swirling in her deep eyes. From now on, General Qi is your one and only true love. You must give him everything without reservation until you become his woman. Only then can you break free of this dream and return to normal. Yes, you're right. At this moment, Baishiro lowered her lashes, a faint violet gleam flickering in her eyes. Two faint flushes rose on her fair face as she murmured, General Qi is the man I love most. I want to become his woman. At the same time, outside Luoyun Valley, a luxurious jade palanquin tore through the sky, in an instant arriving above the outskirts of Luoyun Valley and slowly coming to a halt. Seeing this flying palanquin, the disciples guarding the mountain gate immediately grew alert, stepped up to meet it, and shouted, Who are you, and why have you approached the territory of our Luoyun Valley without permission? No sooner had the words fallen than a cold snort sounded from within the palanquin. The snort boomed like thunder. The gatekeeping disciples instantly reeled as if grievously injured, collapsing in unison and clutching their ears, faces twisted in pain. Hiss! What kind of person is this? Just a light snort, and we were almost shaken to death. Stunned, they stared wide-eyed up at the palanquin. Then the mare's silk gauze curtain at the front of the palanquin was lifted, and 8 alluring, demure maids in smoke-colored skirts fanned around a young man in ornate attire, brocade robe, and jade belt as he strode out. The man was handsome, yet a sinister edge showed in his brows and eyes. His manner was free and unrestrained, clearly someone long accustomed to high rank. Looking down on the gatekeeping disciples, he swept them a glance and said coldly, Where's your sect master? Have him roll out to meet this Daozi at once, or don't blame this Daozi for tearing down your shabby place. Tear down my Luoyun Valley. Who are you to be so presumptuous? Just as the disciples were about to retort, an angry shout suddenly rang out from within the valley. A stream of radiance swept over and hovered in midair, revealing the figure of an elder in azure robes. It was Emo Xingyang, the outer sect elder of Luoyun Valley. As soon as he saw that young man, Emo Xingyang's face instantly turned ugly. He couldn't discern the young man's cultivation at all. Could he be a nascent soul cultivator? Just as he was at a loss, the young man's lips curled slightly as he said calmly, I am the Tao child of the Tianji Holy Land. Within the time of 1 stick of incense, have your sect master come out to see me. You are actually the Tao child of the Tianji Holy Land. Emo Xingyang was so frightened on the spot that his soul nearly fled. He hurriedly bowed and said, I was blind just now. If I have offended, please be magnanimous. Please wait a moment, Tao child. I will go invite the sect master to come out and receive you at once. With that, Emo Xingyang hastily employed a movement art and flew in a panic toward the sect's grand hall to report. Not long after, Bai Qingwu, sect master of Luoyun Valley, hurried over with a group of elders. Seeing the young man outside the mountain gate, he stepped forward at once to greet him. So it is the Tao child of the Tianji Holy Land gracing us. I was remiss in not welcoming you from afar. How discourteous of me. The young man cast them a sidelong glance, his face full of arrogance. Sect Master Bai, on this journey down the mountain, Everywhere I have gone has treated this Dao child with great courtesy. Only Luoyun Valley has met me with cold looks. Have you colluded with heretics and demonic paths, and no longer put the Tianji Holy Land in your eyes?" At those words, Bai Qingwu's expression shifted slightly. He hastily put on a smile and said, "You misunderstand, Dao child. We have just come out of seclusion and did not know of your esteemed arrival. Our preparations were lacking. We beg your pardon." As he spoke, he quietly transmitted a message to Yang Xiuda, the elder of the Internal Affairs Pavilion, at his side. Yang Xiuda reacted at once, stepped forward quickly, and said to the young man with trepidation, "Dao child, could you first present your token so we may verify your identity?" At that, the young man immediately sneered. "Heh, are you suspecting that this Dao child is a fake? Don't dare, don't dare," Yang Xiuda said with sweat beading on his brow, forcing a smile. "It's merely routine procedure. Humph, small place, yet so many rules." With a cold snort, the young man drew an iridescent jade token from his sleeve and tossed it to Yang Xiuda. "Check it. Verify it however you like. I am the Dao child of the Tianji Holy Land. Who would dare impersonate me?" Seeing this, Yang Xiuda hurriedly caught it, examined it closely for a long moment, then returned the jade token with both hands, most respectfully. "Five-colored celestial radiance jade. This is indeed the token of the Tianji Holy Land's Dao child, Pu Ginshua." At those words, the faces of everyone in Luoyun Valley changed, and the last shred of suspicion in their hearts dissipated. The young man lifted his chin and said smugly, "Well, you believe this Dao child's identity beyond doubt now, don't you?" Bai Qingwu and the others tensed at that and nodded repeatedly in assent. With the Dao child's august presence, Luoyun Valley is honored. Please move into the valley and allow us to do our duty as hosts and set a welcoming banquet. As he spoke, Bai Qingwu made a deferential inviting gesture, his tone exceedingly respectful. Seeing this, Pu Ginshua's lips quirked in an odd smile affecting an air of reserve. He said, "This Dao child will grudgingly oblige and give your Luoyun Valley a chance to curry favor with me. It's said the Dao children of the 7 great holy lands are all peerlessly elegant and prodigiously gifted. How is it that this Pu Ginshua of the Tianji Holy Land carries himself like this?" Bai Qingwu felt a hidden contempt, but said aloud, "Naturally." Surrounded by a crowd, Pu Ginshua swaggered into Luoyun Valley with the maids behind him. At the same time, Qi Yuan headed toward Luoyun Valley's library pavilion. Although he had little interest in Luoyun Valley's inherited techniques, being publicly granted the chance to choose a technique from the second floor of the upper library pavilion was not something to pass up lightly. For a cultivator in the Qi refinement stage, this was a tremendous opportunity. Not going would only arouse suspicion. He also planned to search the library pavilion thoroughly to see whether he could find any clues about plant spirits. He suspected that a plant spirit born from a 10,000-year spirit herb might be the mastermind who emptied the formation spirit's cave abode, but he had no proof yet. Of course, Qi Yuan wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the case. The victim whose spirit stones were stolen wasn't him. If this conjecture held, it would mean that some formation spirit's cave abode was connected via ley lines to the 10,000-year spirit herb, making it convenient for the culprit to act. Although flowers, grasses, and trees can also attain spirit and the Tao, there are many limitations. Their intelligence is slow to develop, and until they shed their true plant form, they cannot leave the ley line where they were born. Therefore, by tracing the corresponding ley lines, one could easily locate the 10,000-year spirit herb imprisoned beneath the herb garden by Ji Chan. After all, Ji Chan was waiting for the spirit herb to mature and wouldn't uproot it. Qi Yuan was lost in thought as he walked up to the entrance of the Luoyun Valley Library Pavilion. This library pavilion was a 3-story building to prevent fire and theft. All the trees around had been cleared clean. A waterfall hung beside it, its roar resounding. Yet under the suppression of a formation, not a wisp of mist rose into the air. Unlike the assessment pavilion, outer sect disciples could also borrow cultivation manuals here, so it was bustling inside and out, with disciples coming and going without pause. Many outer sect disciples, upon seeing Qi Yuan, immediately wore disgruntled yet restrained expressions, but Qi Yuan's current imposing aura was too strong. so in the end they could only awkwardly withdraw their gazes. Qi Yuan acted as if he hadn't seen these reactions, walked straight to the counter outside the library pavilion, and was just about to take out his token when a female voice, equal parts astonished and delighted, suddenly sounded behind him. Senior brother Qi, how come you're here? Hearing that, Qi Yuan turned around to see Niet Suolan, dressed in a ruchuan, hurrying up to him, looking at him excitedly. At this moment, Niet Suolan had clearly dressed up carefully. The arrogance in her brows and eyes had faded a lot, replaced by a touch of charming prettiness. Unlike usual, the group of male cultivators who followed her wasn't trailing behind, yet plenty of young male cultivators were still casting hostile glances over this way. Junior sister Nya. Although Qi Yuan wasn't sure what she had come to him for, he still nodded and offered a greeting. Niet Suolan's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke in a soft, gentle voice. Senior brother Qi, thank you for saving me in the grand competition. If not for you, I fear I'd already have died today at the hands of that four-eyed spirit fox. Qi Yuan nodded slightly. No need to be so formal, junior sister. It was just lending a hand. Suolan still hasn't figured out how to repay senior brother for saving her life, she said, a hint of shy emotion flashing in her eyes. If senior brother has time, could you come sit at my place? Huh. As soon as the words left her mouth, everyone around was stunned. No one had expected that the usually aloof flower of the outer sect would actually take the initiative to invite a male cultivator to her residence as a guest. They called it visiting, but with a single man and a single woman alone in one room, even a fool could guess what would happen. Best not to think any further about this. Keep thinking, and the images start playing themselves. Just then, from afar came another soft, sweet, pleasant female voice. Junior brother Qi, so this is where you are. Following the sound, everyone looked over to see a woman of pure features and peerless beauty approaching slowly. Her pale yellow long skirt swayed lightly in the wind, her skin like creamy jade, her eyes like limpid autumn waters. She was like a fairy walking out of a painting. Senior sister. Before Qi Yuan could finish his greeting, a waft of fragrance blew toward him. Next, a delicate body soft as if boneless pressed up against him, tightly locking arms with him. What the? Everyone's eyes widened on the spot, each and every one of them dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that someone who looked so unremarkable on the surface was secretly a master of the romantic arts? Softness pressed against his arm, and Qi Yuan couldn't help swallowing. His heart pounded wildly. He hadn't expected. As soon as the words fell, she reluctantly loosened her hold on Qi Yuan's arm, turned, and slipped away. An uproar. The moment that graceful figure vanished, the crowd finally snapped out of it, exclamations rising one after another. Am I not dreaming? Someone hurry up and slap me awake. Oh my, does this mean Master Qi and senior sister are a couple now? No way. I absolutely oppose this marriage. Senior brother Qi, no. Master Qi, could you teach me? Name your tuition. Junior brother Qi, if I recognize you as my big brother right now, is it still in time? For a moment, many male cultivators looked at Qi Yuan with envy and jealousy, hearts aching yet wishing they could replace him on the spot. Seeing the scene grow more and more chaotic, Qi Yuan hurriedly shook off the crowd and dashed into the library pavilion. At the same time, in Luoyuan Valley's main hall, the hall was spacious, with the banquet long since set. Throngs of disciples wove about carrying all manner of delicacies. The guest of honor was the Tao child of Tianji sacred land, Park Jian-suk. He sat openly in the chief seat, a reserved smile on his face, enjoying everyone's deferential service. Seated beside him was Luoyuan Valley's sect master, Bai Qingwu. He personally kept him company while introducing the spirit wine on the table. Tao child, please look, these bottles of drunken immortal brew are our Luoyuan Valley's specialty. Brewed from dozens of spirit fruits, it's fresh and mellow with a sweet finish. Before he finished, Park Jian-suk let out a cold laugh. In a backwater like yours, what good things could there be? Don't bring out stuff that'll make you look ridiculous, bring something substantial. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the hall instantly froze. Many of Luoyuan Valley's higher-ups were seething, but fearing his identity, they swallowed their anger. If they offended the Tao child of Tianji's sacred land, with a mere flick of a finger Luoyuan Valley could suffer. Bai Qingwu took a deep breath, forcing down his disgust and resentment, and said evenly, "You're right. Our Luoyun Valley is but a small sect and truly unworthy of the Tao Child's notice." He then shot a look at the elder of the treasure pavilion beside him. The treasure pavilion's elder immediately understood, hurriedly pulling a delicate storage ring from his sleeve and presenting it to Park Jian-suk with utmost respect. "This is a small token of our sect's regard. We hope the Tao Child won't take offense." Park Jian-suk accepted the ring, probed it briefly, and his face darkened. He casually tossed the ring to the floor and said coldly, "You actually have the gall to bring out this little bit of stuff? Do you take me, the Tao Child, for a beggar?" There were a full 10,000 high-grade spirit stones in that storage ring, yet he still found it lacking. Bai Qingwu's eyelid twitched, and he quickly put on a smile, saying, "If the Tao Child has any requests, please say the word. So long as it's within our power, our humble sect will do its utmost." "Good." Park Jian-suk smiled faintly, expressionless as he drew a jade slip from his robe. "If you want to prove sincerity, gather everything listed on this jade slip and deliver it to me. Otherwise, it will be tantamount to insulting our Tianji sacred land. Don't blame me if I show no mercy then." At those words, everyone in the hall changed expressions. Never mind what he wanted, this approach verged on outright robbery. The Tao Child's manner was so arrogant and overbearing one had to wonder if this was still what people called an orthodox sect. Bai Qingwu took the jade slip and sent his divine sense into it. The next instant, his face changed drastically, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. 100,000 high-grade spirit stones. 50 top-grade artifacts. 20 beautiful virgins. After a long moment, he finally raised his head with a wry smile and said, "Tao Child, we really can't come up with these numbers at Luoyun Valley." "Humph." Park Jian-suk snorted coldly, his tone threatening. "I will remain in your Luoyun Valley for 3 days. If you still can't gather them in 3 days, bear the consequences yourselves." With that, he rose straight up and left the hall without a backward glance, leaving everyone staring at one another. Library Pavilion. No wonder a 10,000-year spirit herb could grow in Luoyun Valley. Qi Yuan closed the hefty volume in his hands, Records of Luoyun Valley, a look of dawning comprehension on his face. The book detailed a stroke of luck tale all cultivators love to hear. It turned out that before the sect was founded, Luoyun Valley had been the secluded abode of a saint-grade alchemist. Over 3,000 years ago, Luoyun Valley's founding ancestor, Bai Yin, stumbled upon this place by chance. The saint-grade alchemist had long since fallen, leaving behind a sizable inheritance with no heir. That inheritance later fell into the hands of Luoyun Valley's first patriarch to discover the site, becoming his original capital for establishing the sect. Cultivating high-tier spirit herbs consumes vast amounts of earth qi, and skilled alchemists excel at observing qi and seeking veins. Since that saint-grade alchemist had favored Luoyun Valley, there is a high chance a rather high-grade earth vein lies deep underground. After figuring it out, Qi Yuan stopped dwelling on it, put the book back where it belonged, then pretended to copy a few techniques before getting up and heading out of the library pavilion. "Please wait, junior brother Qi." Before he had even reached the door, a deacon disciple of the library pavilion blocked his way. "What is this about?" Qi Yuan frowned and said, "I don't think I've violated any of the library pavilion's rules, have I?" "No, you've misunderstood." The steward hurriedly waved his hands and said politely, "I seen your brother know. This little brother has a question to consult you on. If Brother Qi could point me in the right direction, I would be deeply grateful." Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, looked him over, and asked, "What is it?" He forced an awkward smile and said bashfully, "To be honest, I've always had a crush on junior sister Pan from the inner sect, but every time I confess, she tactfully turns me down. This little brother wants to ask, how can I win junior sister Pan's favor?" As soon as the words left his mouth, several male cultivators reading nearby immediately perked up, each pricking up his ears to eavesdrop. "Give me a break, do they really take me for some love guru?" Qi Yuan was speechless and casually asked in return, "How exactly did she turn you down?" He quickly replied, "Junior sister Pan actually told me to take a good piss and take a look at myself. Do you think there is some deeper meaning to that? That is what you call a tactful refu." Shin Wuji looked at Ji Chaner without a care, a smoldering heat in his eyes. I've told you long ago, as long as you're willing to become my Tao companion, with the Shun family's influence in the holy sect, the Saintess seat would be a breeze for you. And before long I'll defeat Situ E and ascend to the position of Saint Sun. When the Ji and Shun families join forces, the entire holy sect will fall into our hands. Don't even think about it. Ji Chan'er's face was cold as frost as she barked. I'd rather never become Saintess than be married off to a beast like you. At these words, Shin Wuji's gaze tightened, his voice turning abruptly cold. Fine. Then we'll wait and see. What schemes you hope to pull here? Stop dreaming. There are things you'll never get in your lifetime. Courting death. Ji Chan'er finally couldn't bear it anymore. She flicked her slender hand. Black wind surged, and a streak of ink-dark, ghostly radiance, reeking of dread, howled forth, sweeping straight toward Shin Wuji. Junior sister, you're only at the early nascent soul stage. What are you going to fight me with? A cold smile curled at Shun Wuji's lips as he reached out and grabbed at the air. In an instant, black mist churned in the void, condensing into a massive, ghostly face. Whoosh! The ghost face suddenly gaped, swallowing the incoming radiance in one gulp, then dissolved back into nothingness. The exchange unfolded in a flash. With the bamboo lodge outside masked by a formation, not a trace of spiritual power fluctuation leaked when the two crossed hands. After taking that strike, Shin Wuji didn't press the attack. Instead, he sneered and said, "Since you won't be my Tao companion, don't blame me for treating you as a cauldron for anyone to harvest." Almost forgot to mention, I've ordered Luoyun Valley to hand over 20 virgin cauldrons within 3 days. When the time comes, your name will be on the list. Of course, you can also go tell Luoyun Valley who I am, see if they have the guts to believe you and risk being wiped out to move against me. This Daozi. With that, he gave a satisfied laugh and swept his sleeve, departing. Ji Chan'er's face went livid. The killing intent in her heart was almost bursting. Damned bastard. Ji Chan'er knew full well he had shown up just to ruin her game. His aim was simply to make her slip up in the Saintess contest. After all, the Shin family's direct-line daughter was also eyeing the Saintess seat. Instead of exposing her directly to Luoyun Valley, he was feeding her the illusion there was still hope, trying to make her hesitate and reveal a flaw, exposing the 10,000-year illusory stargrass. At the end of the day, Shin Wuji had his heart set on that item. Even the demonic sect's true disciple had guarded for 3 years. He didn't intend to fight her to the death. Thinking of this, Ji Chan'er took a deep breath, smothered her anger, and murmured, "No, I have to find a way to get rid of this trouble." Staring at the completely renewed little courtyard before him, Qi Yuan momentarily thought he'd walked into the wrong place. He glanced around, confirmed it was his residence, then walked in with a strange look on his face. The weeds and moss in the yard had all been cleaned out, replaced by clusters of rare flowers and exquisite trees. The soil around the spirit plant's roots was loose, clearly newly planted. The air was full of the fresh scent of greenery, soothing to the mood. "Junior brother Qi, you're back." At this moment, senior sister Baishiro glided out like the lady of the house, smiling with her eyes. "I've just tidied up the rooms. Come in and see if they suit your taste." Before the words had even fallen, she pulled the dazed Qi Yuan into the main hall. The old stone table and chairs were long gone, replaced by elegant, exquisite furnishings. Fine brocade rugs covered the floor, the curtains were gauze silk, and a few bonsai to calm the mind were arranged in the room, subtle yet warm. "Well now, is she really planning to stay here and live with me?" Qi Yuan scratched his nose, bewildered, then looked at Baishiro. "Senior sister, what's going on here?" "Where you live is far too shabby," Baishiro said with a smile. "I really couldn't stand it, so I redecorated a bit. Now it's more or less fit for people to live in." Suddenly recalling something, Qi Yuan's heart stirred, and he asked seriously, "Senior sister, have you seen Jinyin recently?" Given the situation now, even if he were dense, he could see her divine sense was hazy and her soul unsteady. Her state was highly abnormal. Thinking of the demonic sect's strange methods of tampering with the mind, he couldn't help suspecting whether Ji Chan'er was behind this. At the mention of Zhang Yuyan, a dreamy haze flitted across Baishiro's eyes. Her cheeks flushed as if they might bleed, and her whole body heated up. "You how?" Before Qi Yuan could finish speaking, a soft, fragrant, slick sensation suddenly pressed against his lips. No way, are you serious? He froze on the spot. Rigid, he looked at the woman who had suddenly thrown herself into his arms. Before he could react, he saw the daze and haze on by Shiro's face recede like the tide and vanish in an instant, almost immediately returning to normal. At the same time, Baishiro shuddered, suddenly shoved Qi Yuan away, and cried out in shock. Chida, why are you kissing me? Qi Yuan was completely at a loss. As if remembering something, Baishiro's face flushed scarlet. She shyly covered her lips and stammered. Junior brother Qi, and not like that, don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to kiss you. It's like I was possessed by something just now. Before she could finish, she spun around and ran off as if fleeing for her life. What on earth was that supposed to be? Watching her flustered figure hurry away, Qi Yuan was utterly baffled. Just moments ago he'd been braced for a fierce enemy, afraid he'd fallen into the demonic sect's trap, and yet the matter had ended so abruptly. That she-demon spent all that effort to control Baishiro's mind just to make her run over and give me a kiss? Damn it, is Ji-chan actually out of her mind? On the other side, heavens, I must be crazy, otherwise how could I do that to junior brother Qi? This is mortifying. Baishiro, a mess inside, leaned against a tree, clutching her chest and gulping for breath, her heart thudding wildly. Could it be I've always had a crush on junior brother Qi, and I just never realized? Suddenly a terrifying thought shot through Baishiro's mind. Her face went deathly pale, and she nearly fainted from fright. I just kissed a man, will I be pregnant in a few days? She lost her mother young and was raised single-handedly by her father, Bai Qingwu. Bai Qingwu was always busy and had the stern airs of a strict father. Of course, he had no time and would never talk to his daughter about such things. And as the sect master's only daughter, with a special status, no one dared crack dirty jokes in front of her. Swear words were taboo. So Baishiro's upbringing was pitifully simple, day after day consisting only of cultivation. She knew nothing about affairs between men and women, pure as a blank sheet of paper. In other words, she had no idea how one becomes a man's woman. She thought a kiss was everything. Thus, subconsciously she believed she had completed Ji-chan's mission, and so she awoke from her hypnotized state. What Ji-chan had set beforehand was, the moment Baishiro became Qi Yuan's woman, she would immediately regain clarity, so as to drive Qi Yuan and Luoyun Valley to the point of severing ties. If Baishiro were bewitched for life by the soul-capturing technique and hopelessly devoted to Qi Yuan, what falling out would there be? He'd just become Luoyun Valley's live and son-in-law. To maximize the effect, she had to make Baishiro wake up afterward and deem Qi Yuan a scumbag who had ruined her innocence, thereby completely intensifying the conflict. Unfortunately, Ji-chan had calculated everything but missed one key. She never imagined a 19-year-old girl could be this pure. In the secular world, at this age, if a girl got married, her kid would already be running errands. Ji-chan didn't have much romantic experience herself, but she was born of the demonic sect, and her sect's ways were crooked to begin with. Even without personal experience, she was worldly and knew a thing or two. No, I have to go to the library pavilion right now. There must be a way to prevent pregnancy there. With that thought, Baishiro bit her lip, then used a movement technique and hurriedly flew toward the library pavilion. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan left his quarters and flew to the array nexus deep within Luoyun Valley. Different from last time, before he even finished speaking, a gleam of radiance flashed above the iron tower, and a rosy-lipped, white-toothed youth appeared, the formation spirit of the sect's grand array. The youth glared at him angrily and asked in displeasure, "Brat, just seeing you pisses me off. Scram, stop loitering around here. Then I'll go?" Qi Yuan made as if to leave and said solemnly, "Just to be clear, you're the one who doesn't want to recover the spirit stones lost over the past 1,000 years. Don't blame me later for not reminding you." The youth's expression changed at that. He hurried forward to stop him. "Bratter, no, little friend, wait. Explain yourself first. Have this old man's lost spirit stones really been found?" Qi Yuan smiled slightly. "I haven't found the goods, but I did get a lead on the thief. Want to go meet the thief?" "Excellent." The formation spirit was pleased, then doubtful, and asked, half believing, "You're not trying to fool this old man again, are you? You little brat have tricked me twice, and I remember it. Believe it or not, that's up to you." Qi Yuan shrugged and said coolly, "Anyway, I'm not the one losing spirit stones." The formation spirit looked him over suspiciously, then finally nodded and said, "Fine, I'll make an exception and trust you once more. Tell me, where is the thief?" Qi Yuan shook his head and said evenly, "That's not a thief, it's a thieving grass." Grass? The formation spirit was stunned on the spot. Damn, it's actually a grass. As soon as Qi Yuan finished, the formation spirit's expression flickered, and he couldn't help blurting out a curse. "Come on, let's go yank that thieving grass out right now." No sooner had the words fallen than Qi Yuan's vision swam, and the surroundings shifted abruptly. When he came to, he was already in a strange underground space. This was the core area of Luoyun Valley's Sect Grand Formation, and also the formation spirit's abode. What met the eye was a surging, multicolored formation energy. In the center of the space stood an ancient jade stele, its surface covered with complex sigils. Those sigils formed the circulation meridians of the Grand Formation, arcane and unfathomable, faintly linked to heaven and earth, clearly the formation's eye. "Kid Qi, come with me." Once back here, the formation spirit led Qi Yuan to the edge of the abode, where a massive, dark, sinew-like ridge rose, like a giant dragon lying beneath the earth. It was a primal earth vein. This earth vein was connected to the formation's core, constantly channeling Earth Mother's vital qi, one of the key forces sustaining the formation's operation. The formation spirit pointed at the earth vein before them and said in a distant tone, "What you mentioned must be right here. The heavenly mysteries within this earth vein are chaotic and turbid qi pervades it, perfectly masking that little thief's aura, hence I failed to sense it earlier." As Qi Yuan approached, a vast surge of earth qi washed over him. Under the influence of this earth qi, even the air became thick and viscous, carrying threads of bone-piercing chill. The rocks and soil around the earth vein were stained an eerie dark red, like congealed blood, a sight that sent a chill down one's spine. As the saying goes, heaven is clear and earth is turbid, though earth fiend qi is foul, and defiled. It is the very source upon which plants and other beings rely to live. Just as he was lost in thought, an urgent shout from the formation spirit suddenly came from the side. "Stand firm. I'll take you through the earth vein right now and yank that thieving grass out to settle the score." Before the words had finished, the formation spirit steadied Qi Yuan by the shoulder and pulled him into the depths of the earth vein. Man and spirit proceeded along the vein, and soon discovered a cave beneath the herb garden. Inside was a spirit herb whose entire body emitted a violet glow. "Found it." Seeing that spirit herb, Qi Yuan's spirits lifted, and he examined the target not far away. This illusory star grass had only 9 fruits on its rhizome. Clearly, it had not yet reached the 10,000-year stage. Suspended not far above it was a silver talisman, radiating light. A powerful sealing force emanated from it, pinning the illusory star grass firmly in place. "Shameless little thief, I've finally found you." Seeing this, the formation spirit snorted coldly and was about to step forward to interrogate. "Senior, don't rush." Qi Yuan hastily stopped the formation spirit and said solemnly, "Spirits of plants are timid by nature. If you scare it like this, it will only clam up even more. Think about it. If it won't speak, you won't recover what was stolen. Better let me go over and try asking first. If that doesn't work, you can act. What do you think?" His task was to save the illusory star grass, not kill it. If he let the formation spirit strike directly, it would likely turn into a mess at once. Hearing Qi Yuan's words, the formation spirit pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "What you say makes sense. Very well, go ahead and try first." "No problem." Qi Yuan responded, walked to the edge of the talisman's light barrier, and said gently, "Fellow Taoist, didn't you ask me for help some time ago? I've come to save you now. Come out, quickly." As soon as the words fell, a hazy phantom slowly condensed around the illusory star grass. The phantom gradually took shape, revealing a small human figure. The little figure looked like a 5 or 6-year-old child, with 2 horn-like buns on its head and a round, chubby face utterly adorable. the very image of the ideal little grandson in elders' hearts. Seeing the illusory star grass spirit's appearance, even the usually stern formation spirit softened, involuntarily showing a hint of kindly smile. Once it manifested, the illusory star grass spirit looked at Qi Yuan with joy all over its face, the corners of its eyes reddening slightly, and said excitedly, "Wonderful, someone has finally come to save me. Big brother, hurry and take off that talisman above my head. Only then can I be saved." Sob sob, that woman is too scary. Qi Yuan nodded slightly, then pointed at the formation spirit behind him and asked in a low voice, "Little grass spirit, have you ever stolen from this senior?" The moment he finished speaking, the formation spirit hurried over, putting on what it thought was a not too fierce expression. "Kiddo, be honest. Did you sneak into my place while I was crossing my artifact spirit tribulation and cart off all the spirit stones there?" The phantom stargrass spirit shrank its neck in fright and said timidly, "I didn't steal your spirit stones. Grandpa Ginseng told me that things with no one watching them aren't called stealing, they're called picking up. I only went in to pick them up when the owner wasn't around." Hearing it rattle on, Qi Yuan was stunned on the spot. "Isn't this teaching the kid bad habits? And who exactly is that Grandpa Ginseng? Could there really be a spirit herb in Luoyun Valley?" Still quibbling? After hearing this explanation, the formation spirit's face grew even gloomier, and at last it roared in anger. "It's clearly stealing. Call out your Grandpa Ginseng. This old man, will debate it on the spot." The little grass spirit said pitifully, I don't know where Grandpa Ginseng is either. It told me that a spirit grass that doesn't like to go out and roam isn't a good spirit grass, and then it left. I haven't seen it come back here since." Huh. The corner of the formation spirit's mouth twitched hard, but it still pulled itself together and asked the most crucial question. "Where are the spirit stones and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures you took from my cave abode?" The little grass spirit pointed at its belly and said with certainty, "I ate them all. Grandpa Ginseng said that when you get something good, you have to get rid of the loot quickly. In case something happens, good spirit grass doesn't leave evidence." What the hell? Qi Yuan was a little dumbfounded as he listened. He cursed inwardly. What kind of immortal is this Grandpa Ginseng to have taught an originally upright little grass spirit into this? This phantom stargrass was supposed to be a straight-laced good seedling who would have thought it had been warped from the roots. What? All of this old man's savings are gone. Hearing such a tragedy, the formation spirit instantly wished it were dead, nearly fainting. Eyes bloodshot, the formation spirit gnashed its teeth and said, "You little brat, so young and already up to no good. Spit out everything you ate for me, or don't blame me for being rude." Head lowered, the little grass spirit said timidly, "It's all in my belly. I can't vomit it out. Do you want me to poop it out for you? Trying to weasel out of it, huh?" At that, the formation spirit completely lost it and shouted harshly, "Believe it or not, I'll set up a pot right now and stew you. You thieving grass, then I'll poop you back out." As it spoke, veins bulged on its forehead. It rolled up its sleeves and was about to step forward. "Senior, please don't get worked up yet." Seeing the situation about to spiral out of control, Qi Yuan hurried forward to stop it and said with a serious look, "You're a formation spirit, and that kid is a grass spirit. In the end, you're all spirits having can eat, and, excrete one another is far too cruel. How about talking it out instead and not ruining the harmony?" The formation SPI. The formation spirit fell silent for a few breaths after listening, his face full of exhaustion. "Sigh, you're right. There's no point locking horns with an uncouth little brat like this. The fault lies with its guardian. If I run into the bastard who taught it wrong, I will act on heaven's behalf and give that disrespectful person a proper lesson." As he spoke, the formation spirit looked at Qi Yuan and said in a gentler tone, "Forget it. Help it take off that spirit-suppressing talisman. You're just a mortal body. The talisman has no effect on you. Just go up and take it down. Only, afterward, I'm taking this brat back to my cave abode for proper discipline, lest it cause trouble again and go astray in the future." "Okay." Qi Yuan nodded, stepped forward, and plucked off the silver talisman hanging in midair. Buzz. Water like ripples spread out in rings, and the sealing force all around receded at a speed visible to the naked eye until it vanished completely. Ha ha ha, freedom. This young master is finally free. Once freed, the illusory star-grass spirit immediately rejoiced, dancing with delight as it cried, "Big brother, you're amazing." The next moment, ding! Host has completed the side quest, rescue the 10,000-year illusory stargrass. Next, you have two options. 1. While it's off guard, use the spirit-suppressing talisman again to control the 10,000-year illusory stargrass, pound it into medicine, and thus obtain a one-time infusion of spiritual insight. 2. Voluntarily release it and let the 10,000-year illusory stargrass leave. Upon completion, you will gain its gratitude and recognition, and receive a wisp of the chi of the heavenly Tao. Faced with the system's two options, Qi Yuan didn't hesitate and immediately planned to choose the second. Just then, a burst of cheerful barking suddenly sounded by his ear. Woof, woof, woof. He turned his head, saw the scene, and was stunned on the spot. The formation spirit, who had been normal a moment ago, was now acting like he'd gone berserk, imitating a dog's bark, on all fours frantically digging at the dirt, sniffing non-stop with his nose, and then going at it by crazily eating dirt. He ate with a look of utter satisfaction, as if this pile of earth on the ground were the most fragrant delicacy in the world. Qi Yuan stared in a fog and blurted, "Senior Formation Spirit, what is going on with you?" The Formation Spirit acted as if it hadn't heard, still burying its head in the dirt and ignoring people. The little grass spirit shook its head proudly and said in a showy tone, "Grandpa Ginseng said that a good spirit herb should draw clear lines of gratitude and grievance. If there's a grudge, it must be repaid. That guy actually threatened to stew me and eat me just now. What a piece of trash. Humph. As payback, this young master has to make it eat shit to even the score. Right now it still thinks it's a dog, taking this pile of dirt for shit and eating it with relish." Qi Yuan was taken aback and said nothing. Suddenly, as if thinking of something, his expression changed and he said in realization, "Even a formation spirit at the divine transformation realm was fooled by your illusion arts. So you've already become a 10,000-year spirit herb." At this point, he finally saw the secret hidden in the quest description. Whether you choose, turn on it mercilessly, or let it go of your own accord, the target is written as 10,000-year illusory stargrass, not soon-to-mature 10,000-year illusory stargrass. This shows that the illusory stargrass has already completely transformed and reached the 10,000-year level. And it most likely only matured in the past few days. Last time the system issued the quest, it was still labeled soon-to-mature 10,000-year illusory stargrass. Big brother, you guessed right. As the thought turned in his mind, the little grass spirit chuckled, and the unripe spirit fruit atop its head suddenly blurred and reshaped, becoming a mature fruit wreathed in violet chi. In fact, I already hit 10,000 years old 4 or 5 days ago, but that damned woman insisted on waiting until I truly hit 10,000 to pluck me for pill refining. Grandpa Ginseng says that when trouble comes, a clever spirit herb should learn to tuck its tail and act meek. So as not to be eaten on the spot, I had to hide the fact that I'm a 10,000-year spirit herb and pretend I wasn't mature yet. At the thought of Ji Chaner's terror, the little grass spirit couldn't help shivering, then said hatefully, "That wicked hag is too despicable. She ambushed me while I was reading. If she hadn't made a move, how would I have been caught? You, with that temperament, actually read books?" Half skeptical, Qi Yuan still asked curiously, "What do you usually read?" When asked, the little grass spirit, as if presenting a treasure, pulled out a big stack of tattered thread-bound books from its pocket. Grandpa Ginseng says good spirit herbs should read more of this kind of book, but he used to hide these very deep and never let me touch them. As soon as Grandpa Ginseng left, I hauled out all those books. I can't make sense of most of them, but the illustrations are pretty interesting, Qi Yuan casually took a few and was instantly stunned. They were a tour of the Flower Tower, the lecherous monk, and secret record of the golden vase. Holy shit, are these books for a 10,000-year-old kid to read? With the relatively newer secret record of the golden vase laid out before him, Qi Yuan's expression grew stranger and stranger as a shameful bit of black history surged up in his mind. The author, Laughing Scholar, was actually his pen name. Back when he had just transmigrated, penniless, he started doing hack work to make a living. To shoot to fame in one go, he deliberately picked that sensational masterpiece from his past life. Classics are classics. Once Secret Record of the Golden Vase came out, it exploded, earning him a pile of spirit stones, just enough to cover the fare to the Taishian Holy Land to seek immortality. Who would have thought he'd see his own magnum opus in the hands of a grass spirit today? Damn. What a coincidence. The more he looked, the more Qi Yuan felt his face burn. He immediately stuffed the books into his storage pouch, scolding as he did. Kids can't read this kind of book. I'll hold on to them for now. Come ask me for them when you're an adult. The little grass spirit froze, then muttered softly with its head down. Big brother, I'm already 10,000 years old, okay? And I only look at the illustrations. The illustrations are even more off-limits. With that, Qi Yuan couldn't be bothered with this brat anymore. He pointed at the array spirit still eating dirt beside them and said seriously, "Wake my friend up first, then you can go." "Okay, big brother, I'll do as you say." The little grass spirit nodded and casually dispelled the illusion. The array spirit woke soon after, only to find its mouth inexplicably full of mud. Even its burps tasted like dirt. It hurriedly clapped a hand over its mouth, almost coughing nonstop. Cough, cough, cough. Ugh. Thinking back on what had just happened, the array spirit flew into a rage. "You thieving grass. I, your elder, am sworn to be at odds with you." The next moment it threw itself at the little grass spirit without a second thought. But halfway there it inexplicably reverted to its previous state, spun around, ran to another pile of dirt, and started eating with great enthusiasm. The little grass spirit looked a bit embarrassed and gave Qi Yuan a sheepish grin, saying, "Big brother, since it's your friend, I won't go to its place to pick up stuff anymore. The things I picked up before, I'll pay them back once I've saved up enough spirit stones." Then, gritting through the pain, it plucked 3 illusory star fruits from its head and forced them into Qi Yuan's hands. Grandpa Ginseng said good spirit herbs should repay kindness. These 3 illusory star fruits are my thanks to you. If you run into danger, crush one. People around you will be forcibly drawn into an illusion, and you can use that chance to escape. Hearing what the illusory star fruits could do, Qi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he promptly reached out to take them. Good stuff. These 3 illusory star fruits came from a 10,000-year illusory star grass. Used well, they could probably ensnare anyone below the Mahayana stage on the spot. The effect is comparable to 3 single-use top-tier talisman treasures. Looks like your head is bleeding. Are you okay? Seeing purple blood still seeping from the little grass spirit's head, Qi Yuan couldn't help but ask with concern. "It's nothing," the little grass spirit said through clenched teeth, expression unchanged as it touched its head. "It'll be fine soon. Your friend will wake up soon. Goodbye, big brother." With that, the little grass spirit gave Qi Yuan a proper bow, then its figure blurred and it dove into the ground, vanishing. Ding! Host has successfully released a 10,000-year spirit herb, obtained a wisp of heavenly Dao Qi. Reward has been stored in the system space and can be retrieved at any time. Hearing the system's cold prompt, Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait to open the reward space. There, a wisp of pale golden mist hovered quietly, lively and ethereal like a lotus, with faintly grand visions circling around it, giving off an indescribable sense of preciousness. A wisp of heavenly Dao merit Qi. This damn system's missions are a pain in the ass, but the rewards really aren't bad, not vague in the slightest. With this wisp of heavenly Dao Qi, he had a shot at forming the legendary heavenly Dao nascent soul. "I'm so mad I could die." Just as he was in high spirits, the array spirit scrambled out of the dirt pile in disarray. Finding the little grass spirit gone, it flew into a fury and yelled, "Kid Qi, you head back by the map yourself. This time I'm definitely going to catch that thieving grass and give it a proper thrashing." As it spoke, it pulled a map marked with the positions of the earth veins from its sleeve, tossed it to Qi Yuan, then huffed off, chasing along the earth vein. The little grass spirit flew extremely fast, humming a tune in the blink of an eye. It was 1,000 miles away. "Big brother is so nice this time I can finally go out to find Grandpa Ginseng." Suddenly, it seemed to remember something. It froze, stunned in place. "Oh no, the illusory star fruit I just handed Big Brother still has illusory star grass sap on it." The sap of the illusory star grass is even more hallucinogenic than the fruit if it evaporates into the air. Won't Big Brother soon be dragged into an illusion? At this thought, the little grass spirit's face changed, and its once rapid figure also slowed. Should I go back and wake Big Brother? The little grass spirit was about to turn back, but another thought flashed through its mind. Since Big Brother could rescue me, he must have already defeated that evil hag. There's no one there. So even if he is pulled into an illusion, it's not very dangerous. Besides, the effect of the illusory star grass sap will dissipate after a while. Big Brother should be fine. After a bout of meticulous self-analysis, it finally convinced itself, relaxed, and continued on its way. At the same time, Chi Yuan felt the world spin. When he came to, he found himself standing at the gate of a county city. People bustled in and out, while carts and horses streamed past in a dense flow. The gatehouse bore 3 large characters. Qinghe County. Where's this? He tried hard to recall, but his head swam. His memories were terribly blurred, and he couldn't for the life of him figure out how he suddenly appeared here. Just then, someone ahead called out, "Master Shiman, you're so free today, why not come with the brothers to Wanxiang Pavilion for a couple of drinks? Yuchuaner has been thinking of you these past few days." In a hidden thicket, Ji-chan, her face cold as frost, instructed the hunched old crone in black beside her. "Granny Chi, quickly send someone to find the Tao child of the Heavenly Pole Holy Land, Park Gun-suk, and tell him, if he wants to retrieve that item, he is to hurry at once to Luoyun Valley in the Eastern Divine Region. If he is late, he can forget about ever getting back what he lost." "Yes, this maidservant will send someone at once." The old crone bowed respectfully at her words, then turned into a wisp of black smoke and drifted away, crisp and neat, without a hint of fuss. After the crone left, Ji-chan narrowed her eyes, a trace of icy light flashing in their depths. "Shinwuji, since you're so unruly, I shall let you see what a true Tao child of Heavenly Pole is." Just then, her expression changed abruptly, and she snapped her gaze toward the direction of Luoyun Valley. Not good. The formation over by the illusory star grass has been triggered. Sensing the anomaly, she did not hesitate. Her figure flickered like a butterfly, in an instant becoming a soaring shadow across 1,000 zhong as she shot into the sky. Soon Ji-chan returned to the bamboo building. The external ward was intact, with no trace of intrusion, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Hopefully it was just a false alarm. Thinking as she moved, she kept her pace, sped to the secret passage entrance, traversed underground for a spell, and finally reached the place where the illusory star grass was sealed. The scene before her left Ji-chan speechless with shock. The illusory star grass she had previously trapped had somehow vanished, and only a familiar figure remained, standing motionless like a wooden carving. "Cheetah, how is he here?" Ji-chan stared, stunned for a moment, her mind blank, panic and bewilderment flooding her heart. Before long, she snapped back to herself, strode over to Chi Yuan with a livid face, just about to question him when she suddenly felt her vision swim, blurring before her eyes. When she came to again, she found herself in a low, dilapidated earthen house. The walls were bare aside from a few broken pieces of furniture. There was nothing else. "Who am I? Where's this?" Ji-chan knit her brows, sinking into bewilderment. At the same time, in Wanxiang Pavilion, "Master, you finally had time to come. This humble one has been pining for you these past few days." Chi Yuan held a pink-skirted woman with misty eyes and revealing clothes, his face still showing a bit of daze. His surname was Shiman, his given name, Qing. His family ran a traditional medicine shop in Qinghe County. He was smooth and sociable, able to navigate both sides of the law. In recent years, business had gone well, and he had built up a sizable estate. He also craved pleasure and was straightforward in matters of love, disdaining cumbersome rituals. Whenever he saw someone suitable, he'd marry her directly. By now he had 6 concubines at home. Shiman Qing. Seeing his dazed look, the woman beside him wooed, let it go. She lightly thumped his arm and cooed in playful reproach. "Master, you really have no conscience. These past few days I haven't been able to eat or sleep because of you. And yet the moment we meet, you're all distracted. Have you found a new sweetheart outside and forgotten this old one?" When she finished, her eyes immediately grew moist. as if she D suffered a tremendous grievance. Chi Yuan came back from his reverie, gave her cheek a practiced pinch, and chuckled as he said, "How could that be? Those vulgar painted women outside can't compare to half your allure, Yuchuaner. Look, your master came especially to keep you company, didn't he?" These lines tumbled out like a reflex. Even Chi Yuan himself was a little surprised. Yuchuan immediately switched from angry to smiling, giggled, and snuggled into his arms, rubbing against him. "Master, you really know how to talk. You've got my heart thumping away." Chi Yuan instinctively followed up. "I don't believe it unless you let me touch." Naughty. Blushing, Yuchuan pushed him away. "Master, this time your humble servant has prepared some excellent spirit wine for you. Please have a taste first." It was only noon, yet Tianxiang Tower was already more than half full. The hall was large and lavish. Many patrons with companions in their arms on either side, wanton and uninhibited, and the air was thick with the scent of powder. Oddly enough, though Chi Yuan was usually at ease and in his element in such settings, for some reason, he just couldn't get into the mood. Before him, Yuchuan had a powdered face and vermilion lips, a delicate figure, clearly a rare, charming beauty, yet he couldn't rouse himself. Outwardly, he joked and teased, but inside he was as calm as if gazing at thin air. In short, he was nothing like an old lecher ought to be. Sensing Chi Yuan's absent-mindedness, the rat-faced man across from him with a pointy mouth and two wisps of mustache leaned in at once and lowered his voice. "Master, let me tell you something guaranteed to interest you. If it pans out, don't forget to leave a little benefit for your younger brother." Chi Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, puzzled, "Brothering? What is it you're talking about?" His memory was a little hazy, but he recalled this man was called Boju, one of his gang of scapegrace cronies. His name included the words Boju Earl, but it had nothing to do with a real noble. It was chosen just for luck. As expected, Boju grew up to be a bona fide street hood. Quick-witted and silver-tongued, adept at toadying and flattery, he made quite a splash in Qinghe County, currying favor with many bigwigs. Seeing Chi Yuan show interest, Boju perked up at once and said with a smile, "A couple moved here from neighboring Yanggu County 2 days ago. The man is named Wu Da, a seller of flatbread, an uncouth fellow, short and squat, not much to look at. But that's not the point. The point is his wife. TSK? I'm no man of letters. It's hard to describe, but I guarantee you there isn't a second woman in Qinghe County as beautiful as she is." As he spoke, light flashed in Boju's beady little eyes, clearly savoring the scene he witnessed. Forget it. Saying only that, Chi Yuan wasn't excited at all. Instead, he stood up and said perfunctorily, "I've got other matters. Brothering, enjoy yourself here, we'll talk another day." With that, he casually tossed a pouch of silver onto the table, then walked straight out of Wanxiang Tower. Out on the main street, Chi Yuan finally let out a long breath, intending to drop by his own pharmacy. Walking along, halfway down the road. That's right, that 36-bedroom Secret Arts is the one. It's quite a read. I even snuck a peek a couple days ago. Don't talk nonsense. Eldest senior sister has always been pure and immaculate, like a fairy. How could she be interested in Spring Palace drawings? You must have seen it wrong. At this moment, a young disciple suddenly cut in. Didn't you hear? Eldest senior sister admitted it herself. She and Chida, who just took first place in the Outer Sect Grand Tournament, are mutually in love. The two of them secretly became dual cultivation Dao partners long ago. I heard she's moved into junior brother Chi's cave abode. Since eldest senior sister already has a Dao partner, isn't picking up a few moves from the Spring Palace illustrations now and then to spice things up perfectly normal? As soon as he finished, many male cultivators who were hearing this for the first time let out endless sighs and groans, looking as if their hearts had shattered. I refuse to accept this. That guy cheated. Doesn't he even have half my looks? Yet he won eldest senior sister's favor. Why? My heart hurts. I waited for years, only for it to be nothing but a mirage in the end. I could cry to death. Eldest senior sister is such a peerless beauty, and she's marrying some utterly ordinary guy. Heaven is just too unfair. Sigh, this news is heartbreaking. Without eldest senior sister, I've only got senior sister Jiang, junior sister Lu, junior sister Wei, and junior sister Pan left in my heart. I just hope their taste is normal. Damn, You're still coveting Junior Sister Pan? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up right now." While the library pavilion was in an uproar, Baishiro rode her artifact toward the main hall of Luoyun Valley. "Little beauty, where are you off to?" Suddenly, a somewhat lewd laugh sounded from afar, and a streak of light flashed over, blocking her path. Baishiro knit her delicate brows slightly, wary as she looked at the young man who had abruptly appeared, and asked in a low voice, "Who are you?" The man was lavishly dressed, with a face full of wickedness, clearly not a disciple of Luoyun Valley. Didn't he expect to run into a drop-dead, gorgeous beauty in a backwater like this? "Looks like my luck is pretty good." He openly sized her up, a hidden greed flickering in his eyes, and said, "I am Park Gunshuo, holy son of the heavenly extreme holy land. Are you also a disciple of Luoyun Valley? How should I address you?" "The holy son of the heavenly extreme holy land?" Baishiro froze for a moment, then came to her senses and offered a respectful salute. Baishiro, true disciple of Luoyun Valley, pays respects to the heavenly extreme holy sun. His burning gaze made her very uncomfortable, but she still forced herself to step forward and salute. The heavenly extreme holy land was one of the top powers in this realm. Luoyun Valley was like an ant before them. This heavenly extreme holy sun was not someone a true disciple of a small sect like hers could afford to offend. Shen Wuji chuckled and said, "No need for formality, Junior Sister Bai. I've always been tender toward beauties. Since fate has brought us together, how about we find a place to have tea and chat, talk about our ties on the Tao? How about it?" Upon hearing this, Baishiro hurriedly shook her head and declined tactfully. "Sorry, Senior Brother Park. I have urgent matters right now. I'm afraid I can't reminisce with Senior Brother." Shin Wuji narrowed his eyes, his tone turning unpleasant. "My favor to you is your blessing. Don't fail to appreciate it." Baishiro gritted her teeth and was about to refuse again when Elder Yin Xingyun's scolding voice came from the side. "Marshal Niece Bai, mind your manners. Holy Sun Park is an honored guest of our Luoyun Valley. If you dare slight him, not even your father Bai Qingwu could save you. You're the daughter of the Luoyun Valley sect master?" Hearing this, Shen Wuji's interest grew. To think Bai Qingwu looks so washed up, yet he sired such a beautiful and captivating daughter. Hearing him show no respect for her father, Baishiro no longer wished to humor him here. She said coldly, "I still have important matters and want to be accompanying you. Please have Elder Yin take tea with you in my stead. Farewell." With that, she turned lightly, detouring around as she went another way. Impudent. Yin Xingyuan's face darkened, and he was about to step forward to block her when Shin Wuji stopped him with a hand. "Let her go. I've got plenty of coquettish, docile women. It's ones with a bit of personality that are more interesting to tame." "Huh. Master is right." This old slave was out of line. Yin Xingyuan hurriedly nodded in agreement, then shifted the topic, speaking in a low voice. "As you instructed, this old slave has already contacted, in your name, those elders in the valley who bear grievances against the Bai family, making them believe that Bai Qingwu colluded with the heretical sects and is a traitor. As long as you can find a way to get rid of Bai Qingwu, afterward you can suppress dissent by virtue of your status as the heavenly extreme holy sun and support this old slave to the position of sect master. By then, everything in Luoyun Valley will fall into your hands." After hearing this scheme, Shin Wuji's face curved into a cold smile. "A mere Luoyun Valley is nothing. Junior Sister Ji, this time your senior brother wants not only you, but also that thing you've guarded so carefully." At the same time, within the illusion, snap, the bamboo pole fell to the ground, and Qi Yuan instinctively looked up. He saw a woman leaning her upper body out the window, looking at him with an apologetic expression. She was truly a peerless beauty, brimming with charm and allure. Though she wore plain clothes and had a thorn hairpin in her hair, her natural beauty could not be hidden, especially those deep blue-green eyes, limpid and beguiling, that seized the soul. Their eyes met, and Qi Yuan was stunned on the spot, taking her for a celestial being. On the other side, looking down at the handsome young man below, Ji Chan felt her heart skip a beat, her face flushing red. Under the influence of the illusion's power, the two were drawn into the same state, as if a mysterious call were urging them to draw close against their will. The illusion still had not dispersed. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed. In Granny Wang's little shop, Chi Yuan lounged lazily, holding in his arms a woman soft as boneless, warm and fragrant as jade, a look of smugness on his face. Nestled in his embrace, Ji Chan still wore a hint of shyness, her gaze a little hazy, like a pool of spring water. After lingering together for a moment, Ji Chan nudged Chi Yuan's arm and whispered, "My lord, I can't help feeling this is a bit improper. Could it be isn't this too fast? You know, this lord here isn't in any rush at all." Chi Yuan smiled and lightly scraped her fair cheek, then grinned as he promised. "Little lady, rest easy. Tonight I'll send an 8-bearer sedan chair to fetch you. From this day on, you'll be my household's 7th lady." Just then, a commotion suddenly rose outside, and a faint roar drifted in. "You there, Wang, don't block the way. Move aside. I'm going in to find my wife. I want to see what shameful things that man and woman in there are doing." At those words, Ji Chan's face instantly went ashen, and she cried out in panic. "Bad news, it's Wu Da." All of a sudden, Ji Chan sensed something amiss. In her memory, she was indeed a married woman, yet she had no impression of the one called her husband, remembering only a name, Wu Da. Stranger still, not long ago she had clearly still been a maiden. In that moment, all sorts of doubts bubbled up in her mind, making her ever more suspicious. Soon, as if suddenly thinking of something dreadful, her pretty face went deathly pale. Could it be that? Bang! With a tremendous crash, the door was shattered, and a short, thick-set man barged in. The next moment, as if a mirror had shattered, the scene around her vanished in an instant, and her consciousness returned to clarity. After a bout of vertigo, Ji Chan felt dizzy and weak all over, but when she realized her situation, she was stunned. How is this possible? Ji Chan's beautiful eyes widened, full of disbelief, and only when she sensed the coolness on her body did she snap back to herself. "Get out, get away from me." She struggled free from the man's arms, gritting through a tearing pain, grabbed her dress from the floor, and hastily put it on. Only after quite a while of panic did Ji Chan rein in her emotions a little. Body weak and steps unsteady, she walked up to Chi Yuan and said through gritted teeth, "You clueless beast. I once saw your exceptional talent and intended to bring you into the sacred sect to give you a great opportunity. I never expected your demonic nature to run so deep, committing evil without restraint. With nothing but a trifling chi refining realm, you not only stole my 10,000-year spiritual medicine, you even dared to defile my purity. Even if the demon ancestors of ages past returned, they might not be as audacious and unbridled as you. For deeds like yours, dying 10,000 times would not be enough." Amid the overwhelming fury, another inexpressible emotion surged up, leaving her vexed, and her earlier intent to kill slowly ebbed. However, this little thief's cultivation was pitifully low. How could he possibly have the ability to steal a 10,000-year spiritual medicine? There must be more to this. But even carving this damned man into 1,000 pieces wouldn't vent my anger. I can't let him die so easily at the very least. I must force out the whereabouts of the 10,000-year phantom stargrass. After convincing herself, Ji Chan slowly returned to where she had been standing, fixing the still entranced Chi Yuan with a cold gaze, and said no more. Bang, 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 bang. Hey, he still wasn't fully awake. Rubbing his nose, he saw Ji Chan by his side and blurted, "Jinlian, where are we?" Seeing Ji Chan's face growing iron blue, he snapped back to himself and nearly blurted, "Fuck. Damn it." He'd let his guard down and gotten caught too. That little imp spends all day reading smut like the secret record of the golden vase. No wonder the illusion it cooked up wouldn't be proper. The moment he thought about having just played that notorious lecher Shimin-Ching, he nearly coughed blood, wishing he could drag that wayward little grass spirit over and give it a good thrashing. Even more outrageous, just from the look on Ji Chan's face, he immediately recognized who had been playing Pan Jinlian. No wonder it felt so real. Turns out it was the real person. Likely because her mind was in turmoil, Ji Chan failed to maintain her disguise and instead revealed her true face. She was light of figure, skin fairer than snow, Features chiseled beneath her arched slender brows was a pair of peach blossom eyes limpid as autumn water, all the more alluring. She was exactly the same as the Lady Jeanlian he'd seen in the illusion. Crap. Thinking of the tricks he'd pulled in that illusory realm, Chi Yuan's face flushed. He hurriedly hitched up his pants while putting on a befuddled look. Young lady, may I ask who you are? By rights, he shouldn't be able to recognize Ji Chan without her makeup. So he couldn't just call her senior sister Zhen, or he'd give himself away at once. Sure enough, upon hearing Chi Yuan's words, Ji Chan immediately frowned and said coolly, Zhen Yuyan is just an alias of mine. My real name is Ji Chan and I'm a true disciple of the Infine sect. You now have two choices. First, make clear why you appeared here and honestly confess the whereabouts of the illusion stargrass. Second, I search your soul myself and refine out the answers I want. As expected of a scion of the demonic sects, ruthless indeed. She'd been coyly calling him my lord. Just now, the moment her skirt was back on, she turned on him. Though he wanted to gripe inwardly, Chi Yuan still cooperatively chose the first option. Fairy G, it's a long story. It starts with the Array Spirit's cave dwelling being robbed. In short, I'm just investigating a case. This had nothing to do with me at first. It was the Array Spirit Elder who begged to let the illusion stargrass go. Who knew that little grass spirit was an old fox too? It was clearly a 10,000-year spirit herb, yet it insisted on pretending to be underage. The moment the spirit-suppressing talisman was taken away, it bolted and even pulled a stunt on me before leaving. If I ever run into it again, I'll clean it up every time. The more Chi Yuan spoke, the angrier he got, looking every bit the victim himself. Is everything you said true? Ji Chan narrowed her eyes. Her tone eased a little, clearly somewhat convinced by Chi Yuan's words. When he spoke, his gaze was calm and his spirit clear. He didn't look like he was lying at all. Looking at Chi Yuan's innocent smile, Ji Chan's face grew overcast, but inside she was a mess, her head buzzing. As the legitimate daughter of the Ji clan, her status in the sacred sect was exalted. To be treated like this by a mere refining cultivator of a heterodox path was truly hard to accept. Just thinking of how she'd been so compliant and deliberately flattering in front of that man made her burn with shame and anger. While under the illusion's sway, she had truly admired the man before her, even willing to give herself to him. That taboo, burning, intoxicating feeling was like soaring into the clouds, far too wondrous. This little bastard, so young, where did he learn so many bad ideas? Realizing she was spacing out again, Ji Chan hurriedly bit the tip of her tongue to force her mind steady, pulling herself out of that bewitching memory. Chida. The next moment, her fair, delicate face turned cold. She warned in an icy tone. What happened between us was nothing but an absurd dream. You'd better keep it to yourself and not breathe a word. If you dare let anyone know, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, I'll drag you back and leave you without a burial. Realizing Ji Chan didn't actually intend to kill him on the spot to vent her anger, Chi Yuan secretly let out a breath and hastily nodded, saying, Pan no Fairy G, rest assured, aside from you and me, not a third person will know about today. Though he wasn't afraid of Ji Chan turning face and becoming merciless, she had, after all, just become his first woman. If they fell out then and there, that would be too pathetic. What troubled Chi Yuan even more was that their identities were far too awkward. One was a Dao child of a holy land, the other a true inheritor of the Infine sect, and even a candidate for the future saintess of the demonic sect. No matter how you looked at it, they didn't seem like people who could get along. This was precisely why he hadn't told Ji Chan his identity. To face her emotions were surging at the moment. If she were provoked further, who knew what terrifying thing she might do? He could only wait until there was a chance later to deal with this problem. You'd better remember what you said. After Chi Yuan agreed, Ji Chan's expression eased slightly, and she said coolly, This time I was careless and you got the upper hand. But don't think there will be a next time. If you dare humiliate me again, I will show no mercy. The words sounded tough, yet they felt like bluster, strong on the outside, hollow within. Although she hailed from the demonic sect, she had always kept herself clean, devoted to cultivation, and had never thought of giving her body to anyone. Now, Not only had the 10,000-year illusory star grass she fancied vanished before her eyes, she had inexplicably lost her body as well. It could practically be described as losing both body and grass. This left her unable to calm down for a long time. In other words, she was completely blindsided. Fairy G, what are you saying? I, Chi Yuan, have always been clean and upright. I would never show the slightest disrespect to the fairy. Chi Yuan smiled slightly, then promised in all seriousness. Next time we meet, I will behave properly. Without your consent, I will not take a single step over the line. He said this utterly straight-faced, as if making a heartfelt oath. Let us hope so. Her mood in chaos. Ji Chan or didn't he delve into the flaws in Chi Yuan's words. With a light snort, she shot into the air as if fleeing, leaving only a wisp of fragrance curling at his nose. Today's events were too shocking. She needed to find a place to calm herself, or even her Tao heart for cultivation would be affected. After all that running around, he hadn't expected the yang energy he saved over 2 lifetimes to end up on this demoness. Watching Ji Chan's receding figure, Chi Yuan rubbed his aching old waist, and a trace of reminiscence unconsciously rose on his face. Forget it, who told that brat to set me up? To be honest, that demoness is not only beautiful, her figure is indeed quite good. Just then, his expression changed. His golden core spun at extreme speed, true essence churned in his chi, and a lively aura began to leak out uncontrollably. The time to form a nascent soul had come. Chi Yuan's heart trembled. This meant his cultivation had reached the limit of the golden core stage, and he had to immediately find a place to condense his nascent soul. Otherwise, his magic power would lose control, with the danger of suffering chi deviation. Thinking of this, he immediately pulled from his personal space a jade talisman traced with golden patterns. Upon activation, that top-grade teleportation talisman instantly turned into a mass of dazzling golden radiance, wrapping Chi Yuan within. Then, a powerful spatial force erupted, pulling at his figure as it silently dissolved from where he stood. In the next instant, a flash of golden light and Chi Yuan had already appeared 10,000 miles away. Before him, giant trees speared into the sky, ancient vines coiled like a vast, desolate wilderness. Here amid towering mountains, spiritual energy was abundant. For 1,000 miles around lay barren wilds without a soul, an excellent place to break through a realm. Long before entering Luoyun Valley, he had chosen this place as his spot to form the nascent soul, and had prearranged multiple restrictions and defensive formations to prevent mishaps during the process. Upon landing, Chi Yuan immediately spread his divine sense, swiftly sweeping the surroundings in a circle. After confirming that none of the alarm restrictions had been touched, he sat cross-legged, swallowed the prepared pills and heavenly materials, and readied himself to assault the nascent soul realm. Exhaling a turbid breath, Chi Yuan lowered his eyelids slightly. The chi of his whole body surged sharply, and his essence, energy, and spirit abruptly reached their peak. System, initiate epiphany of the Taishan Donghua Jade record. He had accumulated quite a lot of counterattack points beforehand, precisely to achieve the breakthrough in this epiphany state. As the thought fell, the Taishan Holy Land's sect guarding scripture, the Taishan Donghua Jade record, began operating within him automatically. Every circulation route was flawless, even carrying a trace of the rhythm of the great Tao. At this moment, the golden core in his chi seemed like a black hole, ravenously devouring the heaven and earth spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius. Meanwhile, the previously clear sky began to gather dark clouds centered on him. The pitch-black cloud mass spread outward. Rumble. Snakes of lightning crisscrossed, muffled thunder rolled, and the sky grew ever more somber under this vast heavenly might. The mountain-s birds and beasts fled in droves into the distance, afraid that a moment's delay would see them swept up by tribulation lightning and meet annihilation. At this moment, Chi Yuan was in epiphany mode. Insights regarding the nascent soul realm surged like a tide, and his internal cultivation art ran unceasingly in an almost perfect manner. His whole being seemed to merge with heaven and earth, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged without end. Not long after, the rolling tribulation clouds in the sky finally finished brewing. Boom! A pillar-thick violet-blue tribulation bolt tore through the void, descending from the heavens to strike straight at where Qi Yuan stood. With a deafening crash, Qi Yuan was instantly swallowed by lightning. Thunder roared again and again, blasting everything within 1,000 zhang to pieces. Crack, crack, crack. That bolt seemed to help Qi Yuan break some kind of shackle. The violently trembling golden core in his Qi Si suddenly shattered like porcelain, and from the cracks emerged a crystalline, transparent infant about an inch long. The infant looked exactly like Qi Yuan, threads of mysterious spirituality wafting from its body, clear as crystal. It was actually a divine radiance nascent soul of exceptionally high grade. Then, as if struck by sudden inspiration, Qi Yuan drew that wisp of heavenly Tao aura from the system space and infused it into the newborn nascent soul. The next moment, as soon as the heavenly Tao aura entered, the nascent soul burst into myriad lights, illuminating the surroundings like daylight. A vast, lofty aura spread within the newborn nascent soul. Behind it, a faint ring, the heavenly Tao halo signifying flawless perfection, surfaced, ethereal and boundless, as if able to encompass all things. As the heavenly Tao nascent soul grew more and more complete, the tribulation clouds above, which had been dissipating, began to gather again, growing fiercer and fiercer. In the blink of an eye, they covered most of the sky, and the air's aura of destruction was even thicker than before. Soon, boom, a tribulation bolt far more powerful than the previous split the black clouds, instantly swallowing Qi Yuan and blasting a huge crater under his feet. Only after the second bolt fell did the tribulation clouds slowly disperse, revealing an azure sky. Bottom of the crater, a charred silhouette scrambled up in a sorry state. He shakily raised his right hand, intending to flip the sky the middle finger in protest, but halfway up he quietly pulled it back. He wanted to protest, but didn't he dare. By now the enlightenment mode had ended. Qi Yuan barely managed to stand straight. Looking around, he saw his gear blown all over the place, and his face twitched with pain. By rights, breaking the core to condense a nascent soul shouldn't draw heavenly tribulation. Tribulation usually arrives when breaking through to divine transformation. At that time, the nascent soul is tempered by lightning into divine transformation, and only then can one, with the power of the primordial spirit, command heaven and earth. Hence, he never imagined he'd encounter a lightning tribulation while forming his nascent soul, and had made no preparation at all. The two bolts had burned his clothes to ash, leaving him charred all over. Even the storage pouch at his waist had been blasted apart, its contents scattered everywhere, a bleak sight. Fortunately, the important items were all stashed in his personal space. The storage pouch was just for show, with only some low-grade spirit stones and pills inside, otherwise the losses would have been huge. Don't the books say you'll never get struck by lightning when forming a nascent soul? Good grief. When it's my turn, the tribulation hits me, so out of the blue did I break some heavenly law? One bolt I could accept, but heaven sent two? I just want to form a nascent soul, why play me like this? Just as Qi Yuan was muttering to himself, the scattered tribulation force around him surged toward him like a tide. His aura climbed step by step, rapidly reaching early-stage nascent soul. Then he circulated his spiritual power. The charred layer immediately sloughed off, revealing skin smooth as newborn, faintly luminescent, like jade. Looking within, the nascent soul was abundant in Tao essence, visions blazing in splendor. Misty, resplendent radiance circled around, constantly breathing in and out extremely pure spiritual power. As expected, it's a heavenly Tao nascent soul far stronger than that divine radiance nascent soul from before. My efforts weren't in vain. Feeling this unprecedented power, Qi Yuan was elated. All his earlier frustration vanished. After the joy passed, a mere thought stirred and dense golden runes surfaced in his previously clear eyes. His sinews, bones, and flesh roared, like dragons and serpents rousing, thunder rolling through the nine heavens. At the same time, his aura surged rapidly, even once reaching the peak of mid-stage nascent soul. This state lasted only a few breaths before abruptly stopping. As the strange runes in his eyes dispersed, his cultivation returned to early-stage nascent soul. The power really isn't bad. Qi Yuan opened his eyes again, a hint of satisfaction on his face. After forming the heavenly Tao nascent soul, not only did his strength skyrocket, he also gained an innate divine ability. Blood God for Refinement's divine ability. This divine ability can, by burning qi and blood, greatly enhance his combat power for a short time. The magnitude of the boost is tied to how much qi and blood is consumed. As the name suggests, the Blood God for Refinements can open 4 tiers of blood-burning states. The most terrifying 4th refinement can even temporarily quadruple the user's strength. However, the 4th refinement carries enormous consequences. Once activated, the caster either dies, or at least is half-crippled. Just now, Qi Yuan used the 2nd refinement. This state causes his qi and blood to surge, exacts almost no price afterward, yet can instantly double his strength. From this, one can see how fearsome this innate divine ability is. Definitely a weapon for the weak to defeat the strong. In the cultivation world, a killing art of this caliber is at least equivalent to a saint-grade art, enough to rival the top legacies of the 7 sacred grounds. Moreover, as Qi Yuan's innate divine ability, the Blood God for Refinements requires no deliberate study for him to wield it perfectly, and as his cultivation grows, this art will only become stronger. Who would have thought that after achieving a heavenly Tao nascent soul, he'd even be gifted an extremely formidable innate divine ability? Quite the pleasant surprise. Thinking of this, the corners of Qi Yuan's mouth lifted into a smile. He was all the more satisfied with the gains from this breakthrough. After a brief pause, he casually donned Luoyun Valley's standard issue robes. With a single step, his figure appeared 100 li away as if by teleportation. Once a cultivator breaks through to the nascent soul realm, they can traverse 100 li in an instant, shrinking the ground to inches. Puzhou City. With his strength now vastly different after achieving a heavenly Tao nascent soul, Qi Yuan flew swiftly and soon arrived before a majestic city. Its walls stretched for over 100 li and rose more than 30 zhang high, like a giant beast crouching at the foot of Kanglin Mountain. Puzhou City is a major stronghold in the southwest of Great Xia. Within its walls live 1 million people, mortals and cultivators intermingled. Caravans come and go in an endless stream, prosperous, extravagant, and bustling. The Great Xia court is a power subordinate to Saint Wuya, ever deferential and compliant toward the other sacred grounds, paying tribute year-round and adept at worldly dealings. Thus its mandate has endured and its foundations run deep. It's said the Great Xia royal clan even has a Tao integration realm cultivator overseeing it, making them a regional hegemon. At sunset, the streets and alleys were still crowded with people and noisy spirit beasts. Qi Yuan strolled the street, faintly feeling as if he were visiting a temple fair in his previous life. He had originally planned to return directly to Luoyun Valley, but halfway there he received word from Liang Huai that the task was complete, so he stopped by Puzhou City on the way to inspect the results of those 2 sacred ground disciples. It had only been 6 or 7 days, and there was already a reply. Truly elite disciples of a sacred ground, their efficiency was impressive. While taking in the local customs of Puzhou City, Qi Yuan silently calculated in his mind. Suddenly, his brow furrowed, and he couldn't help looking in a certain direction. He saw a small, thin figure in a hooded black robe sneaking closer, sidling up to him and whisper. As Qi Yuan listened, he was left utterly speechless. He had indeed set up codes for Yuhua Peak's patrols. Who would have thought that Liang Huai would actually put them to use? In fact, he stayed anonymous back then to avoid drawing the attention of certain people in the Holy Land. There was nothing shady about this mission, just do it above board. So why skulk around? Remembering why he'd come today, he tamped down his irritation and turned to ask, "Where's Zhang Saiqiang?" Li Mingwang said solemnly, "Senior brother Zhang is still waiting in a concealed spot. The more important the matter, the more we should split up, otherwise aren't we just delivering ourselves to the enemy?" At that, Qi Yuan's face darkened with exasperation. "The mission's already done. What are you two still so jumpy about?" Not wanting to waste any more time and too lazy to hear more nonsense, Qi Yuan cut it short with, "Lead the way." With Li Mingwang leading, he turned down 4 or 5 alleys and wound through 7 or 8 bins before finally stopping in a secluded little lane. Yes, here? Qi Yuan's tone was a bit sharp. His patience was nearing its limit. Li Mingwang smiled mysteriously. Senior brother Zhang's stealth is formidable. Just a few more walls to get over, and we'll be there. Qi Yuan was speechless for a moment. After scaling more than a dozen walls, Li Mingwang finally stopped before an abandoned residence. He casually pointed at the dry well in the courtyard. Right here. Qi Yuan took a look, shook his head helplessly, and followed over. Senior brother Zhang, I found the contact. Come out. Li Mingwang leaned over the wellhead and shouted twice down into it. But the well was deathly silent, only hollow echoes, no response. Seeing this, the veins on Qi Yuan's forehead throbbed. He really wanted to send this brat flying with a kick. Li Mingwang sheepishly drew his head back and muttered, "That's not right. Senior brother Zhang was definitely here last time. Have I gone so long without contacting him that he changed spots?" Just then, the pool beside them bubbled fiercely, and a chubby, dark figure burst up from the water. "Haha, bet you didn't expect that. Junior brotherly, this time I hid in the water." The man was tall and stout, wearing a conical bamboo hat, wrapped head to toe in black water gear, droplets still dripping from him. Li Mingwang gave a thumbs up. "Senior brother Zhang, you've improved again in just a day. Your stealth is even better. Your junior is impressed." Enough. Qi Yuan couldn't hold it in anymore. He took a deep breath, forced down the urge to swing, and said, "Business. How did you two actually do on the mission?" "The mission's done. We're just waiting for someone to check it." As he spoke, Zhang Caiqiang grinned, pulled a large vat from his storage ring, and slammed it onto the ground. The earth shuddered 3 times. "What is that supposed to be?" Qi Yuan leaned in for a look. The vat was packed with grayish-white powder, and he couldn't help frowning. Rubbing his plump hands, Zhang Caiqiang said excitedly, "To tell the truth, wasn't the mission to investigate the missing cultivators? It even spelled out, find them alive or bring back the corpse. But those victims had all their blood and flesh essence drained. There were neither living people nor intact corpses, only some bone scraps left. Forget identifying them. You couldn't even tell male from female. To preserve evidence, we brothers had. Isn't that obvious? My relationship with junior sister Shang is way beyond yours. You're just the most annoying simp among her pack of simps. Of course I can't tell you something that private. Better stay away from junior sister Shang. Your tier doesn't match her level at all. Someone like me is a much better fit." As soon as Li Mingwang heard that, his face fell, a look of utter grief on it. "I never thought junior sister Shang wouldn't even inform me about something as big as her 90th birthday. Why? Could it be that, in her heart, I'm always just an outsider?" Just then, the two of them suddenly felt a murderous aura lock onto them, and both shivered. Zhang Caiqiang hurriedly continued. "Later I went to the mission hall to pick up a mission, wanting to earn some merit to buy a gift for junior sister Shang. But Li Mingwang had his eyes on that job too. We fought tooth and nail, and in the end found a place to spar. Winner takes the mission. Who knew we'd battle for several hundred rounds and still not decide a winner? The scene was insanely intense." "Cut the crap. That's not what I asked. I asked what exactly happened after you got to Puzhou City. Stick to the point." As the topic kept drifting, Qi Yuan nearly lost it, afraid that if he kept listening, he'd be unable to resist just killing these two bastards. Zhang Caiqiang awkwardly rubbed his nose, then said, "The mission also required us to investigate the Wang family's illicit dealings in Puzhou City. So once we arrived, we decided to split up and break through on different fronts. At the time, I pretended to be an outsider at the Qi refining stage, looking dopey and clueless, so the killer would think I was easy prey and we'd use the chance to draw out the mastermind. Junior brother Li, on his end, infiltrated Wang Manor as a guard, probing the Wang family's affairs in secret to gather evidence of their misdeeds. That actually has some finesse." Hearing this, Qi Yuan nodded. On the surface, these two are ridiculous, but in the clutch they really do have some skills. Zhang Caiqiang suddenly shot Li Mingwang a vicious glare, his tone full of anger. "To investigate the missing cultivator case, I played dumb for days, and I never would have thought the one to stab me in the back would be this thick-browed, big-eyed damn traitor Li Mingwang." Huh. Qi Yuan was momentarily at a loss and looked at Li Mingwang, puzzled. "It's not like I wanted to. Li Mingwang sheepishly rubbed his nose and said helplessly, I suppressed my cultivation to the peak of qi refining and infiltrated the Wang family as a senior guard. Maybe it's because I'm quick on my feet and know how to deal with people. Within a few days, I'd struck up a rapport with the manor's steward. Later, the steward told me a way to earn spirit stones. As long as I could bring in a young, sturdy cultivator, they'd give me 200 spirit stones. The more I caught, the more money I'd get. Kidnapping. Qi Yuan was stunned on the spot. Could it be that? Fuck, you son of a bitch, Li Mingwang. Before he could finish, Zhang Xiqiang blew up, cursing. Didn't you say it was a misunderstanding? So you did it on purpose. And in your eyes, I'm only worth 200 spirit stones. With that, he hauled Li Mingwang over in front of Qi Yuan, shouting, Comrade, you judge too, we're all disciples of the Holy Land. And this punk knocked me out from behind when I wasn't looking, then tossed me into the Wang family cellar. When I woke up, I found some perverted old geezer looking at me like that. I nearly pissed myself. Tell me, doesn't that count as harming a fellow disciple? Li Mingwang shrugged helplessly. I, Li Mingwang, come from a righteous sect. I naturally wouldn't kidnap innocents. But to keep my cover in Wang Manor, I had to put you through a temporary grievance. I thought maybe some female member of the Wang clan had gotten horny and wanted a strong man. Who knew the Wang clan's old ancestor was that cruel just to prolong his life. He was secretly cultivating an evil art, extracting the essence of flesh and blood from living people to feed himself. What? The missing cultivator's case was actually the Wang family's doing? Qi Yuan froze immediately. This is way too coincidental. Coming back to his senses, he asked, a bit curious. And then what happened? As if recalling his own heroics, Zhang Xiqiang's anger slowly subsided, and he said smugly, though the situation was critical, I, Zhang Xiqiang, would never make the Holy Land lose. See, I didn't lie to you. This old thing is Wang Tianda, precisely the Wang family's ancestor. Qi Yuan looked down. The severed head had completely white hair, skin dried and withered like rotten wood, yet both eyes were still wide open, his face frozen in the terror and unwillingness of his final moments. Indeed, heaven's net is vast. Though it has gaps, it lets no one slip through. The Wang family committed such heinous deeds they deserved this calamity. After pondering for a moment, Qi Yuan shook his head, stored the ancestor's head in his storage pouch, and asked in a deep voice, How did you handle the other members of the Wang family? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiqiang gave a cold laugh, killing intent surging as he said, Wang Tianda brutally killed several hundred innocent cultivators to extend his life. His crimes tower to the heavens. Absolutely outrageous. According to the Holy Land's rules, all who practice evil arts without authorization must be completely eradicated, leaving no room for mercy. For this reason, we investigated thoroughly. Everyone who knew about it, including the Wang family head, was executed by association. They're all underground serving their ancestor now. Those Wang family members kept in the dark were spared the death penalty, but they're no longer worthy of being cultivators. Those with cultivation aptitude had their spirit roots extracted and dantians destroyed, cutting off future troubles once and for all. You've done well. After hearing their handling of the matter, Qi Yuan nodded, rarely offering a word of praise. If the 7 great holy lands were truly honest, benevolent gentlemen, they would have been devoured without a trace long ago by those ruthless, devious, evil path practitioners. How could they have steadily occupied the mainstream of the cultivation world for hundreds of thousands of years? On the contrary, the reason the 7 great holy lands have survived until now is precisely because of their strict rules and decisive methods. When encountering something that needs to be eliminated, they show absolutely no mercy. Once the Wang family ancestor was discovered practicing evil arts, the Wang family's fate was already sealed. No hope of recovery. Even if there were any fish that slipped through the net, their cultivation paths had been severed. In the future, they wouldn't even qualify as cultivators, so naturally the Wang family of Puzhou City could never rise again. Excellent. Looks like the evidence really worked. The urn full of ashes we worked so hard to collect wasn't wasted. Seeing the mission validator nod in approval, Li Mingwang and Zhang Xiqiang immediately beamed with joy. Thanks for understanding, brother. In a bit, the 3 of us should go to Drunken Joy Tower and have a great time, my treat." Li Mingwang excitedly slapped his leg and extended an enthusiastic invitation to Qi Yuan with raised eyebrows. Before he could get a response, Zhang Caiqiang kicked him aside and rolled his eyes. "You surnamed Li. Has your brain short-circuited? You said you're treating, so why are you slapping my thigh? Let me tell you, Li Mingwang, if you don't come clean about that sneak attack last time, I'm done partnering with you." Qi Yuan felt utterly helpless with these two. First, he sighed with disgust, then said seriously, "It seems you were wise to hide your identities. Remember, never claim to be disciples of the grand mystic Holy Land when you're out. That would only bring shame to the Holy Land." Hearing these words, the two who were still arguing froze almost simultaneously. Li Mingwang asked in confusion, "What do you mean by that? Our grand mystic Holy Land is one of the top powers, renowned far and wide, infinitely glorious. What's shameful about it? You've misunderstood. I mean, it would embarrass the Holy Land." Qi Yuan didn't want to waste more words. He pulled out a token from his sleeve and tossed it to the two. "When you return, hand this token to the mission hall. They'll confirm your mission completion and issue the reward." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved at the two and was about to turn and leave. "Wait, brother." Qi Yuan had just taken a step when Zhang Caiqiang behind him hurriedly called out to stop him. "What is it?" Qi Yuan frowned slightly. Zhang Caiqiang first exchanged glances with Li Mingwang, then moved closer with a smile plastered on his face. "Honestly, this mission was too easy. To keep us from going in circles, that senior directly pointed us to the real culprit, making the two of us feel a bit embarrassed." Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Caiqiang smiled somewhat bashfully and leaned in closer. "Since that senior was so generous, we should also show some gesture. Otherwise, taking those 20,000 merit points doesn't sit well with us." These words actually piqued Qi Yuan's interest. He said, "Speak plainly. What do you want to do?" Zhang Caiqiang looked around mysteriously. Seeing no one nearby, he lowered his voice and said, "When we searched the Wang clan, we discovered that the evil art used by the Wang clan's old ancestor, Wang Tianda, was not his own invention, but was taught to him by someone. Actually, the one who taught him the evil art is Wang Tianda's real backer of the essence of flesh and blood Wang Tianda acquired. He had to hand over 70% to that person, leaving only 30% for himself to extend his lifespan. From this, it's clear there's still a big fish hiding in Puzhou City, and according to the clues, this big fish is almost certainly tied to the city lord's manor. If we keep following the trail and drag out the big fish behind all this, wouldn't that all the more show off our capability?" At this point, Zhang Caiqiang let out a sly chuckle. "If we can get this done, make it nice and clean, then in future when that elder has good work, he'll definitely think of the two of us first, don't you think? Another big fish?" Qi Yuan was taken aback for a moment, but didn't he take it to heart? He had set up this task just to deal with a sect assignment from Luoyun Valley, and now it had already far exceeded Luoyun Valley's expectations that so-called big fish of the demonic path wasn't he really directly related to him anyway. That was what he thought in his heart, but he didn't want to pour cold water on the 2's enthusiasm, so he could only nod and say, "All right, I'll be waiting for you to bring back good news." After a couple more reminders, Qi Yuan turned and left, setting out again on the road back to Luoyun Valley. There was still a main quest waiting for him. What exactly the crisis the system had mentioned was he still wasn't sure. Qi Yuan traveled while silently pondering. Meanwhile, Luoyun Valley, the sect's main hall. "Have you prepared what I asked for?" Shen Wuji sat carelessly on the seat of honor and asked by Qing Gu, the Luoyun Valley sect master standing to the side. Behind him, for maids draped in light gauze, beautiful of face, carefully kneaded his shoulders and pounded his back, attending him diligently. Not far away, by Qing Gu, sect master of Luoyun Valley, with a respectful gaze, calmly drew a lavish storage pouch from his robe and handed it to one of the maids. "Daozi, we've prepared the spirit stones and supreme-grade artifacts you wanted, but..." At this point, he paused, then forced himself to continue. "Luoyun Valley truly cannot produce 20 beautiful virgins. We beg Daozi, for the sake of our sincerity, to waive this demand." "Is that so?" Shin Wuji took the storage pouch from the maid and casually swept it with his divine, since his face instantly grew cold. So you're saying you can't produce what I want? You misunderstand. Hearing the other's ill temper, Bai Qingwu took a deep breath and replied in a low voice. As long as you're willing to cancel that demand, our Luoyun Valley is willing to offer another 5,000 top-grade spirit stones as support for your current travels. At least you know what's what. Shin Wuji put on a smile that didn't reach his eyes and said, since that's the case, I want to make things difficult lest anyone say I, Daozi, bully people. But I have one more request, take a look. With that, he handed a jade slip to Bai Qingwu, who was standing to the side. If you can manage it, I'll leave immediately, and those 5,000 top-grade spirit stones can be waived as well. Oh, Bai Qingwu suspected nothing and hurried to take the jade slip, preparing to examine it. Just then, whoosh, the jade slip suddenly spewed bursts of eerie black light. Then a dense blot of inky darkness erupted, enveloping the unprepared Bai Qingwu. Tianji Daozi, what are you doing? Seeing this, Bai Qingwu's pupils contracted, shocked and enraged. He stumbled back several steps, desperately trying to get out of the black mist. But the ever-spreading black substance clung to him like maggots on bone, binding him tight. Wherever it reached, whether flesh, bone, tendons, or nascent soul and divine sense, all were completely frozen, unable to move. Shin Wuji bared his teeth in a grin and said coolly, in light of Luoyun Valley's sincerity toward Tianji Holy Land, I naturally have to send a return gift as a commendation. Go on, accept it. No, this is clearly a demonic sect method. You're not Pu Genshua. Bai Qingwu suddenly came to his senses. Gritting his teeth and roaring, he was about to fight with all his might when the blackness spread, dyeing his entire body pitch black, leaving him frozen in place like a statue. The commotion instantly alarmed the disciples outside the hall. A group of guards rushed in, and all froze at the scene before them. What is going on? Sectmaster, what did you just do to our sectmaster? How did he end up like this? For a moment the hall was a mess. The disciples who had rushed in were at a loss, panicking and not knowing what to do. By common sense, they should be charging up to seize the culprit suspected of harming their sectmaster right now. These past few days they had been repeatedly warned that the man was an honored guest of Luoyun Valley, of exalted status, and must not be offended. And that was an order personally issued by the sectmaster. In their panic, none of them dared provoke the Tianji Holy Land's Daozi, a nascent soul realm cultivator. At this moment, Shin Wuji still sat alone in the seat of honor, sipping tea at his leisure, utterly ignoring the looks cast his way. Before long, noise rose again outside the hall, and Yinqing Yuan, elder of the Rodeo Pavilion, stormed in with several elders in tow. Seeing sect master Bai Qingwu already subdued, a gleam of delight flashed in Yinqing's eyes, yet he feigned great surprise on his face and barked sharply. What are you all doing here? Haven't you been told already show no discourtesy to the Daozi? The disciples glanced at one another and had no choice but to back away, opening a path. Just then, another group of Luoyun Valley elders hurried in, and upon seeing the scene before them, were struck dumb on the spot. Sectmaster. When they came back to their senses, many elders loyal to Bai Qingwu flew into a rage, nearly surging forward to demand an explanation. Pu Genshua, you dare attack the sect master of Luoyun Valley? Do you take us for nobodies? With 3,000 disciples in the valley and the grand formation left by the patriarch, if you don't account for yourself today, even if it means mutual destruction, we will not rest until one of us is dead. We have treated you with the utmost respect and done our best for you. Yet you secretly poisoned the sect master. Where is the justice in that? Even if we have to take the case to the Tianji Holy Land, we will seek justice. Seeing the crowd seething with righteous fury and the scene about to spiral out of control, Shin Wuji suddenly let out a cold laugh and said in a chilling tone, Bai Qingwu, sect master of Luoyun Valley, secretly cultivated heretical arts and colluded with the demonic path. After this Daozi exposed him, he flew into a shameful rage and even tried to murder this Daozi, whereupon this Daozi suppressed him on the spot. With you making such a fuss now, could it be that all of Luoyun Valley is in league with Bai Qingwu? If that is truly the case, I will call in men from the Holy Land and raze Luoyun Valley to the ground. lest it become a boundless future threat. At those words, the hall fell eerily silent. The dignified sect master of Luoyun Valley, accused of colluding with the demonic path. The charge was far too weighty, utterly absurd, yet coming from the mouth of the Tianji Holy Land Daozi. It struck all the more deeply. If the charge stood, not only would Bai Qingwu be ruined in name and body, the entire Luoyun Valley would be implicated, perhaps even facing annihilation. At this moment, even Bai Qingwu's most loyal confidants showed hesitation, and their momentum immediately waned. Nonsense. My father has always been upright and righteous. Hating evil as an enemy, how could he collude with the demonic path? Just then, a clear female voice rang out, shattering the silence. Following the sound, they saw Bai Shiro stride quickly into the hall, her face frosty as she glared at Shun Wuji, grief and anger in her expression. You're clearly spewing venom and deliberately framing him. Since your conscience is clear, then release my father and let him confront you in public. Our martial uncles will judge right and wrong when the time comes. Shun Wuji sneered. Sharp-tongued little beauty. If I release your father on the spot, and it confirms he's been cultivating demonic arts, what then will you do? At his words, Bai Shiro's body trembled slightly, and her heart clenched, but she still enunciated firmly, my Bai family has served the sect with all our heart for generations. Seeing this, Bai Shiro's face went deathly pale. Staring at Bai Qingwu in disbelief, she shouted, Father, what is wrong with you? Wake up. The other Luoyun Valley cultivators in the hall were stunned as well, one after another retreating several steps. Shin Wuji sneered. Did you see that? This is the end of cultivating demonic arts, turning on one's own kin, utterly deranged. With a faintly smug smile, he slowly raised his hand. A blood-colored longsword flickering with ghostly light suddenly appeared and cleaved straight down toward Bai Qingwu. Don't kill my father. Bai Shiro's expression changed. Not caring about appearances, she rushed forward to block him with all her might. Just then, bang! A flash of white light descended from above, shattering that blood-colored sword to pieces. It scattered into a rain of light that fell all over the floor. Who was it? Shin Wuji frowned, fixing his gaze in one direction and staring over. What a bunch of useless trash. They're about to kill your sect master right in front of you, and you all shrink back like turtles into your shells. If Bai Yinju saw this, he probably wouldn't be able to keep his coffin lid down. Before the words had even faded, a young figure slowly appeared in the hall. With a casual gesture, he suppressed the out-of-control Bai Qingwu. Senior Array Spirit. Seeing the youth, all the Luoyun Valley cultivators in the hall froze, their faces full of disbelief. After lying dormant for over 1,000 years, the legendary Array Spirit of the sect's Grand Formation had finally revealed itself. Array Spirit? At the sight of the Array Spirit that had appeared out of thin air, Shin Wuji's face immediately went rigid. He had never imagined that this unremarkable little Luoyun Valley would be hiding a divine transformation realm Array Spirit, like happily farming mobs in the starter village when a big boss suddenly jumps out. Well, this was a bit awkward. That dog lackey actually dared to lie to me. Shin Wuji's face darkened, and when his eyes fell on Yin Xingyuan, they were full of hostility. Yin Xingyuan was drenched in cold sweat. He truly couldn't understand why the Array Spirit that had slept for 1,000 years chose to show up at this critical moment. Bear in mind, over the past millennium Luoyun Valley had faced several sect extermination crises, each more perilous than this. Yet the Array Spirit always watched coldly from the sidelines, sometimes even actively lowering the strength of the Grand Array to let enemies in, as if it bore a grudge against the people of Luoyun Valley. This mystery had gone unresolved for 1,000 years. Virtually every sect master had tried communicating with the Array Spirit, but to no avail. If anything, it only made the Array Spirit hate people even more. Because of this, when planning his rebellion, he hadn't factored the Array Spirit in at all. And yet today, with everything still fine and Luoyun Valley not yet suffering any heavy damage, the Array Spirit showed up immediately, which he found incredible. After a brief silence, Bai Shiro was the first to snap back to her senses, her face alight with joy. Many thanks, Senior Array Spirit. for lending your aid. This junior is truly grateful." She then offered the array spirit a deep bow again, her tone as respectful as could be. To her, if the array spirit hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. For saving her father, no amount of thanks would be too much. This was nothing. The array spirit waved dismissively. "If I hadn't confirmed that matter wasn't done by your Luoyun Valley, I couldn't be bothered to deal with you lot. You've gotten to the bottom of it." The others were all baffled, only by Shiro seemed to realize something and asked in surprise, "Senior, have you found the real culprit behind that case?" "Not me." The array spirit shook his head, a bit irritated. "It was that kid Chi who helped me root out that thieving weed. Unfortunately, the brat still got away." Sigh. "Junior brother Chi?" Shiro parted her lips slightly, deeply surprised. She had poured so much effort into investigating this case and gotten nowhere. Not even a decent lead who would have thought someone had quietly settled it. Could it be that junior brother Chi investigated it for my sake? At that thought, an inexplicable sweetness welled up in her heart. Just as Shiro's thoughts were running wild, the array spirit glanced at the ever-shifting expression on Shun Wuji's face and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" At that, Shun Wuji's expression didn't change. He said calmly, "I am Park Gun-suk, Tao child of the heavenly extremity Holy Land. I'm out on a training journey and happened to pass by here. I discovered that your sect master Bai Qingwu has embraced the demonic path. His crime merits execution. As the array spirit, are you planning to shield him?" In truth, such a divine transformation realm array spirit did make him wary, but not enough to truly frighten him. After all, array spirits are often bound by the rules of the Grand Formation. Their main duty is to operate the sect's Grand Array to repel enemies. Unless someone breaks the formation, they rarely take the initiative to harm others. What's more, he is now the Daozi of the Tianji Holy Land. Even if the Jinling wants to court death, he still has to think of everyone in Luoyun Valley. As soon as the Jinling heard him state his identity, he frowned at once and said in a low voice, "Tianji Daozi? This man has quite the background." Seeing this, Shiro panicked at once and hurried to explain. "Senior Jinling, my father must have been dealt a vicious hand by this man for his temperament to change. He definitely didn't cultivate demonic arts." Shin Wuji let out a cold laugh. "You're his daughter, of course you'll speak for him. But the evidence is right here. What is there left to quibble about?" Then he shot Shiro a teasing glance and said, "Junior sister Bai, didn't you just say you'd submit to my disposal? Why are you going back on your word now? If you behave and obey, serve me to my satisfaction, I might, for old time's sake, spare your father's life." "You." Shiro trembled with rage, gritting her teeth as she cursed, "Despicable cur, I want to submit to you even if it costs me my life." Meanwhile, the people in the hall wore all kinds of expressions, looking at each other, momentarily at a loss for words. Enough. At this moment, the Jinling withdrew the hand resting on Bai Qingwu's forehead and said after pondering, "There is indeed a mass of nether demonic qi entrenched in the sect master's sea of consciousness, but I have found no trace of him cultivating demonic arts. Since you each have your own side of the story, it's hard for me to reach a conclusion lightly. However, there is one person whose word I trust. As long as he comes, we may be able to sort out the truth quickly." "Who?" At those words, everyone was stunned. Just who could this expert be to inspire such trust from this eccentric Jinling? The Jinling sighed lightly, then solemnly spoke a name. "Qida." At the same time, after leaving Puzhou City, Qi Yuan didn't linger. He headed straight to the outskirts of Luoyun Valley, and just as he was about to enter the mountain gate, a figure like lightning tore through the sky, charging straight at him. As the figure drew near, he restrained his escape light and landed not far from Qi Yuan. Why would he be here? Recognizing who it was, Qi Yuan's eyelid twitched, and he became instantly alert. The man spoke, "Fellow Taoist, may I ask if this is Luoyun Valley?" The speaker was a young man in his early 20s, wearing a deep green robe. His features were distinctive, a flat nose and small eyes at first glance like a plucked monkey. A closer look only made him stranger than at first glance. But Qi Yuan understood that this man's background was anything but ordinary. This was none other than the Daozi of one of the 7 holy lands, the Tianji Holy Land, Pu Ginshua. Realizing the other hadn't recognized him, Qi Yuan relaxed his guard slightly, nodded lightly, and said, "This is Luoyun Valley." He was a bit curious what was this guy doing here. Had a brothel opened in Luoyun Valley without his knowing? Finally found it. The man in the green robe let out a breath of relief, lifted his eyes to look around, then turned to Qi Yuan and said, "I am Pu Jin Koff. No, Pu Jingji. May I ask how I should address you, brother?" His intentions are a bit too obvious, aren't they? Qi Yuan's expression stiffened. Good grief. Even his alias is that fresh and refined, looks like it's definitely him. "My name is Qi Da, an inner disciple of Luoyun Valley." Seeing the other deliberately conceal his identity, Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and didn't expose him on the spot. After all, he was an imposter himself. The two of them were 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. No need to argue about who was cleverer. "So it's Brother Qi Da, what a fated meeting we have." Pu Ginshua's eyes lit up at this. He strode up, familiarly slung an arm around Qi Yuan's shoulder, and said warmly, "I've long heard of Brother Qi's great name and always wanted to visit Luoyun Valley. I didn't expect to run into you today. Truly, fate brings people together across 1,000 miles." Between the lines, Pu Ginshua's somewhat abstract-looking face bloomed with a radiant smile, as if meeting an old friend of many years. "Hold it, when have I ever met you?" A chill ran down Qi Yuan's spine. He hurriedly shook off the arm on his shoulder and said, "Just say what you want. We really aren't acquainted." Inwardly he thought, "Is this Tianji Daozi missing a few screws?" Pu Ginshua chuckled, "Haha, of course we don't. But I'm a straightforward person who loves befriending heroes from all under heaven. Today I feel like we're old friends at first sight. If you don't mind, how about we head into Luoyun Valley, find a place for a few drinks, and chat about life and ideals? And you've got the nerve to say you love befriending heroes? For all I know, you love brothel hopping even more." Qi Yuan curled his lip in a mock smile and said, "Taoist Pu, just tell me what you want. I'm busy and don't have time to shoot the breeze with you." With that, he turned to leave. "Hey, wait a second." Seeing Qi Yuan's expression, Park Jian-suk panicked, hurried up and grabbed him, awkwardly saying, "Brother, to be honest, I left something in your valley. Could you do me a favor and take me in to look for it?" "He wants to enter Luoyun Valley?" Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked with a hint of doubt, "What exactly did you lose?" Park Jian-suk looked a bit embarrassed, scratched his nose, and said, "Sorry, I have to keep it secret for now so as not to alert the enemy." Then he patted his chest and vowed solemnly, "Brother Qi, rest assured, I'm a man of my word. I only want to retrieve something. I would never do anything to harm your valley." Seeing the other party still unmoved, Park Jian-suk seemed to think of a solution. He first glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then took out a pouch of spirit stones from his storage ring and quietly slipped it into Qi Yuan's hand. "A modest token, hardly worthy. Please lend a hand, big brother. I'll thank you properly once it's found." "Oh." Qi Yuan's expression turned a bit odd. He squeezed the pouch of spirit stones, thought for a moment before putting it away, then nodded with a look of reluctant agreement. "All right, but let me be clear. Luoyun Valley isn't a place where you can run wild. Once we're inside, don't wander around. Stick close to me, and tell me in advance where you want to go." With the Tianji Daozi's abilities, even if he refused, he could find a way to slip into the valley rather than fuss over it. Better to agree and see what trick this guy is up to. Good. Many thanks, big brother." After Qi Yuan nodded, Park Jian-suk immediately broke into a grin and eagerly followed him into Luoyun Valley. "Look, it's really Junior Brother Qi. Junior Brother Qi, you're finally back. We've been waiting anxiously." As soon as the two passed through the sect-protecting Grand Array and entered the valley, several Luoyun Valley disciples rushed up to greet them, their words full of excitement. People specifically came to welcome him the moment he returned. "Could it be that I'm already this popular in the valley?" Thinking of this, Qi Yuan felt a bit baffled. He casually grabbed a disciple and asked, "Why were you waiting for me?" "Junior Brother Qi, you don't know something big happened in the sect." The disciple looked at him with respect in his eyes and said a bit flusteredly, "Senior Array Spirit specifically called you over by name. Everyone is waiting for you in the main hall right now." Array Spirit. Even after hearing this, Qi Yuan was still completely at a loss. That old fellow is at least mid-divine transformation, and can handle plenty of matters. On what grounds is he calling for me by name? Though he had doubts in his heart, he still grabbed the gawking Park Jian-suk and headed straight for the main hall. As he approached, he saw disciples of Luoyun Valley packed in layers around the main hall. At this moment, many disciples looked panicked. Their faces couldn't hide their anxiety and confusion. Some were ashen, their auras chaotic, as if even their Tao hearts were in turmoil. What on earth happened? Seeing this, Qi Yuan's heart tightened, and he couldn't help recalling the word crisis the system had mentioned. Senior Qi is here. As soon as Qi Yuan appeared, the disciples' spirits lifted. Their gazes all swung to him, and they subconsciously moved aside, opening a path for him. Junior brother Qi. At this moment, a graceful beauty in a pale yellow dress hurried out from the hall. When she saw Qi Yuan, a flash of delight passed through her beautiful eyes. Senior sister. Qi Yuan nodded slightly to Baishiro. Before he could speak, the impatient Park Jian-suk had already sidled up behind him. Bowing to the fairy, he said, "Fairy, this humble one pays his respects. May I ask your age? Are you married? Come with me, quickly. Senior Array's spirit is waiting for you." Baishiro treated Park Jian-suk like thin air, ignoring him completely as she took Qi Yuan by the hand and headed into the hall. Hey, brother, wait for me." Left hanging where he stood, Park Jian-suk froze for a moment. Then, feeling the unfriendly looks from all around, hurriedly ran after them. As soon as Qi Yuan entered the main hall, everyone turned to look at him in unison. The Array spirit inside immediately stood up and beckoned to him. "Little friend Qi, you came just in time. This old man is having a real headache over this." As he spoke, he pointed at Shinwuji not far away and said gravely, "He claims to be Park Jian-suk, the Daozi of the Tianji Holy Land, and is now accusing your sect master Bai Qingwu of colluding with the demonic path and cultivating evil arts. This concerns the safety of all of Luoyun Valley. You need to get to the bottom of it." Hearing this, Qi Yuan's expression immediately turned strange. He claims to be Park Jian-suk, the Daozi of the Tianji Holy Land? And who is that person standing behind me? You've got some nerve. Before Qi Yuan could react, Park Jian-suk popped out from behind him with a swish, face full of fury, loudly demanding, "Where the hell did you come from? You dare impersonate me? No, impersonate the Tianji Daozi? Who gave you the guts?" As his voice fell, many people were startled, only then realizing that at some point an outsider had slipped into the hall, and they all turned to look at him. Damn, how did he show up here? On the other hand, Shinwuji also spotted Park Jian-suk, who had been hiding behind Qi Yuan. His heart lurched, and he instantly felt disastrously unlucky. "Ugly freak, where did you jump out from this time?" After a moment of guilt, Shinwuji quickly recovered, snorted coldly, and started cursing outright. As an outstanding disciple of the demonic sect, keeping a cool head and turning black into white were his specialties, a little ripple like this was nothing to him. Strangely, no matter how noisy it was outside, the maids beside Shinwuji seemed not to hear a thing. They stood quietly, gazing at him with tender eyes, as though nothing else could fit in. "Who the hell are you calling ugly, huh? Believe it or not, I'll beat you up right now." Triggered by the words "ugly freak," Park Jian-suk's rage flared instantly. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward, wanting to start a fight. "Brother Jingji, don't get worked up yet." Just as he was about to step up, Qi Yuan yanked him back and asked, "You just said he's impersonating the Tianji Daozi. Do you have any proof?" "He's definitely not the Tianji Daozi." Park Jian-suk's face flushed with anger. He gritted his teeth, glared at Shinwuji, and said, "Trust me, the Daozi of the Tianji Holy Land absolutely doesn't look like him. He's a fake." Hearing that, Shinwuji sneered and mocked him without the slightest courtesy. "Then tell me, what should the Daozi of the Tianji Holy Land look like?" Upon hearing that, Park Jian-suk immediately puffed out his chest and said with full confidence, "Naturally, someone like me." In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall turned bizarre. Almost everyone, including the formation spirit, stared at Park Jian-suk with that looking at an idiot gaze, with a hint of pity in their eyes. This kid wasn't just ugly, he wasn't too bright either. How could the dignified Tianji Holy Land possibly choose such a weasel-faced fellow as their Daozi? Does the Holy Land not care about its image? In truth, aside from people within the Tianji Holy Land, Few in the cultivation world know what the Daozi actually looks like, even if a portrait occasionally circulates. It's been artistically enhanced, with a gap from the real person as large as with modern beauty filters. This person from the Tianji Holy Land may have top-tier talent, but he is indeed ugly, and his usual conduct has issues. He can't be put on display for publicity, lest it tarnish the sect's brilliance. Thus, when the Tianji Daozi is mentioned, people naturally feel he is unfathomable and acts mysteriously. What are you all looking at? Can't the Tianji Daozi look like this? Sensing everyone's doubtful looks, Park Jian-suk grew even more irritated. He hurriedly grabbed Chi Yuan's hand and said, "Bro, this guy is a fake. You've got to believe me. Knock it off." Chi Yuan flung his hand away in distaste, looked over at Shun Wuji beside them, and said gently, "Brother, my friend just accused you of impersonating the Tianji Daozi, but I don't agree with him. However, to completely clear your suspicion and to make my friend shut up, please produce something that can prove your identity. As long as you can produce it, I promise to immediately sever ties with this guy and hand him over to you to deal with. I will never go back on my word. Bro, I even took you as my best friend. How can you do this to me?" Hearing this, Park Jian-suk first stared at Chi Yuan in shock, then his eyes reddened, aggrieved like a pure-hearted boy about to be abandoned. Chi Yuan seemed not to see him at all, still fixing his gaze straight on Shin Wuji. "Oh." Shin Wuji raised an eyebrow, glanced sidelong at Park Jian-suk, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. "You said it. If I can produce it, your Luoyun Valley will have to hand this ugly freak over for me to deal with. No playing tricks." At this moment, he was already overjoyed inside. This Chi Yuan was simply his lucky star. If he could really rely on Luoyun Valley's power to capture the Tianji Daozi, with such an earth-shaking merit, he could not only instantly make a name for himself in the holy sect and become the acknowledged #1 prodigy of the younger generation, even the position of Holy Son would be almost certain, with no suspense at all. Seeing great glory right within reach, Shin Wuji unhesitatingly pulled out the Dao Child token from his bosom and raised it before everyone. This is the exclusive token of the Dao Child of the Tianji Holy Land, made from a piece of the unique Under Heaven 5-colored Tianhua jade. It's simply impossible to counterfeit. With this piece of 5-colored Tianhua jade, that should prove this Dao Child's identity, right? Let me have a look. Chi Yuan nodded with a smiling squint, then stepped forward a few paces and took the palm-sized token. "Bro, this thing is what I lost. Hurry and give it back to me." Pu Genshua got excited the instant he saw the token and was about to rush up to snatch it, but the formation spirit at the divine transformation realm sent him flying with a kick. He slammed hard into the wall with a bang. "It should be confirmed now, right? Give the token back to me." Seeing they had more or less finished verifying, Shin Wuji hurriedly reached out to take it back. Who would have thought that as soon as he spoke, Chi Yuan darted like lightning to the formation spirit not far away, and the token in his hand suddenly vanished. Shin Wuji, snapping back to his senses, he was instantly ablaze with fury and roared, "What do you mean by this? Hurry up and return the 5-colored Tianhua token to me, or this Dao Child won't be polite to you." Chi Yuan, however, casually picked his nose and said with a straight face, Sorry, the token looks fake, though you yourself seem pretty genuine. I'm not quite sure for the moment. This is a matter of great importance. To get to the bottom of it, I can only take it back to the Tianji Holy Land for authentication. Relax, I'm a man of my word. Even if it's fake, I'll return it to you when the time comes." Everything happened too suddenly. Everyone in the hall was stunned, their minds unable to turn over for a moment. "No, we almost got led astray by this kid." Shin Wuji snapped awake. He was now the Dao Child of the Tianji Holy Land. If he let a small chi refining nobody snatch his token, he shouldn't be this pathetic. Realizing this, his eyes filled with killing intent, and he threatened viciously. "Brat, do you know what you're doing? By the rules of the Tianji Holy Land, openly seizing the Dao Child's token is a capital crime. And if your Luoyun Valley lets him run wild, this Dao Child can hardly avoid suspecting you're in league with him. Add to that the charge of your sect master colluding with the demonic path, and it's enough to leave everyone in Luoyun Valley with no burial place." Hearing this, many elders of Luoyun Valley immediately turned pale and hastily tried to dissuade him. "Dao Child, You misunderstand. This is only Chi-Da's personal act and has nothing to do with our Luoyun Valley. Junior nephew Chi, hurry and return the token. Acting like this will doom everyone. That's right, return it at once. You can't bear the consequences of doing this. Amid the clamor, In Qingyuan knew it was time for him to step forward. He walked straight up and said coldly, I've long said this kid is a black sheep. Look, he has stirred up a catastrophe again, hasn't he? Chi-Da, if you truly regard yourself as a disciple of Luoyun Valley, then immediately return the token to the Tianji Dao child, kowtow to him to apologize, and submit to his disposal. Otherwise, for the sect's survival, this elder can only clean house. As his words fell, In Qingyuan turned to the formation spirit beside him and bowed deeply, speaking respectfully. Senior formation spirit, this junior is In Qingyuan, an elder of the entering Dao Hall. Now the sect is in mortal peril. If there's any misstep, not only will the 3,000 disciples in the valley hang by a thread, but the foundation laid by our patriarch will be ruined. I beseech Senior to hand Chi-Da over to us for disposition. If we can weather this crisis, my Luoyun Valley will henceforth revere Senior as supreme, worship you for generations, and never disobey. These words sounded well-reasoned and very earnest, immediately winning the recognition and response of some Luoyun Valley cultivators. Sure enough, Elder Een has considered everything thoroughly. With the winds and rains raging, we need a steady person like Elder Een to preside over the situation. That's right. This disciple is too bold and reckless by nature. Keeping him will sooner or later cause disaster. He must be severely punished. You're simply going too far. Before Qi Yuan could speak, Baishiro, standing beside him, stepped forward, her eyes sharp as she rebuked angrily. My father is still unconscious even now, yet you only know how to cower before the so-called Tianji Dao child. Not only are you of no help, you're actually making things difficult for junior brother Qi, who is trying to help. The cold moon sword is in my hands. Anyone who wants to punish junior brother Qi, ask me first. As she spoke, her slender hand flipped. A ghostly blue short sword appeared in her palm, and she unhesitatingly shielded Qi Yuan behind her. Over there, Pu Ginshua also scrambled up from the ground, casually dusted himself off, then walked to Qi Yuan's side, and, with a sneer, said, A bunch of big idiots. Cultivation has rotted your brains. Bro, there's no need to stay in a place like Luoyun Valley. Come back to the heavenly extreme sacred land with me, and I'll arrange a true disciple slot for you. These stinking words immediately provoked public outrage, and everyone started cursing him out. Bastard, who the hell are you talking about? You're the real dumbass. Acting this brazen on our turf, are you tired of living, or what? All of you shut up. With the scene about to spiral out of control, the silent array spirit suddenly spoke, cowing everyone into silence. In an instant, the place fell silent. Everyone kept their mouths shut. Even Pu Ginshua, who had just been kicked by it, kept obediently quiet. Right now in Luoyun Valley, a mid-stage divine transformation array spirit is basically an unbeatable existence. In the hush, the array spirit let out a soft sigh, its tone tinged with helplessness. I'm really unlucky, just came out and ran into a pile of trouble. If I'd known, I'd have gone back to my cave abode for some peace and quiet. Then it turned its gaze to Qi Yuan and spoke slowly, enunciating every word. You little sly fox wouldn't seek death for nothing. Since you dare to do this, you must have your reasons. This mess is yours to handle, now figure it out yourself. These old bones just want to hurry up and fade away. I'm truly tired. As soon as the words fell, the whole room was stunned again. Everyone stared at Qi Yuan in disbelief, almost thinking they'd misheard. Holy shit, how is this different from the script I imagined before? By rights, wasn't Qi supposed to repent under everyone's condemnation, kneel and beg for mercy, and hand the token back with both hands? How did the situation suddenly flip, with that guy going from a passive role to the arbiter? Even scarier, this arbiter has the sect's strongest grand formations array spirit backing him. How are we supposed to keep him down? Aren't we just asking to be abused? At the same time, the smile Shinwuji had just shown froze on his face, and he felt a surge of grievance and anger. Damn array spirit. Fuck what? Is that she your dad or something? You trust him that much? Hearing the array spirit's words, Qi Yuan paused for a moment. Then, a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose and said, "Many thanks for your trust, senior. Actually, to verify the truth, you don't need to make a special trip to the heavenly extreme sacred land. Just find a disciple from over there to recognize the face. Isn't that enough?" With that, he took a hideous head out of his storage pouch, gave it a shake, and displayed it in front of everyone. What is going on here? Many people stared wide-eyed, confused, at the blood-soaked head, utterly unable to figure out what Qi Yuan was doing. No way. That's actually the head of the Wang clan's patriarch from Puzhou City. Yin Xingyuan was the first to recognize the head and couldn't help crying out, his gaze at Qi Yuan full of disbelief, as if he'd seen a ghost. "Wang Tianda is a golden core expert. How did his head end up in your hands?" Hearing this, if this guy dared claim this head was severed by his own hand, it would be absurd. No one who heard it would find it believable. Qi Yuan smiled faintly, pulled a communication talisman from his storage pouch, and continued. "Of course, none of that is the key point. The key is that those two Holy Land disciples are currently in Puzhou City. For a late-stage golden core cultivator, flying from Puzhou City to Luoyun Valley takes less than an hour. As long as we bring them here to verify face-to-face, the truth, be clear at once. Late-stage golden core disciples of the Tianji Holy Land?" Shen Wuji's expression changed. A chill crept up from the soles of his feet, and he felt distinctly ill at ease. With that level of cultivation, they would at least be intersect elites in the Tianji Holy Land. There's no way they wouldn't know what their own Dao child looks like. If they really come, he might be in danger. At this moment, everyone was carried along by this seemingly very reasonable line of argument, and naturally assumed the Holy Land disciples Qi Yuan spoke of were from the Tianji Holy Land. What to do? Shen Wuji's face flickered hot and cold. He was already starting to want to back down. After all, there was a divine transformation stage array spirit in Luoyun Valley. Once his identity as a demon sect true disciple was exposed, he could be trapped, even risk losing his life. But if he just gave up like this, he truly felt unwilling. Just then, Yin Xingyuan let out a cold snort, his face full of disbelief, and said, "You little brat are usually crafty and full of schemes, best at playing tricks. Two late-stage golden core elite disciples of a holy land, how could they think highly of a small sect cultivator at the Qi refining realm like you, let alone lower themselves to run with you? Dragging out some holy land disciples to me. You're clearly playing the scoundrel." Hearing this, Shen Wuji's expression eased a fraction, and a trace of wishful relief rose in his heart. That's right. If the other side was really bluffing him, wouldn't this guilty, flustered look of his give him away? With that thought, he stowed all his panic, feigned composure, put on a nonchalant front, and said loudly, "Boy, stop putting on a show here. Have those two come meet this Taoist. If it turns out you're lying, don't blame this Taoist for being discourteous. I'll make you pay dearly. Then you'd better listen carefully." Qi Yuan didn't argue. He merely smiled coolly, activated the communication talisman in his hand, and turned the volume up to the maximum. Everyone in the hall subconsciously held their breath and focused to listen. Very soon, a sultry female voice came through the talisman. "Immortal seniors, the girls are all waiting outside. According to your requirements, each one is fresh and lovely. Please feel free to choose." "Choose what? If the folks next door see, they'll think we're stingy. Call all the girls and we two brothers will take the lot." The next moment, the voice on the talisman deliberately dropped a register. "Brother, I'm busy here, make it quick." Facing the odd looks around him, the corner of Qi Yuan's mouth twitched. He felt unbearably embarrassed. "Li Mingwang, where are you two right now?" Li Mingwang. Hearing the name, Pu Genshua frowned, unable to recall anyone by that name in the Tianji Holy Land. On the other end, Li Mingwang quickly replied, "Senior brother Zhang and I are at Drunken Delight Pavilion in Puzhou City. The girls here are pretty nice. Brother, you should come too, it's my treat." Pu Genshua was still trying to figure out who Li Mingwang was, but at those words he perked right up and shouted, "Junior brother, that woke me right up. Send me the location, I'll head over right now." Before the words finished falling, he was booted flying by the array spirit and, with a clang, slammed into the wall and hung there. At this moment, Another coquettish greeting flowed from the talisman. This humble one greets the immortal seniors. You immortal seniors are really quick, just the two of you, and you've ordered our whole group. Qi Yuan's face darkened as he listened, and he said coldly, "Find a place with no one around right now and stay put. I need to speak with you." "All right, hold on." As if he heard the killing intent in the words, Li Mingwang agreed in a hurry, and after a moment the talisman fell quiet again. Not long after, another sly voice came from the other end. "Don't worry, comrade, we remembered your instructions. We absolutely want to reveal we're Holy Land disciples when we're out. Isn't there a small sect called Luoyun Valley around Puzhou City? We just told the madam we're cultivators from Luoyun Valley." At this point, a touch of pride crept into Li Mingwang's tone. "Well, didn't he disgrace the Holy Land, did we?" The people of Luoyun Valley fell silent on the spot. "Stop babbling and listen to me." Qi Yuan pressed a hand to his forehead, forcibly tamping down the fury in his heart, and said in a deep voice, "Bring Zhang Caiqiang along, brother. I'd like to ask you two to come to Luoyun Valley and lend a hand." To his surprise, Li Mingwang on the other end of the talisman agreed almost on the spot, without any extra nonsense. "All right, brother, hold the line for now, we'll head over right away." After that, Li Mingwang's shout came from the other side. "Senior brother Zhang, stop damn fiddling around and come do some work." As soon as the talisman connection was cut, the hall fell eerily silent. In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Qi Yuan, and their looks were completely different now. "Good grief. We thought you were spouting nonsense, but who knew you could actually call in two elite disciples of the heavenly extreme Holy Land? They might not look very proper, but the communication talisman made it crystal clear just now. They really are disciples of the Holy Land. Besides, the call happened in full view of everyone. There's no way it was prearranged. This won't do, otherwise we'll be sitting ducks. He who hesitates will only invite chaos." With that thought, Shen Wuji made a snap decision and bolted for the outside of the hall, tossing out a harsh line as he went. "I don't have time to waste on you bunch of trash. I'm keeping score, we'll settle this slowly later." With that, he moved like lightning before anyone could react. He flashed to the great hall's entrance, not even bothering to take the maids at his side. As expected, he took the bait. A cold glint flashed in Qi Yuan's eyes, and he said to the array spirit beside him, "Senior array spirit, a guilty conscience always betrays a thief. That so-called Daozi identity of his is 9 times out of 10 fake. Can you seize him?" "Umph. I hate thieves the most. Don't worry, he can't get away." As the words fell, the array spirit let out a cold smile and pointed a finger toward the direction Shen Wuji fled. In a flash, a vast current of formation energy churned through the void and surged down to envelop Shen Wuji. Damn it! Shen Wuji's face changed drastically. He felt an invisible mountain crash down on him. His whole body went rigid, unable to move, like a bug sealed in amber. Borrowing the power of the sect's grand formation, the array spirits might far surpass an ordinary mid-stage divine transformation expert. As a mid-stage nascent soul true disciple of a demonic sect, he couldn't even struggle before it. Realizing this, a deep despair surged in his heart. If he didn't go all out now, he'd probably meet his end here. At that thought, a ruthless light flashed in his eyes. He no longer cared to conceal his cultivation method and fully roused the demonic infant within him. The next moment, bang, 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 bang. The nether maids in the hall exploded in unison, turning into clumps of pure black demonic qi that poured into Shen Wuji's body like rivers returning to the sea. At the same time, Shen Wuji's aura surged, rolling in fiend energy roiled out, forcibly holding the encroaching formation energy at bay and letting him break free for the moment. Seizing the chance, he accelerated again and fled desperately toward the valley's exit. "You little demon whelp, you've finally shown your true colors." The array spirit snorted coldly. "If I really let you run, wouldn't this old man become a joke?" As the words fell, its figure flickered and vanished clearly. It had given chase. The turn of events had come too suddenly. It was a good while before the people in the hall reacted. One by one they froze, horror written all over their faces. Nether demon fetus. They had actually mistaken a demonic cultivator for the heavenly extreme Daozi. Even more terrifying, This demon cultivator had almost brazenly pinned the label of colluding with the demonic path on their own sect master. Disaster had nearly struck. What do we do now? Yin Xingyuan felt the strange looks cast his way and nearly coughed up blood in frustration. He had thought that by backing Shen Wuji, a resourceful true disciple of a demonic sect, the position of Luoyun Valley's sect master would be his for the taking. Who would have thought the situation would flip in an instant, going from smooth sailing to a complete wreck in less than half an hour? The only silver lining was that although his behavior just now looked suspicious, he hadn't been exposed on the spot with some sophistry afterward. He might still muddle through. Now he could only hope Shen Wuji died quickly and, before dying, didn't reveal his betrayal of Luoyun Valley. Otherwise, all would be over. It's all that little bastard's fault. Keeping a straight face, Yin Xingyuan swept a glance at Qi Yuan, killing intent surging in his heart as he secretly gnashed his teeth with hatred. As if remembering something, he frowned slightly, walked slowly up to Qi Yuan, and asked coldly, "Qida, my son Yin Hong hasn't been seen for days. I heard that before he disappeared, he reported something to you at the Merit Hall. Do you know where he is now? Are you talking about senior brother Yin?" Qi Yuan kept his face blank and said lightly, "I don't know where he ran off to either. Maybe he's done so many guilty deeds that he's afraid they'll be exposed, so he fled first to evade punishment." "What do you mean by that? My son has always conducted himself with integrity. How could he do anything shameful?" As soon as these words were spoken, Yin Xingyuan's face immediately sank, looking all the more chilling. He said coldly, "He must have left the sect to travel. When he returns, I'll teach him properly, so he learns the rules of how to conduct himself." Everyone in the hall was watching. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't make a move. He could only endure for now, and later he would make this detestable junior pay a heavy price. Qi Yuan shrugged nonchalantly, a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. "Fine, I'll be waiting." Changing tack, he spoke again. "Since Elder Yin is here, there's something I'd like to ask you face to face." Hearing that, Yin Xingyuan's expression tightened. He fixed a wary stare on Qi Yuan and said coldly, "If you have a question, spit it out. Don't beat around the bush." Qi Yuan nodded with a smile and asked casually, "Then please explain before everyone. Elder Yin, how is it that, as an elder of the Ru Dao Pavilion, you colluded with the demon sect to harm your own sect master?" As his words fell, an uproar broke out in the hall. Most were stunned, staring at Yin Xingyuan in disbelief. Compared with the suspicious Yin Xingyuan, the cultivators of Luoyun Valley clearly preferred to believe Qi Yuan. Anyone with eyes could see that if Qi Yuan hadn't stepped in to save the day, the sect would likely still be treating a demonic cultivator as the Tianji Daozi. The consequences would be unimaginable. Once such a colossal blunder spread, even if Luoyun Valley had luckily escaped annihilation this time, they would lose all face, become a laughingstock, and never again mix in the righteous community. Yin Xingyuan, so you were a traitor. Bai Shiro, standing beside Qi Yuan, froze for a moment. Then her face went cold. She shouted angrily, "You betrayed my father's trust in putting you in an important position and actually did something beneath pigs and dogs. Do you even have a conscience?" Seeing this, Pu Genshua, who had just gotten up off the ground, folded his arms, struck a watching the show pose, and TSK'd sked. "Is there even a question? He clearly wants to replace your father. Get him out of the way, so he can be sect master himself. You're only at the Golden Core realm and already want to usurp the seat. That ambition is a little much. Cheetah, you're talking nonsense." Seeing the elders who were usually at odds with him slowly closing in, Yin Xingyuan's face went ashen as he hastily said, "Don't fling baseless slander. I was misled before and thought that demonic cultivator really was the Tianji Daozi. That's why I spoke up for him. Everything I did was for the lives of Luoyun Valley's 3,000 disciples. How can you malign me at will? You say I colluded with the demon sect. Do you have proof? You want proof, do you?" Too lazy to argue further, Qi Yuan pulled a recording talisman straight from his robe. Once he activated it, a familiar voice filled the hall. Of late, this subordinate has constantly been squeezed and targeted by a few rivals in the sect. One mishap after another, and my prestige has taken quite a hit. It's fine if this subordinate suffers a bit, but if this delays the holy sect's grand plan, death wouldn't be enough to atone. The voice was clear and bright. Everyone below heard every word. There were only 2 brief lines, yet one could hear his true devotion to the holy sect. The sect master of the Insha sect would probably praise him greatly and heap rewards upon him. Yin Qingyuan was dumbfounded on the spot. Well then, you really are a traitor. Before Yin Qingyuan could collect himself, several inner sect elders who'd been watching him pounced, pinned him down, and trussed him up tight. Under the crowd's odd looks, Qi Yuan calmly put away the recording talisman, secretly sighing to himself. You can offend anyone, just don't offend women, especially women of the demon sect. Their hearts are as narrow as a needle's tip. At the time, he was hurrying back to Luoyun Valley from Puzhou City when this recording talisman suddenly dropped from the sky and happened to land right in his hand. It even came with a top-grade communication talisman worth a fortune. One look, and you knew who had sent it. Clearly, Ji Chan'er's main purpose was to send the Jade communication talisman to make future contact easy. The recording talisman was just an add-on. But he was quick on the uptake and guessed the meaning almost instantly. Ji Chan'er no longer wanted Yin Qingyuan to keep on living. He had no objection. Since Yin Hong had already been sent off ahead of him, sending Yin Qingyuan down to reunite with his son wouldn't be a problem. The father and son pair of the Yin family are rotten to the core, sinister, vicious, and wildly ambitious, and they've gone and offended me and my woman. If they died 10,000 times, they wouldn't be wronged. Qi Yuan mulled these things over in silence. The only thing giving him a headache was that communication talisman. If that demoness insisted on patching things up with him someday, what would he do? Could it be would she really run 1,000 miles to bring warmth? Just then, the formation spirit returned to the hall with a look of chagrin. Didn't he even glance at Yin Qingyuan bound and trembling at his feet, and muttered, "I was careless for a moment. Who would have thought that demon spawn would self-detonate his demonic infant, seize the chance to evade the killing blow, and escape in the chaos?" But he has lost his life-bound demonic infant. His cultivation dropped by 80%. Even if he survived by luck, he won't be causing trouble again anytime soon. Meanwhile, on Kanglan Mountain, in a hidden underground cavern, a mass of black mist came swirling in, rolling and writhing in midair before finally coalescing into a black-robed man with a face full of malevolence, who dropped onto the cold, hard rock. Pooh! The instant he landed, Shen Wuji violently spat a mouthful of fresh blood. His aura was weak, his complexion ashen, the whole man like a candle in the wind, liable to extinguish at any time. There wasn't the slightest hint of joy at having gotten away. He casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, examined his condition inwardly for a moment, then frowned, his expression growing even worse. Although he saved his life with the secret art of having his demonic infant die in his stead, the backlash that followed was ferocious. His cultivation plummeted back to the foundation establishment realm. His flesh had been eroded into countless wounds by nether demonic qi, and his Dao foundation was gravely damaged. To return to his peak, he'd have to burn through countless precious pills and heavenly materials and earthly treasures, and at least 100 years of bitter cultivation besides. At the thought of such losses, even someone as tough as Shun Wuji felt his insides ablaze, the pain making him want to die. Cheetah, Luoyun Valley. I'm going to extract your souls and refine your spirits. Tear your bodies into 10,000 pieces. This seed swears I won't stop. Just wait, sooner or later that day will come. Shin Wuji Gr. If I'd stayed there the whole time, that thing never would have gotten away, and I wouldn't have fallen into an illusion and suffered a big loss through a moment's carelessness. You could say you started all of this. If I don't cut you down, how can I quell the hatred in my heart? What? Though Shin Wuji was utterly bewildered, he still caught the deadly undertone in her words. His whole body jolted, and he gritted his teeth and said, Ji Chan'er, don't forget I'm the legitimate son of the Shin family. If you dare kill me, my father will never let it go. Do you want to force the Ji and Shun clans into open war? Ji Chan'er sneered. Don't put on airs here. You're nowhere near capable of setting our two clans at each other's throats. Your father doesn't only have one son. If you die, your brothers might even secretly rejoice. As soon as her voice fell, she raised a fair finger and lightly tapped the air. Uft. A bloody hole split open between Shun Wuji's brows in an instant, and his eyes immediately dimmed. On the brink of death, disbelief filled his face even with his last breath. He didn't understand what he'd done wrong or why Ji Choner would kill him with her own hands. After dealing with Shun Wuji, Ji Choner opened her palm and deftly drew out his soul. Aya! With a shrill, miserable scream, Shun Wuji's soul was reduced to nothing in an instant. Not even a Deluo golden immortal descending could have saved him. Ji Choner then conjured a cluster of spirit. Pu Ginshua first gave a mysterious smile, then straightened his robes, put on a very serious face, and said, "Brother, let's reintroduce ourselves properly. Yours truly, humble as I am, is Pu Ginshua, the Tao child of the Tianji Holy Land. The 5-colored Tianhua token you picked up is the one I lost. Hand it over and give it back to me." "Oh, is that so?" Qi Yuan curled his lip in a smile, glanced at him coldly, and said, "There are plenty of swindlers these days. Luoyuan Valley almost got duped just now. You claim you're the Tianji Tao child. What proof do you have?" Pu Ginshua got flustered at once. "I am Pu Ginshua. How else do you want me to prove it?" Then, as if something struck him, he quickly added, "In a moment, those 2 disciples of the Tianji Holy Land will be coming over. Just ask them. When did I ever say those 2 were disciples of the Tianji Holy Land?" Qi Yuan sneered and doused him without mercy, raising his voice. "In fact, I only said they were disciples of a holy land, never that it was Tianji. Those 2 are disciples of the Taishan Holy Land. How could they possibly know the Tianji Tao child?" "Ah!" As the words left his mouth, everyone in the hall was shocked yet again. The looks they gave Qi Yuan were full of disbelief, each one like they'd never seen the world. Good grief. So that demonic cultivator was actually framed and killed. Upon hearing this, Pu Ginshua's expression froze. He asked, torn, "Then tell me, how am I supposed to prove I'm the Tianji Tao child?" Qi Yuan gave a faint smile, his tone softening slightly. "I've heard the Saint-grade pill produced by the Tianji Holy Land, the Tianji body tempering pill, is extremely precious, not to be used by anyone without exalted status. If you truly are the Tianji Tao child, bring out 50 pills to show me your clout, and I'll believe you then." "You want Tianji body tempering pills?" At that, Pu Ginshua's eyelid twitched wildly. "Brother, you must be joking, right?" Pu Ginshua shot Qi Yuan a speechless look and said, "Do you think Tianji body tempering pills are cabbages on sale? Even if you emptied the Tianji Holy Land's secret vault, you couldn't scrape together 50. Qi Yuan sighed, looking thoroughly troubled. Someone of the Tianji Tao child stature, how could he not produce a mere few Tianji body tempering pills? Like this, it's really hard to trust you. This? Pu Ginshua pondered for a moment, looking very hesitant. Not to mention, there's a formation spirit at the divine transformation realm in the hall. He couldn't force his way through even if he threw caution to the wind. As for those 50 Tianji body tempering pills, that was even more out of the question. He couldn't afford them even if he sold himself. Seeing him still hesitate, Qi Yuan pondered and rubbed his nose, then said, "Brother Pu, keeping this token is indeed of no use to me, but I can't just hand it to you. If the real Tianji Tao child comes looking, wouldn't I be inviting trouble? Better to play it safe and publish a lost and found notice in the cultivation world. Let everyone know I picked up this Tianji Holy Land token. If no one comes to claim it within 3 months, I'll hand it over to you. If the real Tianji Tao child causes trouble in the future, I'll have a justification. What do you think? Brother, you mustn't do that." Upon hearing this, Pu Ginshua's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly stopped him. Once that notice spread, in just a few days the cultivation world would all know. The dignified Tianji Tao child had lost his identity token and someone else picked it up. Bad news travels fast, and the cultivation world is full of people who love a spectacle. With embellishments piled on, this would be blown way out of proportion. Then not only would he be utterly humiliated, the entire Tianji Holy Land would be shamed. Besides, the token had been lost while visiting brothels. The sect master would likely have to personally step in to investigate. At the thought, Pu Ginshua tightened his expression, gave up resisting, fished out a jade vial from his storage bracelet, and said through gritted teeth, "Brother, didn't you want Tianji body tempering pills? I truly don't have 50, I've only got 3 on me right now. I'll give you all of them." At the same time, Pu Ginshua's heart was bleeding drop by drop. These 3 Tianji body tempering pills were bestowed by the Holy Land, when he first became Tao Child. They were so precious he'd never had the heart to take them. Wanting to save them for breaking through to divine transformation, who would have thought they'd end up benefiting someone else for nothing? In this world, pills are divided into 7 tiers, ranked by efficacy and rarity from highest to lowest: immortal, Tao, saint, heaven, earth, profound, yellow. Of these, yellow grade is the lowest and most common. The qi gathering pill used by qi refining cultivators is yellow grade primary. Any random alchemist can make it. The foundation establishment pill used by cultivators to build their foundation is a mid-grade profound tier pill. An alchemist capable of refining such a pill is called a profound tier alchemist. The heavenly extreme body tempering pill helps cultivators temper the flesh, greatly enhancing the user's physique. It is a bona fide saint tier pill. Even at the early saint tier, its value far surpasses heaven tier pills. As for the creation patching heaven pill that Qi Yuan seeks, it is a high-grade saint tier pill, even rarer than the heavenly extreme body tempering pill. A pill of this level can only be encountered by chance, not sought, and its worth is no longer measured in spirit stones. No problem, no problem. Qi Yuan took the vial of heavenly extreme body tempering pills worth a fortune, his face still calm, but inwardly he was already overjoyed. This time he really hit the jackpot. He had only decided on a whim to probe a bit. Never expected that the kid actually had heavenly extreme body tempering pills on him, and he pulled out 3 at once. After silently confirming the pills were genuine, the look he gave the heavenly extreme Tao Child grew ever warmer, as if staring at a rare, easy mark. "Brother, I even gave you heavenly extreme body tempering pills. Surely you believe me now, right?" Seeing Qi Yuan accept the pills, Pu Genshua hurriedly rubbed his palms and urged, "Hurry up and give me back the 5-color Tianhua token. I'm still waiting to go to the Drunken Joy Pavilion to unwind." At times like this, only the warm embrace of the girls could soothe his wounded little heart. Qi Yuan's lips quirked with an unruffled expression. He stowed the heavenly extreme body tempering pills into his storage pouch and said mildly, "For the sake of our relationship, 3 it is. But handing you something this important, you need to give me some collateral. That jade pendant at your waist looks good." "What?" Before the words had fallen, Pu Genshua reflexively covered the pendant at his waist, staring at Qi Yuan warily as he exclaimed, "This 9 luminaries Lila pendant is a top-tier defensive artifact. Don't get any funny ideas." Seeing how cautious he was, Qi Yuan put on an innocent smile and patted his chest in assurance. "Relax, I don't want your pendant. What I mean is, pawn the pendant with me for temporary safekeeping. Once the heat dies down, I'll give it back to you. Think about it, I'm only at the 7th layer of Qi refining, while you're a dignified nascent soul cultivator. You wouldn't actually be afraid I'd depocket your stuff, would you? If I dare not return it afterward, you can casually snatch the pendant back and give me a thrashing while you're at it. Isn't that perfectly reasonable?" As he spoke, he took out the 5-color Tianhua token from his storage pouch and waved it in front of Pu Genshua. "In 3 months, just come find me, Cheetah, to take it back." Senior formation spirit definitely 1T intervene in a matter like this. That's indeed right. Cheetah was, after all, merely in the Qi refining realm. Who would really worry about being swindled by him? Pu Genshua thought it over and felt Qi Yuan's words made sense. He promptly unfastened the pendant from his waist and handed it over. "You'd better keep a close eye on it, don't you dare lose it." Qi Yuan nodded, smiling as he accepted the pendant, then casually returned the 5-color Tianhua token to the other party, saying, "Relax. With such a fine artifact, how could I possibly lose it?" Looking at the Tao Child token, regained after being lost, Pu Genshua for some reason wasn't as happy as he'd imagined. He even felt a bit like crying. "All right then, brother, I'll take my leave for now. See you then." With that said, Pu Genshua gloomily accepted the token, forced himself to perk up and cupped his hands to Qi Yuan, then turned and left. His steps were heavy and desolate, like he'd just left a brothel with both purse and body emptied. At this moment, the faces of the people of Luoyun Valley inside the hall all showed complex expressions. No one here was a fool. From the moment Pu Genshua produced that vial of heavenly extreme body tempering pills, his identity as the heavenly extreme Tao Child was clear as day. After all, Anyone able to obtain 3 heavenly extreme body tempering pills must hold a revered status within the heavenly extreme sacred land, coupled with a nascent soul cultivation. Who else could he be but the heavenly extreme Tao child? The true heavenly extreme Tao child's arrival ought to be an earth-shaking event for Luoyun Valley, something to be met with the utmost solemnity. Yet at this moment, Luoyun Valley had long since been shocked numb by a string of upheavals. The sudden heavenly extreme Tao child couldn't stir up much of a ripple. Blame it on that fellow being too monstrous. Every move was unexpected, leaving everyone mentally exhausted, their jaws hanging from start to finish, almost dislocating. Cough, cough. In the midst of an eerie silence, Bai Qingwu, the long unconscious sect master of Luoyun Valley, suddenly hacked twice, then slowly awoke, a trace of confusion still in his eyes as he opened them. Father, you're awake. Sect master, you're finally awake. Everyone's been hoping you'd come out and take charge. That demon brat actually tried to turn it around and frame you, saying you colluded with the demonic path. I was firmly opposed at the time. He'd better remember my loyalty to you. The sun and moon can bear witness. Reporting to Sect Master, we've got a traitor here. It was chaos all around. Bai Qingwu's mind was already a mess, looking utterly bewildered. In a daze he asked, what happened? Why are so many people crowding around? What did you just say you had among you? A traitor. While everyone was gathered around Bai Qingwu in concern, the formation spirit walked over to Qi Yuan with its hands behind its back and spoke in a tone of approval. Kid Qi, well done. You didn't let this old thing down. Then it lightly shook its head and muttered under its breath. What kind of dog's hit luck did Luoyun Valley stumble into to recruit a genius like you? Looks like the fortune of this valley isn't exhausted yet. Haha. Qi Yuan let out 2 dry laughs and said humbly, this junior is just borrowing your momentum, senior formation spirit. As the saying goes, having an elder at home is like having a treasure. You're the sea calming needle of Luoyun Valley. Don't give me that routine. The formation spirit shot him a glance and said, at my age, I still want a few years of peace. Frankly, whoever is the sect master, they're just the sect master. If I weren't thinking of repaying you a favor, I wouldn't bother coming out to deal with this crap. I'm off. Don't come bother me if there's nothing. As soon as the words fell, the formation spirit's figure blurred and vanished in an instant. Right. Those 2 hidden dragons and young phoenixes are still on their way. Remembering this, Qi Yuan hurriedly pulled a communication talisman from his robe to activate it. When the counterattack system's mission list flashed before his eyes again, refreshing a new mission. New main quest released. Luoyun Valley suffers an upheaval. Intersect Elder Yin Qingyuan colludes with demonic cultivators to kill Sect Master Bai Qingwu and launches a rebellion. After a brutal battle, Yin Qingyuan rises to power and takes control of Luoyun Valley. You, having detected in advance that Yin Qingyuan and his son are demon sect spies and staying vigilant, not only survive the crisis, but also seize the chaos to save the heavily injured senior sister Bai Shiro, and, after a near-death escape, flee Luoyun Valley with her. However, you discover a strand of nether demonic chi lurking within Bai Shiro's body, leaving her life hanging by a thread. Mission objective: before Bai Shiro dies, the host must use the Yin-Yang life transforming sutra to save her and raise your own cultivation to the foundation establishment realm. Mission difficulty: 3 stars average. Mission rewards: 1,000 counterattack points, 15 top-grade condensing yuan pills, a top-grade magic artifact Darklight Qilin sword, portable storage space expanded to 500 cubic units, awakened talent soft rice, hard eat. You may choose a Dao partner with cultivation higher than yours to bind after binding. You may freely use that Dao partner's strongest divine ability note. The binding target must be a dual cultivation Dao partner, and only one person can be bound at a time. Once unbound, you will lose that divine ability. After being stunned for quite a while, Qi Yuan clenched his fists on the spot. Fuck. System, you fucking listen to me. Is this the kind of mission a normal system would come up with? What kind of good system would make its host do something so deranged? Never mind that the mission description is absurd. Luoyun Valley having an anomaly like me, changing the course of the crisis that I can still understand. But what the hell is this mission objective? Right now, senior sister by Shiro of Luoyun Valley is perfectly fine, not injured at all. If I go looking to dual cultivate to treat her, I'd be taken for a pervert in seconds, and the positive image I've worked so hard to build would be ruined. Even if by Shiro herself agreed, it still wouldn't be appropriate. Not long ago, I was a bit flirtatious with a demon sect vixen, and now I'm supposed to go talk dual cultivation with a pure righteous girl. Doesn't that make me a swinging scumbag? Even more fucking so, just like last time, this mission isn't marked optional, which means it's mandatory. If I can't complete it, forget about refreshing the subsequent missions. The good thing is the deadline is before Baishiro dies. She's still bouncing around alive right now, far from dying, so there's plenty of time to figure something out. If nothing else, I have to cultivate the relationship first, or I'll really turn into a scumbag. There's a relatively good piece of news too. The dam system says the current mission progress has already moved beyond Luoyun Valley, so I won't have to keep lurking in this small sect anymore. Just as his mind was drifting, the sect master of Luoyun Valley, Bai Qingwu, had already been helped by the crowd to the top seat. He looked kindly at Qi Yuan, gratitude filling his tone. Brother Qi, our sect faced a great calamity this time, and it was thanks to you stepping forward and turning the tide. With such merit, by all reason, you should be richly rewarded. Say what you want so long as I can give it. This sect master will not be stingy. As soon as he finished, the people in the hall showed envious looks and hurried to chime in. Nephew Chi's merits are plain for all to see. He ought to be well rewarded. That's right. How could the sect forget this favor? With such talent in our ranks, given time, Luoyun Valley is sure to regain its vigor. Amid the chorus of praise, Qi Yuan rubbed his nose a little awkwardly and said lightly, almost casually, "You flatter me. I only want senior sister, nothing else." Huh. The moment the words left his mouth, the hall fell eerily silent, and everyone stared blankly at the speaker. What did you just say? The smile on Bai Qingwu's face froze. Always confident in his own hearing, for the first time he wondered if he'd misheard. The person involved, Bai Shiro, also trembled. Her fair little face flushed scarlet in an instant. When he realized this wasn't a joke, Bai Qingwu's expression darkened. He set his face and said stiffly, "That demand is too much. I can't agree to it. Change your request, and we can still discuss." "No need to change." Qi Yuan smiled and, in all seriousness, repeated, "I just want senior sister her alone." Bang! While everyone was still dumbfounded, Bai Qingwu, blazing with anger, slammed the table and stood up, shouting decisively, "Impossible. Absolutely not. Brat, whatever else you want, this sect master can agree to, but you are absolutely not allowed to have designs on Rower. If you dare to again." Before he could finish, the blushing Baishiro grabbed his sleeve and stopped him. "Father, junior brother Qi isn't that kind of person. He must have his reasons for saying this. Please hear him out." "What?" Bai Qingwu's eyes bulged in shock. He stared at his daughter in disbelief, his heart tightening. "Rower, the boy is clearly pursuing you. Why are you speaking up for him?" With her usual temper, shouldn't she have flatly rejected him on the spot? Why was she defending him instead? Could it be that he didn't even dare to think further? Baishiro lowered her head shyly and said softly, "Junior brother Qi has been very good to me. I want to trust him." "Rower, are you?" Hearing this, Bai Qingwu's heart sank. His chest felt tight. His face turned extremely ugly. He almost fainted from rage. Though his daughter's words were tactful, that air of coy refusal yet acceptance was obvious enough for even a fool to see. Thinking that the flower bud he had so carefully nurtured was about to be uprooted and carried off, Bai Qingwu instantly wore a look of bleak despair. Coming back to his senses, he glared, eyes wide, and fixed a vicious stare on the unruffled Qi Yuan, grinding out, "Boy, you'd better give me an explanation now, or I want to be polite." "Father." Sensing things were going south, Baishiro hurriedly stepped in front of Qi Yuan. "Don't intimidate junior brother Qi, he's your savior." "I'm furious." Bai Qingwu's eyelids twitched at her words. He felt like exploding on the spot. He immediately rolled up his sleeves and strode toward the two, grumbling, "No way. Whatever happens, I have to teach this brat a lesson first. If it doesn't work out, we'll just make him pay with his life." The elders who were there to watch the commotion hurried forward to dissuade him. "Sect master, don't be impulsive. It's just a little farce among a few people. No need to take it so seriously." Everyone else out. The sect master is handling family matters, nothing to see here. Also, have a few men escort that traitor Yinxing Yuan to the law enforcement hall to await trial. His cultivation has already been crippled. Watch him closely and don't let him commit suicide out of fear. A few quick-witted elders ushered the unrelated onlookers out, leaving only several respected high-ranking members of the sect. In the confusion, Qi Yuan, currently the target of everyone's ire, suddenly let out a soft chuckle and said loudly, "Everyone, please allow Qi to say a few words." At the same time, a formidable aura burst from his body and instantly swept through the entire hall. Everyone present froze, almost instinctively turning to look at him. At that glance, everyone fell into utter bewilderment. Someone even pinched themselves, unable to help checking whether they were dreaming. Who am I? Where exactly am I? What should I do now? A barrage of soul-searching questions echoed in their minds. Their gazes were vacant, as if frozen in place. A nascent soul cultivator. Bai Qingwu was, after all, the sect master. Having just gone through a life and death crisis, he reacted first. He fixed a wary stare on Qi Yuan and asked in a deep voice, "Who exactly are you? Where is the real Qi Da?" He had a vague sense that the man before him was not just any nascent soul cultivator, but far from a typical one. The man's aura was rich and refined to the utmost, though at early nascent soul, he made even him, a late-stage nascent soul, shudder. Simply unbelievable. Such a figure was rare, even among top powers, absolutely not someone a mid-sized or small sect could groom, and certainly not a rogue cultivator. Bai Qingwu's words shattered the silence, and everyone came back to their senses. The looks they cast at Qi Yuan were a mix of shock and vigilance. Luoyun Valley had just suffered a calamity, now an unknown nascent soul powerhouse had appeared. How could that not chill their hearts? On this side, Baishiro backed away several steps, mist clinging to her almond eyes, and asked in a trembling voice, "How are you, a nascent soul cultivator? Are you really junior brother Qi?" Qi Yuan nodded slightly, his voice gentle. "Rest easy, senior sister. Ever since entering Luoyun Valley, I've always been Qi Da. At that time you went out of your way to save Lin Jun, but I arrived before you. Later you didn't show yourself and slipped away. If I weren't Qi Da, there's no way I would know about that." Hearing this, Baishiro finally relaxed and whispered, "That's right, you really are him. Thank goodness." Fellow cultivators of Luoyun Valley. Qi Yuan first swept a calm glance around, then drew from his robe a small glazed seal wreathed in iridescent light, and spoke slowly. "To be frank, I am Qi Yuan, Tao child of the Taishan Holy Land, sent down the mountain by my master to travel. Along the way, I sensed traces of a demoness from the demonic sect. She took the alias Zhen Yuyan and infiltrated Luoyun Valley for an unknown purpose. To uncover the demonic sect's plot, I chose to hide my identity and enter Luoyun Valley under the guise of the rogue cultivator Qi Da. I later discovered the demonic sect's wolfish ambition. They sought to collude with a mole and secretly control Luoyun Valley, aiming to establish a foothold within the territory of the righteous path." Before his words had faded, his features shifted to reveal his true face. To thwart their scheme, I crossed hands with that demoness several times. After driving her off, I returned to deal with another malicious demonic cultivator. Fortunately, your valley has a soul formation realm formation spirit presiding. It effortlessly took care of that demonic sect true disciple, saving me the trouble of acting. Taishan Dao child. At this moment, the Luoyun Valley higher-ups in the hall were all stunned, staring at the handsome man before them. His face changed, his bearing extraordinary, so shocked they couldn't say a word. This was simply unbelievable. Who would have thought? They had just seen off a Tianji Dao child, only for a Taishan Dao child to show up out of the blue. Though the 7 sacred lands had no official ranking, in terms of influence on the cultivation world, the Taishan Holy Land was indeed a notch above the Tianji Holy Land, which was only locally renowned in the northern regions. In other words, by comparison, the identity of a Taishan Dao child carried more weight than that of a Tianji Dao child. In the odd silence, Qi Yuan turned to look at Baishiro, her mouth slightly agape and her expression dazed, a warm smile rising to his face. "The reason I wish to take senior sister is that she is upright in character and outstanding in aptitude. She fully deserves better cultivation." If Uncle Bai agrees, I can bring senior sister back to the Taishan Holy Land and recommend her as a true disciple. Her path will surely be smooth and her future bright. To openly and aboveboard take away the sect master's precious jewel of Luoyun Valley, the simplest method was to lay his identity bare. Besides, the matter of Luoyun Valley was already wrapped up. He now had no scruples and could do whatever he wished. At these words, Bai Qingwu immediately came back to himself. Eyes wide, he examined the small seal in Qi Yuan's hand and said, his expression complex, "This seal is indeed the token of a Taishan Dao child, but I still find it hard to believe that a dignified Taishan Dao child would come to our humble place to be a mere menial." Just then, a report came from a Luoyun Valley disciple outside the hall. Reporting, "Sect Master, 2 unfamiliar cultivators have arrived outside. They say they're here looking for someone." Learning from several trusted elders that the visitors were disciples of the Taishan Holy Land, Bai Qingwu reined in his emotions somewhat and replied, "Quickly, invite the 2 of them in." Soon, 2 boisterous shouts came rushing from afar, growing closer by the moment. "Brother, we're here to help you. Be straight with us. Who's the opponent this time? The 2 of us will go in together and beat him to a pulp." "That's right. Best to settle it quickly. The girls at Drunken Joy Pavilion are still waiting for us." Bang! Before the words had even finished, the main hall's doors were kicked open. A moment later, 1 fat and 1 skinny male cultivator leapt inside, none other than the hurriedly arriving Li Mingwang and Zhang Caiqiang. "Hey, whoever dared bully my brother just now, step out. I don't have time to dither. Senior brother Zhang, don't waste words with them. I can handle this kind of small matter by myself. Sorry to disturb you all. I'm here looking for someone." As soon as Li Mingwang entered, he saw a bunch of people staring at them. The weakest among them was late-stage Golden Core, and there was even a late-stage nascent soul standing in the crowd. He froze on the spot, swallowed the harsh words he'd been about to spit out, and his swagger visibly deflated at once. Beside him, Zhang Caiqiang couldn't help shrinking his neck. He looked around as if nothing was wrong, and even when he caught sight of a familiar back, he pretended not to see it, muttering, "Looks like the person we're looking for isn't here. Maybe we took a wrong turn just now. You guys carry on, carry on." As soon as the words fell, the 2 exchanged a look. They wanted to slip away but didn't quite dare, and froze for a moment. Seeing this, Qi Yuan, who had been facing away, twitched in the face, turned around, and waved at them, saying, "If you 2 want to leave, then hurry up and go. This has nothing to do with you." Hearing that, the 2 backed away as if granted a pardon, retreating as they said, "Brother, you're really loyal. If you end up dying, the 2 of us will definitely put up a big monument for you someday." But when they saw the face of the person before them clearly, the 2 froze as if struck by lightning. The legs they had just lifted halted in midair, their bodies refusing to obey. "Di Daozi, how are you here?" Li Mingwang's eyes were about to pop out as he stammered. "So it was you who posted that mission. This subordinate even thought you were some elder's illegitimate son kept outside." Thinking of how he'd just been chummy, calling the Daozi brother, and even planned to take him to a brothel, he wanted to crawl into a hole. At this moment, Zhang Caiqiang's heart was thumping, sweat covering his forehead as he panicked. "Daozi, please hear this subordinate out. This isn't sophistry. I just want to explain clearly. We absolutely weren't going to abandon you. We were going out to find people to back you up. You have to believe me." "Shut up." Qi Yuan's face darkened, and he barked, "What nonsense are you spouting? Luoyun Valley has always walked the righteous path. They're not enemies at all. Why would I have you call reinforcements?" The 2 fell instantly silent, nodding like pecking chicks, and kept saying, "Yes, yes, Daozi, your lesson is right." Seeing how spineless they looked, Qi Yuan waved irritably and said, "Why are you still standing there? Get lost." "All right, Daozi, you take your time talking. We'll be going now." The 2, Zhang and Li, seemed pardoned on the spot. They scrambled out of the main hall and even considerately pulled the main doors shut. Once they had run out of Luoyun Valley, Li Mingwang finally went limp, panting as he said to Zhang Caiqiang, "Good Lord, it really was the venerable Daozi. I almost pissed myself just now. This is bad. Do you think the Daozi will remember us?" Zhang Caiqiang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, a bit guilty, "How would I know?" Judging by the Daozi's look, He doesn't seem inclined to pursue it for now, but I think we still need to find a way to make amends. Otherwise, if he dredges it up someday, we're in trouble. Hearing this, Li Mingwang nodded repeatedly, then said with a wry face, with a big shot like the Daozi, even if we want to suck up, we don't know where to start. Zhang Caiqiang pondered for a moment, then continued. Looks like we should start with that mission. Remember the Daozi urged us to dig to the bottom, let us handle the case beautifully, and change his impression. Senior brother Zhang really is both smart and resourceful, truly brave and astute. At those words, Li Mingwang's eyes lit up. The look he gave Zhang Caiqiang was full of admiration. In that case, tomorrow let us go apply to be house guards at the Puzhou City Lord's mansion. I hear the City Lord's wife is as beautiful as a celestial fairy, perfect chance to broaden our horizons. As soon as he said that, the two exchanged a smile, tacitly reaching a consensus. At the same time, in the main hall of Luoyun Valley, once the two left, the atmosphere in the hall immediately turned delicate. The people of Luoyun Valley looked at Qi Yuan with complicated expressions, surprise tinged with a measure of awe. Those two looked foolish, their intelligence seemingly questionable, but in truth they were bona fide disciples of the Taishan Holy Land. Just from their attitude you could tell the background of the person before them. But before long, Bai Qingwu, sect master of Luoyun Valley, came to his senses, straightened his expression, and bowed respectfully to Qi Yuan. Sect master of the subordinate sect, Bai Qingwu, pays respects to the Taishan Daozi. May Daozi enjoy boundless longevity and flourishing immortal fortune. The people behind him also stepped forward, bowed in unison, their tone extremely respectful. We pay respects to the Taishan Daozi. May Daozi enjoy boundless longevity and smooth, immortal fortune. The sound shook the room till it trembled, echoing to all corners of the great hall. Amid the crowd's calls, Qi Yuan gave a slight nod and said calmly, "Fellow cultivators, that's enough, no need for excessive ceremony. Luoyun Valley has many matters to attend to right now. Don't waste your energy on these empty formalities of receiving and seeing off. Hurry and clean up the aftermath. Also, try not to let the fact that I once did menial work in your esteemed valley spread like wildfire. No need to deliberately gag anyone if asked, simply deny it." As his words fell, the cultivators of Luoyun Valley all stiffened and solemnly answered. The subordinate sect will respectfully abide by Daozi's decree. Qi Yuan then continued. You all may withdraw. Junior sister Bai, stay and speak with me alone. Everyone froze for a moment, then bowed and took their leave. Only Bai Qingwu remained, face conflicted, about to speak, but a few trusted elders half pushed, half pulled him out of the great hall. After they withdrew, Qi Yuan turned his gaze to Bai Shiro, who still looked a bit dazed, and said with a smile, Senior sister, are you willing to return to the Taishan Holy Land with me? At those words, Bai Shiro seemed to wake from a dream. She slowly lifted her head, her eyes first confused, then firm, as if she had made up her mind. Qi Daozi, you really don't have to treat me so well. Only after you revealed your true identity did I understand how far apart we are. Be it cultivation, status, or the path you will walk in the future, it all feels out of my reach. I want to enter the Taishan Holy Land not because I despise the place that raised me, but because only there will I have the chance to narrow the gap between us, so I want to become your burden. As she spoke, she fixed her gaze on Qi Yuan, eyes bright, a faint smile on her lips. Besides, these past 2 months even you, the Taishan Daozi, have been calling me senior sister. If you leave me farther and farther behind, where am I supposed to put my senior sister's face? Hearing this, Qi Yuan paused, then let out a wry laugh. Senior sister, catching up to me, the Taishan Daozi, won't be that easy. With that, he casually took a jade slip from his storage pouch, handed it to Bai Shiro, and said solemnly, This set of techniques is a non-transmitted secret of the Taishan Holy Land. Once mastered, your cultivation base will undergo a qualitative leap. If there's anything you don't understand, come ask me anytime. Which technique? Bai Shiro knitted her delicate brows slightly and hesitantly said, But I haven't officially joined Taishan yet. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for you to transmit a technique to me now? Qi Yuan's eyes flashed, and he answered with a smile, Don't worry. This technique belongs to me to begin with. It doesn't count as a private transmission. Just go ahead and learn it. I believe with your talent you'll comprehend it quickly. All right then. Hearing him say so, Baishiro showed curiosity, reached out to take the jade slip, and sent her divine sense into it. Suddenly, her body trembled, her chi grew chaotic, and her smooth cheeks were immediately tinted with a blush. Soon after, as if jolted, Baishiro hastily withdrew her divine sense, then fixed Chi Yuan with those limpid eyes and scolded. You're awful actually teasing me with this kind of technique, and you even dare say it's an untransmitted secret of the Taishan Holy Land. Are you Taishan or the Hawan sect? Her words carried 3 parts anger and 7 parts shyness, a charm all their own. Chi Yuan had expected this, kept his expression unchanged, and said seriously, Senior sister, that's a skewed view. There are 3,000 paths on the Grand Tao, each can testify to longevity. This Yin-Yang Genesis Sutra is a bona fide heaven-tier technique. It can harmonize yin and yang and facilitate the union of heaven and man. Used well, you'll take far fewer detours on the path. Baishiro shot him a glance, cheeks rosy, and said with a trace of plaintiveness, You make it sound so proper, but have you already cultivated with other women? Of course not. Faced with this loaded, life and death question, Chi Yuan denied it without hesitation. I, Chi Yuan, swear to the heavens, I've absolutely never cultivated the Yin-Yang Genesis scripture with any other woman before. Senior sister, you're the first person I'm sharing this technique with. Hearing this, Baishiro couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Her face flushed, yet she still snorted. Who'd want to train this with you? If you want to practice, do it yourself. No sooner had the words left her mouth than she bolted out of the main hall, cheeks burning. Watching Baishiro's hastily retreating back, Chi Yuan's expression turned a bit odd, and he let out a soft sigh. This brain-dead system is so damn unreliable. Still, although senior sister seemed a bit resistant just now, she did take the jade slip in the end. Could it be there's hope? At that thought, his spirits lifted slightly, and he mused that he'd have to put in even more effort next. Not long after, Luoyan Valley, Outer Sect. Brother Qi, you're actually the Daozi of the Taishan sacred land? The child of destiny, Lin Jun, wore an exaggerated expression, mouth agape, staring at Chi Yuan as if he'd seen a ghost. Thinking of how he'd once been on brotherly terms with the Taishan Daozi, he couldn't help feeling as if he were dreaming. Chi Yuan smiled faintly and nodded, saying, You didn't hear wrong. I am indeed the Taishan Daozi. I infiltrated Luoyan Valley this time to thwart the demon sect's plot. Now that the deed is done, I should be on my way. Of course, whatever my identity, it doesn't affect the bond between us. When you have time, remember to come to the Taishan sacred land and have a drink with me. No problem. Hearing this, Lin Jun first nodded solemnly, then looked at Chi Yuan with eyes full of reverence. As the dignified Taishan Daozi, you're willing to hide your name for the sake of the righteous path and serve as a menial in this small place. Such lofty integrity, you are truly a model for our generation. Enough of that. Chi Yuan waved helplessly and said, Brother Lin, please invite that elder out. Last time he seemed to have entrusted me with something. If it weren't for the creation heaven-mending pill on his mind, he wouldn't bother wasting time with this oaf. Wouldn't it be much nicer to keep advancing his strategy with senior sister? The next moment, a voice transmission tinged with surprise suddenly sounded in his mind. Little friend, I didn't expect you to condense a heavenly down nascent soul so quickly. Truly, the younger generation is to be feared, not bad, not bad. Senior flatters me. With a modest look, Chi Yuan said, If not for senior's timely guidance, this junior would likely have gone astray long ago and found it hard to set foot on the heavenly Tao. Didn't senior say last time there was something you wished to entrust to this junior? Now that I've formed a heavenly down nascent soul, I dare to intrude brazenly, hoping to do my meager part. Haha. To put it plainly, you just want to ask me about the whereabouts of the creation heaven-mending pill. Don't beat around the bush. At least you're smart. I like dealing with smart people. Unlike that boy Lin Jun, trying to communicate with him is really exhausting. After the laughter, that aged, resonant voice continued. This matter is, in fact, a long story. Over 100,000 years ago, 2 terrifying immortals battled deep in the endless void. Shattering the void, and bringing the stars to ruin. Even a passing Mahayana cultivator was caught in the aftermath and, in a daze, perished body and Tao. Hearing this, Qi Yuan grew even more respectful and couldn't help interjecting. You describe it as if you were there. Could it be that you were one of those two immortals? Who wouldn't be stunned to run into an existence as badass as an immortal? The old man was silent for a moment, then said in a muffled voice, "No, I was that passing Mahayana cultivator." Qi Yuan was stunned. Ahem. Those two immortals really had no public decency, couldn't even find a deserted place dragging an innocent passerby like you into it. Sensing the hidden sorrow in his tone, Qi Yuan could only cough twice to cover the awkwardness and toss out a couple of cheap words of comfort. The old man, surnamed, sure seemed to have long since come to terms with it, and spoke wistfully. Such is heavens, well, what can be done? I roamed for tens of thousands of years, repaying kindness and enmity with relish, cutting down countless foes. Yet in the end I still could not escape the cycle of fate. Then he forced his spirits up and continued. Because I had not taken the path of the heavenly Tao, only after cultivating to Mahayana perfection did I discover the road ahead was cut off. To become an immortal, I could only pin my hopes on that illusory and elusive immortal fate. Immortal fate? Qi Yuan's heart trembled. According to this mysterious Mahayana, becoming an immortal is indeed nigh impossible. Besides that path of the heavenly Tao, so arduous it drives one mad, there is another unconventional path. That path is relying on immortal fate. Compared to the heavenly Tao path one can follow step by step, immortal fate is more like a pie falling from the sky. Whether you can obtain it depends entirely on luck. Anything that can turn a mortal into an immortal can be called a mortal fate, such as accidentally obtaining an immortal artifact, an immortal pill, an immortal-s inheritance, or even being an immortal reincarnated. But I'm the chronically unlucky sort to begin with. I finally caught a lucky break and awakened a system, only for it to be anything but dependable dumb as a rock. Clearly, I shouldn't count on immortal fate to ascend. It's more reliable to honestly follow the heavenly Tao. Just as he was turning these thoughts over in his mind, the old man spoke again. At that time, this old man had already left the Yunming great world and gone deep into the endless void in search of immortal fate, only to encounter that calamity. The aftershocks of the immortals' battle were too terrifying. A single wisp of stray aura caused this old man's body, at great ascension perfection, to collapse in an instant. Only a remnant soul escaped, attaching itself to this ring. Later, this old man nearly burned through all his mana to drive the ring back to this great world, then fell into a long slumber, until I was awakened by that kid Lin. Having said this, the old man heaved a heavy sigh. This old man fell too suddenly, without even time to put his affairs in order, and thus vanished for over 100,000 years. Qi Yuan's face showed sudden comprehension. You're worried about your descendants and want to entrust them to my care, right? You guessed wrong. This old man's heart holds only the great Tao, no sons, no daughters, no ties, and I never even took a disciple. In my later years, seeking immortal fate, I severed ties with my sect once and for all. There's nothing left in this world I'm attached to. Hearing this, Qi Yuan frowned and ventured another guess. Could it be you left behind a heap of property with no heir and want me to retrieve it? Wrong again, little friend. All of this old man's belongings were locked in a spatial spirit treasure. That treasure perished along with my body. I can't even scrape together a single spirit stone now. The corner of Qi Yuan's mouth twitched. Was this old codger touched in the head, with a penchant for speaking in half-phrases like he's some Riddler? If you trick me into biting again, I might as well take your surname. At this point, the man who hadn't guessed right even once since he walked in simply decided to give up and ignore him. After waiting a while without getting a response, the old man looked a bit bored and had to speak on his own. This old man once discovered a primordial divine beast in a prehistoric ruin. Its innate talent was excellent and its foundation extraordinary, but at the time it was still juvenile, far from its peak. This old man used a heaven-defying secret art, spending a full 100 years to plant a bloodline restriction in its body, intending to raise it as a spirit pet. Unfortunately, not long after I settled it in my cave abode, the accident happened. Divine beasts have long lifespans. They can easily live over 1 million years. Only 100-some-thousand years have passed since, then it's probably just reached adulthood. Without this old man's restraint, that beast, on its own ability, would soon be able to break the cave abode's formations and hightail it. What I want you to do is help retrieve that divine beast so that you'll have something to rely on when you run into trouble down the road. A primordial divine beast? Hearing this, Qi Yuan was stunned at first, then his face darkened. Senior, you're not joking, are you? An adult primordial divine beast would have at least great ascension level combat strength. You want a junior like me, who just broke through to nascent soul, to capture a great ascension realm divine beast? That doesn't make sense, does it? If I actually ran into it, it would probably be the one capturing me. To be honest, this demand is even more outrageous than the tasks assigned by my system. At most, it sends me to bully weaklings and stomp small fry. It would never assign me a suicide mission. The old man seemed to have anticipated Qi Yuan's reaction and immediately explained. Don't be anxious, little friend. This old man's restriction from back then is still in place. No matter how fierce that brute is, it won't be able to stir up much trouble. I'll teach you a command incantation in a bit. When you encounter it, recite it, and it will become obedient and not dare resist. You have already condensed a heavenly Tao nascent soul and carry a wisp of heavenly Tao aura. Upon sensing it, that beast will instinctively feel an affinity toward you and won't act rashly. You'll have enough time to finish reciting the incantation. After it's done, this old man will tell you the exact location of that prehistoric ruin. Not only are there materials needed to refine the creation mending the heavens pill, there are also many rare exotic beasts and heavenly materials and earthly treasures. If luck is on your side, you might even stumble upon the cave abode left behind by a primordial powerhouse. Soaring to the heavens in a single bound wouldn't be out of the question. The old man's voice was low and ethereal, with a hint of patient persuasion. After pondering for a moment, Qi Yuan voiced his doubts again. Senior, you should know this realm is vast and boundless. After so long, searching for a secretive primordial divine beast is like looking for a needle in a haystack. I'm afraid this junior will find it hard to accomplish. Little friend, don't worry. If you agree, I'll have Lin Jin help make a locating compass tonight and send it to you by morning. As soon as that wretched beast appears within 100,000 li, the compass will lock onto it automatically. You just follow the needle and you'll find where it is. This. Qi Yuan hesitated for a moment. The reward looked generous, but it sounded more like an empty promise. Who knew whether those so-called primordial ruins had already been picked clean? What truly interested him was the primordial divine beast itself. If he could get his hands on an innate divine beast at the Mahayana realm and put it to good use, it would be a tremendous asset. There was no real-time limit anyway. At most, he could use a command seal to control it for 100 years or so, and then give it back. Although the Holy Land had Mahayana-level patriarchs, they were not people he could order around. Each hid away in the sect's cave heavens in seclusion and wouldn't appear unless it was a matter of life and death. If he really could bring in a Mahayana-level combat force as muscle, wouldn't he be able to lord it over the cultivation world in the future? Thinking of this, Qi Yuan finally made up his mind. In that case, this junior is willing to give it a try. Early the next morning, after receiving the compass from Lin Jun, Qi Yuan went up the back mountain again and hauled the still drowsy little white fox out of its cave dwelling. Not long after, everyone reluctantly parted ways, and he boarded the flying boat with Bai Shiro. The flying boat was originally the high-grade conveyance of Luoyun Valley's Valley Master. The doting father Bai Qingwu produced it with a wave of his hand to serve as transport for the two of them to the Taishan Holy Land. Whoosh! Watching the flying boat turn into a streak of light and pierce the sky, Bai Qingwu let out a soft sigh, his expression complicated. He was just about to turn away when the elder of the scripture pavilion beside him stopped him. Valley Master, the Taishan Daozi once instructed us not to publicize that he served as a menial here. Should this be recorded in the scripture pavilion? Are you stupid? Do you even have to ask? An event this once in a millennium obviously has to be recorded properly. Bai Qingwu shot him a disdainful glance and said, not only should it be recorded, We must also publicize it with great fanfare so all the nearby sects know the Taishan Daozi came here. Of course, the focus is to publicize how the Daozi praised my rower to the skies and specially invited her to enter the Taishan Holy Land as a true disciple. Understood. The scripture pavilion elder nodded half understandingly, then asked. Then, when we publicize it, should we mention the Daozi doing menial work in the outer sect herb garden? Fool. Seeing his subordinate still not getting it, Bai Qingwu couldn't help showing a look of exasperation. What menial work? What herb garden? The Taishan Daozi clearly took time out of his busy schedule to inspect Luoyun Valley, issued important instructions regarding the demonic sect spies within the valley, and personally guided the cultivation of spirit herbs. Right, go find a skilled painter later to paint a large portrait of Qi Daozi, titled The Taishan Daozi Inspecting Work at Luoyun Valley. When it's done, remember to hang it in the most prominent place best if visitors can see it the moment they enter the valley. Huh. Hearing this, the surrounding Luoyun Valley higher-ups suddenly saw the light and praised in unison. As expected of the Valley Master, you'd already devised a thorough plan. Just a few words, and you've opened our eyes. Valley Master, you're wise and mighty, both intelligent and courageous. Your subordinates are in awe. On the flying boat. At the moment, the four-eyed spirit fox had shrunk to about a foot long, curled its tail, and lay obediently in by Shiro's arms, occasionally sneaking respectful yet fearful glances at the man on the soft couch. This damn master is way too strong. If before the fox demon still entertained fantasies of breaking free of someone's beast-taming contract, now, faced with a nascent soul cultivator, that thought had completely died. During this period, relying on its superb illusions, the fox demon had lorded it over the demonic beasts on Luoyun Valley's back mountain and lived quite comfortably. Who knew that after only 2 days of good life, it would be hauled back by this damned master? If not for acting cute to curry favor with this human beauty, it would probably have been thrown into that cramped beast-taming pouch long ago. At the thought of the tragedies it might face in the future, the fox demon felt its fox life hopeless and sank into despair. Baishiro reached out to rub the soft fluff on the fox demon's head and said with a bright smile, Xiaobai, I really didn't expect you'd actually be willing to accompany me to Taishan Holy Land. You came out of Luoyun Valley too, right? Once we're there, don't make a fuss, be good, and mind yourself. The fox demon pressed down the ache in its heart and replied listlessly, don't worry, sister. This little demon promises to behave. It had grown up on the back mountain of Luoyun Valley and had no idea what Taishan Holy Land even was. It only wanted to drift through life as a useless slacker, taking things one day at a time. Seeing the fox demon agree so readily, Baishiro nodded in satisfaction and lifted her gaze to Qi Yuan, who was reclining on the soft couch. Junior brother Qi Daozi, are we going straight back to Taishan Holy Land now? Rower, don't call me Daozi. Since there's no one here, just call me by my name. Qi Yuan waved with a smile, utterly unconcerned. Of course, you can also keep calling me Junior Brother Qi. If you suddenly change how you address me, I'll feel awkward. Flustered by the man's intimate form of address, Baishiro's cheeks flushed. All right then, when no one's around, I'll treat you as Junior Brother Qi. When there are people, I'll call you Daozi. That's more like it. Qi Yuan smiled, but there was a hint of guilt in his eyes. We need to stop by Puzhou City. First, there's something to take care of there. Last night, he suddenly received a voice transmission from Ji Chang'er, asking to meet him somewhere in Puzhou City. He wanted to turn her down, but after fussing over it for a while, he still agreed. After all, he was a man who shouldered responsibility. He wouldn't do something as craven as running away. Qi Yuan thought that if he dared to stand Ji Chang'er up, that Enchantress might well rush back to Luoyun Valley to settle accounts with him. I just happened to take Xiaobai shopping. Puzhou City is close to Luoyun Valley, but at my age I've never been. Baishiro didn't doubt him in the slightest and said enthusiastically, I've heard there are several million people in Puzhou City. The streets must be bustling. As the two chatted, the outline of a majestic city suddenly appeared ahead. At the same time, Puzhou City, City Lord's Manor. In this sprawling compound, a squad of people in brand new servant livery stood properly in 2 rows, listening to the stewardess lecture. The steward said, all of you listen up. Once you're in the City Lord's manor, you follow the rules. He went on. The City Lord's manor doesn't keep idlers. If you loaf around or break the rules, the light punishment is a beating, the heavy punishment is expulsion from the manor, never to be rehired. Understood? Hearing this, the new retainers tensed up and hurried to respond in unison. All together, understood. The steward snorted coldly, fixing the people below with an icy stare, and said. He added, also, anyone who approaches the Madam's quarters without permission, don't expect to argue your way out, even if you're beaten to death. He continued, if you want to keep working here long term, just do your jobs honestly. Don't listen to what you shouldn't. Don't look at what you shouldn't. Don't ask what you shouldn't. Otherwise, don't blame me for showing no mercy. He finished. Your tasks were assigned before you entered the manor. Now go to your posts. As soon as he finished, the steward flicked his sleeves and left, and the retainers scattered, each to their work. Junior brotherly. At this moment, Zhang Caiqiang, who was mixed in with the crowd, stepped forward, grabbed Li Mingwang, who was also wearing a little cap, and asked in a low voice, what job were you assigned? Li Mingwang casually scratched his cap. I was assigned to be a study attendant to the little young master. What about you, senior brother Zhang? At that, Zhang Caiqiang's face immediately fell. He huffed angrily, damn it. Why do you get to be a study attendant while I have to clean the latrines? Li Mingwang froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. That's what you get for looking strong. You're perfect for carrying night soil. Seeing Zhang Caiqiang's face grow ever darker, he quickly changed his tone and advised earnestly. Don't be hasty, senior brother Zhang. Think about it. With the latrine cleaning job, you can go all over the City Lord's manor under the pretext of work, can't you? He said, besides making it easier to gather intel, there's another benefit. The City Lord's madam may be mysterious, but she still has to use the toilet. You know what I mean, right? Zhang Caiqiang blinked, then immediately came to a realization and said with a grin, you're right, I was being too narrow-minded. Puzhou City. Withdrawing his aura, Qi Yuan once again put on his Qi de persona. After twisting and turning through a few alleys, he quickly arrived at the gate of a secluded little courtyard. Come in. Before he could raise a hand to knock, the wooden door opened on its own, and a crisp, pleasant female voice floated out from within. Hearing the voice, Qi Yuan arched a brow, then strode into the courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a woman in a purple dress, of peerless beauty. Ji Chang'er, the one who had arranged to meet him. Ji Chang'er seemed to have calmed down at this moment, but the look she gave Qi Yuan carried a coldness that pushed people away. Qi Da? As soon as Qi Yuan stepped through the door, Ji Chang'er lifted her gaze and asked blankly, has Bai Shiro come looking for you lately? Did you do to her what you did to me? Sleep with her too? Her voice was knife cold, with a faint, almost imperceptible tension beneath it. It wasn't until yesterday that she remembered she had used 1,000 illusion soul ensnarement on Bai Shiro, the senior sister of Luoyun Valley, to make her take the initiative to seduce the man before her. It had been a perfect plan. Once it worked, it would force this natural demon scion to completely break with Luoyun Valley and have no choice but to honestly take refuge with the holy sect. But now everything had changed. The thought that, under her arrangement, he might have ended up with another woman made Ji Chang'er so irritable she wanted to choke someone. For some reason he couldn't name. The moment Ji Chang'er asked, Qi Yuan felt the temperature around him plummet, and a faint, lurking baleful aura permeated the air. Sensing the tension, Qi Yuan shivered and hurriedly said, Fairy Ji, senior sister did come by my place, but she only helped me tidy up the cave abode and left shortly after. After speaking, he swore to the heavens, his words sincere and without the slightest flaw. I can swear that up until now, aside from that illusion, I haven't slept with any other woman. If there's half a lie in that, may I never in my life find my Tao companion. Seeing how earnest he was, Ji Chang'er's expression eased, and she felt a subtle sense of relief inside. Could it be that the erased spirit at the spirit transformation realm sensed something amiss and broke my soul-capturing art? Thinking of this, her expression gradually warmed, and she snorted lightly. I don't care what you have with other women. If you ever again entertain thoughts you shouldn't have about me, I'll kill you. Though Ji Chang'er tossed out another harsh line, Qi Yuan saw the frost around them dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye, vanishing in an instant. Seeing the atmosphere ease, he exhaled a long breath, feigned nonchalance, and probed. Fairy Ji, what do you think of that Taishian Dao child? Why are you asking that? Ji Chan'er slightly knitted her willow brows, looking at him with puzzlement. It's nothing. Qi Yuan casually rubbed his nose. Just curious. I heard the Taishian Holy Land appointed a new Dao child a few months ago. I wonder if you heirs of the demonic sect have any prejudice against the Dao children of the orthodox sects. Before revealing his identity, he needed to test the waters a bit, lest meeting an old flame turn into a melodramatic showdown between righteous and demonic. Even as a Dao child of a holy land, Qi Yuan didn't harbor such deep prejudice against the demonic sect. There were plenty of bad people among the righteous, too. If you had to judge good and evil every time you met someone and start clamoring to kill at the sight of a demonic sect, you'd be exhausted from the fuss alone. Where would there be time to cultivate? Qi Yuan was practical in judging people. He didn't look at faction or stance. Anyone who opposed him was an enemy. Here, Ji Chan'er seemed in a decent mood after a moment of pondering. She still answered the question. I'm not too sure what that Taishian Holy Land is all about, but in my view, false Dao cultivators are all alike, especially those from the 7 great Holy Lands. Most of them are a bunch of fame-chasing, utterly hypocritical sorts. If I run into him in the future, I might just have to give him a proper bout and let the world witness my methods. Who asked those false Dao types to strut around all day looking high and mighty and righteous, calling us disciples of the holy sect demonic and heretical? As she finished, Ji Chan'er gave a proud smile, her tone brimming with eager battle intent. Fairy Ji, you're certainly ambitious. Qi Yuan replied dryly and immediately dismissed the idea of revealing his identity. This woman clearly harbored deep prejudice against the 7 great holy lands. If he said now that he was the Taishian Dao child, they'd probably start fighting at once. Though confident he could subdue her in short order, laying hands on his own woman was obviously uncomfortable, not exactly pleasing. Besides, with Ji Chan'er's proud, haughty temperament, she wouldn't necessarily admit defeat. Even if beaten, she might very well fight to the death, ending in mutual destruction. Without a better solution yet, Qi Yuan would rather hold his troops for now. Since her identity in Luoyun Valley has already been exposed, and there's a divine transformation realm formation spirit guarding it, she definitely wouldn't dare go back, so she naturally couldn't possibly learn that Qi Da is actually the Taishian Dao child. While he was baffled, Ji Chan'er suddenly changed expression and spoke solemnly. Qi Da, I called you here this time to tell you something. You must leave Luoyun Valley now and come back to the holy sect with me. Once there, I guarantee you an inner disciple spot. What? Qi Yuan was stunned on the spot, blankly repeating in shock. Me? Join the Infine sect? Seeing him like this, Ji Chan'er thought he'd fainted from joy and nodded. As an inner disciple of the holy sect, the cultivation resources you'll get will far surpass those of Luoyun Valley. Besides, with the Ji clan backing you, no one will dare bully you. At this point, she smiled faintly, pleased with herself. A few days ago, our clan's ancestor advanced again, reaching the peak of Mahayana. He is now the foremost person in the holy sect, and the Ji clan will soon be the sect's premier family. As long as you work hard under my banner, once I secure the saintess position, I can give you a true disciple quota. Damn, Qi Yuan's eyes widened at this. I'm the Dao child of the Holy Land, and you're telling me to become a true disciple of a demonic sect? Has this demoness lost her mind? After the shock, Qi Yuan opened his mouth blankly and looked at Ji Chan'er in puzzlement. Fairy Ji, how could you get such a strange idea? I'm timid and kind by nature. A place like a demonic sect doesn't suit me at all, okay? Ji Chan'er glared at him coldly and sneered. Qi, you might fool others, but not me. Don't you think I know exactly what you are? As she spoke, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, her tone carrying a hint of deeper meaning. Drop the act. You're that rare, peerless fiend. Me? A peerless fiend? Qi Yuan was stunned again, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing that he didn't show panic after having his true identity exposed, but instead still looked bewildered as if nothing had happened, Ji Chan'er couldn't help but nod inwardly. For him to remain unflustered and calm in a situation like this, his heart is truly as firm as rock and his demonic nature profound. On that alone, he will never be a mere nobody in the future. Thinking of this, she became even more convinced of her judgment and said seriously, "In that case, I'm going to expose your true face right now and see how you can still quibble. Those 3 questions I asked you last time are actually the 3 questions to illuminate the heart that every holy sect disciple must answer when entering, used to probe an entrant's demonic nature. Only those who answer these 3 well are worthy of being holy sect disciples. And your answers were even more perfect than the standard left by the demon ancestor. Dare you say that it's not because you yourself have a heart inclined toward the demonic?" Hearing this, Qi Yuan pressed his lips in embarrassment. He really hadn't expected that casually answering a few questions that looked brain dead would get him labeled a born fiend. Seeing that Qi Yuan had nothing to say, Ji Chon'er curled her lips smugly and continued, "People like you are suspicious by nature and don't trust others at all. For you, Luoyun Valley is just a springboard to use. How could you be loyal to such a small sect? Have you forgotten? The way you looked in that illusion was completely different from now, and an illusion can reflect the truest heart. That shows your current appearance is fake. If I'm not mistaken, Cheetah is just your alias. Your name, face, and resume are all fake, clearly preparing in advance for betraying Luoyun Valley later. With such a vicious mind, deceiving your fellow disciples, and you still have the gall to claim you're timid and kind? Damn it." At this moment, Qi Yuan finally realized Ji Chon'er wanted to rope him in precisely because she thought he was evil enough. Though her reasoning was wildly off, he had to admit that by a quirk of fate, she had actually guessed quite a few things right. Since the disguise had been exposed, he simply put away the facade and returned to his true appearance, speaking calmly. "Ji Chon'er, my real name is Qi Yuan. Whatever else you know, lay it all out." Looking at that familiar handsome face before her, for some reason Ji Chon'er suddenly thought of those lingering scenes in the illusion. At the same time, a faint flush crept over her fair, delicate face, and her tone unconsciously softened. "Qi Yuan, come back to the holy sect with me. When you've advanced to a true disciple, you'll only barely be qualified to marry into the Ji family. By then, I can even go plead with the old ancestor to give you a 9-turn spirit ascension pill to improve your spiritual root aptitude." Those words were full of deep feeling, making Qi Yuan's heart tremble, but he quickly steadied himself and replied stiffly, "Woman, are you telling me what to do?" "What?" Ji Chon'er was stunned by that cold remark. In terms of status, she is a nascent soul cultivator and the Ji family's legitimate daughter, lofty and revered in Insha sect, the foremost power of the demonic path. As for looks, she is one of the holy sect's 4 great beauties, the dream lover of countless male cultivators in the sect, fawned over wherever she goes. Yet this time she took the initiative to set aside her pride, sought out a mere chi-refining stage man, even offered a pile of tempting terms, and hinted at humbling herself to marry down. Who would have thought? In the end, this fellow would be so cold and unyielding. You must be crazy?" Ji Chon'er glared, her eyes full of disbelief. Qi Yuan smiled faintly, walked straight up to Ji Chon'er, provocatively lifted her delicate chin, and said in a low voice, "Listen, I don't like anyone arranging my life, and I will absolutely not marry into the Ji family. Give up on that. If one day I want to go to the demonic sect, I'll go myself, don't meddle. Besides, a mere true disciple of the demonic sect is nothing in my eyes. I hear the demonic sect's Holy Sun seat is vacant. If I'm going, I'll be the Holy Sun." He finally understood that to deal with a strong-willed woman like Ji Chon'er and seize the initiative, he had to be stronger and more overbearing than she was. Otherwise, he'd be led around by the nose, with no chance of turning the tables in the future. Now he didn't care at all. This demoness can't beat him anyway, so why should he be afraid? That bastard, how dare he? Meanwhile, Ji Chon'er was completely at a loss. She was dying to turn hostile right then and there and let this foolhardy man properly taste the might of a demonic sect true disciple. But for some reason, being treated so inexplicably and roughly by Qi Yuan, a faint, strange throbbing actually welled up in her heart. Only a domineering, reckless, hell-raising demon god of a man is worthy to be my man. Soon, Ji Chon'er's gaze turned hazy. She lightly pursed her crimson lips, slowly closed her phoenix eyes, and assumed a posture inviting plunder. Seeing this, Qi Yuan froze for a moment. But at this point, as a man, he couldn't possibly admit defeat in front of a demonic sect demoness, could he? Once he'd thought it through, he reached out with righteous confidence, and in a couple of moves pressed the unresisting demoness down onto the ground. After an unknown amount of time, Qi Yuan sat, feeling life suddenly empty. Right now he really wanted a smoke. Meanwhile, Ji Chan'er propped herself up, cheeks flushed. As she tidied her tousled hair and dress, she ground out a warning through gritted teeth. Qi, you actually dared to be discourteous to me again. If you dare do this next time, I absolutely won't let you off lightly. Qi Yuan shrugged, gave a faint smile, and said calmly, Relax, I'm a proper gentleman. Next time I'll definitely behave unless I have permission. The line sounded a bit familiar to Ji Chan'er, but she didn't think much of it. Forcing herself upright. At this moment, Baishiro was dressed in a pale yellow gown, her black hair like clouds, her waist slender as a willow. Graceful and delicate in bearing, with white teeth and red lips, she was as pure and otherworldly as a lotus untouched by dust, drawing frequent backward glances from passers-by. If not for the faint, indistinct aura of a cultivator about her, someone would probably have come up to strike up a conversation long ago. Though Puzhou City was a place where cultivators and mortals lived side by side, most of the cultivators in the city were no more than refining rogue cultivators. A late-stage foundation establishment expert was enough to make most riffraff fall silent. Sister Bai, look at that man's candied hawthorn skewers, they look delicious. Could we buy 2 sticks to try? The moment it spotted a street stall selling candied hawthorns, the fox demon was drooling with greed and hurriedly clamored to go buy some. Baishiro reached out and patted the fox demon on the head. All right, but you need to hold back. Eat too many, and you'll get an upset stomach. The fox demon whispered in protest. Sister, I'm already at foundation establishment. Even if I ate the whole stall, I wouldn't get a stomachache. Hearing that, Baishiro nodded, then took it by the hand and led it toward the stall. When she had run errands for her sect before, she had passed through many mortal villages and towns, and naturally knew that mortals traded with copper coins or gold and silver, while only cultivators used spirit stones. After buying the candied hawthorns for the fox demon, Baishiro was just about to leave when a soft, delicate female voice drifted to her ear. Sister, please wait. Realizing someone was calling to her, Baishiro paused in surprise, looked back, and saw a girl of 15 or 16 standing not far away, smiling brightly at her. The girl was quite pretty, but a little pale, and there was a faint ripple of spiritual power about her. She looked to be a cultivator at early foundation establishment. Little sister, what do you need with me? Baishiro asked in puzzlement, while inwardly feeling a bit amazed. To have such cultivation at that age, her talent could be called top tier. Behind the girl were a few attendants who looked like manservants and maids. The servants had clearly been well trained in proper etiquette. They stood straight like ornaments, in no way hindering their mistress from speaking. Sister, you're so beautiful. The men in the street are all staring dumbfounded. The girl covered her mouth with a light smile and went on, My name is in Kylon. My father is in Lingxiu, the city lord of this city. The moment I saw you, I felt especially close to you. Pardon the abruptness, I didn't scare you, did I? So you're missing my apologies. Hearing her state her identity, Baishiro understood at once, and her expression softened. Puzhou City and Luoyun Valley had always been on good terms as neighbors and were allies who watched out for each other. And Lingxiu, the city lord of Puzhou, had originally been a high official at court. After losing out in political struggles, he was reassigned to guard this region. His cultivation was mid-stage golden core, which made him a top expert within the city. More importantly, Lingxiu still had old connections at court, and his clan had a great cultivator at the Soul Formation realm in the distant capital. With such a background, even an ordinary nascent soul cultivator would have to give him some leeway. After the two exchanged a few pleasantries, and Kylon smiled faintly and said in a low voice, Sister Bai, a ghost-faced moth at mid-foundation establishment, has recently appeared outside the city. It often attacks travelers and caravans, and in just half a month it has killed dozens of commoners. My father has just posted a bounty, calling on the city's cultivators to hunt that demon moth. As his daughter, I naturally can't sit idly by, so that it doesn't keep slaughtering the innocent, I've already arranged with a few Foundation establishment rogue cultivators. I'd like to invite you to go out of the city with us to hunt the moth. Once it's done, the city lord's manor will surely offer a generous reward." Having poured out her thoughts in one go, and Kylon looked at Baishiro with a face full of expectation, her eyes earnest. This, after listening to her account, Baishiro showed a hesitant expression and only after a moment said, "There's no need for payment, even if it's only to pee." While Baishiro was strolling about with the fox demon in her arms, her eyes lit up the moment she saw Chi Yuan's figure, and she happily hurried over. Seeing Baishiro smiling so brightly, Chi Yuan felt a bit guilty, so he quickened his pace and called out, "I've taken care of my business. Let us go." Baishiro gave a gentle smile and said, "You've worked hard." Hearing this, Chi Yuan looked a bit awkward. What was hard about it? Before he could finish, his expression suddenly changed, and he asked in a stern voice, "Senior sister, while I was away, did you see anyone?" At that moment, he caught a nearly imperceptible trace of ghostly chi on Baishiro. Even in broad daylight, it hadn't dispersed, which meant its owner was no simple character, at least at the level of a nascent soul ghost general. Could someone have set a ghostly entity to watch Baishiro? At the thought, Chi Yuan frowned, an icy flash of killing intent flickering in his eyes. Seeing his expression change, Baishiro couldn't help but knit her brows as well, and nodded. "I just ran into Kylon, the city lord of Puzhou City's daughter. She invited me to hunt a demon outside the city, with a few Foundation establishment rogue cultivators accompanying her." With that, she pulled out that map from her sleeve, pointed to the spot circled in red, and said, "The ghost-faced moth they want to kill is in this area. They've probably already arrived there by now." Sure enough, that ghostly chi was emanating from this very map. Chi Yuan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately said, "Go. We'll head over and find them right now." This concerned Baishiro's safety. If he didn't get to the bottom of it, he absolutely wasn't going to let it go this time. Found them. Not long after Chi Yuan and Baishiro left the city, they saw 4 or 5 men and women at Foundation establishment being brutally toyed with by a ghost-faced moth at Peak Foundation establishment. This demon moth had a wingspan of over a dozen zhang, its body black as ink, the white spots on its wings forming a ferocious ghostly visage. Each flap whipped up a sky-rending gale. At the moment, one Foundation establishment cultivator lay on the ground covered in blood, gasping for breath, while the others were all injured as well, barely forming a defensive array and struggling to hold out under the moth's relentless attacks. From the increasing despair on their faces, it was clear the extermination of this monster hunting squad was only a matter of time. How could they be this weak? Could it be that the ghostly entity wasn't attached to Kylon? Chi Yuan pondered for a moment, eyes narrowing slightly, then casually slapped his palm. The void immediately condensed a giant, heaven-covering hand, which smashed down toward the demon moth's position. Boom! In almost an instant, the once arrogant demon moth was swatted like a fly into pulp by the giant palm, leaving only a flattened puddle of black sludge on the ground. Seeing this, the Foundation establishment cultivators present all stared at the two of them in shock, eyes full of awe and the joy of a narrow escape. To instantly kill a Peak Foundation establishment ghost-faced moth with a single palm, the power was simply terrifying. "Many thanks for the rescue, Senior." Coming back to their senses, they hurriedly steadied themselves and bowed respectfully to Chi Yuan. "If Senior hadn't acted, we'd probably all have been eaten. I thought I was going to die here today. It's all thanks to Senior's help. Sister Bai, is this formidable Senior the companion you mentioned?" Seeing Baishiro standing beside Chi Yuan, and Kylon was both shocked and overjoyed. She hastily wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and staggered over to the two. "Junior sister," and Baishiro moved to support her, but was pulled back by Chi Yuan. He said, "Don't go near her. Leave it to me." If it were other malevolent entities, he might hesitate a bit, but ghosts were another matter entirely. In others' eyes, ghosts were vicious and unfathomable. In his, they were practice targets. One comes, one dies, 2 at a time, no problem. Chi Yuan was born with a pure Yangdao body, his yang energy blazing. Even as a mortal, he could have warded off 100 ghosts. Now that this pure Yangdao body had been enhanced twice by the system, Even he wasn't sure how fierce his yang energy had become. Coupled with his cultivation, he feared no specters or fiends. Unless he ran into ghost sovereigns or ghost emperors capable of turning yin into yang, Qi Yuan wouldn't even spare a glance for a ghost king at the void refinement realm. There was no trick to it, pure talent suppression. Naturally, at the level of ghost sovereigns or ghost emperors, ghosts were little different from living people, and wouldn't leak ghostly qi under the sun. A nascent soul cultivator like Qi Yuan simply wouldn't be able to tell. You're the city lord's daughter, and Kylon? Qi Yuan looked the young lady up and down, several guesses already forming in his mind. Her lips had a bluish tinge, her whole face a sickly ashen pallor. She looked 3 parts human, 7 parts ghost. And Kylon did not seem to be the source of the ghostly qi. On the contrary, she herself was deeply tainted by it. Of course, to completely rule out in Kylon's suspicion, further investigation was needed. Say, Senior, this junior isn't Kylon. And may I ask what your instructions are? Those inscrutable eyes stared straight at her. And Kylon grew embarrassed, and her fair little face flushed at once. Qi Yuan gave a faint smile, then straightened his expression and said, "Little sister, come over a moment. I'll give you a checkup." As soon as the words came out, everyone around was stunned, their expressions both curious and odd. Is this supposed to be a proper physical? Obviously, he just wants to take advantage of the little girl, right? Though they looked down on it in their hearts, remembering the methods Qi Yuan had just displayed, no one dared to speak up and stop him. They merely fixed him with eyes full of suppressed anger, using their silent gawking to rein in any improper impulse he might have. And Kylon swallowed nervously and stammered, Senior, what do you want to do?" Seeing this, Baishiro also looked at Qi Yuan in puzzlement. "Junior brother Qi, what are you doing?" Realizing that his words could easily be misunderstood, Qi Yuan hastily waved his hand and explained, "Missin, don't be nervous. I just want to confirm one thing." With that, not bothering to say more, he reached out, snatched Kylon over in an instant, and pressed a finger to the sea of consciousness at her brow. "Senior?" Before Kylon could react, she felt a warm current circulating through her body. Wherever the warmth passed, all the cold within her melted away in an instant, replaced by an unprecedented sense of ease and comfort, drawing an involuntary soft hum from her. After ascertaining her condition, Qi Yuan slowly withdrew his finger, and Kylon's mind was clear, with no trace of possession. The ghostly qi on her was likely passively picked up from long-term contact with ghostly entities. As he pondered, Kylon, snapping out of her shock, suddenly knelt to the ground, excitedly kowtowed to Qi Yuan, and said in a trembling voice, "Senior, you acted chivalrously to help me. Kylon is infinitely grateful. Please, Senior, go to the city lord's manor and save my mother. If you can cure her, I'm willing to work like an ox or a horse for you for the rest of my life." The city lord's wife? Qi Yuan raised an eyebrow, and couldn't help thinking of that Wang family case. He asked in a deep voice, "What exactly is going on?" "Exactly." And Kylon nodded with sorrow and said, "I came to hunt ghost-face moths. I heard that if you grind the ghost-face moth's eyeballs into powder and ingest it, you can see ghostly beings whose cultivation far surpasses your own. I suspect my mother is no longer human, but has become a ghost." At the same time, City Lord's Manor. Zhang Caiqiang walked into the City Lord's Manor with a gloomy face, carrying 2 buckets of yellow-white filth on his shoulders. The servants he passed all pinched their noses and backed away, looks of disgust on their faces. Fuck. He actually fucking believed that punk Li Mingwang's bullshit. Thinking cleaning latrines was a good gig turns out it's filthy, stinks, and exhausting. Hardly any beautiful women around, just a whole bunch of men. Zhang Caiqiang cursed twice in his heart, feeling even more depressed. He truly hadn't known before that in big households like the City Lord's Manor, the outhouses were mostly for men, the women all used chamber pots indoors, even the maids and old ladies. He'd even been thinking of planting a few image recording talismans when no one was around. Of course, as a man of an orthodox righteous sect, Zhang Caiqiang had no improper intentions. He was trying to root out the demonic cultivator hiding in the City Lord's Manor, and remote, secluded spots like latrines naturally had to be watched closely. Fortunately, His special status allowed him to come and go openly in the parts of the city lord's manor that had chamber pots. In any case, as for the bet he made with Li Mingwang, he felt it was a sure win. Before entering the city lord's manor, he and Li Mingwang had made a bet. Whoever saw the mysterious city lord's wife first would win 500 high-grade spirit stones from the other. Now he was planning to use this bet to turn things around. Before long, Zhang Caiqiang arrived outside the gate of a serene and elegant courtyard. The gate guards, seeing the buckets of feces on his shoulders, couldn't even be bothered to stop him. They just frowned and stepped aside. Success! Zhang Caiqiang curled his lips in smug satisfaction and swaggered into the courtyard where the city lord's wife lived. The courtyard was large and tastefully landscaped, with pavilions, towers, rockeries, and flowing water tucked among green trees and flowers, every corner exuding the city lord's manor's opulent grandeur. It ought to have been quite nice here, yet there was an ever-present chill. Zhang Caiqiang thought silently to himself. Zhang Caiqiang entered the city lord's wife's courtyard and walked for quite a while before a little maid with a slightly pale face stopped him. The maid pinched her nose and, pointing at the 3-story building in the middle of the courtyard, said, "Hey, night soil man, don't dump your bucket near that building. That's where Madam lives. No unauthorized people are allowed near it." The stench had turned the maid's face green. Her voice even trembled when she talked about that little building, making her look very frightened. "Oh," Zhang Caiqiang grinned foolishly and, playing dumb, asked the maid, "Miss, what do you mean by that? Is Madam unable to use the toilet like everyone else? Are you stupid? Madam is a fairy-level personage. How could she use a toilet like that?" The maid glared at him in disgust and said, "I told you not to go over there, so don't. Proceed at your own risk." With that, she ignored Zhang Caiqiang, turned, and walked away quickly without looking back, as if staying a moment longer would make her throw up. I've heard the city lord's wife is already in her early 40s. Even if she's a fairy, she'd count as an old fairy by now. Come to think of it, only someone as fresh and dewy as junior sister Shang deserves to be called an old fairy, otherwise she'd just be an old hag. After the maid muttered a few more words, Zhang Caiqiang casually set the night soil bucket down somewhere. His figure flickered, and he slipped toward the little building without a sound. He poked half his head in through the window and took a look around. Discovering the first floor was empty, there wasn't even a shadow. Looks like she's upstairs. After confirming nothing was amiss, Zhang Caiqiang vaulted through the window with practiced ease, not making the slightest sound. As soon as he went in, a bone-piercing chill rushed at him, and he couldn't help shivering. The inn in this old fairy's quarters is really heavy. Zhang Caiqiang thought to himself as he slowly climbed the stairs and soon reached the second floor. He glanced into the room and was instantly captivated by the sight. The furnishings inside were exquisite and distinctive. With a sense of design, on a luxurious jade canopy bed lay a willowy silhouette. The woman wore a crimson long dress embroidered with gold thread patterns, her jet black hair cascading over the bed like a waterfall. Though her features weren't clear, the curve of her side lying back was enough to set the imagination wandering. Found her. Stifling his excitement, Zhang Caiqiang furtively pulled out an image-capturing talisman from his bosom, intending to secretly take a snapshot of his target as proof of winning the bet. Just then, the city lord's wife on the bed suddenly went rigid, sat up with a jolt, and slowly began to turn backward. Stranger still, Zhang Caiqiang felt as if the air around him had congealed. The mana in his body began to stall, and even his thoughts grew sluggish. What the hell is going on? I just want to take a picture. No need to be that sensitive, right? Seeing his actions constrained, Zhang Caiqiang had a sudden idea. He rushed up and pressed down on the city lord's wife's shoulders, forcibly stopping her from turning, shouting as he pushed, "Madam, keep sleeping. Don't look back. I'm the city lord." But in the next instant, her head actually twisted backward, turning a full 180 degrees, and with a baleful aura, she stared at something behind her. At this moment, her face, ears, mouth, and nose were all covered by her hair. Only a pair of inky black eyes with no whites showed through. Before the flying boat had fully landed, and Lingxiu, city lord of Puzhou, hurried up with a retinue, performing a series of grand bows toward the flying boat. I am Lingxiu, here to respectfully welcome the Taishan Daozi. The hatch promptly opened, and before long an extraordinary man and woman descended from the flying boat. The man was graceful and handsome, the woman soft and captivating Qi Yuan and Bai Shiro. Qi Yuan gave a slight nod, then set his gaze on the leading Lingxiu and spoke in a low voice. Rise and speak. This city lord of Puzhou looked around 40, with a lean build and a scholarly, refined face. He had a touch of the literati about him. Hearing this, Lingxiu immediately straightened respectfully, brought his hands together, and made an inviting gesture. To hear of the Daozi's arrival has stirred excitement I can scarcely contain. Please, Daozi, move to the main hall. This servant has prepared food and wine and awaits to host your welcome feast. Between the lines, he was nerves-racked. Figures like the Taishan Daozi would have even the emperor of Xia stepped down to pay obeisance. He was merely a city lord. How could he dare be remiss? Since that's the case, let's go in. After Qi Yuan nodded, he was escorted into the city lord's manor and soon brought to a spacious hall. The hall was already laid with tables of rare delicacies. A procession of beautiful maids carried golden trays and jade cups in single file, standing respectfully by the tables. Qi Yuan took the seat of honor directly, swept his gaze over the crowd, then spoke coolly. I've long heard the city lord's lady possesses peerless grace and stunning beauty. Why do I not see her coming out to greet the Daozi? At those words, aside from Bai Shiro's calm expression, everyone in the hall was stunned. Many of the city nobles present as guests wore strange looks and glanced at one another. Heaven help us, asking after the lady the moment he arrives, does this Daozi fancy married women? At that thought, many instinctively looked toward the city lord, their eyes full of sympathy. If the lady catches the Taishan Daozi's eye, who could withstand it? Perhaps this city lord, known to love his wife as his life, would soon be cuckolded. Hearing Qi Yuan ask this, Lingxiu's scalp immediately prickled. Trembling, he said, Please don't take offense. Daozi, my humble wife, is unwell today. Before the words were finished, Qi Yuan waved his hand and, in a tone that brooked no argument, ordered, Call her here to pour a cup of wine for this Daozi. This ghostly thing actually dared make such a demand of a sacred land disciple. Does it truly show no regard for the Daozi? Even if it's the Ghost King, this time it'll have to come properly to pour me wine. Seeing Lingxiu still hesitate, Qi Yuan snorted coldly, his face instantly darkening. Are you saying this Daozi isn't qualified to have your lady come out to meet me? You misunderstand. A sheen of sweat rose on Lingxiu's brow as he said with a wry smile, My wife truly finds it inconvenient. How about letting my little daughter stand in for her mother, to pour you wine and apologize? What do you think? With that, he beckoned to Kylon not far away. Loner, quickly come serve the Daozi his wine. Mind your manners. As those words fell, the main hall erupted. The looks people cast at Lingxiu grew even stranger, with even a hint of admiration. This fellow really has the guts for ruthless measures. To protect his wife, he even dares use his own daughter as a substitute? Thinking it over, it's indeed a ruthless move, both sparing himself embarrassment and perhaps letting his daughter skyrocket to success. If one's own girl were to catch the Daozi's fancy, even as a concubine, it would be a tremendous blessing. All right, father, called over, and Kylon, who had been dazed in a corner, finally came to, cheeks red as apples. She stepped forward, took the jade ewer from a maid, and, trembling, poured wine into Qi Yuan's cup. Honored Daozi, please drink. Qi Yuan, wearing an amused smile, raised his cup and said softly, So the young lass and your lady are mother and daughter, then all the better. Call the lady as well, I want them both. Damn, are the 7 great sacred lands playing it this wild now? As the words fell, everyone was dumbstruck, their faces all reading seen it all now. This Daozi truly is something else. His words and actions always take people by surprise, and he shows no restraint even before so many. Under the myriad gazes around him, Qi Yuan was utterly unconcerned. One hand wrapped around Bai Shiro's slender waist, the other lazily swirled the jade cup, his expression wanton. Daozi, this is. Only then did Lingxiu realize the other wasn't joking. The veins at his temples throbbed, his face alternately flushed and pale, and after a long moment, He forced down his anger and squeezed out. Very well. Since the Daozi insists, I'll have my humble wife come out to accompany the Daozi for a drink. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint, almost imperceptible chill flashed through his eyes. He flicked his sleeve, turned, and strode quickly toward the doors of the hall. Once the city lord left, the hall immediately grew lively. Many of Puzhou's dignitaries, seeking to curry favor with Taishan Dozi Qi Yuan, hurried forward to offer toasts, flattery coming one line after another. I've long heard of Daozi's great name. Seeing you today, you are indeed a dragon among men. Your bearing is extraordinary. Daozi, I have here a bottle of top-grade returning yang pills. Take them, and you'll be vigorous and unmatched, bound to come in handy later. Though I'm not yet married, I have a younger sister at home, lovely in looks and good in temperament. I wonder what Daozi thinks. Lord Daozi, my little girl is just 16. Her cultivation may be low, but her looks are decent. More importantly, my third wife was once the courtesan queen of the city's drunken immortal tower. If Daozi is interested, come by my residence. The more they talked, the more outrageous it became. Qi Yuan hurriedly coughed to interrupt and refuse, and was just about to speak when someone murmured, "Look, the city lord's lady is here." At those words, the once noisy hall instantly fell silent. Everyone's eyes swung in unison toward the doorway. They saw City Lord and Lingxiu step into the hall first, followed by a beautiful matron with her cloud-like hair pinned high, alluring in her charms. The woman looked around 30. Her features were exquisite, brows and eyes like a painting. A bright red gauze dress set off her curves to great advantage, giving her a bewitching air. Strangely, though her skin was fair and delicate, it carried a sickly pallor. Her peach blossom eyes, though fine, seemed veiled in frost and snow, giving off a faint chill. Under the crowd's excited gazes, and Lingxiu steadied himself, led his lady to the table, and said with a meaningful tone, "Madam, this is the Taishan Daozi from the Taishan Holy Land. You must receive him well today and show not the slightest neglect." Hearing this, the city lord's lady nodded woodenly, then bent her knees in salute and said, "This concubine pays respects to the Taishan Daozi." When the salute was done, before Qi Yuan could reply, the city lord's lady went straight to his side, respectfully lifted the wine pot, and said softly, "Lord Daozi, this pot of 8 treasure rejuvenation brew was blended by my own hand, made from 8 kinds of 500-year heavenly and earthly treasures. It can nourish the body and replenish vigor. Please see whether it suits your palate." "Is that so?" Qi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "In that case, come closer and personally feed this Daozi a sip of wine." At the side, and Kylon stared at Qi Yuan nervously, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes, her heart thudding wildly. Bai Shiro, meanwhile, shot in Lingxiu a covert glance, her eyes full of vigilance and wariness. Since Daozi has given the order, how would this concubine dare disobey? No sooner had she spoken than the city lord's lady moved a few steps closer to Qi Yuan, then raised a jade cup and offered it. But unexpectedly, under the eyes of all, he took the cup and did not drink instead. He smashed it to the floor without hesitation. Bang! The jade cup shattered, fragments scattering. Everyone froze at the sight, even in Lingxiu pausing for a moment, at a loss for how to react. The next instant, Qi Yuan suddenly burst into motion. He grabbed the city lord's lady, slammed her to the ground, and slapped his palm onto her forehead. Smack! Aya! With that crisp crack, the city lord's lady let out a sharp, keening screech. Strangely, this voice was completely unlike her earlier soft, sweet tones. It had become low and hoarse, like 2 scraps of torn cloth rasping together, so grating it made one's skin crawl. Streams of ink-black smoke kept jetting from her body. The hall's temperature plunged, and a cold, murky, resentful aura spread at once. Before the black mist could spread, Qi Yuan gave a cold snort. Radiance burst from him, as if a blazing sun rose within his body, its might pressing on all sides. Surging yang energy instantly drove the eerie ghost mist away, and the hall returned to clarity. But before long, the city lord's lady pinned beneath him had seen her flesh and blood dissipate, leaving only a white skeleton. Confronted with such a horrifying transformation, Everyone at the feast was stupefied, their gazes toward Qi Yuan full of bewilderment. What in the world is going on? The perfectly fine city lordess lady had vanished in the blink of an eye. The main hall was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Why, what are you doing? Staring at his wife, turned to bone, and Ling Xiu came to his senses, eyes reddening, his expression both shocked and enraged. What I'm doing you know better than anyone. Qi Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and said blandly, wine brewed by the dead, this Daozi Wu tea, dare drink it. At this point, his gaze turned to Ling Xiu, his tone growing even colder. The city lord's wife passed away long ago, and the real city lord and was body snatched by you as well. If I'm not mistaken, since you're so adept at ghost taming arts, you must be a fiend of the Mingi sect, right? How would you know? Hearing this, and Ling Xiu's expression changed at once. He never imagined that, no matter how deeply he hid himself, he would still be seen through by the Taishan Daozi before him. But he quickly tamped down his agitation and spoke viciously. Brat, you should have played dumb. Given your profound background, I actually didn't want to touch you. But if you're set on courting death, I can send you into the Nether River and at worst, I'll swap into another body and keep on being city lord. To be frank, after years of alteration, this place has long since become a myriad fiend extinguishing array. Since you killed my ghost servants, you'll repay me with your flesh, blood, and vital essence. Before he finished speaking, dense Qi poured down from the void, as if to tear the entire city lord's manor out of reality. In the sky, a bright blood-red moon suddenly rose. As the blood red spread, the once resplendent grand hall seemed to have its veneer torn away, revealing its hideous true face. Tangible ghostly miasma shrouded every corner of the city lord's manor. The empty courtyards suddenly brimmed with shadow, and rustling, uncanny sounds rose in succession, like countless wandering spirits pacing about. Qi Yuan felt the surrounding Qi almost condense into liquid. Aside from him and Baishiro, everyone else in the manor was affected by the mist, their minds going hazy, collapsing to the ground one after another. Once the array activated, and Ling Xiu's aura suddenly skyrocketed, quickly reaching the peak of divine transformation, even a cut above the usual. Kik. Seeing Qi Yuan stunned by his overwhelming aura, and Ling Xiu threw his head back and laughed wildly, shouting, though my tying ghost body hasn't fully recovered, it's not something a nascent soul junior like you can resist. Remember this, the one who kills you is the Mingi sect's left protector, Lu Jiyuan. No sooner had his laughter faded than an untimely voice chimed in. Old ghost, what did you just call yourself again, Lu Jiu? And Ling Xiu froze for a beat and answered by reflex. Lu Jiyuan. The voice continued. Lu what you on? Lu Jiu. Halfway through speaking, he realized what was H. A ghostly claw brimming with baleful intent tore through the air and in a vicious swipe arrived before Li Mingwang. The terrifying pressure carried by the ghost claw surged over, and Li Mingwang's legs went weak at once. Not good. Old ghost Lu is too terrifying. Could it be that I, Li Mingwang, am really about to hit a streak of bad luck this time? Right then, Qi Yuan, who had been watching the show from the side, finally made his move. His figure flickered to block in front of Li Mingwang, and he raised his fist to meet it. Boom. Scorching, violent yang qi instantly melted the ghost claw, and even the ghostly qi in the hall was swept clean. Innate pure yang dao body. How can this be? The smile that had just surfaced on Lu Jiyuan's face froze at once, and it stared at Qi Yuan in horror. It had never imagined, not even in its dreams, that the Taishan Daozi before it was actually an innate pure Yang Dao body, and a top-tier one at that. Compared to this strike, the trace of pure Yang aura he revealed when killing those ghost thralls earlier was utterly insignificant, not even 1,000th of this. In other words, this brat had been playing weak all along, deliberately luring it in. At that thought, a sudden sense of foreboding surged in Lu Jiyuan's heart. Qi Yuan gave it no time to think. After shattering the ghost claw with one punch, he stomped forward heavily, shot toward Lu Jiyuan like an arrow, and slammed out another punch. The baleful Yang Qi carried in that F. Although the ghost Dao is insidious, treacherous, and exceedingly vicious, its flaws are also obvious. Ghost cultivators fear light and fire and dread baleful Yang Qi. The weaknesses are too many. Unless one is already dead to begin with, no cultivator with any prospects would walk this path. As the left protector of the Mingyi sect, Lu Jian only fully turned into a ghost after dying once, and then embarked on the path of body snatching in pursuit of immortality. That said, unless one is a ghost sovereign or ghost emperor who has already overcome most of the ghost Taoist drawbacks, an ordinary ghost encountering a nascent soul cultivator with an innate pure Yang Dao body will suffer dire consequences. This is precisely why Qi Yuan dared to barge into the city lord's residence with impunity. If you confront him openly, not even Emperor Xia would dare touch the Taishan Daozi in the slightest, use underhanded tricks in the dark, and the fate of that Mingyi sect left protector stands as a warning. As the array setter died and his arts dissipated, the myriad fiends in extinction formation collapsed on its own. The vast In Qi receded like the tide, and the scene within the city lord's residence returned to normal. As soon as Qi Yuan turned around, he saw Li Mingwang sprinting over, loudly flattering as he ran. I knew all along that old ghost Lu was no match for you, Daozi. Even if the Mingyi sect master came, it would be useless. Daozi, your mighty name shakes the world, master of both civil and martial virtues. My admiration for you is like a rolling river, endless and unceasing. Enough with the flattery. Qi Yuan waved him off with a look of disdain to stop the bootlicking and said, "Hurry and find Zhang Caiqiang. If he isn't dead, he is probably still being held somewhere." "Right. Senior brother Zhang still hasn't been found. He didn't really croak, did he?" Li Mingwang's face fell at once. He immediately turned and bolted outside, shouting, "Daozi, wait here. I'll bring senior brother Zhang's ashes to see you at once." Qi Yuan was speechless. As the In Qi dispersed, those who had been unconscious in the hall woke one after another, looking around in a daze, and jumped in fright at the sight of the two skeletons on the ground. At this moment, Qi Yuan swept them with an impassive glance and slowly spoke. The Mingyi sect's left protector, Lu Jian, seized the body of city lord and Lingxiu, secretly impersonated him, and plundered the flesh and essence of passing cultivators to cultivate ghost Dao sorcery. The city lord's wife has a pure In constitution and was harmed by Lu Jiyuan as well, made into a vessel for nurturing ghost thralls. If he had succeeded, before long the entire Puzhou city would likely have become a ghost domain. Fortunately, heaven lets no secret remain forever. After two inner disciples of my Taishan Holy Land noticed traces, they disguised themselves as servants and infiltrated the city lord's residence to investigate. One of them, however, slipped up and was captured. I, the Daozi, happened to be near this city. Upon receiving my fellow disciples' plea for help, I rushed over at once, and with just a small stratagem, this impostor exposed his flaw. Later he still tried to resist and was cut down on the spot by me. The fiend has now been executed. You are all free to leave." "What? City Lorden was actually a hidden Mingyi sect fiend?" After hearing the whole story, everyone present was so shocked they were at a loss for words. No one doubted the truth of his words. Given Qi Yuan's status, no one could stop him if he wanted anything, and he had no need to lie. No one had expected that what began as a mere invitation to keep the host company would drag them into such a sensational case. Even more astounding, while the Mingyi sect isn't a top-tier power, it is still a first-rate sect. The left protector ranks just below the sect master and deputy master, at least at the divine transformation realm, possibly even void refining, yet he was easily slain by the Taishan Daozi, who is at the nascent soul realm. Truly rare. "Father, mother," while everyone was still reeling, and Kylon stumbled forward and threw herself before the two skeletons, tears pouring down like rain as she wailed without restraint. Seeing this, Baishiro, recalling her own mother's early passing and how she had nearly lost her father not long ago, felt a twinge of pity and hurried forward to softly comfort her. Suddenly, a joyful shout came from outside the door. "Daozi, senior brother Zhang isn't dead. I rescued him from the cellar." Qi Yuan turned his head to see Li Mingwang supporting a limping Zhang Caiqiang as they walked in. Zhang Caiqiang was much thinner than the last time he appeared. His eye sockets were dark, his cheeks sunken. After only a few steps, he was gasping for breath, the picture of utter frailty. How did he end up like this? Seeing the usually optimistic Zhang Caiqiang now wearing a face full of despair, Qi Yuan couldn't help but ask. As the Daozi, he should at least care about the physical and mental state of his subordinates. Sai, don't even mention it. When I went in to find him, senior brother Zhang had already hung his belt over the cellar beam. If I hadn't grabbed him for all I was worth, he would have hanged himself already. Li Mingwang sighed. Whatever I ask him, he just won't say. Qi Yuan grew even more curious, and his gaze involuntarily shifted to Zhang Caiqiang. Junior brother Zhang, you didn't get bewitched by a ghost, did you?